Section 26 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 26. A Beautiful Dream. The dreamer is driving with a great number of companions in the X street, where there is a modest hostelry, which is not the case. A theatrical performance is being given in one of the rooms of the inn. He is first spectator, then actor. Finally, the company is told to change their clothes in order to return to the city. Some of the company are shown to the rooms on the ground floor, others to the room on the first floor. Then a dispute arises. The people upstairs are annoyed because those downstairs have not yet finished changing, so that they cannot come down. His brother is upstairs, he is downstairs, and he is angry with his brother because they are so hurried. This part obscure. Besides, it was already decided, upon their arrival, who was to go upstairs and who down. Then he goes alone up the hill towards the city, and he walks so heavily and with such difficulty that he cannot move from the spot. An elderly gentleman joins him and talks angrily of the King of Italy. Finally, towards the top of the hill, he is able to walk much more easily. The difficulty experienced in climbing the hill was so distinct that for some time after waking he was in doubt whether the experience was a dream or the reality. Judged by the manifest content, this dream can hardly be eulogized. Contrary to the rules, I shall begin the interpretation with that portion to which the dreamer referred as being the most distinct. The difficulty dreamed of, and probably experienced during the dream difficulty in climbing, accompanied by the dysphonia, was one of the symptoms which the patient had actually exhibited some years before, and which, in conjunction with other symptoms, was at the time attributed to tuberculosis, probably strictly simulated. From our study of the exhibition dreams, we are already acquainted with this sensation of being inhibited in motion, peculiar to dreams, and here again we find it utilized as material always available for the purpose of any other kind of representation. The part of the dream content which represents climbing as difficult at first, and easier at the top of the hill, made me think, while it was being related, of the well-known masterly introduction of Daudet's Sappho. Here a young man carries the woman he loves upstairs. She is at first as light as a feather, but the higher he climbs the more she weighs. And this scene is symbolic of the process of their relation, in describing which Daudet seeks to admonish young men not to lavish an earnest affection upon girls of humble origin and dubious antecedents. Although I knew that my patient had recently had a love affair with an actress, and had broken it off, I hardly expected to find the interpretation which occurred to me as correct. The situation in Sappho is actually the reverse of that in the dream, for in the dream climbing was difficult at first and easy later on. In the novel the symbolism is pertinent only if what was at first easily carried finally proves to be a heavy burden. To my astonishment, the patient remarked that the interpretation fitted in very well with the plot of a play which he had seen in the previous evening. The play was called Rundum Wien, Round About Vienna, and treated of the career of a girl who was at first respectable, but who subsequently lapsed into the demi-monde, and formed relations with the highly placed lovers, thereby climbing, but finally she went downhill faster and faster. This play reminded him of another, entitled Von Stufe zu Stufe, from step to step, the poster advertising which depicted a flight of stairs. To continue the interpretation, the actress with whom he had had his most recent and complicated affair had lived in X Street. There is no inn in this street. However, while he was spending part of the summer in Vienna, for the sake of this lady, he had lodged German abstiegen, meaning stopped, literally stepped off, at a small hotel in the neighborhood. When he was leaving the hotel, he asked the cab driver, "I am glad at all events that I didn't get any vermin here." Incidentally, the dread of the vermin is one of his phobias. Whereupon the cab driver answered, "How could anybody stop there? That isn't a hotel at all. It's really nothing but a pub." The pub immediately reminded him of a quotation of a wonderful host. I was lately a guest. The host in the poem by Holland is an apple tree. Now, a second quotation continues the train of thought. Faust, dancing with a young witch. A lovely dream once came to me. I can beheld an apple tree, and there two fairest apples shone. They lured me so I climbed thereon. The fair one. Apples have been desired by you, since first in paradise they grew, and I am moved with joy to know that such within my garden grow. There is not the slightest doubt what is meant by the apple tree and the apples. A beautiful bosom stood high among the charms by which the actress had bewitched our dreamer. Judging by the context of the analysis, we had every reason to assume that the dream referred to an impression of the dreamer's childhood. If this is correct, it must be referred to the wet nurse of the dreamer, who was now a man of nearly 30 years of age. The bosom of the nurse is in reality an inn for the child. The nurse, as well as Dodit Sappho, appears as an illusion to his recently abandoned mistress. The elder brother of the patient also appears in the dream content. He is upstairs while the dreamer himself is downstairs. This again is an inversion, for the brother, as I happen to know, has lost his social position, while my patient has retained his. In relating the dream content, the dreamer avoided saying that his brother was upstairs and that he himself was downstairs. This would have been an obvious expression, for in Austria we say that a man is on the ground floor when he has lost his fortune and social position, just as we say that he has come down. Now the fact at this point in the dream something is represented as inverted must have a meaning, and the inversion must apply to some other relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content. There is an indication which suggests how this inversion is to be understood. It obviously applies to the end of the dream, where the circumstances of climbing are the reverse of those described in Sappho. Now it is evident what inversion is meant. In Sappho, the man carries the woman who stands in a sexual relation to him. In the dream thoughts, conversely, there is a reference to a woman carrying a man, and as this could occur only in childhood, the reference is once more to the nurse who carries the heavy child. Thus the final portion of the dream succeeds in representing Sappho and the nurse in the same allusion. Just as the name Sappho has not been selected by the poet without the reference to lesbian practice, so the portions of the dream in which people are busy upstairs and downstairs, above and beneath, point to the fantasies of the sexual content with which the dreamer is occupied, and which, as suppressed carvings, are not unconnected with this neurosis. Dream interpretation itself does not show that these are fancies and not memories of actual happenings. It only furnishes us with a set of thoughts and leaves it to us to determine their actual value. In this case, real and imagined happenings appear at first as of equal value, and not only here, but also in the creation of more important psychic structures than dreams. A large company, as we already know, signifies a secret. The brother is none other than a representative drawn into the scenes of childhood by fancying backwards of all the subsequent for women's favours. Through the medium of an experience indifferent in itself, the episode of the gentleman who talks angrily of the King of Italy refers to the intrusion of people of low rank into aristocratic society. It is as though a warning which Dudet gives to young men were to be supplemented by a similar warning applicable to a suckling child. The fantastic nature of the situation relating the dreamer's wetness is shown by the circumstance, objectively ascertained, that the nurse in this case was his mother. In the two dreams here cited, I have shown by italics where one of the elements of the dream recurs in the dream thoughts, in order to make the multiple relations of the former more obvious. Since, however, the analysis of these dreams has not been carried to completion, it will probably be worthwhile to consider a dream with a full analysis, in order to demonstrate the manifold determination of the dream content. For this purpose, I shall select the dream of Irma's injection. See chapter 2. From this example, we shall readily see that the condensation work in the dream formation has made use of more means than one. The chief person in the dream content is my patient Irma, who is seen with the features which belong to her waking life, and who, therefore, in the first instance represents herself. but her attitude as I examine her at the window is taken from a recollection of another person, of the lady for whom I should like to exchange my patient, as is shown by the dream thoughts. Inasmuch as Irma has a diphtheritic membrane, which recalls my anxiety about my eldest daughter, she comes to represent this child of mine, behind whom, connected with her by the identity of their names, is concealed the person of the patient who died from the effects of the poison. In the further course of the dream, the significance of Irma's personality changes, without the alteration of her image as it is seen in the dream. She becomes one of the children whom we examine in the public dispensaries for children's diseases, where my friends display the difference in their mental capacities. The transition was obviously affected by the idea of my little daughter. Owing to her unwillingness to open her mouth, the same Irma constitutes an allusion to another lady who was examined by me, and also in the same connection to my wife. Further, in the morbid changes which I discover in her throat, I have summarized allusions to quite a number of other persons. All these people whom I encounter as I follow up the associations suggested by Irma do not appear personally in the dream. They are concealed behind the dream person Irma, who is thus developed into collective image, which, as might be expected, has contradictory features. Irma comes to represent these other persons who are discarded in the work of condensation, inasmuch as I follow anything to happen to her which reminds me of these persons, trait by trait. For the purposes of the dream condensation, I may construct a composite person in yet another fashion, by combining the actual features of two or more persons in a single dream image. It is in this fashion that the Dr. M of my dream was constructed. He bears the name Dr. M, and he speaks and acts as Dr. M does, but his bodily characteristics and his malady belong to another person, my elder brother. A single feature, paleness, is doubly determined, owing to the fact that it is common to both persons. Dr. R in my dream about my uncle is a similar composite person. But here the dream image is constructed in yet another fashion. I have not united features peculiar to the one person with the features of the other, thereby abridging by certain features the memory picture of each, but I have adopted the method employed by Galton in producing family portraits, namely, I have superimposed the two images so that the common features stand out in stronger relief, while those which do not coincide neutralize one another and become indistinct. In the dream of my uncle, the fair beard stands out in relief as an emphasized feature from a physiognomy which belongs to two persons, and which is consequently blurred. Further, in its reference to growing grey, the beard contains an allusion to my father and to myself. The construction of collective and composite persons is one of the principal methods of dream condensation. We shall presently have occasion to deal with this in another connection. The notion of dysentery in the dream of Irma's injection was likewise a multiple determination. On the one hand, because of paraphasic assonance with diphtheria, and on the other because of its reference to the patient whom I sent to the East, and whose hysteria had been wrongly diagnosed. The mention of propiles in the dream proves again to be an interesting case of condensation. Not propiles but amiles were included in the dream thoughts. One might think that here is a simple displacement had occurred in the course of the dream formation. This is in fact the case, but the displacement serves the purpose of the condensation, as is shown by the following supplementary analysis. If I dwell for a moment upon the word propyline, German, its assonance with the word propylium suggests itself to me. But propylium is to be found not only in Athens but also in Munich. In the latter city, a year before my dream, I had visited a friend who was seriously ill, and the reference to him in trimethylamine, which follows closely upon propyls, is unmistakable. I pass over the striking circumstances that here, as elsewhere in the analysis of dreams, associations of most widely differing values are employed by making thought connections as though they were equivalent, and I yield to the temptation to regard the procedure by which amiles in the dream thoughts are replaced in the dream content by propiles as a sort of plastic process. On the one hand, here is a group of ideas relating to my friend Otto, who does not understand me, thinks I am in the wrong, and gives me the liquor that smells of amiles. On the other hand, there is a group of ideas connected with the first, by contrast, relating to my Berlin friend, who does not understand me, who would always think that I was right, and to whom I am indebted for so much valuable information concerning the chemistry of sexual processes. What elements in the auto group are to attract my particular attention are determined by the recent circumstances which are responsible for the dream. Amiles belong to the elements so distinguished which are predestined to find their way into the dream content. The large group of ideas centering upon William is actually stimulated by the contrast between William and Otto, and those elements in it are emphasized which are in tune with those already stirred up in the Otto group. In the whole of this dream, I am continually recoiling from somebody who excites my displeasure towards another person with whom I can at will confront the first. Trait by trait, I appeal to the friend as against the enemy. Thus, Amiles in the Otto group awakes recollections in the other group, also belonging to the region of chemistry. Trimethylamine, which receives support from several quarters, finds its way into the dream content. Amiles too might have got into the dream content unchanged, but yields to the influence of the William group, inasmuch as out of the whole range of recollections covered by this name an element is sought out which is able to furnish a double determination for amiles. Propyls is closely associated with amiles. From the William group comes Munich with its propylium, but both groups are united in the propyls propylium. As though by a compromise, this intermediate element then makes its way into the dream content. Here a common mean which permits of a multiple determination has been created. It thus becomes palpable that a multiple determination must facilitate penetration into the dream content. For the purpose of this dream formation, a placement of the attention has been unhesitatingly effected, what is really intended, to something adjacent to its associations. The study of the dream of Irma's injection has now enabled us to obtain some insight into the process of condensation which occurs in the formation of dreams. We perceive, as peculiarities of the condensing process, a selection of those elements which occur several times over in the dream content, the formation of new unities, composite persons, mixed images, and the production of the common means. The purpose which is served by the condensation, and the means by which it is brought about, will be investigated when we come to the study, in all their bearings, the psychic process at work in the formation of dreams. Let us for the present be content with establishing the fact of dream condensation as the relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content which deserves the attention. The condensation work of dreams becomes most palpable when it takes words and means as its objects. Generally speaking, words are often treated in dreams as things, and therefore undergo the same combination as idea of things. The result of such dreams are comical and bizarre word formations. 1. A colleague sent an essay of his in which he had, in my opinion, overestimated the value of a recent physiological discovery, and he had expressed himself, moreover, in extravagant terms. On the following night I dreamed a sentence which is obviously referred to this essay. That is truly Noractal style. The solution of this word formation at first gave me some difficulty. It was unquestionably formed as a parody of the superlative colossal pyramidal, but it is not easy to say where it came from. At last the monster fell apart into the two names, Nora and Ekdal, from the two well-known plays by Ibsen. I had previously read a newspaper article on Ibsen by the writer, whose latest work I was now criticizing in the dream. 2. One of my female patients dreams that a man with a fair beard and a peculiar glittering eye is pointing to a signboard attached to a tree which reads, Uclemparia, wet. Analysis. The man was rather authoritative looking, and his peculiar glittering eye at once recalled the church of San Paolo near Rome, where she had seen the mosaic portraits of the popes. One of the early popes had a golden eye. This is really an optical illusion, to which the guides usually call attention. Further associations showed that the general physiognomy of the man corresponded with her own clergyman, and the shape of the fair beard recalled her doctor, myself, while the stature of the man in the dream recalled her father. All these persons stand in the same relation to her. They are all guiding and directing the course of her life. On further questioning, the golden eye recalled the gold money, the rather expensive psychoanalytic treatment which gives her a great deal of concern. Gold, moreover, recalls the gold cure for alcoholism. Her D, whom she would have married if it had not been for his clinging to the disgusting alcohol habit, she does not object to anyone's taking an occasional drink. She herself sometimes drinks beer and liquors. This again brings her back to a visit to San Paulo and its surroundings. She remembers that in the neighboring monastery of the Tre Fontaine, she drank a liquor made of eucalyptus by the Trappist monks of the monastery. She then relates how the monks transformed this malarial and swampy region into a dry and wholesome neighborhood by planting numbers of eucalyptus trees. The word euclamperia, which resolves itself into eucalyptus and malaria, and the word wet refers to the former swampy nature of the locality. Wet also suggests dry. Dry is actually the name of the man whom she would have married but for his overindulgence in alcohol. The peculiar name of Dry is of Germanic origin, dry, meaning tree, and hence alludes to the monastery of the three dry fountains. In talking of Mr. Dry's habit, she used the strong expression, he could drink a fountain. Mr. Dry jocosely refers to his habit by saying, you know I must drink because I am always dry, referring to his name. The eucalyptus refers also to her neurosis, which was at first diagnosed as malaria. She went to Italy because her attacks of anxiety, which were accompanied by marked rigors and shivering, were thought to be of malarial origin. She brought some eucalyptus oil from the monks, and she maintains that it was done her much good. The condensation euclamperia wet is, therefore, the point of junction for the dream as well as the neurosis. 3. In a rather long and confused dream of my own, the apparent nucleus of which is a sea voyage, it occurs to me that the next port is Hersing, and the next after that Fleece. The latter is the name of my friend in B, to which city I have often journeyed. But Hersing is put together from the names of the places in the neighborhood of Vienna, which so frequently end with ing. Heidsing, Leising, Modeling, the old Medlitz, Mes Deliciae, my joy, that is, my own name, the German for joy being Freude, and the English hearsay, which points to calumny, and establishes the relation to the indifferent dream stimulus of the day. A poem in Fliegende Blätter about a slanderous dwarf, sagt hat gesagt, by the combination of the final syllabi ing with the name Fleece, Flissingen is obtained, which is a real port through which my brother passes when he comes to visit us from England. But the English for Flissingen is Flushing, which signifies blushing and recalls patients suffering from erythrophobia, fear of blushing, whom I sometimes treat, and also a recent publication of Best Truths relating to this neurosis, the reading of which angered me. The same analysis and synthesis of syllables, a veritable chemistry of syllables, serves us for many a jest in waking life. What is the cheapest method of obtaining silver? You go to a field where silver berries are growing and pick them. Then the berries are eliminated and the silver remains in free state. The first person who read and criticized this book made an objection with which the other readers will probably agree, that the dreamer often appears too witty. That is true, so long as it applies to the dreamer. It involves a condemnation only when its application is extended to the interpreter of the dream. In waking reality, I can make very little claim to the predicate witty. If my dream appear witty, that is not the fault of my individuality, but of the peculiar psychological conditions under which the dream is fabricated, and is intimately connected with the theory of wit and comical. The dream becomes witty because the shortest and most direct way to the expression of its thoughts is barred for it. The dream is under constraint. My reader may convince themselves that the dreams of my patients give the impression of being quite as witty, at least in intention, as my own, and even more so. Nevertheless, this reproach impelled me to compare the technique of wit with the dream work. 4. Upon another occasion, I had a dream which consisted of two separate parts. The first was the vividly remembered word autodidasker, and the second was a faithful reproduction in the dream content of a short and harmless fancy which had been developed a few days earlier, and which was to effect that I must tell Professor N when I next saw him. The patient about whose condition I last consulted you is really suffering from neurosis, just as you suspected. So not only must the newly coined word autodidasker satisfy the requirement that it should contain or represent a compressed meaning, but this meaning must have a valid connection with my resolve repeated from waking life to give Professor N due credit for his diagnosis. Now, autodidasker is easily separated into author, German author, autodidact, and Lasker, with whom is associated the name Lassalle. The first of these words leads me to the occasion of the dream, which this time is significant. I had brought home to my wife several volumes of a well known author who is a friend of my brother's, and who, as I have learned, comes from the same neighborhood as myself, J. David. One evening she told me how profoundly impressed she had been by the pathetic sadness of a story in one of David's novels, a story of wasted lands. And our conversation turned into signs of talent which we perceive in our own children. Under the influence of what she had read, my wife expressed some concern about our children, and I comforted her with the remark that precisely such degree as she feared can be averted by training. During the night my thoughts proceeded farther, took up my wife's concern for the children, and interwove with it all sorts of other things. Something which the novelist had said to my brother on the subject of marriage showed my thoughts a path which might lead to representation in the dream. This path led to Brislow. A lady who was a very good friend of ours had married and gone to live there. I found in Breslau Lasker and Lassalle two examples to justify the fear lest our boy should be ruined by women. Examples which enabled me to represent simultaneously two ways of influencing a man to his undoing. The Churchill affirm, by which these thoughts may be summarized, leads me, if taken in another sense, to my brother, who is still married and whose name is Alexander. Now I see that Alex, as we abbreviate the name, sounds almost like an inversion of Lasker, and that this fact must have contributed to send my thoughts on a detour by way of Breslau. But the playing with names and syllables in which I am here engaged has yet another meaning. It represents the wish that my brother may enjoy a happy family life, and this in the following manner. In the novel of artistic life, L'Oeuvre, which by virtue of its content must have been in association with my dream thoughts, the author, as is well known, has incidentally given a description of his own person and his own domestic happiness, and appears under the name of Sandoz. In the metamorphosis of his name he probably went to work as follows: Zola, when inverted, gives aloes. But this was still too undisguised. He therefore replaced the last syllable al, which stands at the beginning of the name Alexander, by the third syllable of the same name, and thus arrived at Sandoz. My autodidasker originates in a similar fashion. My fantasy that I am telling Professor N that the patient whom we have both seen is suffering from neurosis found its way into the dream in the following manner. Shortly before the close of my working year, I had a patient in whose case my powers of diagnosis failed me. The serious organic trouble, possibly some alternative degeneration of the spinal cord, was to be assumed, but could not be conclusively demonstrated. It would have been tempting to diagnose the trouble as a neurosis, and this would have put an end to all my difficulties, but for the fact of the sexual anamnesis, failing which I am unwilling to admit a neurosis, was so energetically denied by the patient. In my embarrassment, I called to my assistance the physician whom I respect most of all men, and to whose authority I surrendered most completely. He listened to my doubts and told me he thought them justified, and then said, "Keep on observing the man. It is probably a neurosis." Since I know that he does not share my opinions concerning the etiology of the neurosis, I refrained from contradicting him. But I did not conceal my skepticism. A few days later I informed the patient that I did not know what to do with him, and advised him to go to someone else. Thereupon, to my great astonishment, he began to beg my pardon for having lied to me. He had felt so ashamed, and he now revealed to me just a piece of sexual etiology which I had expected. and which I found necessary for assuming the existence of a neurosis. This was a relief to me, but at the same time a humiliation, for I had to admit that my consultant, who was not disconcerted by the absence of anamnesis, had judged the case more correctly. I made up my mind to tell him, when I next saw him, that he had been right and I had been wrong. This is just what I do in the dream. But what sort of a wish is fulfilled if I acknowledge that I am mistaken? This is precisely my wish. I wish to be mistaken as regards my fears, that is to say, I wish that my wife, whose fears I have appropriated in my dream thoughts, may prove to be mistaken. The subject to which the fact of being right or wrong is related in the dream is not far remote from that which is really of interest to the dream thoughts. We have the same pair of alternatives of either organic or functional impairment caused by a woman, or actually by the sexual life, either diabetic paralysis or a neurosis, with which latter the nature of Lassalle's undoing is indirectly connected. In this well constructed dream, Professor N appears not merely on the account of his analogy, and my wish to be proved mistaken, or associated references to Breslau and the family of our married friend who lives there, but also on the account of the following little dialogue which followed our consultation. After he had acquitted himself to his professional duties by making the above mentioned suggestion, Dr. N proceeded to discuss personal matters. How many children have you now? 6. A thoughtful and respectful gesture. Girls, boys? 3 each. They are the pride of my riches. Well, you must be careful. There is no difficulty about the girls, but the boys are a difficulty later on as regards their upbringing. I replied that until now they had been very tractable. Obviously, this prognosis of my boy's future pleased me as little as the diagnosis of my patient, whom he believed to be suffering only from a neurosis. These two impressions, then, are connected by the continuity, by their being successively received, and when I incorporate the story of the neurosis into the dream, I substitute it for the conversation on the subject of the upbringing, which is even more closely connected with the dream thoughts, since it touches so closely upon the anxiety subsequently expressed by my wife. Thus, even my fear that N may prove to be right in his remarks on the difficulties to be met with in bringing up boys is admitted into the dream content, inasmuch as it is concealed behind the representation of my wish that I may be wrong to harbour such apprehensions. The same fantasy serves, without alteration, to represent both the conflicting alternatives. Examination dreams present the same difficulties to the interpretation that I have already described as characteristic of most typical dreams. The associative material which the dreamer supplies only rarely suffices for the interpretation. A deeper understanding of such dreams has to be accumulated from the considerable number of examples. Not long ago, I arrived at a conviction that reassurances like, "But you are already a doctor," and so on, not only convey a consolation, but imply a reproach as well. This would have done, "You are already so old, so far advanced in life, and yet you will commit such follies, are guilty of such childish behavior." This mixture of self criticism and consolation would correspond with the examination dreams. After this, it is no longer surprising that the reproaches in the last analyzed examples concerning follies and childish behaviors should relate to the repetitions of the reprehensible sexual acts. The verbal transformations in the dream are very similar to those which are known to occur in paranoia, and which are observed also in hysteria and obsession. The linguistic tricks of children, who at a certain age actually treat words as objects, and even invent new language and artificial syntaxes, are a common source of such occurrences both in dreams and psychoneuroses. The analysis of nonsensical word formation in dreams is particularly well suited to demonstrate the degree of condensation affected in the dream work. From the small number of selected examples here considered, it must not be concluded that such material is seldom observed, or is it at all exceptional. It is, on the contrary, very frequent, but owing to the dependence of dream interpretation on psychoanalytic treatment, very few examples are noted down and reported, and most of the analyses which are reported are comprehensible only to the specialist in neuropathology. When a spoken utterance, expressly distinguished as such from a thought, occurs in a dream. It is an invariable rule that the dream speech has originated from remembered speech in the dream material. The wording of the speech has either been preserved in its entirety or has been slightly altered in expression. Frequently, the dream speech is pieced together from different recollections of spoken remarks. The wording has remained the same, but the sense has perhaps become ambiguous, or differs from the wording. Not infrequently, the dream speech serves merely as an allusion to an incident in connection with which the remembered speech was made. In the case of a young man who was suffering from the obsessions, but whose intellectual functions were intact and highly developed, I recently found the only exception to this rule. The speeches which occurred in his dreams did not originate in speeches which he had made himself, but correspond to the undistorted verbal expression of his obsessive thoughts, which came to his waking conscious only in an altered form. End of section 26. Read by Lambda.
Section 27 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 27. The Work of Displacement. Another, and probably no less significant relation must have already forced itself upon our attention while we were collecting examples of dream condensation. We may have noticed that these elements which obtrude themselves in the dream content as its essential components do not by any means play this same part in the dream thoughts. As a corollary to this, the converse of this statement is also true. That which is obviously the essential content of the dream thoughts need not be represented at all in the dream. The dream is, as it were, centered elsewhere. Its content is arranged about elements which do not constitute the central point of the dream thoughts. Thus, for example, in the dream of the botanical monograph, the central point of the dream content is evidently the element botanical. In the dream thoughts, we are concerned with the complications and conflicts resulting from services rendered between colleagues which place them under mutual obligations. Later on, with the reproach that I am in the habit of sacrificing too much time to my hobbies, and the element botanical finds no place in this nucleus of the dream thoughts unless it is loosely connected with it by antithesis, for botany was never among my favorite subjects. In the Sappho dream of my patient, ascending and descending, being upstairs and down, is made the central point. The dream, however, is concerned with the danger of sexual relations with persons of low degree, so that only one of the elements of the dream thoughts seem to have found its way into the dream content, and this is unduly expanded. Again, in the dream of my uncle, the fair beard which seems to be its central point appears to have no rational connection with the desire for greatness which we have recognized as the nucleus of the dream thoughts. Such dreams very naturally give us an impression of a displacement. In complete contrast to these examples, the dream of Irma's injection shows that individual elements may claim the same place in dream formation as that which they occupy in the dream thoughts. The recognition of this new and utterly inconstant relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content will probably astonish us at first. If we find in a psychic process of normal life that one idea has been selected from among a number of others, and has acquired a particular emphasis in our consciousness, we are wont to regard this as proof that a peculiar psychic value, a certain degree of interest, attaches to the victorious idea. We now discover that this value of the individual element in the dream thoughts is not retained in dream formation, or is not taken into account. For there is no doubt which of the elements of the dream thoughts are of the highest value. Our judgment informs us immediately. In dream formation, the essential elements, those that are emphasized by intensive interest, may be treated as though they were subordinate, while they are replaced in the dream by other elements, which were certainly subordinate in the dream thoughts. It seems at first as though the psychic intensity of individual ideas were of no account in their selection for dream formation, but only their greater or lesser multiplicity of determination. One might be inclined to think that what gets into the dream is not what is important in the dream thoughts, but what is contained in them several times over. But our understanding of dream formation is not much advanced by this assumption. To begin with, we cannot believe that the two motives of multiple determination and intrinsic value can influence the selection of the dream otherwise than in the same direction. Those ideas in the dream thoughts which are most important are probably also those which recur most frequently, since the individual dream thoughts radiate from them as centers. And yet, the dream may reject these intensely emphasized and extensively reinforced elements, and may take up into its content other elements which are only extensively reinforced. The psychic intensity or value of an idea, the emphasis due to interest, is of course to be distinguished from perceptual or conceptual intensity. This difficulty may be solved if we follow up yet another impression received during the investigation of the overdetermination of the dream content. Many readers of this investigation may already have decided in their own minds that the discovery of the multiple determination of the dream elements is of no great importance because it is inevitable. Since in analysis we proceed from the dream elements and register all the ideas which associate themselves with those elements, is it any wonder that these elements should recur with peculiar frequency in the thought material obtained in this manner? While I cannot admit the validity of this objection, I am now going to say something that sounds rather like it. Among the thoughts which analysis brings to light are many which are far removed from the nucleus of the dream, and which stand out like artificial interpolations made for a definite purpose. Their purpose may readily be detected. They establish a connection, often a forced and far-fetched connection, between the dream content and the dream thoughts. And in many cases, if these elements were weeded out of the analysis, the components of the dream content would not only not be overdetermined, they would not be sufficiently determined. We are thus led to the conclusion that multiple determination, decisive as regards the selection made by the dream, is perhaps not always a primary factor in dream formation, but is often a secondary product of a psychic force which is as yet unknown to us. Nevertheless, it must be of importance for the entrance of the individual elements into the dream, for we may observe that in cases where multiple determination does not proceed easily from the dream material, it is brought about with a certain effort. It now becomes very probable that a psychic force expresses itself in the dream work, which, on the one hand, strips the elements of the high psychic value of their intensity, and on the other hand, by means of overdetermination, creates new significant values from elements of slight value, which new values then make their way into the dream content. Now, if this is the method of procedure, there has occurred in the process of dream formation a transference and displacement of the psychic intensities of individual elements, from which results the textual difference between the dream content and the thought content. The process which we here assume to be operative is actually the most essential part of the dream work. It may fitly be called dream displacement. Dream displacement and dream condensation are the two craftsmen to whom we may chiefly ascribe the structure of the dream. I think it will be easy to recognize the psychic force which expresses itself in dream displacement. The result of this displacement is that the dream content no longer has any likeness to the nucleus of the dream thoughts, and the dream reproduces only a distorted form of the dream wish in the unconscious. But we are already acquainted with dream distortion. We have traced it back to the censorship which one psychic instance in the psychic life exercises over another. Dream displacement is one of the chief means of achieving this distortion. Is fecit qui profuit. We must assume that dream displacement is brought about by the influence of this censorship, the endopsychic defense. Since I regard the attribution of dream distortion to the censorship as a central point of my conception of the dream, I will here quote the closing passage of a story, Traumen wie Wachen, from Phantasien eines Realisten by Linnaeus, Vienna, 2nd edition, 1900, in which I find this chief feature of my doctrine reproduced. Quote, concerning a man who possesses the remarkable faculty of never dreaming nonsense. Your marvelous faculty of dreaming as if you were awake is based upon your virtues, upon your goodness, your justice, and your love of truth. It is the moral clarity of your nature which makes everything about you intelligible to me. But if I really give thought to the matter, was the reply, I almost believe that all men are made as I am, and that no one ever dreams nonsense. A dream which one remembers so distinctly that one can relate it afterwards, and which therefore is no dream of delirium, always has a meaning. Why, it cannot be otherwise, for that which is in contradiction to itself can never be combined into a whole. The fact that time and space are often thoroughly shaken up detracts not at all from the real content of the dream, because both are without any significance whatever for its essential content. We often do the same thing in waking life. Think of fairy tales, of so many bold and pregnant creations of fantasy, of which only a foolish person would say, "That is nonsense, for it isn't possible." If only it were always possible to interpret dreams correctly, as you have just done with mine, said the friend. That is certainly not an easy task, but with a little attention it must always be possible to the dreamer. You ask, why is it generally impossible? In your case there seems to be something veiled in your dreams, something unchaste in a special and exalted fashion, a certain secrecy in your nature which it is difficult to fathom, and that is why your dreams so often seem to be without meaning, or even nonsensical. But in the profoundest sense this is by no means the case. Indeed it cannot be, for a man is always the same person whether he wakes or dreams." The manner in which the factors of displacement, condensation, and overdetermination interact with one another in dream formation, which is the ruling factor and which is the subordinate one, all of this will be reserved as a subject for later investigation. In the meantime, we may state, is a second condition which the elements that find their way into the dream must satisfy, that they must be withdrawn from the resistance of the censorship. But henceforth, in the interpretation of dreams, we shall reckon with dream displacement as an unquestionable fact. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 28. The Means of Representation in Dreams, Part 1. Besides the two factors of condensation and displacement in dreams, which we have found to be at work in the transformation of the latent dream material into the manifest dream content, we shall, in the course of this investigation, come upon two further conditions which exercise an unquestionable influence over the selection of the material that eventually appears in the dream. But first, even at the risk of seeming to interrupt our progress, I shall take a preliminary glance at the processes by which the interpretation of dreams is accomplished. I do not deny that the best way of explaining them, and of convincing the critic of their reliability, would be to take a single dream as an example, to detail its interpretation, as I did in Chapter 2, in the case of the dream of Irma's injection, but then to assemble the dream thoughts which I had discovered, and from them to reconstruct the formation of the dream, that is to say, to supplement dream analysis by dream synthesis. I have done this with several specimens for my own instruction, but I cannot undertake to do it here, as I am prevented by a number of considerations relating to the psychic material necessary for such a demonstration, such as any right-thinking person would approve. In the analysis of dreams, these considerations present less difficulty, for an analysis may be incomplete and still retain its value, even if it leads only a little way into the structure of the dream. I do not see how a synthesis, to be convincing, could be anything short of complete. I could give a complete synthesis only of the dreams of such persons as are unknown to the reading public. Since, however, neurotic patients are the only persons who furnish me with the means of making such a synthesis, this part of the description of dreams must be postponed until I can carry the psychological explanation of the neuroses far enough to demonstrate their relation to our subject. This will be done elsewhere. From my attempts to construct dreams synthetically from their dream thoughts, I know that the material which is yielded by interpretation varies in value. Part of it consists of the essential dream thoughts, which would completely replace the dream and would in themselves be a sufficient substitute for it, were there no dream censorship. To the other part one is wont to ascribe slight importance, nor does one set any value on the assertion that all these thoughts have participated in the formation of the dream. On the contrary, they may include notions which are associated with experiences that have occurred subsequently to the dream, between the dream and the interpretation. This part comprises not only all the connecting paths which have led from the manifest to the latent dream content, but also the intermediate and approximating association by means of which one has arrived at a knowledge of these connecting paths during the work of interpretation. At this point, we are interested exclusively in the essential dream thoughts. These commonly reveal themselves as a complex of thoughts and memories of the most intricate possible construction, with all the characteristics of the thought processes known to us in waking life. Not infrequently, they are trains of thought which proceed from more than one center, but which are not without points of contact, and almost invariably we find, along with the train of thought, its contradictory counterpart, connected with it by the association of contrast. The individual parts of this complicated structure naturally stand in the most manifold logical relations to one another. They constitute foreground and background, digressions, illustrations, conditions, lines of argument, and objections. When the whole mass of these dream thoughts is subjected to the pressure of the dream work, during which the fragments are turned about, broken up and compacted, somewhat like drifting ice, the question arises, what becomes of the logical ties which had hitherto provided the framework of the structure? What representation do if, because, as though, although, either, or, and all the other conjunctions, without which we cannot understand a phrase or a sentence, receive in our dreams? To begin with, we must answer that the dream has at its disposal no means of representing these logical relations between the dream thoughts. In most cases it disregards all these conjunctions, and undertakes the elaboration only of the material content of the dream thoughts. It is left to the interpretation of the dream to restore the coherence which the dream work has destroyed. If dreams lack the ability to express these relations, the psychic material of which they are wrought must be responsible for this defect. As a matter of fact, the representative arts, painting and sculpture, are similarly restricted, as compared with poetry, which is able to employ speech. And here again the reason for this limitation lies in the material by the elaboration of which the two plastic arts endeavor to express something. Before the art of painting arrived at an understanding of the laws of expression by which it is bound, it attempted to make up for this deficiency. In old paintings, little labels hung out of the mouths of the persons represented, giving in writing the speech which the artist despaired of expressing in the picture. Here, perhaps, an objection will be raised, challenging the assertion that our dreams dispense with the representation of logical relations. There are dreams in which the most complicated intellectual operations take place. Arguments for and against are adduced, jokes and comparisons are made, just as in our waking thoughts. But here again appearances are deceptive. If the interpretation of such dreams is continued, it will be found that all these things are dream material, not the representation of intellectual activity in the dream. The content of the dream thoughts is reproduced by the apparent thinking in our dreams, but not the relations of the dream thoughts to one another, in the determination of which relations thinking consists. I shall give some examples of this. But the fact which is most easily established is that all speeches which occur in dreams, and which are expressly designated as such, are unchanged or only slightly modified replicas of speeches which occur likewise among the memories in the dream material. Often the speech is only an allusion to an event contained in the dream thoughts. The meaning of the dream is quite different. However, I shall not dispute the fact that even critical thought activity, which does not simply repeat material from the dream thoughts, plays a part in dream formation. I shall have to explain the influence of this factor at the close of this discussion. It will then become clear that this thought activity is evoked not by the dream thoughts, but by the dream itself, after it is, in a certain sense, already completed. Provisionally, then, it is agreed that the logical relations between the dream thoughts do not obtain any particular representation in the dream. For instance, where there is a contradiction in the dream, this is either a contradiction directed against the dream itself or a contradiction contained in one of the dream thoughts. A contradiction in the dream corresponds with a contradiction between the dream thoughts only in the most indirect and intermediate fashion. But just as the art of painting finally succeeded in depicting in the persons represented at least the intentions behind their words, tenderness, menace, admonition, and the like, by other means than by floating labels, so also the dream has found it possible to render an account of certain of the logical relations between its dream thoughts by an appropriate modification of the peculiar method of dream representation. It will be found by experience that different dreams go to different lengths in this respect. While one dream will entirely disregard the logical structure of its material, another attempts to indicate it as completely as possible. In so doing, the dream departs more or less widely from the text which it has to elaborate, and its attitude is equally variable in respect to the temporal articulation of the dream thoughts, if such has been established in the unconscious, as for example in the dream of Irma's injection. But what are the means by which the dream work is enabled to indicate those relations in the dream material which are difficult to represent? I shall attempt to enumerate these, one by one. In the first place, the dream renders an account of the connection which is undeniably present between all the portions of the dream thoughts, by combining this material into a unity, as a situation or a proceeding. It reproduces logical connections in the form of simultaneity. In this case, it behaves rather like the painter who groups together all the philosophers or poets in a picture of the school of Athens or Parnassus. They never were assembled in any hall or on any mountain top, although to the reflective mind they do constitute a community. The dream carries out in detail this mode of representation. Whenever it shows two elements close together, it vouches for a particular intimate connection between the corresponding representatives in the dream thoughts. It is as in our method of writing. To signifies that the two letters are to be pronounced as one syllable, while T with O following a blank space indicates that T is the last letter of one word and O the first letter of another. Consequently, dream combinations are not made up of arbitrary, completely incongruous elements of the dream material, but of elements that are pretty intimately related in the dream thoughts also. For representing causal relationships, our dreams employ two methods, which are essentially reducible to one. The method of representation more frequently employed, in cases, for example, where the dream thoughts are to the effect, because this was thus and thus, this and that must happen, consists in making the subordinate clause a prefatory dream and joining the principal clause on to it in the form of the main dream. If my interpretation is correct, the sequence may likewise be reversed. The principal clause always corresponds to that part of the dream which is elaborated in the greatest detail. An excellent example of such a representation of causality was once provided by a female patient, whose dream I shall subsequently give in full. The dream consisted of a short prologue of a very circumstantial and very definitely centered dream composition. I might entitle it Flowery Language. The preliminary dream is as follows. She goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a very large number of heavy kitchen utensils in the kitchen turned upside down in order to drain, even heaped up in stacks. The two maids go to fetch water and have, as it were, to climb into a river, which reaches up to the house or into the courtyard. Then follows the main dream, which begins as follows. She is climbing down from a height over a curiously shaped trellis, and she is glad that her dress doesn't get caught anywhere, etc. Now the preliminary dream refers to the house of the lady's parents. The words which are spoken in the kitchen are words which she has probably often heard spoken by her mother. The piles of clumsy pots and pans are taken from an unpretentious hardware shop located in the same house. The second part of the dream contains an allusion to the dreamer's father, who was always pestering the maids, and who during a flood, for the house stood close to the bank of a river, contracted a fatal illness. The thought which is concealed behind the preliminary dream is something like this. Because I was born in this house in such sordid and unpleasant surroundings, The main dream takes up the same thought and presents it in a form that has been altered by a wish fulfillment. I am of exalted origin. Properly, then, because I am of such humble origin, the course of my life has been so and so. As far as I can see, the division of a dream into two unequal portions does not always signify a causal relation between the thoughts of the two portions. It often seems as though in the two dreams the same material were presented from different points of view. This is certainly the case when a series of dreams dreamed the same night end in a seminal emission, the somatic need enforcing a more and more definite expression. Or the two dreams have proceeded from two separate centers in the dream material, and they overlap one another in the content, so that the subject which in one dream constitutes the center cooperates in the other as an illusion, and vice versa. But in a certain number of dreams, the division into short preliminary dreams and long subsequent dreams actually signifies a causal relation between the two portions. The other method of representing the causal relation is employed with less comprehensive material and consists in the transformation of an image in the dream into another image, whether it be of a person or a thing. Only where this transformation is actually seen occurring in the dream shall we seriously insist on the causal relation, not where we simply note that one thing has taken the place of another. I said that both methods of representing the causal relation are really reducible to the same method. In both cases, causation is represented by succession, sometimes by the succession of dreams, sometimes by the immediate transformation of one image into another. In the great majority of cases, of course, the causal relation is not represented at all, but is effaced amidst the succession of elements that is unavoidable even in the dream process. Dreams are quite incapable of expressing the alternative either-or. It is their custom to take both members of this alternative into the same context, as though they had an equal right to be there. A classic example of this is contained in the dream of Irma's injection. Its latent thoughts obviously mean, I am not responsible for the persistence of Irma's pains. The responsibility rests either with her resistance to accepting the solution or with the fact that she is living under unfavorable sexual conditions, which I am unable to change. Or her pains are not hysterical at all, but organic. The dream, however, carries out all these possibilities, which are almost mutually exclusive, and is quite ready to add a fourth solution derived from the dream wish. After interpreting the dream, I then inserted the either-or in its context in the dream thoughts. But when in narrating a dream the narrator is inclined to employ the alternative either-or, it was either a garden or a living room, etc. There is not really an alternative in the dream thoughts, but an and, a simple addition. When we use either-or, we are as a rule describing a quality of vagueness in some element of the dream, but a vagueness which may still be cleared up. The rule to be applied in this case is as follows. The individual members of the alternative are to be treated as equal and connected by an and. For instance, after waiting long and vainly for the address of a friend who is traveling in Italy, I dream that I receive a telegram which gives me the address. On the telegraph form I see printed in blue letters. The first word is blurred, perhaps via or villa, the second is distinctly Cesarno or even Casa. The second word, which reminds me of Italian names, and of our discussions on etymology, also expresses my annoyance in respect of the fact that my friend has kept his address a secret from me. But each of the possible first three words may be recognized on analysis as an independent and equally justifiable starting point in the concatenation of ideas. During the night before the funeral of my father, I dreamed of a printed placard, a card or poster, rather like the notices in the waiting rooms of railway stations, which announce that smoking is prohibited. The sign reads either, "You are requested to shut the eyes," or "You are requested to shut one eye," an alternative which I am in the habit of representing in the following form. You are requested to shut eye or eyes. Each of the two versions has its special meaning and leads along particular paths in the dream interpretation. I had made the simplest possible funeral arrangements, for I knew what the deceased thought about such matters. Other members of the family, however, did not approve of such puritanical simplicity. They thought we should feel ashamed in the presence of other mourners. Hence one of the wordings of the dream asks for the shutting of one eye. That is to say, it asks that people should show consideration. The significance of the vagueness, which is here represented by an either-or, is plainly to be seen. The dream work has not succeeded in concocting a coherent and yet ambiguous wording for the dream thoughts. Thus, the two principal trains of thought are separated from each other, even in the dream content. In some few cases, the division of a dream into two equal parts expresses the alternative which the dream finds it so difficult to present. The attitude of dreams to the category of antithesis and contradiction is very striking. This category is simply ignored. The word no does not seem to exist for a dream. Dreams are particularly fond of reducing antitheses to uniformity, or representing them as one and the same thing. Dreams likewise take the liberty of representing any element whatever by its desired opposite, so that it is at first impossible to tell, in respect of any element which is capable of having an opposite, whether it is contained in the dream thoughts in the negative or in the positive sense. In one of the recently cited dreams, whose introductory portion we have already interpreted, because my origin is so-and-so, the dreamer climbs down over a trellis and holds a blossoming bough in her hands. Since this picture suggests to her the angel in paintings of the Annunciation, her own name is Mary, bearing a lily stem in his hand, and the white-robed girls walking in procession on Corpus Christi Day, when the streets are decorated with green boughs, the blossoming bough in the dream is quite clearly an allusion to sexual innocence. But the bough is thickly studded with red blossoms, each of which resembles a camellia. At the end of her walk, so the dream continues, the blossoms are already beginning to fall. Then follow unmistakable allusions to menstruation. But this very bough, which is carried like a lily stem, and as though by an innocent girl, is also an allusion to Camille, who, as we know, usually wore a white camellia, but a red one during menstruation. The same blossoming bough, the flower of maidenhood, in Goethe's songs of the Miller's Daughter, represents at once sexual innocence and its opposite. Moreover, the same dream, which expresses the dreamer's joy at having succeeded in passing through life unsullied, hints in several places, as in the falling of the blossom, at the opposite train of thought, namely that she had been guilty of various sins against sexual purity, that is, in her childhood. In the analysis of the dream, we may clearly distinguish the two trains of thought, of which the comforting one seems to be superficial, and the reproachful one more profound. The two are diametrically opposed to each other, and their similar yet contrasting elements have been represented by identical dream elements. The mechanism of dream formation is favorable in the highest degree to only one of the logical relations. This relation is that of similarity, agreement, contiguity, just as, a relation which may be represented in our dreams, as no other can be, by the most varied expedients. The screening which occurs in the dream material, or the cases of just as, are the chief points of support for dream formation, and a not inconsiderable part of the dream work consists in creating new screenings of this kind, in cases where those that already exist are prevented by the resistance of the censorship from making their way into the dream. The effort towards condensation evinced by the dream work facilitates the representation of a relation of similarity. Similarity, agreement, community are quite generally expressed in dreams by contraction into a unity, which is either already found in the dream material or is newly created. The first case may be referred to as identification, the second as composition. Identification is used where the dream is concerned with persons, composition where things constitute the material to be unified. but compositions are also made of persons. Localities are often treated as persons. Identification consists in giving representation in the dream content to only one of two or more persons who are related by some common feature, while the second person or other persons appear to be suppressed as far as the dream is concerned. In the dream, this one screening person enters into all the relations and situations which derive from the persons whom he screens. In cases of composition, however, when persons are combined, there are already present in the dream image features which are characteristic of, but not common to, the persons in question, so that a new unity, a composite person, appears as the result of the union of these features. The combination itself may be effected in various ways. Either the dream person bears the name of one of the persons to whom he refers, and in this case we simply know, in a manner that is quite analogous to knowledge in waking life, that this or that person is intended, while the visual features belong to another person, or the dream image itself is compounded of visual features which in reality are derived from the two. Also, in place of the visual features, the part played by the second person may be represented by the attitudes and gestures which are usually ascribed to him by the words he speaks, or by the situation in which he is placed. In this latter method of characterization, the sharp distinction between the identification and the combination of persons begins to disappear. But it may also happen that the formation of such a composite person is unsuccessful. The situations or actions of the dreams are then attributed to one person, and the other, as a rule the more important, is introduced as an inactive spectator. Perhaps the dreamer will say, "My mother was there too." Such an element of the dream content is then comparable to a determinative in hieroglyphic script, which is not meant to be expressed, but is intended only to explain another sign. The common feature which justifies the union of two persons, that is to say, which enables it to be made, may either be represented in the dream, or it may be absent. As a rule, identification or composition of persons actually serves to avoid the necessity of representing this common feature. Instead of repeating, A is ill-disposed towards me, and so is B, I make in my dream a composite person of A and B. Or I conceive A as doing something which is alien to his character, but which is characteristic of B. The dream person obtained in this way appears in the dream in some new connection, and the fact that he signifies both A and B justifies my inserting that which is common to both persons, their hostility towards me, at the proper place in the dream interpretation. In this manner I often achieve a quite extraordinary degree of condensation of the dream content. I am able to dispense with the direct representation of the very complicated relations belonging to one person, if I can find a second person who has an equal claim to some of these relations. It will be readily understood how far this representation by means of identification may circumvent the censoring resistance which sets up such harsh conditions for the dream work. The thing that offends the censorship may reside in those very ideas which are connected in the dream material with the one person. I now find a second person, who likewise stands in some relation to the objectionable material, but only to a part of it. Contact at that one point which offends the censorship now justifies my formation of a composite person, who is characterized by the indifferent features of each. This person, the result of combination or identification, being free of the censorship, is now suitable for incorporation in the dream content. Thus, by the application of dream condensation, I have satisfied the demands of the dream censorship. When a common feature of two persons is represented in a dream, this is usually a hint to look for another concealed common feature, the representation of which is made impossible by the censorship. Here a displacement of the common feature has occurred, which in some degree facilitates representation. From the circumstance that the composite person is shown to me in the dream with an indifferent common feature, I must infer that another common feature, which is by no means indifferent, exists in the dream thoughts. Accordingly, The identification or combination of persons serves various purposes in our dreams. In the first place, that of representing a feature common to two persons. Secondly, that of representing a displaced common feature. And thirdly, that of expressing a community of features which is merely wished for. As the wish for a community of features in two persons often coincides with the interchanging of these persons, this relation also is expressed in dreams by identification. In the dream of Irma's injection, I wish to exchange one patient for another. That is to say, I wish this other person to be my patient, as the former person has been. The dream deals with this wish by showing me a person who is called Irma, but who is examined in a position such as I have had occasion to see only the other person occupy. In the dream about my uncle, this substitution is made the center of the dream. I identify myself with the minister by judging and treating my colleagues as shabbily as lie does. It has been my experience, and to this I have found no exception, that every dream treats of oneself. Dreams are absolutely egoistic. In cases where not my ego but only a strange person occurs in the dream content, I may safely assume that by means of identification my ego is concealed behind that person. I am permitted to supplement my ego. On other occasions, when my ego appears in the dream, the situation in which it is placed tells me that another person is concealing himself, by means of identification, behind the ego. In this case, I must be prepared to find that in the interpretation I should transfer something which is connected with this person, the hidden common feature, to myself. There are also dreams in which my ego appears together with other persons who, when the identification is resolved, once more show themselves to be my ego. Through these identifications, I shall then have to connect with my ego certain ideas to which the censorship has objected. I may also give my ego multiple representation in my dream, either directly or by means of identification with other people. By means of several such identifications, an extraordinary amount of thought material may be condensed. That one's ego should appear in the same dream several times, or in different forms, is fundamentally no more surprising than that it should appear in conscious thinking many times and in different places, or in different relations, as, for example, in the sentence, "When I think what a healthy child I was." Still easier than in the case of persons is the resolution of identifications in the case of localities designated by their own names, as here the disturbing influence of the all-powerful ego is lacking. In one of my dreams of Rome, the name of the place in which I find myself is Rome. I am surprised, however, by a large number of German placards at a street corner. This last is a wish fulfillment, which immediately suggests Prague. The wish itself probably originated at a period of my youth when I was imbued with a German nationalist spirit which today is quite subdued. At the time of my dream, I was looking forward to meeting a friend in Prague. The identification of Rome with Prague is therefore explained by a desired common feature. I would rather meet my friend in Rome than in Prague. For the purpose of this meeting, I should like to exchange Prague for Rome. The possibility of creating composite formations is one of the chief causes of the fantastic character so common in dreams, in that it introduces into the dream content elements which could never have been objects of perception. The psychic process which occurs in the creation of composite formations is obviously the same as that which we employ in conceiving or figuring a dragon or a centaur in our waking senses. The only difference is that in the fantastic creations of waking life, the impression intended is itself the decisive factor, while the composite formation in the dream is determined by a factor, the common feature in the dream thoughts, which is independent of its form. Composite formations in dreams may be achieved in a great many different ways. In the most artless of these methods, only the properties of the one thing are represented, and this representation is accompanied by a knowledge that they refer to another object also. A more careful technique combines features of the one object with those of the other in a new image, while it makes skillful use of any really existing resemblances between the two objects. The new creation may prove to be wholly absurd, or even successful as a fantasy, according as the material and the wit employed in constructing it may permit. If the objects to be condensed into a unity are too incongruous, the dream work is content with creating a composite formation with a comparatively distinct nucleus, to which are attached more indefinite modifications. The unification into one image has here been to some extent unsuccessful. The two representations overlap one another and give rise to something like a contest between the visual images. Similar representations might be obtained in a drawing if one were to attempt to give form to a unified abstraction of disparate perceptual images. Dreams naturally abound in such composite formations. I have given several examples of these in the dreams already analyzed, and will now cite more such examples. In the dream earlier in this chapter, which describes the career of my patient in flowery language, the dream ego carries a spray of blossoms in her hand which, as we have seen, signifies at once sexual innocence and sexual transgression. Moreover, from the manner in which the blossoms are set on, they recall cherry blossom. The blossoms themselves, considered singly, are camellias, and finally, the whole spray gives the dreamer the impression of an exotic plant. The common feature in the elements of this composite formation is revealed by the dream thoughts. The blossoming spray is made up of allusions to presents by which she was induced or was to have been induced to behave in a manner agreeable to the giver. So it was with cherries in her childhood, and with a camellia tree in her later years. The exotic character is an allusion to a much-traveled naturalist, who sought to win her favor by means of a drawing of a flower. Another female patient contrives a composite mean out of bathing machines at a seaside resort, country privies, and the attics of our city dwelling houses. A reference to human nakedness and exposure is common to the first two elements, and we may infer from their connection with the third element that in her childhood the garret was likewise a scene of bodily exposure. A dreamer of the male sex makes a composite locality out of two places in which treatment is given, my office and the assembly rooms in which he first became acquainted with his wife. Another, a female patient, after her elder brother has promised to regale her with caviar, dreams that his legs are covered all over with black beads of caviar. The two elements, taint in a moral sense, and the recollection of a cutaneous eruption in childhood, which made her legs look as though studded over with red instead of black spots, have here combined with the beads of caviar to form a new idea, the idea of what she gets from her brother. In this dream, parts of the human body are treated as objects, as is usually the case in dreams. In one of the dreams recorded by Ferenczi, there occurs a composite formation made up of the person of a physician and a horse, and this composite being wears a nightshirt. The common feature in these three components was revealed in the analysis, after the nightshirt had been recognized as an allusion to the father of the dreamer in a scene of childhood. In each of the three cases, there was some object of her sexual curiosity. As a child she had often been taken by her nurse to the army stud, where she had the amplest opportunity to satisfy her curiosity, at that time still uninhibited. I have already stated that the dream has no means of expressing the relation of contradiction, contrast, negation. I shall now contradict this assertion for the first time. A certain number of cases of what may be summed up under the word contrast obtain representation, as we have seen, simply by means of identification. That is, when an exchange, a substitution, can be bound up with the contrast. Of this we have cited repeated examples. Certain other of the contrasts in the dream thoughts, which perhaps come under the category of inverted, united into the opposite, are represented in dreams in the following remarkable manner, which may almost be described as witty. The inversion does not itself make its way into the dream content, but manifests its presence in the material by the fact that a part of the already formed dream content, which is, for other reasons, closely connected in context, is, as it were subsequently, inverted. It is easier to illustrate this process than to describe it. In the beautiful up and down dream, the dream representation of ascending is an inversion of its prototype in the dream thoughts, that is, of the introductory scene of Daudet Sappho. In the dream, climbing is difficult at first and easy later on, whereas in the novel it is easy at first and later becomes more and more difficult. Again, above and below, with reference to the dreamer's brother, are reversed in the dream. This points to a relation of inversion or contrast between two parts of the material in the dream thoughts, which indeed we found in them, for in the childish fantasy of the dreamer he is carried by his nurse, while in the novel, on the contrary, the hero carries his beloved. My dream of Goethe's attack on Herr M likewise contains an inversion of this sort, which must be set right before the dream can be interpreted. In this dream, Goethe attacks a young man, Herr M. The reality, as contained in the dream thoughts, is that an eminent man, a friend of mine, has been attacked by an unknown young author. In the dream, I reckon time from the date of Goethe's death. In reality, the reckoning was made from the year in which the paralytic was born. The thought which influences the dream material reveals itself as my opposition to the treatment of Goethe as though he were a lunatic. It is the other way about, says the dream. If you don't understand the book, it is you who are feeble-minded, not the author. All these dreams of inversion, moreover, seem to me to imply an allusion to the contemptuous phrase, to turn one's back upon a person. Compare the inversion in respect of the dreamer's brother in the Sappho dream. It is further worth noting how frequently inversion is employed in precisely those dreams which are inspired by repressed homosexual impulses. Moreover, inversion, or transformation into the opposite, is one of the most favored and most versatile methods of representation which the dream work has at its disposal. It serves, in the first place, to enable the wish fulfillment to prevail against a definite element of the dream thoughts. If only it were the other way about, is often the best expression for the reaction of the ego against a disagreeable recollection. But inversion becomes extraordinarily useful in the service of the censorship, for it effects, in the material to be represented, a degree of distortion which at first simply paralyzes our understanding of the dream. It is therefore always permissible, if a dream stubbornly refuses to surrender its meaning, to venture on the experimental inversion of definite portions of its manifest content. Then, not infrequently, everything becomes clear. Besides the inversion of content, the temporal inversion must not be overlooked. A frequent device of dream distortion consists in presenting the final issue of the event or the conclusion of the train of thought at the beginning of the dream, and appending at the end of the dream the premises of the conclusion, or the causes of the event. Anyone who forgets this technical device of dream distortion stands helpless before the problem of dream interpretation. The hysterical attack often employs the same device of temporal inversion in order to conceal its meaning from the observer. The attack of a hysterical girl, for example, consists in enacting a little romance, which she has imagined in the unconscious in connection with an encounter in a tram. A man, attracted by the beauty of her foot, addresses her while she is reading, whereupon she goes with him and a passionate love scene ensues. Her attack begins with the representation of this scene by writhing movements of the body, accompanied by movements of the lips and folding of the arms to signify kisses and embraces. Whereupon she hurries into the next room, sits down on a chair, lifts her skirt in order to show her foot, acts as though she were about to read a book, and speaks to me. Compare the observation of Artemidorus. In interpreting dream stories, one must consider them the first time from the beginning to the end, and the second time from the end to the beginning. End of section 28, read by Alicia in Philadelphia. Section 29 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 29. The Means of Representation in Dreams, Part 2. In many cases, indeed, we discover the meaning of the dream only when we have subjected the dream content to a multiple inversion in accordance with the different relations. For example, in the dream of a young patient who is suffering from obsessional neurosis, the memory of the childish death wish directed against a dreaded father concealed itself behind the following words: "His father scolds him because he comes home so late." But the context of the psychoanalytic treatment and the impressions of the dreamer show that the sentence must be read as follows: "He is angry with his father, and further, that his father always came home too early, i.e. too soon. He would have preferred that his father should not come home at all," which is identical with the wish that his father would die. As a little boy, during the prolonged absence of his father, the dreamer was guilty of a sexual aggression against another child, and was punished by the threat, "Just you wait until your father comes home." If we should seek to trace the relations between the dream content and the dream thoughts a little farther, we shall do this best by making the dream itself our point of departure and asking ourselves, what do certain formal characteristics of the dream presentation signify in relation to the dream thoughts? First and foremost, among the formal characteristics which are bound to impress us in dreams are the differences in the sensory intensity of the single dream images, and in the distinctness of various parts of the dream, or of whole dreams as compared with one another. The differences in the intensity of individual dream images cover the whole gamut, from a sharpness of definition which one is inclined, although without warrant, to rate more highly than that of reality, to a provoking indistinctness, which we declare to be characteristic of dreams, because it really is not wholly comparable to any of the degrees of indistinctness which we occasionally perceive in real objects. Moreover, we usually describe the impression which we receive of an indistinct object in a dream as fleeting, while we think of the more distinct dream images as having been perceptible also for a longer period of time. We must now ask ourselves by what conditions in the dream material these differences in the distinctness of the individual portions of the dream content are brought about. Before proceeding farther, it is necessary to deal with certain expectations which seem to be almost inevitable. Since actual sensations experienced during sleep may constitute part of the dream material, it will probably be assumed that these sensations, or the dream elements resulting from them, are emphasized by a special intensity, or conversely, that anything which is particularly vivid in the dream can probably be traced to such real sensations during sleep. My experience, however, has never confirmed this. It is not true that those elements of a dream which are derivatives of real impressions perceived in sleep, nerve stimuli, are distinguished by their special vividness from others which are based on memories. The factor of reality is inoperative in determining the intensity of dream images. Further, it might be expected that the sensory intensity, vividness, of single dream images is in proportion to the psychic intensity of the elements corresponding to them in the dream thoughts. In the latter, intensity is identical with psychic value. The most intense elements are in fact the most significant, and these constitute the central point of the dream thoughts. We know, however, that it is precisely these elements which are usually not admitted to the dream content, owing to the vigilance of the censorship. Still, it might be possible for the most immediate derivatives which represent them in the dream to reach a higher degree of intensity without, however, for that reason, constituting the central point of the dream representation. This assumption also vanishes as soon as we compare the dream and the dream material. The intensity of the elements in the one has nothing to do with the intensity of the elements in the other. As a matter of fact, a complete transvaluation of all psychic values takes place between the dream material and the dream. The very element of the dream, which is transient and hazy, and screened by more vigorous images, is often discovered to be the one and only direct derivative of the topic that completely dominates the dream thoughts. The intensity of the dream elements proves to be determined in a different manner, that is, by two factors which are mutually independent. It will readily be understood that those elements by means of which the wish fulfillment expresses itself are those which are intensely represented. But analysis tells us that from the most vivid elements of the dream the greatest number of trains of thought proceed, and that those which are most vivid are at the same time those which are best determined. No change of meaning is involved if we express this latter empirical proposition in the following formula. The greatest intensity is shown by those elements of the dream for whose formation the most extensive condensation work was required. We may, therefore, expect that it will be possible to express this condition, as well as the other condition of the wish fulfillment, in a single formula. I must utter a warning that the problem which I have just been considering, the causes of the greater or lesser intensity or distinctness of single elements in dreams, is not to be confounded with the other problem, that of variations in the distinctness of whole dreams or sections of dreams. In the former case, the opposite of distinctness is haziness; in the latter, confusion. It is, of course, undeniable that in both scales the two kinds of intensities rise and fall in unison. A portion of the dream which seems clear to us usually contains vivid elements. An obscure dream, on the contrary, is composed of less vivid elements. But the problem offered by the scale of definition, which ranges from the apparently clear to the indistinct or confused, is far more complicated than the problem of fluctuations in vividness of the dream elements. For reasons which will be given later, the former cannot at this stage be further discussed. In isolated cases one observes, not without surprise, that the impression of distinctness or indistinctness produced by a dream has nothing to do with the dream structure, but proceeds from the dream material as one of its ingredients. Thus, for example, I remember a dream which on waking seemed so particularly well constructed, flawless and clear, that I made up my mind, while I was still in a somnolent state, to admit a new category of dreams, those which had not been subject to the mechanism of condensation and distortion, and which might thus be described as fantasies during sleep. A closer examination, however, proved that this unusual dream suffered from the same structural flaws and breaches as exists in all other dreams, so I abandoned this idea of a category of dream fantasies. The content of the dream, reduced to its lowest terms, was that I was expounding to a friend a difficult and long-sought theory of bisexuality, and the wish-fulfilling power of the dream was responsible for the fact that this theory, which by the way was not communicated in the dream, appeared to be so lucid and flawless. Thus, what I believed to be a judgment as regards the finished dream was a part, and indeed the most essential part, of the dream content. Here the dream work reached out, as it were, into my first waking thoughts, and presented to me, in the form of a judgment of the dream, that part of the dream material which it had failed to represent with precision in the dream. I was once confronted with the exact counterpart of this case by a female patient who at first absolutely declined to relate a dream which was necessary for the analysis, because it was so hazy and confused, and who finally declared, after repeatedly protesting the inaccuracy of her description, that it seemed to her that several persons, herself, her husband, and her father, had occurred in the dream, and that she had not known whether her husband was her father, or who really was her father, or something of that sort. Comparison of this dream with the ideas which occurred to the dreamer in the course of the sitting showed beyond a doubt that it dealt with the rather commonplace story of a maidservant who has to confess that she is expecting a child, and hears doubts expressed as to who the father really is. The obscurity manifested by this dream, therefore, was once more a portion of the dream exciting material. A fragment of this material was represented in the form of the dream. The form of the dream, or of dreaming, is employed with astonishing frequency to represent the concealed content. Glosses on the dream, and seemingly harmless comments on it, often serve in the most subtle manner to conceal, although of course they really betray, a part of what is dreamed. As, for example, when the dreamer says, "Here the dream was wiped out," and the analysis gives an infantile reminiscence of listening to someone cleaning himself after defecation. Or another example, which deserves to be recorded in detail. A young man has a very distinct dream, reminding him of fantasies of his boyhood which have remained conscious. He found himself in a hotel at a seasonal resort. It was night. He mistook the number of his room, and entered a room in which an elderly lady and her 2 daughters were undressing to go to bed. He continues, "Then there are some gaps in the dream. Something is missing, and at the end there was a man in the room who wanted to throw me out, and with whom I had to struggle." He tries in vain to recall the content and intention of the boyish fantasy to which the dream obviously alluded, but we finally become aware that the required content had already been given in his remarks concerning the indistinct part of the dream. The gaps are the genital apertures of the women who are going to bed. "Here something is missing" describes the principal characteristic of the female genitals. In his young days he burned with curiosity to see the female genitals, and was still inclined to adhere to the infantile sexual theory which attributes a male organ to woman. A very similar form was assumed in an analogous reminiscence of another dreamer. He dreamed, "I go with Fräulein K. into the restaurant of the Volksgarten. Then comes a dark place, an interruption. Then I find myself in the salon of a brothel, where I see 2 or 3 women, one in a chemise and drawers." Analysis. Fräulein K. is the daughter of his former employer. As he himself admits, she was a sister substitute. He rarely had the opportunity of talking to her, but they once had a conversation in which one recognized one's sexuality, so to speak, as though one were to say, "I am a man, and you are a woman." He had been only once to the above-mentioned restaurant, when he was accompanied by the sister of his brother-in-law, a girl to whom he was quite indifferent. On another occasion he accompanied 3 ladies to the door of the restaurant. The ladies were his sister-in-law, and the girl already mentioned. He was perfectly indifferent to all 3 of them, but they all belonged to the sister category. He had visited a brothel but rarely, perhaps 2 or 3 times in his life. The interpretation is based on the dark place, the interruption in the dream, and informs us that on occasion, but in fact only rarely, obsessed by his boyish curiosity, he had inspected the genitals of his sister, a few years his junior. A few days later the misdemeanor indicated in the dream recurred to his conscious memory. All dreams of the same night belong, in respect of their content, to the same whole. Their division into several parts, their grouping and number, are all full of meaning, and may be regarded as pieces of information about the latent dream thoughts. In the interpretation of dreams consisting of several main sections, or of dreams belonging to the same night, we must not overlook the possibility that these different and successive dreams mean the same thing, expressing the same impulses in different material. That one of these homologous dreams, which comes first in time, is usually the most distorted and most bashful, while the next dream is bolder and more distinct. Even Pharaoh's dream of the ears and the kine, which Joseph interpreted, was of this kind. It is given by Josephus in greater detail than in the Bible. After relating the first dream, the king said, "After I had seen this vision, I awaked out of my sleep, and being in disorder, and considering with myself what this appearance should be, I fell asleep again, and saw another dream much more wonderful than the foregoing, which still did more fright and disturb me. After listening to the relation of the dream, Joseph said, "This dream, O king, although seen under two forms, signifies one and the same event of things." Jung relates how a veiled erotic dream of a schoolgirl was understood by her friends without interpretation, and continued by them with variations, and he remarks, with reference to one of these narrated dreams, that the concluding idea of a long series of dream images had precisely the same content as the first image of the series had endeavored to represent. The censorship thrusts the complex out of the way as long as possible by a constant renewal of symbolic screenings, displacements, transformations into something harmless, etc. Schirner was well acquainted with this peculiarity of dream representation, and describes it in his Leben des Traums in terms of a special law in the appendix to his doctrine of organic stimulation. But finally, in all symbolic dream formations emanating from definite nerve stimuli, the fantasy observes the general law that at the beginning of the dream it depicts the stimulating object only by the remotest and freest illusions, but towards the end, when the graphic impulse becomes exhausted, the stimulus itself is nakedly represented by its appropriate organ or its function, whereupon the dream, itself describing its organic motive, achieves its end. A pretty confirmation of this law of Schirner's has been furnished by Otto Rank in his essay. This dream, related to him by a girl, consisted of two dreams of the same night, separated by an interval of time, the second of which ended with an orgasm. It was possible to interpret this orgastic dream in detail, in spite of the few ideas contributed by the dreamer, and the wealth of relations between the two dream contents made it possible to recognize that the first dream expressed in modest language the same thing as the second, so that the latter, the orgastic dream, facilitated a full explanation of the former. From this example, Rank very justifiably argues the significance of orgastic dreams for the theory of dreams in general. But in my experience, it is only in rare cases that one is in a position to translate the lucidity or confusion of a dream, respectively, into a certainty or doubt in the dream material. Later on I shall have to disclose a hitherto unmentioned factor in dream formation, upon whose operation this qualitative scale in dreams is essentially dependent. In many dreams in which a certain situation and environment are preserved for some time, there occur interruptions which may be described in the following words. But then it seemed as though it were, at the same time, another place, and there such and such a thing happened. In these cases, what interrupts the main action of the dream, which after a while may be continued again, reveals itself in the dream material as a subordinate clause, an interpolated thought. Conditionality in the dream thoughts is represented by simultaneity in the dream content. We may now ask, what is the meaning of the sensation of inhibited movement which so often occurs in dreams and is so closely allied to anxiety? One wants to move and is unable to stir from the spot, or wants to accomplish something and encounters obstacle after obstacle. The train is about to start and one cannot reach it. One's hand is raised to avenge an insult, and its strength fails, etc. We have already met with this sensation in exhibition dreams, but have as yet made no serious attempt to interpret it. It is convenient, but inadequate, to answer that there is motor paralysis in sleep which manifests itself by means of the sensation alluded to. We may ask, why is it then that we do not dream continually of such inhibited movements? And we may permissibly suspect that this sensation, which may at any time occur during sleep, serves some sort of purpose for representation, and is evoked only when the need of this representation is present in the dream material. Inability to do a thing does not always appear in the dream as a sensation. It may appear simply as part of the dream content. I think one case of this kind is especially fitted to enlighten us as to the meaning of this peculiarity. I shall give an abridged version of a dream in which I seem to be accused of dishonesty. The scene is a mixture made up of a private sanatorium and several other places. A manservant appears to summon me to an inquiry. I know in the dream that something has been missed, and that the inquiry is taking place because I am suspected of having appropriated the lost article. Analysis shows that inquiry is to be taken in two senses. It includes the meaning of medical examination. Being conscious of my innocence and my position as consultant in this sanatorium, I calmly follow the manservant. We are received at the door by another manservant, who says, pointing at me, "Have you brought him? Why, he is a respectable man." Thereupon, and unattended, I enter a great hall where there are many machines, which reminds me of an inferno with its hellish instruments of punishment. I see a colleague strapped to an appliance. He has every reason to be interested in my appearance, but he takes no notice of me. I understand that I may now go. Then I cannot find my hat, and cannot go after all. The wish that the dream fulfills is obviously the wish that my honesty shall be acknowledged, and that I may be permitted to go. There must therefore be all sorts of material in the dream thoughts which comprise a contradiction of this wish. The fact that I may go is the sign of my absolution. If, then, the dream provides at its close an event which prevents me from going, we may readily conclude that the suppressed material of the contradiction is asserting itself in this feature. The fact that I cannot find my hat therefore means you are not, after all, an honest man. The inability to do something in the dream is the expression of a contradiction, a no, so that our earlier assertion, to the effect that the dream is not capable of expressing a negation, must be revised accordingly. The fact that I cannot find my hat is an experience of the day which has been exploited in various senses. Our servant, who was a genius at stowing things away, had hidden the hat. A rejection of melancholy thoughts of death is concealed behind the conclusion of the dream. I have not nearly done my duty yet. I cannot go yet. Birth and death together, as in the dream of Goethe and the paralytic, which was a little earlier in date. In other dreams in which the inability to do something occurs not merely as a situation, but also as a sensation, the same contradiction is more emphatically expressed by the sensation of inhibited movement, or a will to which a counterwill is opposed. Thus the sensation of inhibited movement represents a conflict of will. We shall see later on that this very motor paralysis during sleep is one of the fundamental conditions of the psychic process which functions during dreaming. Now, an impulse which is conveyed to the motor system is none other than the will, and the fact that we are certain that the impulse will be inhibited in sleep makes the whole process extraordinarily well adapted to the representation of a will towards something, and of a no which opposes itself thereto. From my explanation of anxiety, it is easy to understand why the sensation of the inhibited will is so closely allied to anxiety, and why it is so often connected with it in dreams. Anxiety is a libidinal impulse which emanates from the unconscious, and is inhibited by the preconscious. Therefore, when a sensation of inhibition in the dream is accompanied by anxiety, the dream must be concerned with a volition which was at one time capable of arousing libido. There must be a sexual impulse. As for the judgment which is often expressed during a dream, of course, it is only a dream, and the psychic force to which it may be ascribed, I shall discuss these questions later on. For the present, I will merely say that they are intended to depreciate the importance of what is being dreamed. The interesting problem allied to this, as to what is meant of a certain content in the dream, is characterized in the dream itself as having been dreamed. The riddle of a dream within a dream has been solved in a similar sense by W. Steckel, by the analysis of some convincing examples. Here again the part of the dream dreamed is to be depreciated in value and robbed of its reality. That which the dreamer continues to dream after waking from the dream within a dream is what the dream wish desires to place of the obliterated reality. It may therefore be assumed that the part dreamed contains the representation of the reality, the real memory, while on the other hand, the continued dream contains the representation of what the dreamer merely wishes. The inclusion of a certain content in a dream within a dream is therefore equivalent to the wish that what has been characterized as a dream had never occurred. In other words, when a particular incident is represented by the dream work in a dream, it signifies the strongest confirmation of the reality of this incident, the most emphatic affirmation of it. The dream work utilizes the dream itself as a form of repudiation, and thereby confirms the theory that a dream is a wish fulfillment. End of section 29. Recording by Alicia in Philadelphia.
Section 30 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 30. Regard for Representability. We hitherto have been concerned with investigating the manner in which our dreams represent the relations between the dream thoughts, but we have often extended our inquiry to the further question as to what alterations the dream material itself undergoes for the purposes of dream formation. We now know that the dream material, after being stripped of a great many of its relations, is subjected to compression, while at the same time displacements of the intensity of its elements enforce a psychic transvaluation of this material. The displacements which we have considered were shown to be substitutions of one particular idea for another, in some way related to the original by its associations, and the displacements were made to facilitate the condensation, inasmuch as in this manner, instead of two elements, a common mean between them found its way into the dream. So far no mention has been made of any other kind of displacement, but we learn from the analyses that displacement of another kind does occur, and that it manifests itself in an exchange of the verbal expression for the thought in question. In both cases we are dealing with the displacement along a chain of associations, but the same process takes place in different psychic spheres, and the result of this displacement in the one case is that one element is replaced by another, while in the other case an element exchanges its verbal shape for another. The second kind of displacement occurring in dream formation is not only of great theoretical interest, but also peculiarly well fitted to explain the appearance of fantastic absurdity in which dreams disguise themselves. Displacement usually occurs in such a way that a colorless and abstract expression of the dream thought is exchanged for one that is pictorial and concrete. The advantage, and along with it the purpose, of this substitution is obvious. Whatever is pictorial can be capable of representation in dreams, and can be fitted into a situation in which abstract expression would confront the dream representation with difficulties not unlike those which would arise if a political leading article had to be represented in an illustrated journal. Not only the possibility of representation, but also the interests of condensation and of the censorship, may be furthered by this exchange. Once the abstractly expressed and unserviceable dream thought is translated into pictorial language, those contacts and identities between this new expression and the rest of the dream material which are required by the dream work, in which it contrives whenever they are not available, are more readily provided, since in every language concrete terms, owing to their evolution, are richer in associations than are abstract terms. It may be imagined that a good part of the intermediate work in dream formation, which seeks to reduce the separate dream thoughts to the tersest and most unified expression in the dream, is effected in this manner, by fitting paraphrases of the various thoughts. The one thought whose mode of expression has perhaps been determined by other factors will therewith exert a distributive and selective influence on the expressions available for the others, and it may even do this from the very start, just as it would in the creative activity of a poet. When a poem is to be written in rhymed couplets, the second rhyming line is bound by two conditions. It must express the meaning allotted to it, and its expression must permit of a rhyme with the first line. The best poems are, of course, those in which one does not detect the effort to find a rhyme, and in which both thoughts have, as a matter of course, by mutual induction, selected the verbal expression which, with a little subsequent adjustment, will permit of the rhyme. In some cases, the change of expression serves the purpose of dream condensation more directly, in that it provides an arrangement of words which, being ambiguous, permits of the expression of more than one dream thoughts. The whole range of verbal wit is thus made to serve the purpose of the dream work. The part is played by words in dream formation ought not to surprise us. A word, as the point of junction of a number of ideas, possesses, as it were, a predestined ambiguity, and the neuroses, obsessions, phobias, take advantage of the opportunities for condensation and disguise afforded by words quite as eagerly as do dreams. That dream distortion also profits by this displacement of expression may be readily demonstrated. It is indeed confusing if one ambiguous word is substituted for two with single meanings, and the replacement of sober everyday language by a plastic mode of expression baffles our understanding, especially since a dream never tells us whether the elements presented by it are to be interpreted literally or metaphorically, whether they refer to the dream material directly or only by means of interpolated expressions. Generally speaking, in the interpretation of any element of a dream, it is doubtful whether it is a. To be accepted in the negative or positive sense, contrast relation; b. Is to be interpreted historically as a memory; c. Is symbolic; or whether d. Its valuation is based upon its wording. In spite of this versatility, we may say that the representation effected by the dream work, which was never even intended to be understood, does not impose upon the translator any greater difficulties than those that the ancient writers of hieroglyphics imposed upon their readers. I have already given several examples of dream representations which are held together only by ambiguity of expression. Her mouth opens without difficulty in the dream of Irma's infection. I cannot go yet after all in the last dream related, etc. I shall now cite a dream in the analysis of which plastic representation of the abstract thought plays a greater part. The difference between such dream interpretation and the interpretation by means of symbols may nevertheless be clearly defined. In the symbolic interpretation of dreams, the key to the symbolism is selected arbitrarily by the interpreter, while in our own cases of verbal disguise these keys are universally known and are taken from established modes of speech. Provided one hits on the right idea on the right occasion, one may solve dreams of this kind either completely or in part, independently of any statements made by the dreamer. A lady friend of mine dreams. She is at the opera. It is a Wagnerian performance which has lasted until 7:45 in the morning. In the stalls and pit there are tables, at which people are eating and drinking. Her cousin and his young wife, who have just returned from their honeymoon, are sitting at one of these tables. Beside them is a member of the aristocracy. The young wife is said to have brought him back with her from the honeymoon quite openly, just as she may have brought back a hat. In the middle of the stalls there is a high tower, on the top of which there is a platform surrounded by an iron railing. There, high overhead, stands the conductor, with the features of Hans Richter continually running round behind the railing, perspiring terribly, and from this position he is conducting the orchestra, which is arranged round the base of the tower. She herself is sitting in a box with a friend of her own sex, known to me. Her younger sister tries to hand her up from the stalls a large lump of coal, alleging that she has not known it would be this long, so she must by this time be miserably cold, as if the boxes ought to have been heated during the long performance. Although in other respects the dream gives a good picture of the situation, it is of course nonsensical enough. The tower in the middle of the stalls, from which the conductor leads the orchestra, and above all the coal which her sister hands up to her. I purposely asked for no analysis of this dream. With some knowledge of the personal relations of the dreamer, I was able to interpret parts of it independently of her. I knew she had felt intense sympathy for a musician whose career had been prematurely brought to an end by insanity. I therefore decided to take the tower and the stalls verbally. It then emerged that the man whom she wished to see in the place of Hans Richter towered above all the other members of the orchestra. This tower must be described as a composite formation by means of apposition. By its substructure it represents the greatness of the man, but by the railing at the top, behind which he runs round like a prisoner or an animal in a cage, in allusion to the name of the unfortunate man, it represents his later fate. Lunatic tower is perhaps the expression in which the two thoughts might have met. Now that we have discovered the dream's method of representation, we may try with the same key to unlock the meaning of the second apparent absurdity, that of the coal which her sister hands up to the dreamer. Coal should mean secret love. No fire, no coal so hotly glows as the secret of love which no one knows. She and her friend remain seated while her younger sister, who still has a prospect of marrying, hands her up the coal because she did not know that it would be so long. What would be so long is not told in the dream. If it were an anecdote, we should say the performance, but in the dream we may consider the sentence as it is, declare it to be ambiguous, and add before she married. The interpretation secret love is then confirmed by the mention of the cousin, who is sitting with his wife in the stalls, and by the open love affair attributed to the latter. The contrast between secret and open love, between the dreamer's fire and the coldness of the young wife, dominate the dream. Moreover, here, once again, there is a person in a high position as a middle term between the aristocrat and the musician who is justified in raising high hopes. In the above analysis we have at last brought to light a third factor, whose part in the transformation of the dream thoughts into dream content is by no means trivial, namely consideration of the suitability of the dream thoughts for representation in the particular psychic material of which the dream makes use, that is for the most part in visual images. Among the various subordinate ideas associated with the essential dream thoughts, those will be preferred which permit use of visual representation, and the dream work does not hesitate to recast the intractable thoughts into an other verbal form, even though this is a more unusual form, provided it makes representation possible and thus puts an end to the psychological distress caused by strangulated thinking. This pouring of the thought content into another mold may at the same time serve the work of condensation, and may establish relations with another thought which otherwise would not have been established. It is even possible that the second thought may itself have been previously changed in its original expression for the purpose of meeting the first one halfway. Herbert Silberer has described a good method of directly observing the transformation of thoughts into images which occurs in dream formation, and has thus made it possible to study in isolation this one factor of the dream work. If, while in a state of fatigue and somnolence, he imposed upon himself a mental effort, it frequently happened that the thought escaped him, and in its place there appeared a picture in which he could recognize the substitute for the thought. Not quite appropriately, Silberer described this substitution as autosymbolic. I shall cite here a few examples from Silberer's work, and on account of certain peculiarities of the phenomena observed I shall refer to the subject later on. Example 1. I remember that I have to correct a halting passage in an essay. Symbol. I see myself planing a piece of wood. Example 5. I endeavor to call to mind the aim of a certain metaphysical studies which I am proposing to undertake. This aim, I reflect, consists in working one's way through, while seeking for the basis of existence, to ever higher forms of consciousness or levels of being. Symbol. I run a long knife under a cake as though to take a slice out of it. Interpretation. My movement with the knife signifies working one's way through. The explanation of the basis of the symbolism is as follows. At table it devolves upon me now and again to cut and distribute a cake, a business which I perform with a long flexible knife, and which necessitates a certain amount of care. In particular, the neat extraction of the cut slices of cake presents a certain amount of difficulty. The knife must be carefully pushed under the slices in question, the slow working one's way through, in order to get to the bottom. But there is yet more symbolism in the picture. The cake of the symbol was really a Dobos cake, that is, a cake in which the knife has to cut through several layers, the levels of consciousness and thought. Example 9. I lost the thread in a train of thought. I make an effort to find it again, but I have to recognize that the point of departure has completely escaped me. Symbol. Part of a form of type, the last lines of which have fallen out. In view of the part played by witticisms, puns, quotations, songs, and proverbs in the intellectual life of educated persons, it would be entirely in accordance with our expectations to find disguises of this sort used in extreme frequency in the representation of the dream thoughts. Only in the case of a few types of material has a generally valid dream symbolism established itself on the basis of generally known allusions and verbal equivalents. A good part of this symbolism, however, is common to the psychoneuroses, legends, and popular usages as well to the dreams. In fact, if we look more closely into the matter, we must recognize that in employing this type of substitution, the dream work is doing nothing at all original. For the achievement of its purpose, which in this case is representation without interference from the censorship, it simply follows the path which it finds already marked out in unconscious thinking, and gives the preference to those transformations of the repressed material which are permitted to become conscious also in the form of witticisms and allusions, and with which the fantasies of neurotics are replete. Here we suddenly begin to understand the dream interpretations of Scherner, whose essential correctness I have vindicated elsewhere. The preoccupation of the imagination with one's own body is by no means peculiar to or characteristic of the dream alone. My analyses have shown me that it is constantly found in the unconscious thinking of neurotics, and may be traced back to sexual curiosity, whose object in the adolescent youth or maiden is the genitals of the opposite sex or even of the same sex. But as Scherner and Volket very truly insist, the house does not constitute the only group of ideas which is employed for the symbolism of the body, either in dreams or in the unconscious fantasies of neurosis. To be sure, I know patients who have steadily adhered to an architectural symbolism for the body and genitals. Sexual interest, of course, extends far beyond the region of the external genital organs. Patients for whom posts and pillars signify legs, as in the Song of Songs, to whom every door suggests a bodily aperture, hole, and every water pipe the urinary system, and so on. But the group of ideas appertaining to plant life or to the kitchen are just as often chosen to conceal sexual images. In respect of the former everyday language, the sediment of imaginative comparisons dating from the remotest times has abundantly paved the way. The vineyard of the Lord, the seed of Adam, the garden of the maiden, and the Song of Songs. The ugliest as well as the most intimate details of sexual life may be thought of or dreamed of in apparently innocent allusions to culinary operations, and the symptoms of hysteria will be absolutely unintelligible if we forget that sexual symbolism may conceal itself behind the most commonplace and inconspicuous matters as its safest hiding place. That some neurotic children cannot look at blood and raw meat, that they vomit at the sight of eggs and macaroni, and that the dread of snakes, which is natural to mankind, is monstrously exaggerated in neurotics, all this has definite sexual meaning. Wherever the neurosis employs a disguise of this sort, it treads the path once trodden by the whole of humanity and the early stages of civilization, paths to whose thinly veiled existence our idiomatic expressions, proverbs, superstitions, and customs testify to this day. I here insert the promised flower dream of a female patient, in which I shall print in Roman type everything which is to be sexually interpreted. This beautiful dream lost all its charm for the dreamer once it had been interpreted. A. Preliminary dream. She goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a very large number of heavy kitchen utensils in the kitchen, heaped into piles and turned upside down in order to drain. Later addition. The two maids go to fetch water, and have, as it were, to climb into a river which reaches up to the house or into the courtyard. B. Main dream. She is descending from a height, 2, over curiously constructed railings, or a fence which is composed of large square, trellis work hurdles and small square apertures. 3. It is really not adapted for climbing. She is constantly afraid that she cannot find a place for her foot, and she is glad that her dress does not get caught anywhere, and that she is able to climb it so respectably. 4. As she climbs she is carrying a big branch in her hand. 5. Really like a tree which is so thickly studded with red flowers, a spreading branch with so many twigs. 6. With this is connected the idea of cherry blossoms, bloodin equals flowers, but they look fully opened camellias, which of course do not grow on trees. As she is descending she first has one, then suddenly two, and then again only one. 7. When she has reached the ground the lower flowers have already begun to fall. Now that she has reached the bottom she sees an odd man who is combing, as she would like to put it, just such a tree, that is, with a piece of wood he is scraping thick bunches of hair from it, which hang from it like moss. Other men have chopped off such branches in a garden and have flung them into the road, where they are lying about, so that a number of people take some of them. But she asks whether this is right, whether she may take one too. 8. In the garden there stands a young man. He is a foreigner and known to her, toward whom she goes in order to ask about how it is possible to transplant such branches into her own garden. 9. He embraces her, whereupon she struggles and asks him what he is thinking of, whether it is permissible to embrace her in such a manner. He says there is nothing wrong in it, that it is permitted. 10. He then declares himself willing to go with her into the other garden, in order to show her how to put them in, and he says something to her which she does not quite understand. Besides this, I need 3 meters. Later she says square meters, or 3 fathoms of ground. It seems as though he were asking her for something in return for his willingness, as though he had the intention of indemnifying or reimbursing himself in her garden, as though he wanted to evade some law or other, to derive some advantage from it without causing her an injury. She does not know whether or not he really shows her anything. 2. Exalted origin, the wish contract to the preliminary dream. 3. A composite formation which unites 2 localities, the so-called garret, German Boden equals floor, garret, of her father's house, in which she used to play with her brother, the object of her later fantasies, and the farm of a malicious uncle who used to tease her. 4. Wish contract to an actual memory of her uncle's farm, to the effect that she used to expose herself while she was asleep. 5. Just as the angel bears a lily stem in the Annunciation. 6. For the explanation of this composite formation, see earlier in the chapter. See Innocence, Menstruation, La Dame aux Camélias. 7. Referring to plurality of the persons who serve her fantasies. 8. Whether it is permissible to masturbate. Sich enim virgitatium means to pull off, and colloquially to masturbate. Tr. 9. The branch asked has long been used to represent the male organ, and moreover contains a very distinct allusion to the family name of the dreamer. 10. Refers to the matrimonial precautions, as does that which immediately follows. The above dream, which has been given prominence on account of its symbolic elements, may be described as a biographical dream. Such dreams occur frequently in psychoanalysis, but perhaps only rarely outside it. I have, of course, an abundance of such material, but to reproduce it here would lead us too far into the consideration of neurotic conditions. Everything points us to the same conclusion, namely, that we need not assume any special symbolizing activity of the psyche is operative in dream formation, that, on the contrary, the dream makes use of such symbolizations as are to be found ready-made in unconscious thinking, since these, by reason of their case of representation, are for the most part, by reason of their being exempt from the censorship, satisfy more effectively the requirements of the dream formation. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Malone. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 31. Representation in Dreams by Symbols. Some further typical dreams. Part 1. The analysis of the last biographical dream shows that I recognize the symbolism in dreams from the very onset. But it was only little by little that I arrived at a full appreciation of its extent and significance, as the result of increasing experience, and under the influence of the works of W. Steckel, concerning which I may here fittingly say something. This author, who has perhaps injured psychoanalysis as much as he has benefited it, produced a large number of novel symbolic translations, to which no credence was given at first, but most of which were later confirmed and had to be accepted. Steckel's services are in no way belittled by the remark that the skeptical reserve with which these symbols were received was not unjustified, for the examples upon which he based his interpretations were often unconvincing, and moreover, he employed a method which must be rejected as scientifically unreliable. Steckel found his symbolic meanings by way of intuition, by virtue of his individual faculty of immediately understanding the symbols. But such an art cannot be generally assumed. Its efficiency is immune from criticism, and its results, have therefore no claim to credibility. It is as though one were to base one's diagnosis of infectious diseases on the olfactory impressions received beside the sickbed, although of course there have been clinicians to whom the sense of smell, atrophied in most people, has been of greater service than to others, and who really have been able to diagnose a case of abdominal typhus by their sense of smell. The progressive experience of psychoanalysis has enabled us to discover patients who have displayed, in a surprising degree, this immediate understanding of dream symbolism. Many of these patients suffered from dementia praecox, so that for a time there was an inclination to suspect that all dreamers with such an understanding of symbols were suffering from that disorder. But this did not prove to be the case. It is simply a question of a personal gift or idiosyncrasy without perceptible pathological significance. When one has familiarized oneself with the extensive employment of symbolism for the representation of sexual material in dreams, one naturally asks oneself whether many of these symbols have not a permanently established meaning, like the signs in shorthand. And one even thinks of attempting to compile a new dream book on the lines of the cipher method. In this connection, it should be noted that symbolism does not appertain especially to dreams, but rather to the unconscious imagination, and particularly to that of the people, and it is to be found in a more developed condition in folklore, myths, legends, idiomatic phrases, proverbs, and the current witticisms of a person than in dreams. We should have, therefore, to go far beyond the province of dream interpretation in order to fully investigate the meaning of symbolism, and to discuss the numerous problems, for the most part still unsolved, which are associated with the concept of the symbol. We shall here confine ourselves to saying that representation by a symbol comes under the heading of the indirect representations, but that we are warned by all sorts of signs against indiscriminately classing symbolic representation with the other modes of indirect representation before we have clearly conceived its distinguishing characteristics. In a number of cases, the common quality shared by the symbol and the thing which it represents is obvious. In others, it is concealed. In these latter cases, the choice of the symbol appears to be enigmatic, and these are the very cases that must be able to elucidate the ultimate meaning of the symbolic relation. They point to the fact that it is of a generic nature. What is today symbolically connected was probably united, in primitive times, by conceptual and linguistic identity. The symbolic relationship seems to be a residue and reminder of a former identity. It may also be noted that in many cases the symbolic identity extends beyond the linguistic identity, as had already been asserted by Schubert, 1814. Dreams employ this symbolism to give a distinguished representation to their latent thoughts. Among the symbols thus employed, there are, of course, many which constantly, or all but constantly, mean the same thing. But we must bear in mind the curious plasticity of psychic material. Often enough, a symbol in the dream content may have to be interpreted not symbolically, but in accordance with its proper meaning. At other times, the dreamer, having to deal with special memory material, may take the law into his own hands and employ anything whatever as a sexual symbol, though it is not generally so employed. Wherever he has the choice of several symbols for the representation of a dream content, he will decide in favor of that symbol which is, in addition, objectively related to his other thought material. That is to say, he will employ an individual motivation besides the typically valid one. Although since Sharmer's time the more recent investigations of dream problems have definitely established the existence of a dream symbolism, even Havelock Ellis acknowledges that our dreams are indubitably full of symbols, it must yet be admitted that the existence of symbols in dreams has not only facilitated dream interpretation, but has also made it more difficult. The technique of interpretation, in accordance with the dreamer's free associations, more often than otherwise, leaves us in the lurch as far as the symbolic elements of the dream content are concerned. A return to the arbitrariness of dream interpretation as it was practiced in antiquity and is seemingly revived by Stekel's wild interpretations is contrary to scientific method. Consequently, those elements in the dream content which are to be symbolically regarded compel us to employ a combined technique, which on the one hand is based on the dreamer's associations, while on the other hand the missing portions have to be supplied by the interpreter's understanding of the symbols. Critical circumspection in the solution of the symbols must coincide with careful study of the symbols in especially transparent examples of dreams, in order to silence the reproach of arbitrariness in dream interpretation. The uncertainties which still adhere to our function as dream interpreters are due partly to our imperfect knowledge, which, however, can be progressively increased, and partly to certain peculiarities of the dream symbols themselves. These often possess many and varied meanings, so that, as in Chinese script, only the context can furnish the correct meaning. This multiple significance of the symbol is allied to the dreamer's faculty of admitting over-interpretations, of representing in the same content various wish impulses and thought formations, often of a widely divergent character. After these limitations and reservations, I will proceed. The emperor and the empress, king and queen, in most cases really represent the dreamer's parents. The dreamer himself or herself is the prince or princess, but the high authority conceded to the emperor is also conceded to great men, so that in some dreams, for example, Goethe appears as a father symbol, Hitchman. All elongated objects, sticks, tree trunks, umbrellas, on account of the opening, which might be likened to an erection, all sharp and elongated weapons, knives, daggers, and pikes, represent the male member. A frequent, but not very intelligible symbol for the same is a nail file, a reference to rubbing and scraping. Small boxes, chests, cupboards, and ovens correspond to the female organ, also cavities, ships, and all kinds of vessels. A room in a dream generally represents a woman. The description of its various entrances and exits is scarcely calculated to make us doubt this interpretation. The interest as to whether the room is open or locked will be readily understood in this connection. There is no need to be explicit as to the sort of key that will unlock the room. The symbolism of lock and key has been gracefully, if broadly employed, by Uhland in his Song of the Graf Eberstein. The dream of walking through a suite of rooms signifies a brothel or a harem, but as H. Sachs has shown by an admirable example, it is also employed to represent marriage, contrast. An interesting relation to the sexual investigations of childhood emerges when the dreamer dreams of two rooms which were previously one, or finds that a familiar room in a house of which he dreams has been divided into two, or the reverse. In childhood, the female genitals and anus, the behind, are conceived as a single opening according to the infantile cloaca theory, and only later is it discovered that this region of the body contains two separate cavities and openings. Steep inclines, ladders, and stairs, and going up or down them are symbolic representations of the sexual act. Smooth walls over which one climbs, facades of houses across which one lets oneself down, often with a sense of great anxiety, correspond to erect human bodies, and probably repeat in our dreams childish memories of climbing up parents or nurses. Smooth walls are men. In anxiety dreams, one often holds firmly to projections on houses. Tables, whether bare or covered, and boards are women, perhaps by virtue of contrast, since they have no protruding contours. Wood, generally speaking, seems, in accordance with its linguistic relations, to represent feminine matter, materie. The name of the island Madeira means wood in Portuguese. Since bed and board, mensa et thorus, constitute marriage, in dreams the latter is often substituted for the former, and as far as practicable, the sexual representation complex is transposed to the eating complex. Of articles of dress, a woman's hat may very often be interpreted with certainty as the male genitals. In the dreams of men, one often finds the necktie as a symbol for the penis. This is not only because neckties hang down in front of the body and are characteristic of men, but also because one can select them at pleasure, a freedom which nature prohibits as regards the original of the symbol. Persons who make use of this symbol in dreams are very extravagant in the matter of ties, and possess whole collections of them. All complicated machines and appliances are very probably the genitals, as a rule the male genitals, in the description of which the symbolism of dreams is as indefatigable as human wit. It is quite unmistakable that all weapons and tools are used as symbols for the male organ, e.g., plowshare, hammer, gun, revolver, dagger, sword, etc. Again, many of the landscapes seen in dreams, especially those that contain bridges or wooded mountains, may be readily recognized as descriptions of the genitals. Markinovsky collected a series of examples in which the dreamer explained his dream by means of drawings, in order to represent the landscapes and places appearing in it. These drawings clearly showed the distinction between the manifest and the latent meaning of the dream, whereas naively regarded they seemed to represent plans, maps, and so forth. Closer investigation showed that they were representations of the human body, of the genitals, etc., and only after conceiving them thus could the dream be understood. Finally, where one finds incomprehensible neologisms, one may suspect combinations of components having a sexual significance. Children, too, often signify the genitals, since men and women are in the habit of fondly referring to their genital organs as little man, little woman, little thing. The little brother was correctly recognized by Steckel as the penis. To play with or to beat a little child is often the dreamer's representation of masturbation. The dream work represents castration by baldness, hair-cutting, the loss of teeth, and beheading. As an insurance against castration, the dream uses one of the common symbols of the penis in double or multiple form, and the appearance in a dream of a lizard, an animal whose tail, if pulled off, is regenerated by a new growth, has the same meaning. Most of these animals, which are utilized as genital symbols in mythology and folklore, play this part also in dreams. The fish, the snail, the cat, the mouse, on account of the hairiness of the genitals, but above all the snake, which is the most important symbol of the male member. Small animals and vermin are substitutes for little children, that is, undesired sisters or brothers. To be infected with vermin is often the equivalent for pregnancy. As a very recent symbol of the male organ, I may mention the airship, whose employment is justified by its relation to flying, and also occasionally by its form. Steckel has given a number of other symbols, not yet sufficiently verified, which he has illustrated by examples. The works of this author, and especially his book Die Sprache des Traumes, contain the richest collection of interpretations of symbols, some of which were ingeniously guessed, and were proved to be correct upon investigation, as, for example, in the section on the symbolism of death. The author's lack of critical reflection and its tendency to generalize at all costs make his interpretations doubtful or inapplicable, so that in making use of his works, caution is urgently advised. I shall therefore restrict myself to mentioning a few examples. The luggage of a traveler is the burden of sin by which one is oppressed, Ibid. But a traveler's luggage often proves to be an unmistakable symbol of one's own genitals. To numbers, which frequently occur in dreams, Steckel has assigned a fixed symbolic meaning, but these interpretations seem neither sufficiently verified nor of universal validity, although in individual cases they can usually be recognized as plausible. We have, at all events, abundant confirmation that the figure 3 is a symbol of the male genitals. One of Steckel's generalizations refers to the double meaning of the genital symbols. Where is there a symbol, he asks, which, if any way permitted by the imagination, may not be used simultaneously in the masculine and the feminine sense? To be sure, the clause in parentheses retracts much of the absolute character of this assertion, for this double meaning is not always permitted by the imagination. Still, I think it is not superfluous to state that, in my experience, this general statement of Steckel's requires elaboration. Besides those symbols which are just as frequently employed for the male as for the female genitals, there are others which preponderantly, or almost exclusively, designate one of the sexes, and there are yet others which, so far as we know, have only the male or only the female signification. To use long, stiff objects and weapons as symbols of the female genitals, or hollow objects, chests, boxes, etc., as symbols of the male genitals, is certainly not permitted by the imagination. It is true that the tendency of dreams and of the unconscious fantasy to employ the sexual symbols bisexually reveals an archaic trait, for in childhood the difference in the genitals is unknown, and the same genitals are attributed to both sexes. One may also be misled as regards the significance of a bisexual symbol if one forgets the fact that in some dreams a general reversal of sexes takes place, so that the male organ is represented by the female and vice versa. Such dreams express, for example, the wish of a woman to be a man. The genitals may even be represented in dreams by other parts of the body, the male member by the hand or the foot, the female genital orifice by the mouth, the ear, or even the eye. The secretions of the human body, mucus, tears, urine, semen, etc., may be used in dreams interchangeably. The statement of Steckel's, correct in the main, has suffered a justifiable critical restriction as the result of certain comments of R. Reitler's Internat Zeitschrift für Psychologie, 1913. The gist of the matter is the replacement of an important secretion, such as the semen, by an indifferent one. These very incomplete indications may suffice to stimulate others to make a more painstaking collection. I have attempted a much more detailed account of dream symbolism in my general introduction to psychoanalysis. In spite of all the differences between Schemer's conception of dream symbolism and the one developed here, I must still insist that Schemer should be recognized as the true discoverer of symbolism in dreams, and that the experience of psychoanalysis has brought his book, published in 1861, into posthumous repute. I shall now append a few instances of the use of such symbols, which will show how impossible it is to arrive at the interpretation of a dream if one excludes dream symbolism, but also how, in many cases, it is imperatively forced upon one. At the same time, I must expressly warn the investigator against overestimating the importance of symbols in the interpretation of dreams, restricting the work of dream translation to the translation of symbols, and neglecting the technique of utilizing the associations of the dreamer. The two techniques of dream interpretation must supplement one another, practically, however, as well as theoretically. Precedence is retained by the latter process, which assigns the final significance to the utterances of the dreamer, while the symbol translation which we undertake play an auxiliary part. The hat as the symbol of a man, or of the male genitals. A fragment from the dream of a young woman who suffered from agoraphobia as the result of her fear of temptation. From Nachtrage zur Traumdeutung in Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, 1 numbers 5 through 6, 1911. I am walking in the street in summer. I am wearing a straw hat of peculiar shape, the middle piece of which is bent upwards, while the side pieces hang downwards. Here the description hesitates, and in such a fashion that one hangs lower than the other. I am cheerful and in a confident mood, and as I pass a number of young officers, I think to myself, "You can't do anything to me." As she could produce no associations to the hat, I said to her, "The hat is really a male genital organ, with its raised middle piece and the two downward-hanging side pieces. It is perhaps peculiar that her hat should be supposed to be a man, but after all one says, unter die Haube kommen, to get under the cap, when we mean to get married. I intentionally refrained from interpreting the details concerning the unequal dependence of the two side pieces, although the determination of just such details must point the way to the interpretation. I went on to say that if therefore she had a husband with such splendid genitals, she would not have to fear the officers. That is, she would have nothing to wish from them, for it was essentially her temptation fantasies which prevented her from going about unprotected and unaccompanied. This last explanation of her anxiety I had already been able to give her repeatedly on the basis of other material. It is quite remarkable how the dreamer behaved after this interpretation. She withdrew her description of the hat and would not admit that she had said that the two side pieces were hanging down. I was, however, too sure of what I had heard to allow myself to be misled, and so I insisted that she did say it. She was quiet for a while, and then found the courage to ask why it was that one of her husband's testicles was lower than the other, and whether it was the same with all men. With this The peculiar detail of the hat was explained, and the whole interpretation was accepted by her. The hat symbol was familiar to me long before the patient related this dream. From other but less transparent cases, I believed that I might assume the hat could also stand for the female genitals. 2. The little one as the genital organ, being run over as a symbol of sexual intercourse. Another dream of the same agoraphobic patient. Her mother sends away her little daughter so that she has to go alone. She then drives with her mother to the railway station and sees her little one walking right along the track, so that she is bound to be run over. She hears the bones crack. At this she experiences a feeling of discomfort but no real horror. She then looks through the carriage window to see whether the parts cannot be seen behind. Then she reproaches her mother for allowing the little one to go out alone. Analysis. It is not an easy matter to give here a complete interpretation of the dream. It forms part of a cycle of dreams, and can be fully understood only in connection with the rest, for it is not easy to obtain the material necessary to demonstrate the symbolism in a sufficiently isolated condition. The patient at first finds that the railway journey is to be interpreted historically as an allusion to a departure from a sanatorium for nervous diseases, with whose director she was, of course, in love. Her mother fetched her away, and before her departure the physician came to the railway station and gave her a bunch of flowers. She felt uncomfortable because her mother witnessed this attention. Here the mother, therefore, appears as the disturber of her tender feelings, a role actually played by this strict woman during her daughter's girlhood. The next association referred to the sentence, "She then looks to see whether the parts cannot be seen behind." In the dream facade, one would naturally be compelled to think of the pieces of the little daughter who had been run over and crushed. The association, however, turns in quite a different direction. She recalls that she once saw her father in the bathroom naked from behind. She then begins to talk about sex differences and remarks that in the man the genitals can be seen from behind, but in the woman they cannot. In this connection, she now herself offers the interpretation that the little one is the genital organ, and her little one, she has a 4-year-old daughter, her own again. She reproaches her mother for wanting her to live as though she had no genitals, and recognizes this reproach in the introductory sentence of the dream. The mother sends her little one away so that she has to go alone. In her fantasy, going alone through the streets means having no man, no sexual relations, co-ire, to go together. And this she does not like. According to all her statements, she really suffered as a girl through her mother's jealousy, because her father showed a preference for her. The deeper interpretation of this dream depends upon another dream of the same night, in which the dreamer identifies herself with her brother. She was a tomboy, and was always being told that she should have been born a boy. This identification with the brother shows with especial clearness that the little one signifies the genital organ. The mother threatened him, her, with castration, which could only be understood as a punishment for playing with the genital parts, and the identification, therefore, shows that she herself had masturbated as a child, though she had retained only a memory of her brother's having done so. An early knowledge of the male genitals, which she lost later, must, according to the assertions of this second dream, have been acquired at this time. Moreover, the second dream points to the infantile sexual theory that girls originate from boys as a result of castration. After I had told her of this childhood belief, she at once confirmed it by an anecdote in which the boy asks the girl, "Was it cut off?" To which the girl replies, "No, it's always been like that." Consequently, the sending away of the little one, of the genital organ, in the first dream refers also to the threatened castration. Finally, she blames her mother for not having born her as a boy. That being run over symbolizes sexual intercourse would not be evident from this dream if we had not learned it from many other sources. 3. Representation of the genitals by buildings, stairs, and shafts. Dream of a young man inhibited by a father complex. He is taking a walk with his father in a place which is certainly the Prater, for one can see the rotunda, in front of which there is a small vestibule, to which there is attached a captive balloon. The balloon, however, seems rather limp. His father asks him what this is all for. He is surprised at it, but he explains it to his father. They come into a courtyard in which lies a large sheet of tin. His father wants to pull off a big piece of this, but at first looks round to see if anyone is watching. He tells his father that all he needs to do is to speak to the overseer, and then he can take as much as he wants to, without any more ado. From this courtyard a flight of stairs leads down into a shaft, the walls of which are softly upholstered, rather like a leather armchair. At the end of this shaft there is a long platform, and then a new shaft begins. Analysis. This dreamer belonged to a type of patient which is not at all promising from a therapeutic point of view. Up to a certain point in the analysis, such patients offer no resistance whatever, but from that point onwards they prove to be almost inaccessible. This dream he analyzed almost independently. The rotunda, he said, is my genitals. The captive balloon in front is my penis, about whose flaccidity I have been worried. We must, however, interpret it in greater detail. The rotunda is the buttocks, constantly associated by the child with the genitals. The smaller structure in front is the scrotum. In the dream, his father asks him what this is all for. That is, he asks him about the purpose and arrangement of the genitals. It is quite evident that this state of affairs should be reversed, and that he ought to be the questioner. As such questioning on the part of the father never occurred in reality, we must conceive the dream thought as a wish, or perhaps take it conditionally as follows: if I had asked my father for sexual enlightenment. The continuation of this thought we shall presently find in another place. The courtyard in which the sheet of tin is spread out is not to be conceived symbolically in the first instance, but originates from his father's place of business. For reasons of discretion, I have inserted the tin for another material in which the father deals, without, however, changing anything in the verbal expression of the dream. The dreamer had entered his father's business and had taken a terrible dislike to the somewhat questionable practices upon which its profit mainly depended. Hence the continuation of the above dream thought, if I had asked him, would be, he would have deceived me just as he does his customers. For the pulling off, which serves to represent commercial dishonesty, the dreamer himself gives a second explanation, namely masturbation. This is not only quite familiar to us, see above, but agrees very well with the fact that the secrecy of masturbation is expressed by its opposite. One could do it quite openly. Thus it agrees entirely with our expectations that the autoerotic activity should be attributed to the father, just as it was the questioning in the first scene of the dream. The shaft he at once interprets as the vagina, by referring to the soft upholstering of the walls. that the action of coition in the vagina is described as a going down instead of in the usual way as a going up agrees with what I have found in other instances. The details that at the end of the first shaft there is a long platform and then a new shaft, he himself explains biographically. He had for some time had sexual intercourse with women, but had given it up on account of inhibitions, and now hopes to be able to begin it again with the aid of treatment. The dream, however, becomes indistinct towards the end, and to the experienced interpreter it becomes evident that in the second scene of the dream the influence of another subject has already begun to assert itself, which is indicated by his father's business, his dishonest practices, and the vagina represented by the first shaft, so that one may assume a reference to his mother. 4. The male organ symbolized by persons and the female by a landscape. Dream of a woman of the lower class whose husband is a policeman, reported by B. Dalter. Then someone broke into the house and she anxiously called for a policeman, but he went peacefully with 2 tramps into a church, or chapel equals vagina, to which a great many steps led up, symbol of coitus. Behind the church there was a mountain, Mons Veneris, on top of which there was a dense forest, Crines pubis. The policeman was provided with a helmet, a gorget, and a cloak. Demons in cloaks and hoods are, according to the explanation of a specialist, of a phallic character. The 2 vagrants who went along with the policeman quite peaceably had sack-like aprons tied around their loins, the 2 halves of the scrotum. A road led from the church to the mountain. This road was overgrown on each side with grass and brushwood, which became thicker and thicker as it reached the top of the mountain, where it spread out into quite a forest. 5. Castration dreams of children. A. A boy 3 years and 5 months, for whom his father's return from military service is clearly inconvenient, wakes one morning in a disturbed and excited state and constantly repeats the question, "Why did Daddy carry his head on a plate? Last night Daddy carried his head on a plate." A student who is now suffering from a severe obsessional neurosis remembers that in his 6th year he repeatedly had the following dream. He goes to the barber to have his hair cut. Then a large woman with severe features comes up to him and cuts off his head. He recognizes the woman as his mother. 6. A modified staircase dream. To one of my patients, a sexual abstainer who was very ill, whose fantasy was fixated upon his mother, and who repeatedly dreamed of climbing stairs while accompanied by his mother, I once remarked that moderate masturbation would probably have been less harmful to him than his enforced abstinence. The influence of this remark provoked the following dream. His piano teacher reproaches him for neglecting his piano playing and for not practicing the Etude of Moscheles and Clement's Gradus ad Parnassum. With reference to this, he remarked that Gradus, too, is a stairway, and that the piano itself is a stairway, as it has a scale. It may be said that there is no class of ideas which cannot be enlisted in the representation of sexual facts and wishes. 7. The sensation of reality and the representation of repetition. A man, now 35, relates a clearly remembered dream which he claims to have had when he was 4 years of age. The notary with whom his father's will was deposited, he had lost his father at the age of 3, brought 2 large emperor pears, of which he was given one to eat. The other lay on the window-sill of the living room. He woke with the conviction of the reality of what he had dreamt, and obstinately asked his mother to give him the second pear. It was, he said, still lying on the window-sill. His mother laughed at this. Analysis. The notary was a jovial old gentleman who, as he seems to remember, really sometimes brought pears with him. The window-sill was, as he saw it in the dream. Nothing else occurs to him in this connection, except perhaps that his mother was recently told except perhaps that his mother has recently told him a dream. She has 2 birds sitting on her head. She wonders when they will fly away, but they do not fly away, and one of them flies to her mouth and sucks at it. The dreamer's inability to furnish associations justifies the attempt to interpret it by the substitution of symbols. The 2 pears, pomme or poire, are the breasts of the mother who nursed him. The window-sill is the projection of the bosom, analogous to the balconies in the dream of houses. His sensation of reality after waking is justified, for his mother had actually suckled him for much longer than the customary term, and her breast was still available. The dream is to be translated, "Mother, show me the breast again, at which I once used to drink." The once is represented by eating one of the pair, again by the desire for the other. The temporal repetition of an act is habitually represented in dreams by the numerical multiplication of an object. It is naturally a very striking phenomenon that symbolism should already play a part in the dream of a child of 4, but this is the rule rather than the exception. One may say that the dreamer has command of symbolism from the very first. The early age at which people make use of symbolic representation, even apart from the dream life, may be shown by the following uninfluenced memory of a lady who is now 27. She is in her 4th year. The nursemaid is driving her with her brother, 11 months younger, and a cousin who is between the 2 in age, to the lavatory, so that they can do their little business there before going for their walk. As the oldest, she sits on the seat and the other 2 on chambers. She asks her female cousin, "Have you a purse, too?" Walter has a little sausage. "I have a purse." The cousin answers, "Yes, I have a purse, too." The nursemaid listens, laughing, and relates the conversation to the mother, whose reaction is a sharp reprimand. Here a dream may be inserted whose excellent symbolism permitted of interpretation with the assistance from the dreamer. End of section 31. Recording by Malone.
Section 32 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 32. Representation in Dreams by Symbols. Some further typical dreams. Part 2. 8. The question of symbolism in the dreams of normal persons. An objection frequently raised by the opponents of psychoanalysis, and recently also by Havelock Ellis, is that, although dream symbolism may perhaps be a product of the neurotic psyche, it has no validity whatever in the case of normal persons. But while psychoanalysis recognizes no essential distinctions, but only quantitative differences between the psychic life of the normal person and that of the neurotic, the analysis of those dreams in which, in sound and sick persons alike, the repressed complexes display the same activity, reveals the absolute identity of the mechanisms as well as of the symbolism. Indeed, the natural dreams of healthy persons often contain a much simpler, more transparent, and more characteristic symbolism than those of neurotics, which, owing to the greater strictness of the censorship and the more extensive dream distortion resulting therefrom, are frequently troubled and obscured, and are therefore more difficult to translate. The following dream serves to illustrate this fact. This dream comes from a non-neurotic girl of a rather prudish and reserved type. In the course of conversation I found that she was engaged to be married, but that there were hindrances in the way of the marriage which threatened to postpone it. She related spontaneously the following dream. I arranged the center of a table with flowers for a birthday. On being questioned, she states that in the dream she seemed to be at home, she has no home at the time, and experienced a feeling of happiness. The popular symbolism enables me to translate the dream for myself. It is the expression of her wish to be married. The table, with the flowers in the center, is symbolic of herself and her genitals. She represents her future fulfilled, inasmuch as she is already occupied with the thoughts of the birth of a child, so the wedding has taken place long ago. I call her attention to the fact that the center of the table is an unusual expression, which she admits, but here, of course, I cannot question her more directly. I carefully refrain from suggesting to her the meaning of the symbols and ask her only for the thoughts which occur to her mind in connection with the individual parts of the dream. In the course of the analysis, her reserve gave way to a distinct interest in the interpretation and a frankness which was made possible by the serious tone of the conversation. To my question as to what kind of flowers they had been, her first answer is, "Expensive flowers. One has to pay for them." Then she adds that they were lilies of the valley, violets, and pinks or carnations. I took the word lily in this dream in its popular sense as a symbol of chastity. She confirmed this, as purity occurred to her in association with lily. Valley is a common feminine dream symbol. The chance juxtaposition of the two symbols in the name of the flower is made into a piece of dream symbolism, and serves to emphasize the preciousness of her virginity. Expensive flowers, one has to pay for them, and expresses the expectation that her husband will know how to appreciate its value. The comment expensive flowers, etc., has, as will be shown, a different meaning in every one of the three different flower symbols. I thought of what seemed to me a venturesome explanation of the hidden meaning of the apparently quite asexual word violets by an unconscious relation to the French viol. But to my surprise, the dreamer's association was the English word violate. The accidental phonetic similarity of the two words violet and violate is utilized by the dream to express in the language of flowers the ideas of violence of defloration, another word which makes use of flower symbolism, and perhaps also to give expression to a masochistic tendency on the part of the girl. An excellent example of the word bridges across which run the paths to the unconscious. One has to pay for them here means life, with which she has to pay for becoming a wife and a mother. In association with pinks, which she then calls carnations, I think of carnal, but her association is color, to which she adds that carnations are the flowers which her fiancé gives her frequently and in large quantities. At the end of the conversation she suddenly admits spontaneously that she has not told me the truth, that the word that occurred to her was not color but incarnation, the very word I expected. Moreover, even the word color is not a remote association. It was determined by the meaning of carnation, i.e. flesh color, that is, by the complex. This lack of honesty shows that the resistance here is at its greatest because the symbolism is here most transparent, and the struggle between libido and repression is most intense in connection with this phallic theme. The remark that these flowers were often given her by her fiancé is, together with the double meaning of carnation, a still further indication of their phallic significance in the dream. The occasion of the present of flowers during the day is employed to express the thought of a sexual present and a return present. She gives her virginity and expects in return for it a rich love life. But the words expensive flowers, one has to pay for them, may have a real financial meaning. The flower symbolism in the dream thus comprises the virginal female, the male symbol, and the reference to violent defloration. It is to be noted that sexual flower symbolism, which, of course, is very widespread, symbolizes the human sexual organs by flowers, the sexual organs of plants. Indeed, presence of flowers between lovers may have this unconscious significance. The birthday for which she is making preparations in the dream probably signifies the birth of a child. She identifies herself with the bridegroom, and represents him preparing her for a birth, having coitus with her. It is as though the latent thought were to say, if I were he, I would not wait, but I would deflower the bride without asking her. I would use violence. Indeed, the word violate points to this. Thus even the sadistic libidinal components find expression. In a deeper stratum of the dream, the sentence I arrange, etc., probably has an autoerotic, that is, an infantile significance. She also has a knowledge, possibly only in the dream, of her physical need. She sees herself flat like a table, so that she emphasizes all the more her virginity, the costliness of the center. Another time she calls it a centerpiece of flowers. Even the horizontal element of the table may contribute something to the symbol. The concentration of the dream is worthy of remark. Nothing is superfluous. Every word is a symbol. Later on she brings me a supplement to this dream. I decorate the flowers with green crinkled paper. She adds that it was fancy paper of the sort which is used to disguise ordinary flower pots. She says also, to hide untidy things, whatever was to be seen which was not pretty to the eye, there is a gap, a little space in the flowers. The paper looks like velvet or moss. With decorate she associates decorum, as I expected. The green color is very prominent, and with this she associates hope, yet another reference to pregnancy. In this part of the dream, the identification with the man is not the dominant feature, but thoughts of shame and frankness express themselves. She makes herself beautiful for him. She admits physical defects of which she is ashamed and which she wishes to correct. The associations velvet and moss distinctly point to the crines pubis. The dream is an expression of thoughts hardly known to the waking state of the girl, thoughts which deal with the love of the senses and its organs. She is prepared for a birthday, i.e., she has coitus. The fear of defloration, and perhaps the pleasurably toned pain, find expression. She admits her physical defects and overcompensates them by means of an overestimation of the value of her virginity. Her shame excuses the emerging sensuality by the fact that the aim of it all is the child. Even material considerations, which are foreign to the lover, find expression here. The effect of the simple dream, the feeling of bliss, shows that here strong emotional complexes have found satisfaction. I close with the 9. Dream of a chemist. A young man who has been trying to give up his habit of masturbation by substituting intercourse with a woman. Preliminary statement. On the day before the dream he had been instructing a student as to Gringard's reaction, in which magnesium is dissolved in absolutely pure ether under the catalytic influence of iodine. 2 days earlier there had been an explosion in the course of the same reaction in which someone had burned his hand. Dream 1. He is going to make phenylmagnesium bromide. He sees the apparatus with particular distinctness, but he has substituted himself for the magnesium. He is now in a curious wavering attitude. He keeps on repeating to himself, "This is the right thing, it is working, my feet are beginning to dissolve, and my knees are getting soft." Then he reaches down and feels for his feet, and meanwhile, he does not know how, he takes his legs out of the carboy, and then again he says to himself, "That can't be. Yes, it has been done correctly." Then he partially wakes and repeats the dream to himself, because he wants to tell it to me. He is positively afraid of the analysis of the dream. He is much excited during this state of semi-sleep, and repeats continually, "Phenyl, phenyl." 2. He is in with his whole family. He is supposed to be at the Schottentor at 11:30 in order to keep an appointment with the lady in question, but he does not wake until 11:30. He says to himself, "It is too late now. When you get there it will be 12:30." The next moment he sees the whole family gathered about the table, his mother and the parlor maid with the soup tureen with peculiar distinctness. Then he says to himself, "Well, if we are sitting down to eat already, I certainly can't get away." Analysis. He feels sure that even the first dream contains a reference to the lady whom he is to meet at the place of rendezvous. The dream was dreamed during the night before the expected meeting. The student whom he was instructing is a particularly unpleasant fellow. The chemist had said to him, "That isn't right," because the magnesium was still unaffected, and the student had answered as though he were quite unconcerned, "Nor it is." He himself must be this student. He is as indifferent to his analysis as the student is to his synthesis. The he in the dream, however, who performs the operation, is myself. How unpleasant he must seem to me with his indifference to the result. Again, he is the material with which the analysis, synthesis, is made. For the question is the success of the treatment. The legs in the dream recall an impression of the previous evening. He met a lady at a dancing class of whom he wished to make a conquest. He pressed her to him so closely that she once cried out. As he ceased to press her legs, he felt her firm, responding pressure against his lower thighs as far as just above the knees, the spot mentioned in the dream. In this situation, then, the woman is the magnesium in the retort, which is at last working. He is feminine towards me as he is virile toward the woman. If he succeeds with the woman, the treatment will also succeed. Feeling himself and becoming aware of his knees refers to masturbation, and corresponds to his fatigue of the previous day. The rendezvous had actually been made for 11:30. His wish to oversleep himself and to keep his sexual object at home, that is, masturbation, corresponds to his resistance. He says, in respect to the repetition of the name phenyl, that all these radicals ending in ul have always been pleasing to him. They are very convenient to use, benzyl, acetyl, etc. That, however, explained nothing. But when I proposed the root schlemmel, he laughed heartily and told me that during the summer he had read a book by Prévost, which contained a chapter, Les Escules de l'Amour, and in this there was some mention of schlemmoles, and in reading of these outcasts he said to himself, "That is my case." He would have played the schlemmel if he had missed the appointment. It seems that the sexual symbolism of dreams has already been directly confirmed by experiment. In 1912, Dr. K. Schroeter, at the instance of H. Swoboda, produced dreams in deeply hypnotized persons by suggestions which determined a large part of the dream content. If the suggestion proposed that the subject should dream of normal or abnormal sexual relations, the dream carried out these orders by replacing sexual material by the symbols with which psychoanalytic dream interpretation has made us familiar. Thus, following the suggestion that the dreamer should dream of homosexual relations with a lady friend, this friend appeared in the dream carrying a shabby traveling bag upon which there was a label with the printed words, "For ladies only." The dreamer was believed never to have heard of dream symbolization or of dream interpretation. Unfortunately, the value of this important investigation was diminished by the fact that Dr. Schroeter shortly afterward committed suicide. Of his dream experiments he gave us only a preliminary report in the Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse. Only when we have formed a due estimate of the importance of symbolism in dreams can we continue the study of the typical dreams which was interrupted in an earlier chapter. I feel justified in dividing these dreams roughly into two classes: first, those which always really have the same meaning; and second, those which, despite the same or similar content, must nevertheless be given the most varied interpretations. Of the typical dreams belonging to the first class, I have already dealt fairly fully with the examination dream. On account of their similar affective character, the dreams of missing a train deserve to be ranked with the examination dreams. Moreover, their interpretation justifies this approximation. They are consolation dreams, directed against another anxiety perceived in dreams, the fear of death. To depart is one of the most frequent and one of the most readily established of the death symbols. The dream therefore says consolingly, "Reassure yourself, you are not going to die," to depart. Just as the examination dream calms us by saying, "Don't be afraid, this time too nothing will happen to you." The difficulty is, understanding both kinds of dreams is due to the fact that the anxiety is attached precisely to the expression of consolation. The meaning of the dreams due to dental stimulus, which I have often enough had to analyze in my patients, escaped me for a long time because, much to my astonishment, they habitually offered too great a resistance to interpretation. But finally an overwhelming mass of evidence convinced me that in the case of men nothing other than the masturbatory desires of puberty furnished the motive power of these dreams. I shall analyze 2 such dreams, one of which is also a flying dream. The 2 dreams were dreamed by the same person, a young man of pronounced homosexuality, which, however, has been inhibited in life. He is witnessing a performance of Fidelio from the stalls of the opera house, sitting next to L., whose personality is congenial to him, and whose friendship he would like to have. Suddenly he flies diagonally right across the stalls. He then puts his hand in his mouth and draws out 2 of his teeth. He himself describes the flight by saying it was as though he were thrown into the air. As the opera performed was Fidelio, he recalls the words, "He who a charming wife acquires, but the acquisition of even the most charming wife is not among the wishes of the dreamer." 2 other lines would be more appropriate. "He who succeeds in the lucky big throw, the friend of a friend to be." The dream thus contains the lucky big throw, which is not, however, a wish fulfillment only, for it conceals also the painful reflection that in his striving after friendship he has often had the misfortune to be thrown out, and the fear lest this fate may be repeated in the case of the young man by whose side he has enjoyed the performance of Fidelio. This is now followed by a confession, shameful to a man of his refinement, to the effect that once, after such a rejection on the part of a friend, his profound sexual longing caused him to masturbate twice in succession. The other dream is as follows. 2 university professors of his acquaintance are treating him in my place. One of them does something to his penis. He is afraid of an operation. The other thrusts an iron bar against his mouth so that he loses 1 or 2 teeth. He is bound with 4 silk handkerchiefs. The sexual significance of this dream can hardly be doubted. The silk handkerchiefs allude to an identification with a homosexual of his acquaintance. The dreamer, who has never achieved coition, nor has he ever actually sought sexual intercourse with men, conceives the sexual act on the lines of masturbation with which he was familiar during puberty. I believe that the frequent modifications of the typical dream due to dental stimulus, that, for example, in which another person draws the tooth from the dreamer's mouth, will be made intelligible by the same explanation. It may, however, be difficult to understand how dental stimulus can have come to this significance, but here I may draw attention to the frequent displacement from below to above, which is at the service of sexual repression, and by means of which all kinds of sensations and intentions occurring in hysteria, which ought to be localized in the genitals, may at all events be realized in other unobjectionable parts of the body. We have a case of such displacement when the genitals are replaced by the face in the symbolism of unconscious thought. This is corroborated by the fact that verbal usage relates the buttocks to the cheeks and the labia minora to the lips which enclose the orifice of the mouth. The nose is compared to the penis in numerous allusions, and in each case the presence of hair completes the resemblance. Only one feature, the teeth, is beyond all possibility of being compared in this way, but it is just this coincidence of agreement and disagreement which makes the teeth suitable for purposes of representation under the pressure of sexual repression. I will not assert that the interpretation of dreams due to dental stimulus as dreams of masturbation, the correctness of which I cannot doubt, has been freed of all obscurity. I carry the explanation as far as I am able, and must leave the rest unsolved. But I must refer to yet another relation indicated by colloquial expression. In Austria there is in use an indelicate designation for the act of masturbation, namely, to pull one out, or to pull one off. I am unable to say whence these colloquialisms originate or on what symbolisms they are based, but the teeth would very well fit in with the first of the 2. Dreams of pulling teeth, and of teeth falling out, are interpreted in popular belief to mean the death of a connection. Psychoanalysis can admit of such meaning only at the most as a joking allusion to the sense already indicated. To the second group of typical dreams belong those in which one is flying or hovering, falling, swimming, etc. What do these dreams signify? Here we cannot generalize. They mean, as we shall learn, something different in each case. Only, the sensory material which they contain always comes from the same source. We must conclude from the information obtained in psychoanalysis that these dreams also repeat impressions of our childhood, that is, they refer to the games involving movement which have such an extraordinary attraction for children. Where is the uncle who has never made a child fly by running with it across the room with outstretched arms, or has never played at falling with it by rocking it on his knee and then suddenly straightening his leg, or by lifting it above his head and suddenly pretending to withdraw his supporting hand? At such moments children shout with joy and insatiably demand a repetition of the performance, especially if a little fright and dizziness are involved in it. In after years they repeat their sensations in dreams, but in dreams they omit the hands that held them, so that now they are free to float or fall. We know that all small children have a fondness for such games as rocking and seesawing, and when they see gymnastic performances at the circus, the recollection of such games is refreshed. In some boys the hysterical attack consists simply in the reproduction of such performances, which they accomplish with great dexterity. Not infrequently sexual sensations are excited by these games of movement, innocent though they are in themselves. To express the matter in a few words, it is these romping games of childhood which are being repeated in dreams of flying, falling, vertigo, and the like, but the pleasurable sensations are now transformed into anxiety. But, as every mother knows, the romping of children often enough ends in quarrelling and tears. I have therefore good reason for rejecting the explanation that it is the condition of our cutaneous sensations during sleep, the sensation of the movements of the lungs, etc., that evoke the dreams of flying and falling. As I see it, these sensations have themselves been reproduced from the memory to which the dream refers, that they are therefore dream content and not dream sources. This material, consisting of sensations of motion, similar in character, and origination from the same sources, is now used for the representation of the most manifold dream thoughts. Dreams of flying or hovering, for the most part pleasurably toned, will call for the most widely differing interpretations of a quite special nature in the case of some dreamers, and interpretations of a typical nature in that of others. One of my patients was in the habit of dreaming very frequently that she was hovering a little way above the street without touching the ground. She was very short of stature, and she shunned every sort of contamination involved by intercourse with human beings. Her dream of suspension, which raised her feet above the ground and allowed her head to tower in the air, fulfilled both of her wishes. In the case of other dreamers of the same sex, the dream of flying had the significance of the longing, "If only I were a little bird." Similarly, others became angels at night, because no one has ever called them angels by day. The intimate connection between flying and the idea of a bird makes it comprehensible that the dream of flying in the case of male dreamers should usually have a coarsely sensual significance, and we should not be surprised to hear that this or that dreamer is always proud of his ability to fly. Dr. Paul Fernden, Vienna, has propounded the fascinating theory that a great many flying dreams are erection dreams, since the remarkable phenomenon of erection, which constantly occupies the human fantasy, cannot fail to be impressive as an apparent suspension of the laws of gravity (cross reference, the winged phalli of the ancients). It is a noteworthy fact that a prudent experimenter like Morley Vold, who is really adverse to any kind of interpretation, nevertheless defends the erotic interpretation of the dreams of flying and hovering. He describes the erotic element as "the most important motive factor of the hovering dream," and refers to the strong sense of bodily vibration which accompanies this type of dream, and the frequent connection of such dreams with erections and emissions. Dreams of falling are more frequently characterized by anxiety. Their interpretation, when they occur in women, offers no difficulty, because they nearly always accept the symbolic meaning of falling, which is a circumlocution for giving way to an erotic temptation. We have not yet exhausted the infantile sources of the dream of falling. Nearly all children have fallen occasionally, and then been picked up and fondled. If they fell out of bed at night, they were picked up by the nurse and taken into her bed. People who dream often, and with great enjoyment, of swimming, cleaving the waves, etc., have usually been bedwetters, and now they repeat in the dream a pleasure which they have long since learned to forego. We shall soon learn, from one example or another, to what representations dreams of swimming easily lend themselves. The interpretation of dreams of fire justifies a prohibition of the nursery which forbids the children to play with fire so they may not wet the bed at night. These dreams are also based on reminiscences of the inercies nocturna of childhood. In my fragment of an analysis of hysteria, I have given the complete analysis and synthesis of such a dream of fire in connection with the infantile history of the dreamer, and have shown for the representation of what maturer impulses this infantile material has been utilized. It would be possible to cite quite a number of other typical dreams, if by such one understands dreams in which there is a frequent recurrence, in the dreams of different persons, of the same manifest dream content. For example, dreams of passing through narrow alleys, or a whole suite of rooms; dreams of burglars, in respect of whom nervous people take measures of precaution before going to bed; dreams of being chased by wild animals, bulls, horses, or of being threatened with knives, daggers, and lances. The last two themes are characteristic of the manifest dream content of persons suffering from anxiety, etc. A special investigation of this class of material would be well worth while. In lieu of this I shall offer two observations, which do not, however, apply exclusively to typical dreams. The more one is occupied with the solution of dreams, the readier one becomes to acknowledge that the majority of the dreams of adults deal with sexual material and give expression to erotic wishes. Only those who really analyze dreams, that is, those who penetrate from their manifest content to the latent dream thoughts, can form an opinion on this subject, but never those who are satisfied with registering merely the manifest content, as, for example, Näcke in his writings on sexual dreams. Let us recognize at once that there is nothing astonishing in this fact, which is entirely consistent with the principles of dream interpretation. No other instinct has had to undergo so much suppression, from the time of childhood onwards, as the sexual instinct in all its numerous components. From no other instincts are so many and such intense, unconscious wishes left over, which now, in the sleeping state, generate dreams. In dream interpretation this importance of the sexual complexes must never be forgotten, though one must not, of course, exaggerate it to the exclusion of all other factors. Of many dreams it may be ascertained, by careful interpretation, that they may even be understood bisexually, inasmuch as they yield in indisputable overinterpretation, in which they realize homosexual impulses, that is, impulses which are contrary to the normal sexual activity of the dreamer. But that all dreams are to be interpreted bisexually, as Stekel maintains, and Adler, seems to me to be a generalization as insusceptible of proof as it is improbable, and one which, therefore, I should be loath to defend, for I should, above all, be at a loss to know how to dispose of the obvious fact that there are many dreams which satisfy other than erotic needs, taking the word in the widest sense, as, for example, dreams of hunger, thirst, comfort, etc. And other similar assertions, to the effect that behind every dream one finds a reference to death (Stekel), or that every dream shows an advance from the feminine to the masculine line (Adler), seem to me to go far beyond the admissible in the interpretation of dreams. The assertion that all dreams call for a sexual interpretation, against which there is such an untiring polemic in the literature of the subject, is quite foreign to my interpretation of dreams. It will not be found in any of the 8 editions of this book, and is in palpable contradiction to the rest of its contents. We have stated elsewhere that dreams which are conspicuously innocent commonly embody crude erotic wishes, and this we might confirm by numerous further examples. But many dreams which appear indifferent, in which we should never suspect a tendency in any particular direction, may be traced, according to the analysis, to unmistakably sexual wish impulses, often of an unsuspected nature. For example, who, before it had been interpreted, would have suspected a sexual wish in the following dream? The dreamer relates: "Between 2 stately palaces there stands, a little way back, a small house, whose doors are closed. My wife leads me along the little bit of road leading to the house, and pushes the door open, and then I slip quickly and easily into the interior of a courtyard that slopes steeply upwards." Anyone who has had experience in the translating of dreams will, of course, at once be reminded that penetration into narrow spaces and the opening of locked doors are among the commonest of sexual symbols, and will readily see in this dream a representation of attempted coition from behind (between the 2 stately buttocks of the female body). The narrow, steep passage is, of course, the vagina. The assistance attributed to the wife of the dreamer requires the interpretation that in reality it is only consideration for the wife which is responsible for abstention from such an attempt. Moreover, inquiry shows that on the previous day a young girl had entered the household of the dreamer; she had pleased him, and had given him the impression that she would not be altogether adverse to an approach of this sort. The little house between the 2 palaces is taken from a reminiscence of the Hradschin in Prague, and once more points to the girl, who is a native of that city. If, in conversation with my patients, I emphasize the frequency of the Oedipus dream, the dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother, I elicit the answer, "I cannot remember such a dream." Immediately afterwards, however, there arises the recollection of another unrecognizable, indifferent dream which the patient has dreamed repeatedly, and which on analysis proves to be a dream with this very content, that is, yet another Oedipus dream. I can assure the reader that disguised dreams of sexual intercourse with the dreamer's mother are far more frequent than undisguised dreams to the same effect. There are dreams of landscapes and localities in which emphasis is always laid upon the assurance, "I have been here before." But this déjà vu has a special significance in dreams. In this case the locality is the genitals of the mother. Of no other place can it be asserted with such certainty that one has been here before. I was once puzzled by the account of a dream given by a patient afflicted with obsessional neurosis. He dreamed that he called at a house where he had been twice before. But this very patient had long ago told me of an episode of his 6th year. At that time he shared his mother's bed and had abused the occasion by inserting his finger into his mother's genitals while she was asleep. A large number of dreams, which are frequently full of anxiety and often have for content the traversing of narrow spaces or staying long in water, are based upon the fantasies concerning the intrauterine life, the sojourn in the mother's womb, and the act of birth. I here insert the dream of a young man who, in his fantasy, has even profited by the intrauterine opportunity of spying upon an act of coition between his parents. He is in a deep shaft, in which there is a window, as in the Semmering tunnel. Through this he sees at first an empty landscape, and then he composes a picture in it, which is there all at once, and fills up the empty space. The picture represents a field which is being deeply tilled by an implement, and the wholesome air, the associated idea of hard work, and the bluish black clods of earth make a pleasant impression on him. He then goes on and sees a work on education lying open, and is surprised that so much attention is devoted in it to the sexual feelings of children, which makes him think of me. Here is a pretty water dream of a female patient, which was turned to special account in the course of treatment. At her usual holiday resort on the lake, she flings herself into the dark water at a place where the pale moon is reflected in the water. Dreams of this sort are parturient dreams. Their interpretation is effected by reversing the fact recorded in the manifest dream content. Thus, instead of flinging oneself into the water, read coming out of the water, that is, being born. The place from which one is born may be recognized if one thinks of the humorous sense of the French la lune. The pale moon thus becomes the white bottom, which the child soon guesses to be the place from which it came. Now, what can the meaning of the patient's wishing to be born at a holiday resort? I asked the dreamer this, and she replied without hesitation, "Hasn't the treatment made me as though I were born again?" Thus the dream becomes an invitation to continue the treatment at this summer resort, that is, to visit her there. Perhaps it also contains a very bashful allusion to the wish to become a mother herself. Another dream of parturition with its interpretation I take from a paper by E. Jones. She stood at the seashore watching a small boy, who seemed to be hers, wading into the water. This he did till the water covered him, and she could only see his head bobbing up and down near the surface. The scene then changed to a crowded hall of a hotel. Her husband left her, and she entered into conversation with a stranger. The second half of the dream was discovered in the analysis to represent flight from her husband and the entering into intimate relations with a third person, behind whom was plainly indicated Mr. X's brother, mentioned in a former dream. The first part of the dream was a fairly evident birth fantasy. In dreams, as in mythology, the delivery of a child from the uterine waters is commonly represented, by way of distortion, as the entry of the child into water. The births of Adonis, Osiris, Moses, and Bacchus are well-known illustrations of this. The bobbing up and down of the head in the water at once recalled to the patient the sensation of quickening which she had experienced in her only pregnancy. Thinking of the boy going into the water induced a reverie in which she saw herself taking him out of the water, carrying him into the nursery, washing and dressing him, and installing him in her household. The second half of the dream, therefore, represents thoughts concerning the elopement, which belonged to the first half of the underlying latent content. The first half of the dream corresponded with the second half of the latent content, the birth fantasy. Besides this inversion in the order, further inversions took place in each half of the dream. In the first half the child entered the water, and then his head bobbed. In the underlying dream thoughts, the quickening occurred first, and then the child left the water, a double inversion. In the second half, her husband left her; in the dream thoughts, she left her husband. Another parturition dream is related by Abraham, the dream of a young woman expecting her first confinement. Front one point of the floor of the room of a subterranean channel leads directly into the water. Path of parturition, amniotic fluid. She lifts up a trap in the floor, and there immediately appears a creature dressed in brownish fur, which almost resembles a seal. This creature changes into the dreamer's younger brother, to whom her relation has always been material in character. Rank has shown from a number of dreams that parturition dreams employ the same symbols as micturition dreams. The erotic stimulus expresses itself in these dreams as an urethral stimulus. The stratification of meaning in these dreams corresponds with a change in the significance of the symbol since childhood. We may here turn back to the interrupted theme (see Chapter 3) of the part played by organic sleep-disturbing stimuli in dream formation. Dreams which have come into existence under these influences not only reveal quite frankly the wish-fulfilling tendency and the character of convenience dreams, but they very often display a quite transparent symbolism as well, since waking not infrequently follows a stimulus whose satisfaction in symbolic disguise has already been vainly attempted in the dream. This is true of emission dreams as well as those evoked by the need to urinate or defecate. The peculiar character of emission dreams permits us directly to unmask certain sexual symbols already recognized as typical, but nevertheless violently disputed, and it also convinces us that many an apparently innocent dream situation is merely the symbolic prelude to a crudely sexual scene. This, however, finds direct representation, as a rule, only in the comparatively infrequent emission dreams, while it often enough turns into an anxiety dream, which likewise leads to waking. The symbolism of dreams due to urethral stimulus is especially obvious and has always been divined. Hippocrates had already advanced the theory that a disturbance of the bladder was indicated if one dreamt of fountains and springs (Havelock Ellis). Scherner, who has studied the manifold symbolism of the urethral stimulus, agrees that the powerful urethral stimulus always turns into the stimulation of the sexual sphere and its symbolic imagery. The dream due to urethral stimulus is often at the same time the representative of the sexual dream. O. Rank, whose conclusions, in his paper on Die Symbolik-Schichtung im Vektraum, I have here followed, argues very plausibly that a large number of dreams due to urethral stimulus are really caused by sexual stimuli, which at first seek to gratify themselves by way of regression to the infantile form of urethral erotism. Those cases are especially instructive in which the urethral stimulus thus produced leads to waking and the emptying of the bladder, whereupon, in spite of this relief, the dream is continued and expresses its need in undisguisedly erotic images. In a quite analogous manner, dreams due to intestinal stimulus disclose the pertinent symbolism, and thus confirm the relation, which is also amply verified by ethnopsychology, of gold and feces. Thus, for example, a woman at a time when she is under the care of a physician on account of an intestinal disorder, dreams of a digger for hidden treasure who is burying treasure in the vicinity of a little wooden shed which looks like a rural privy. A second part of the dream has as its content how she wipes the posterior of her child, a little girl who has soiled herself. Dreams of rescue are connected with parturition dreams. To rescue, especially to rescue from the water, is, when dreamed by a woman, equivalent to giving birth. This sense is, however, modified when the dreamer is a man. Robbers, burglars, and ghosts, of which we are afraid before going to bed, and which sometimes even disturb our sleep, originate in one of the same childish reminiscence. They are the nightly visitor who have waked the child in order to set it on the chamber, so that it may not wet the bed, or have lifted the coverlet in order to see how clearly the child is holding its hands while sleeping. I have been able to induce an exact recollection of the nocturnal visits in the analysis of some of these anxiety dreams. The robbers were always the father; the ghosts more probably correspond to female persons in white nightgowns. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 33. Examples: Arithmetic and Speech in Dreams. Before I proceed to assign to its proper place the fourth of the factors which control the formation of dreams, I shall cite a few examples from my collection of dreams, partly for the purpose of illustrating the cooperation of the three factors with which we are already acquainted, and partly for the purpose of adducing evidence for certain unsupported assertions which have been made, or of bringing out what necessarily follows from them. It has, of course, been difficult in the foregoing account of the dream work to demonstrate my conclusions by means of examples. Examples in support of isolated statements are convincing only when considered in the context of an interpretation of a dream as a whole. When they are wrested from their context, they lose their value. On the other hand, a dream interpretation, even when it is by no means profound, soon becomes so extensive that it obscures the thread of the discussion which it is intended to illustrate. This technical consideration must be my excuse if I now proceed to mix together all sorts of things which have nothing in common except their reference to the text of the foregoing chapter. We shall first consider a few examples of very peculiar or unusual methods of representation in dreams. A lady dreamed as follows: a servant girl is standing on a ladder as though to clean the windows, and has with her a chimpanzee and a gorilla cat, later corrected, Angora cat. She throws the animals onto the dreamer. The chimpanzee nestles up to her, and this is very disgusting. This dream has accomplished its purpose by a very simple means, namely, by taking a mere figure of speech literally, and representing it in accordance with the literal meaning of its words. Monkey, like the names of animals in general, is an opprobrious epithet, and the situation of the dream means merely to hurl invectives. This same collection will soon furnish us with further examples of the employment of this simple artifice in the dream work. Another dream proceeds in a very similar manner. A woman with a child which has a conspicuously deformed cranium. The dreamer has heard that the child acquired this deformity owing to its position in its mother's womb. The doctor says that the cranium might be given a better shape by means of compression, but that this would injure the brain. She thinks that because it is a boy, it won't suffer so much from deformity. This dream contains a plastic representation of the abstract concept, childish impressions with which the dreamer has become familiar in the course of the treatment. In the following example, the dream work follows rather a different course. The dream contains a recollection of an excursion to the Hilmteich near Graz. There is a terrible storm outside. A miserable hotel. The water is dripping from the walls, and the beds are damp. The latter part of the content was less directly expressed than I give it. The dream signifies superfluous. The abstract idea occurring in the dream thoughts is first made equivocal by a certain abuse of language. It has perhaps been replaced by overflowing, or by fluid and superfluid, fluus, and has then been brought to representation by an accumulation of like impressions: water within, water without, water in the beds in the form of dampness, everything fluid and superfluid. That for the purposes of dream representation the spelling is much less considered than the sound of the words ought not to surprise us when we remember that rhyme exercises a similar privilege. The fact that language has at its disposal a great number of words which were originally used in a pictorial and concrete sense, but are at present used in a colourless and abstract fashion, has, in certain other cases, made it very easy for the dream to represent its thoughts. The dream has only to restore to these words their full significance, or to follow their change of meaning a little way back. For example, a man dreams that his friend, who is struggling to get out of a very tight place, calls upon him for help. The analysis shows that the tight place is a hole, and that the dreamer symbolically uses these very words to his friend: "Be careful, or you'll get yourself into a hole." Another dreamer climbs a mountain, from which he obtains an extraordinarily extensive view. He identifies himself with his brother, who is editing a review dealing with the Far East. In a dream in Der grüne Heinrich, a spirited horse is plunging about in a field of the finest oats, every grain of which is really a sweet almond, a raisin, and a new penny, wrapped in red silk and tied with a bit of pig's bristle. The poet, or the dreamer, immediately furnishes the meaning of this dream, for the horse felt himself pleasantly tickled, so that he exclaimed, "The oats are pricking me. I feel my oats." In the old Norse sagas, according to Henson, prolific use is made in dreams of colloquialisms and witty expressions. One scarcely finds a dream without a double meaning or a play upon words. It would be a special undertaking to collect such methods of representation, and to arrange them in accordance with the principles upon which they are based. Some of the representations are almost witty. They give one the impression that one would never have guessed their meaning if the dreamer himself had not succeeded in explaining it. 1. A man dreams that he is asked for a name, which, however, he cannot recall. He himself explains that this means, "I shouldn't dream of it." 2. A female patient relates a dream in which all the persons concerned were singularly large. "That means," she adds, "that it must deal with an episode of my early childhood, for at that time all grown-up people naturally seemed to me immensely large." She herself did not appear in the dream. The transposition into childhood is expressed differently in other dreams, by the translation of time into space. One sees persons and scenes as though at a great distance, at the end of a long road, or as though one were looking at them through the wrong end of a pair of opera glasses. 3. A man who in waking life shows an inclination to employ abstract and indefinite expressions, but who otherwise has his wits about him, dreams, in a certain connection, that he reaches a railway station just as a train is coming in. But then the platform moves towards the train, which stands still, an absurd inversion of the real state of affairs. This detail, again, is nothing more than an indication to the effect that something else in the dream must be inverted. The analysis of the same dream leads to recollections of picture books in which men were represented standing on their heads and walking on their hands. 4. The same dreamer, on another occasion, relates a short dream which almost recalls the technique of a rebus. His uncle gives him a kiss in an automobile. He immediately adds the interpretation which would never have occurred to me. It means auto-erotism. In the waking state, this might have been said in jest. 5. At a New Year's Eve dinner, the host, the patriarch of the family, ushered in the new year with a speech. One of his sons-in-law, a lawyer, was not inclined to take the old man seriously, especially when in the course of his speech he expressed himself as follows: "When I open the ledger for the old year and glance at its pages, I see everything on the asset side, and nothing, thank the Lord, on the side of liability. All you children have been a great asset, none of you a liability." On hearing this, the young lawyer thought of X, his wife's brother, who was a cheat and a liar, and whom he had recently extricated from the entanglements of the law. That night, in a dream, he saw the New Year's celebration once more, and heard the speech, or rather saw it. Instead of speaking, the old man actually opened the ledger, and on the side marked assets he saw his name amongst others, but on the other side, marked liability, there was the name of his brother-in-law, X. However, the word liability was changed into lie-ability, which he regarded as X's main characteristic. 6. A dreamer treats another person for a broken bone. The analysis shows that the fracture represents a broken marriage vow, etc. 7. In the dream content, the time of day often represents a certain period of the dreamer's childhood. Thus, for example, 5:15 a.m. means to one dreamer the age of 5 years and 3 months. When he was that age, a younger brother was born. 8. Another representation of age in a dream. A woman is walking with 2 little girls. There is a difference of 15 months in their ages. The dreamer cannot think of any family of her acquaintance in which this is the case. She herself interprets it to mean that the 2 children represent her own person, and that the dream reminds her that the 2 traumatic events of her childhood were separated by this period of time, 3½ and 4¾ years. 9. It is not astonishing that persons who are undergoing psychoanalytic treatment frequently dream of it, and are compelled to give expression in their dreams to all the thoughts and expectations aroused by it. The image chosen for the treatment is, as a rule, that of a journey, usually in a motor car, this being a modern and complicated vehicle. In the reference to the speed of the car, the patient's ironical humor is given free play. If the unconscious, as an element of waking thought, is to be represented in the dream, it is replaced, appropriately enough, by subterranean localities, which at other times, when there is no reference to analytic treatment, have represented the female body or the womb. Below, in the dream, very often refers to the genitals, and its opposite above to the face, mouth, or breast. By wild beasts, the dream work usually symbolizes passionate impulses. Those of the dreamer, and also those of other persons of whom the dreamer is afraid, or thus, by means of a very slight displacement, the persons who experience these passions. From this it is not very far to the totemistic representation of the dreaded father by means of vicious animals, dogs, wild horses, etc. One might say that wild beasts serve to represent the libido, feared by the ego, and combated by repression. Even the neurosis itself, the sick person, is often separated from the dreamer and exhibited in the dream as an independent person. One may go so far as to say that the dream work makes use of all the means accessible to it for the visual representation of the dream thoughts, whether these appear admissible or inadmissible to waking criticism, and thus exposes itself to the doubt as well as the derision of all those who have only hearsay knowledge of dream interpretation, but have never themselves practiced it. Stekel's book, Die Sprache des Traumes, is especially rich in such examples, but I avoid citing illustrations from this work, as the author's lack of critical judgment and his arbitrary technique would make even the unprejudiced observer feel doubtful. 10. From an essay by V. Tausk, Kleider und Farben in Dienste der Traumdarstellung, in Internationale Zeitschrift für Psychoanalyse, 2, 1914. A dreams that he sees his former governess wearing a dress of black lustre which fits closely over her buttocks. That means he declares this woman to be lustful. B. C in a dream sees a girl on the road to X, bathed in a white light and wearing a white blouse. The dreamer began an affair with a Miss White on this road. 11. In an analysis which I carried out in the French language, I had to interpret a dream in which I appeared as an elephant. I naturally had to ask why I was thus represented. Vous me trompez, answered the dreamer. Tromper equals trunk. The dream work often succeeds in representing very refractory material, such as proper names, by means of the forced exploitation of very remote relations. In one of my dreams, old Brücke has set me a task. I make a preparation and pick something out of it which looks like crumpled tinfoil. I shall return to this dream later. The corresponding association, which is not easy to find, is Staniol, and now I know that I have in mind the name of the author, Stanius, which appeared on the title page of a treatise on the nervous system of fishes, which in my youth I regarded with reverence. The first scientific problem which my teacher set me did actually relate to the nervous system of a fish, the Amocoetes. Obviously, this name could not be utilized in the picture puzzle. Here I must not fail to include a dream with a curious content, which is worth noting also as the dream of a child, and which is readily explained by analysis. A lady tells me, I can remember that when I was a child, I repeatedly dreamed that God wore a conical paper hat on his head. They often used to make me wear such a hat at table, so that I shouldn't be able to look at the plates of the other children and see how much they had received of any particular dish. Since I had heard that God was omniscient, The dream signified that I knew everything in spite of the hat which I was made to wear. What the dream work consists in, and its unceremonious handling of its material, the dream thoughts may be shown in an instructive manner by the numbers and calculations which occur in dreams. Superstition, by the way, regards numbers as having a special significance in dreams. I shall therefore give a few examples of this kind from my collection. 1. From the dream of a lady shortly before the end of her treatment. She wants to pay for something or other. Her daughter takes 3 florins 65 kreuzer from her purse. But the mother says, "What are you doing? It costs only 21 kreuzer." This fragment of the dream was intelligible without further explanation, owing to my knowledge of the dreamer's circumstances. The lady was a foreigner who had placed her daughter at school in Vienna, and was able to continue my treatment as long as her daughter remained in the city. In 3 weeks the daughter's scholastic year would end, and the treatment would then stop. On the day before the dream, the principal of the school had asked her whether she could not decide to leave the child at school for another year. She had then obviously reflected that in this case she would be able to continue the treatment for another year. Now, this is what the dream refers to, for a year is equal to 365 days. The 3 weeks remaining before the end of the scholastic year and of the treatment are equivalent to 21 days, though not to so many hours of treatment. The numerals which in the dream thoughts refer to periods of time are given money values in the dream, and simultaneously a deeper meaning finds expression, for time is money. 365 kreuzer, of course, are 3 florins 65 kreuzer. The smallness of the sums which appear in the dream is a self-evident wish fulfillment. The wish has reduced both the cost of the treatment and the year's school fees. 2. In another dream, the numerals are involved in even more complex relations. A young lady who has been married for some years learns that an acquaintance of hers of about the same age, Elise L., has just become engaged. Thereupon she dreams. She is sitting in the theatre with her husband, and one side of the stalls is quite empty. Her husband tells her that Elise L. and her fiancé had also wished to come to the theatre, but that they only could have obtained poor seats, 3 for 1 florin 50 kreuzer, and of course they could not take those. She thinks they didn't lose much either. What is the origin of the 1 florin 50 kreuzer? A really indifferent incident of the previous day. The dreamer's sister-in-law had received 150 florins as a present from her husband, and hastened to get rid of them by buying some jewelry. Let us note that 150 florins is 100 times 1 florin 50 kreuzer. But whence the 3 in connection with the seats in the theatre? There is only one association for this, namely, that the fiancé is 3 months younger than herself. When we have ascertained the significance of the fact that one side of the stalls is empty, we have the solution of the dream. This feature is an undisguised allusion to a little incident which had given her husband a good excuse for teasing her. She had decided to go to the theatre that week. She had been careful to obtain tickets a few days beforehand, and had had to pay the advance booking fee. when they got to the theatre, they found that one side of the house was almost empty, so that she certainly need not have been in such a hurry. I shall now substitute the dream thoughts for the dream. It surely was nonsense to marry so early. There was no need for my being in such a hurry. From Elisa L's example, I see that I should have got a husband just the same, and one 100 times better, if I had only waited, antithesis to the haste of her sister-in-law. I could have bought 3 such men for the money, the dowry. Our attention is drawn to the fact that the numerals in this dream have changed their meanings and their relations to a much greater extent than in the one previously considered. The transforming and distorting activity of the dream has in this case been greater, a fact which we interpret as meaning that these dream thoughts had to overcome an unusual degree of endopsychic resistance before they attained to representation. And we must not overlook the fact that the dream contains an absurd element, namely, that 2 persons are expected to take 3 seats. It will throw some light on the question of the interpretation of absurdity in dreams, if I remark that this absurd detail of the dream content is intended to represent the most strongly emphasized of the dream thoughts. It was nonsense to marry so early. The figure 3, which occurs in a quite subordinate relation between the 2 persons compared, 3 months' difference in their ages, has thus been adroitly utilized to produce the idea of nonsense required by the dream. The reduction of the actual 150 florins to 1 florin 50 kreuzer corresponds to the dreamer's disparagement of her husband in her suppressed thoughts. 3. Another example displays the arithmetical powers of dreams, which have brought them into such disrepute. A man dreams he is sitting in the bees' house. The bees are a family with which he was formerly acquainted, and he says, "It was nonsense that you didn't give me Amy for my wife." Thereupon he asks the girl, "How old are you?" Answer, "I was born in 1882. "Ah, then you are 28 years old." Since the dream was dreamed in the year 1898, this is obviously bad arithmetic, and the inability of the dreamer to calculate may, if it cannot be otherwise explained, be likened to that of a general paralytic. My patient was one of those men who cannot help thinking about every woman they see. The patient who for some months came next after him in my consulting room was a young lady. He met this lady after he had constantly asked about her, and he was very anxious to make a good impression on her. This was the lady whose age he estimated at 28. So much for explaining the result of his apparent calculation. But 1882 was the year in which he had married. He had been unable to refrain from entering into conversation with the 2 other women whom he met at my house, the 2 by no means youthful maids who alternately opened the door to him, and as he did not find them very responsive, he had told himself that they probably regarded him as elderly and serious. Bearing in mind these examples, and others of a similar nature, to follow, we may say, the dream work does not calculate at all, whether correctly or incorrectly. It only strings together, in the form of a sum, numerals which occur in the dream thoughts, and which may serve as allusions to material which is insusceptible of representation. It thus deals with figures as material for expressing its intentions, just as it deals with all other concepts, and with names and speeches which are only verbal images. For the dream work cannot compose a new speech. No matter how many speeches and answers, which may in themselves be sensible or absurd, may occur in dreams, analysis shows us that the dream has taken from the dream thoughts fragments of speeches which have really been delivered or heard, and has dealt with them in the most arbitrary fashion. It has not only torn them from their context and mutilated them, accepting one fragment and rejecting another, but it has often fitted them together in a novel manner, so that the speech which seems coherent in a dream is dissolved by analysis into 3 or 4 components. In this new application of the words, the dream has often ignored the meaning which they had in the dream thoughts, and has drawn an entirely new meaning from them. Upon closer inspection, the more distinct and compact ingredients of the dream speech may be distinguished from others which serve as connectives, and have probably been supplied, just as we supply omitted letters and syllables in reading. The dream speech thus has the structure of breccia, in which the larger pieces of various material are held together by a solidified cohesive medium. Neurosis behaves in the same fashion. I know a patient who, involuntarily and unwillingly, hears, hallucinates, songs or fragments of songs, without being able to understand their significance for her psychic life. She is certainly not a paranoiac. Analysis shows that by exercising a certain license, she gave the text of these songs a false application. O thou blissful one, O thou happy one. This is the first line of Christmas Carol, but by not continuing it to the word Christmastide, she turns it into a bridal song, etc. The same mechanism of distortion may operate without hallucination, merely in association. Strictly speaking, of course, this description is correct only for those dream speeches which have something of the sensory character of a speech, and are described as speeches. The others which have not, as it were, been perceived as heard or spoken, which have no accompanying acoustic or motor emphasis in the dream, are simply thoughts, such as occur in our waking life, and find their way unchanged into many of our dreams. Our reading, too, seems to provide an abundant and not easily traceable source for the indifferent speech material of dreams. But anything that is at all conspicuous as a speech in a dream can be referred to actual speeches which have been made or heard by the dreamer. We have already found examples of the derivation of such dream speeches in the analyses of dreams which have been cited for other purposes. Thus, in the innocent market dream, chapter 5a, where the speech, "that is no longer to be had," serves to identify me with the butcher, while a fragment of the other speech, "I don't know that, I don't take that," precisely fulfills the task of rendering the dream innocent. On the previous day, the dreamer, replying to some unreasonable demand on the part of her cook, had waved her aside with the words, "I don't know that, behave yourself properly," and she afterwards took into the dream the first indifferent sounding part of the speech, in order to allude to the latter part, which fitted well into the fantasy underlying the dream, but which might also have betrayed it. Here is one of many examples which all lead to the same conclusion. A large courtyard in which dead bodies are being burned. The dreamer says, "I'm going, I can't stand the sight of it." Not a distinct speech. Then he meets two butcher boys and asks, "Well, did it taste good?" And one of them answers, "No, it wasn't good," as though it had been human flesh. The innocent occasion of this dream is as follows. After taking supper with his wife, the dreamer pays a visit to his worthy, but by no means appetizing, neighbor. The hospitable old lady is just sitting down to her own supper, and presses him, among men a composite sexually significant word is used jocosely in the place of this word, to taste it. He declines, saying that he has no appetite. She replies, "Go on with you, you can manage it all right," or something of the kind. The dreamer is thus forced to taste and praise what is offered him. But that's good. When he is alone again with his wife, he complains of his neighbor's importunity and of the quality of the food which he has tasted. "I can't stand the sight of it," a phrase that in the dream, too, does not emerge as an actual speech, is a thought relating to the physical charms of the lady who invites him, which may be translated by the statement that he has no desire to look at her. The analysis of another dream, which I will cite at this stage for the sake of a very distinct speech, which constitutes its nucleus, but which will be explained only when we come to evaluate the affects in dreams, is more instructive. I dream very vividly. I have gone to Brücke's laboratory at night, and on hearing a gentle knocking at the door, I open it to the deceased Professor Fleischl, who enters in the company of several strangers, and after saying a few words sits down at his table. Then follows a second dream. My friend F.L. has come to Vienna unobtrusively in July. I meet him in the street in conversation with my deceased friend P., and I go with them somewhere, and they sit down facing each other as though at a small table, while I sit facing them at the narrow end of the table. F.L. speaks of his sister and says, "In 3/4 of an hour she was dead," and then something like, "That is the threshold." As P. does not understand him, F.L. turns to me and asks me how much I have told P. of his affairs. At this, overcome by strange emotions, I try to tell F.L. that P. cannot possibly know anything, of course, because he is not alive. But noticing the mistake myself, I say, "Non vixit." Then I look searchingly at P., and under my gaze he becomes pale and blurred, and his eyes turn a sickly blue, and at last he dissolves. I rejoice greatly at this. I now understand that Ernst Fleischl, too, is only an apparition, a revenant, and I find that it is quite possible that such a person should exist only so long as one wishes him to, and that he can be made to disappear by the wish of another person. This very pretty dream unites so many of the enigmatical characteristics of the dream content, the criticism made in the dream itself, inasmuch as I myself notice my mistake in saying non vixit instead of non vivit. the unconstrained intercourse with deceased persons, whom the dream itself declares to be dead, the absurdity of my conclusion, and the intense satisfaction which it gives me, that I would give my life to expound the complete solution of the problem. But in reality I am incapable of doing what I do in the dream, i.e., of sacrificing such intimate friends to my ambition; and if I attempted to disguise the facts, the true meaning of the dream, with which I am perfectly familiar, would be spoiled. I must therefore be content to select a few of the elements of the dream for interpretation, some here, and some at a later stage. The scene in which I annihilate P with a glance forms the centre of the dream. His eyes become strange and weirdly blue, and then he dissolves. This scene is an unmistakable imitation of a scene that was actually experienced. I was a demonstrator at the Physiological Institute. I was on duty in the morning, and Brücke learned that on several occasions I had been unpunctual in my attendance at the students' laboratory. One morning, therefore, he arrived at the hour of opening, and waited for me. What he said to me was brief and to the point, but it was not what he said that mattered. What overwhelmed me was the terrible gaze of his blue eyes, before which I melted away, as P does in the dream, for P has exchanged roles with me, much to my relief. Any one who remembers the eyes of the great master, which were wonderfully beautiful even in his old age, and has ever seen him angered, will readily imagine the emotions of the young transgressor on that occasion. But for a long while I was unable to account for the non vixit with which I pass sentence in the dream. Finally I remembered that the reason why these two words were so distinct in the dream was not because they were heard or spoken, but because they were seen. Then I knew at once where they came from. On the pedestal of the statue of the Emperor Joseph in the Vienna Hofburg are inscribed the following beautiful words: Saluti patriae vixit non, Dio sed totus. From this inscription I had taken what fitted one inimical train of thought in my dream thoughts, and which was intended to mean, "That fellow has nothing to say in the matter, he is not really alive." And I now recalled that the dream was dreamed a few days after the unveiling of the memorial to Fleischl, in the cloisters of the university, upon which occasion I had once more seen the memorial to Brücke, and must have thought with regret, in the unconscious, how my gifted friend P, with all his devotion to science, had by his premature death forfeited his just claim to a memorial in these halls. So I set up this memorial to him in the dream. Joseph is my friend P.'s baptismal name. According to the rules of dream interpretation, I should still not be justified in replacing non vivit, which I need, by non vixit, which is placed at my disposal by the recollection of the Kaiser Joseph memorial. Some other element of the dream thoughts must have contributed to make this possible. Something now calls my attention to the fact that in the dream scene two trains of thought relating to my friend P meet, one hostile, the other affectionate, the former on the surface, the latter covered up, and both are given representation in the same words, non vixit. As my friend P has deserved well of science, I erect a memorial to him, as he has been guilty of a malicious wish, expressed at the end of the dream, I annihilate him. I have here constructed a sentence with a special cadence, and in doing so I must have been influenced by some existing model. But where can I find a similar antithesis, a similar parallel between two opposite reactions to the same person, both of which can claim to be wholly justified, and which nevertheless do not attempt to affect one another? Only in one passage, which, however, makes a profound impression upon the reader, Brutus's speech of justification in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honour him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. Have we not here the same verbal structure and the same antithesis of thought as in the dream thoughts? So I am playing Brutus in my dream. If only I could find in my dream thoughts another collateral connection to confirm this. I think it might be the following. My friend F.L. comes to Vienna in July. This detail is not the case in reality. To my knowledge, my friend has never been in Vienna in July. But the month of July is named after Julius Caesar, and might therefore very well furnish the required allusion to the intermediate thought, that I am playing the part of Brutus. Strangely enough, I once did actually play the part of Brutus. When I was a boy of 14, I presented the scene between Brutus and Caesar in Schiller's poem to an audience of children. With the assistance of my nephew, who was a year older than I, and who had come to us from England, and was thus a revenant, for in him I recognized the playmate of my early childhood. Until the end of my 3rd year, we had been inseparable. We had loved each other and fought each other, and, as I have already hinted, this childish relation has determined all my later feelings in my intercourse with persons of my own age. My nephew John has since then had many incarnations, which have revivified first one and then another aspect of a character that is ineradicably fixed in my unconscious memory. At times he must have treated me very badly, and I must have opposed my tyrant courageously, for in later years I was often told of a short speech in which I defended myself when my father, his grandfather, called me to account. "Why did you hit John?" "I hit him because he hit me." It must be this childish scene which causes non vivit to become non vixit, for in the language of later childhood striking is known as wichsen. German wichsen equals to polish, to wax, i.e., to thrash. And the dream work does not disdain to take advantage of such associations. My hostility towards my friend P, which has so little foundation in reality, he was greatly my superior, and might therefore have been a new edition of my old playmate, may certainly be traced to my complicated relations with John during our childhood. I shall, as I have said, return to this dream later on. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 34. Absurd Dreams. Intellectual Performances in Dreams. Part 1. Hitherto, in our interpretation of dreams, we have come upon the element of absurdity in the dream content so frequently that we must no longer postpone the investigation of its cause and its meaning. We remember, of course, that the absurdity of dreams has furnished the opponents of dream interpretation with their chief argument for regarding the dream as merely the meaningless product of an attenuated and fragmentary activity of the psyche. I will begin with a few examples in which the absurdity of the dream content is apparent only, disappearing when the dream is more thoroughly examined. These are certain dreams which, accidentally, one begins by thinking are concerned with the dreamer's dead father. 1. Here is the dream of a patient who had lost his father 6 years before the date of the dream. His father had been involved in a terrible accident. He was traveling by the night express when the train was derailed, the seats were telescoped, and his head was crushed from side to side. The dreamer sees him lying on his bed. From his left eyebrow a wound runs vertically upwards. The dreamer is surprised that his father should have met with an accident, since he is dead already, as the dreamer adds in relating his dream. His father's eyes are so clear. According to the prevailing standards of dream criticism, this dream content would be explained as follows. At first, while the dreamer is picturing his father's accident, he has forgotten that his father has already been many years in his grave. In the course of the dream, this memory awakens, so that he is surprised at his own dream even while he is dreaming it. Analysis, however, tells us that it is quite superfluous to seek for such explanations. The dreamer had commissioned a sculptor to make a bust of his father, and he had inspected the bust 2 days before the dream. It is this which seems to him to have come to grief. The German word means gone wrong or met with an accident. The sculptor has never seen his father, and has had to work from photographs. On the very day before the dream, the son had sent an old family servant to the studio in order to see whether he, too, would pass the same judgment upon the marble bust, namely, that it was too narrow between the temples. And now follows the memory material which has contributed to the formation of the dream. The dreamer's father had a habit, whenever he was harassed by business cares or domestic difficulties, of pressing his temples between his hands, as though his head was growing too large and he was trying to compress it. When the dreamer was 4 years old, he was present when a pistol was accidentally discharged and his father's eyes were blackened. His eyes are so clear. When his father was thoughtful or depressed, he had a deep furrow in his forehead just where the dream shows his wound. The fact that in the dream this wrinkle is replaced by a wound points to the second occasion for the dream. The dreamer had taken a photograph of his little daughter. The plate had fallen from his hand, and when he picked it up, it revealed a crack which ran like a vertical furrow across the child's forehead, extending as far as the eyebrow. He could not help feeling a superstitious foreboding, for on the day before his mother's death the negative of her portrait had been cracked. Thus the absurdity of this dream is simply the result of a carelessness of verbal expression, which does not distinguish between the bust or the photograph and the original. We are all accustomed to making remarks like, "Don't you think it's exactly your father?" The appearance of absurdity in this dream might, of course, have been easily avoided. If it were permissible to form an opinion on the strength of a single case, one might be tempted to say that this semblance of absurdity is admitted or even desired. 2. Here is another example of the same kind from my own dreams. I lost my father in the year 1896. After his death, my father has played a part in the political life of the Magyars, and has united them into a political whole. And here I see indistinctly a little picture, a number of men, as though in the Reichstag. A man is standing on one or two chairs, there are others round about him. I remember that on his deathbed he looked so like Garibaldi, and I am glad that this promise has really come true. Certainly this is absurd enough. It was dreamed at the time when the Hungarians were in a state of anarchy, owing to parliamentary obstruction, and were passing through the crisis from which Colomonzel subsequently delivered them. The trivial circumstance that the scenes beheld in dreams consist of such little pictures is not without significance for the elucidation of this element. The customary visual dream representations of our thoughts present images that impress us as being life-size. My dream picture, however, is the reproduction of a woodcut inserted in the text of an illustrated history of Austria, representing Maria Theresa in the Reichstag of Pressburg, the famous scene of Moriamur pro rege nostro. Like Maria Theresa, my father, in my dream, is surrounded by the multitude, but he is standing on one or two chairs, Stühlen, and is thus like a Stuhlrichter, presiding judge. He has united them. Here the intermediary is the phrase, "We shall need no judge." Those of us who stood about my father's deathbed did actually notice that he looked very like Garibaldi. He had a post-mortem rise of temperature, his cheeks shone redder and redder. Involuntarily we continue, and behind him, in unsubstantial radiance, lay that which subdues us all, the common fate. This uplifting of our thoughts prepares us for the fact that we shall have to deal with this common fate. The post-mortem rise in temperature corresponds to the words after his death in the dream content. The most agonizing of his afflictions had been a complete paralysis of the intestines, obstruction, during the last few weeks of his life. All sorts of disrespectful thoughts associate themselves with this. One of my contemporaries, who lost his father while still at the gymnasium, upon which occasion I was profoundly moved and tendered him my friendship, once told me derisively of the distress of a relative whose father had died in the street and had been brought home, when it appeared, upon undressing the corpse, that at the moment of death, or post-mortem, an evacuation of the bowels, Stuhlentleerung, had taken place. The daughter was deeply distressed by this circumstance, because this ugly detail would inevitably spoil her memory of her father. We have now penetrated to the wish that is embodied in this dream, to stand after one's death before one's children, great and undefiled. Who would not wish that? What now has become of the absurdity of this dream? The appearance of absurdity was due only to the fact that a perfectly permissible figure of speech, in which we are accustomed to ignore any absurdity that may exist as between its components, has been faithfully represented in the dream. Here, again, we can hardly deny that the appearance of absurdity is desired and has been purposely produced. The frequency with which dead persons appear in our dreams as living and active and associating with us has evoked undue astonishment and some curious explanations, which afford conspicuous proof of our misunderstanding of dreams. And yet the explanation of these dreams is close at hand. How often it happens that we say to ourselves, "If my father were still alive, what would he say to this?" The dream can express this, if in no other way than by his presence in a definite situation. Thus, for instance, a young man whose grandfather has left him a great inheritance dreams that the old man is alive, and calls his grandson to account, reproaching him for his lavish expenditure. What we regard as an objection to the dream, on account of our better knowledge that the man is already dead, is in reality the consoling thought that the dead man does not need to learn the truth, or satisfaction over the fact that he can no longer have a say in the matter. Another form of absurdity found in dreams of deceased relatives does not express scorn and derision. It serves to express the extremest repudiation, the representation of a suppressed thought which one would like to believe the very last thing one would think of. Dreams of this kind appear to be capable of solution only if we remember that a dream makes no distinction between desire and reality. For example, a man who nursed his father during his last illness, and who felt his death very keenly, dreamed some time afterwards the following senseless dream. His father was again living, and conversing with him as usual, but, and this was the remarkable thing, he had nevertheless died, though he did not know it. This dream is intelligible if, after he had nevertheless died, we insert in consequence of the dreamer's wish, and if after but he did not know it, we add that the dreamer had entertained this wish. While nursing him, the son had often wished that his father was dead. That is, that he had had the really compassionate thought that it would be a good thing if death would at last put an end to his sufferings. While he was mourning his father's death, even this compassionate wish became an unconscious reproach, as though it had really contributed to shorten the sick man's life. By the awakening of the earliest infantile feelings against his father, it became possible to express this reproach as a dream, and it was precisely because of the extreme antithesis between the dream instigator and the day thoughts that this dream had to assume so absurd a form. As a general thing, the dreams of a deceased person of whom the dreamer has been fond confront the interpreter with difficult problems, the solution of which is not always satisfying. The reason for this may be sought in the especially pronounced ambivalence of feeling which controls the relation of the dreamer to the dead person. In such dreams it is quite usual for the deceased person to be treated at first as living. Then it suddenly appears that he is dead, and in the continuation of the dream he is once more living. This has a confusing effect. I at last divined that this alternation of death and life is intended to represent the indifference of the dreamer. It is all one to me whether he is alive or dead. This indifference, of course, is not real, but wished. Its purpose is to help the dreamer to deny his very intense and often contradictory emotional attitudes, and so it becomes the dream representation of his ambivalence. For other dreams in which one meets with deceased persons, the following rule will often be a guide. If in the dreamer is not reminded that the dead person is dead, he sets himself on a par with the dead, he dreams of his own death. The sudden realization or astonishment in the dream, but he has long been dead, is a protest against this identification and rejects the meaning that the dreamer is dead. But I will admit that I feel that dream interpretation is far from having elicited all the secrets of dreams having this content. 3. In the example which I shall now cite, I can detect the dream work in the act of purposely manufacturing an absurdity for which there is no occasion whatever in the dream material. It is taken from the dream which I had as a result of meeting Count Thun just before going away on a holiday. I am driving in a cab, and I tell the driver to drive to a railway station. Of course, I can't drive with you on the railway track itself, I say, after the driver had reproached me as though I had worn him out. At the same time, it seems as though I had already made with him a journey that one usually makes by train. Of this confused and senseless story, analysis gives the following explanation. During the day I had hired a cab to take me to a remote street in Dornbach. The driver, however, did not know the way, and simply kept on driving, in the manner of such worthy people, until I became aware of the fact and showed him the way, indulging in a few derisive remarks. From this driver a train of thought led to the aristocratic personage whom I was to meet later on. For the present, I will only remark that one thing that strikes us middle-class plebeians about the aristocracy is that they like to put themselves in the driver's seat. Does not Count Thun guide the Austrian car of state? The next sentence in the dream, however, refers to my brother, whom I thus also identify with the cab driver. I had refused to go to Italy with him this year. Of course I can't drive with you on the railway track itself. And this refusal was a sort of punishment for his accustomed complaint that I usually wear him out on this tour. This finds its way into the dream unchanged. By rushing him too quickly from place to place, and making him see too many beautiful things in a single day. That evening my brother had accompanied me to the railway station, but shortly before the carriage had reached the western station of the Metropolitan Railway, he had jumped out in order to take the train to Purkersdorf. I suggested to him that he might remain with me a little longer, as he did not travel to Purkersdorf by the Metropolitan, but by the Western Railway. This is why, in my dream, I made in the cab a journey which one usually makes by train. In reality, however, it was the other way about. What I told my brother was, the distance which you travel on the Metropolitan Railway you could travel in my company on the Western Railway. The whole confusion of the dream is therefore due to the fact that in my dream I replace Metropolitan Railway by cab, which, to be sure, does good service in bringing the driver and my brother into conjunction. I then elicit from the dream some nonsense which is hardly disentangled by elucidation, and which almost constitutes a contradiction of my earlier speech. Of course, I cannot drive with you on the railway track itself. But as I have no excuse whatever for confronting the Metropolitan Railway with the cab, I must intentionally have given the whole enigmatical story this peculiar form in my dream. But with what intention? We shall now learn what the absurdity in the dream signifies, and the motives which admitted it or created it. In this case, the solution of the mystery is as follows. In the dream I need an absurdity, and something incomprehensible in connection with driving. Fahren equals riding, driving. Because in the dream thoughts I have a certain opinion that demands representation. One evening, at the house of the witty and hospitable lady who appears in another scene of the same dream, as the housekeeper, I heard two riddles which I could not solve. As they were known to the other members of the party, I presented a somewhat ludicrous figure in my unsuccessful attempts to find the solutions. They were two puns turning on the words nachkommen, to obey orders, offspring, and Vorfahren, to drive, forefathers, ancestry. They ran, I believe, as follows: The coachman does it at the master's behests. Every one has it, in the grave it rests. Vorfahren. A confusing detail was that the first halves of the two riddles were identical. The coachman does it at the master's behests. Not every one has it, in the cradle it rests. Nachkommen. When I saw Count Thun drive up, Vorfahren, in state, and fell into the Figaro-like mood, in which one finds that the sole merit of such aristocratic gentlemen is that they have taken the trouble to be born, to become nachkommen. These two riddles became intermediary thoughts for the dream work. As aristocrats may readily be replaced by coachmen, and since it was once the custom to call a coachman Herr Schwager, the work of condensation could involve my brother in the same representation. But the dream thought at work in the background is as follows. It is nonsense to be proud of one's ancestors. I would rather be an ancestor myself. On account of this opinion, it is nonsense. We have the nonsense in the dream. And now the last riddle in this obscure passage of the dream is solved, namely, that I have driven before with this driver. Thus a dream is made absurd if there occurs in the dream thoughts, as one of the elements of the contents, the opinion, that is nonsense, and, in general, if criticism and derision are the motives of one of the dreamer's unconscious trains of thought. Hence, absurdity is one of the means by which the dream work represents contradiction. Another means is the inversion of material relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content. another is the employment of the feeling of motor inhibition. But the absurdity of a dream is not to be translated by a simple "no." It is intended to reproduce the tendency of the dream thoughts to express laughter or derision simultaneously with the contradiction. Only with this intention does the dream work produce anything ridiculous. Here again it transforms a part of the latent content into a manifest form. As a matter of fact, we have already cited a convincing example of this significance of an absurd dream: the dream, interpreted without analysis, of the Wagnerian performance which lasted until 7:45 a.m., and in which the orchestra is conducted from a tower, etc., is obviously saying, it is a crazy world and an insane society. He who deserves a thing doesn't get it, and he who doesn't care for it does get it. In this way the dreamer compares her fate with that of her cousin. The fact that dreams of a dead father were the first to furnish us with examples of absurdity in dreams is by no means accidental. The conditions for the creation of absurd dreams are here grouped together in a typical fashion. The authority proper to the father has at an early age evoked the criticism of the child, and the strict demands which he has made have caused the child, in self-defence, to pay particularly close attention to every weakness of his father's, but the piety with which the father's personality is surrounded in our thoughts, especially after his death, intensifies the censorship which prevents the expression of this criticism from becoming conscious. 4. Here is another absurd dream of a deceased father. I receive a communication from the town council of my native city concerning the cost of accommodation in the hospital in the year 1851. This was necessitated by a seizure from which I was suffering. I make fun of the matter, for, in the first place, I was not yet born in 1851, and in the second place, my father, to whom the communication might refer, is already dead. I go to him in the adjoining room, where he is lying in bed, and tell him about it. To my surprise, he remembers that in the year 1851 he was once drunk, and had to be locked up or confined. It was when he was working for the firm of T. Then you, too, used to drink? I ask. You married soon after? I reckon that I was born in 1856, which seems to me to be immediately afterwards. In the light of the foregoing exposition, we shall translate the insistence with which this dream exhibits its absurdities as a sure sign of a particularly embittered and passionate polemic in the dream thoughts. All the greater, then, is our astonishment when we perceive that in this dream the polemic is waged openly, and that my father is denoted as the person who is made a laughing-stock. Such frankness seems to contradict our assumption of a censorship controlling the dream work. The explanation is that here the father is only an interposed figure, while the quarrel is really with another person, who appears in the dream only in a single allusion. Whereas a dream usually treats of revolt against other persons, behind whom the father is concealed, here it is the other way about. The father serves as the man of straw to represent another, and hence the dream dares to concern itself openly with a person who is usually hallowed. because there is present the certain knowledge that he is not in reality intended. We learn of this condition of affairs by considering the occasion of the dream. It was dreamed after I had heard that an older colleague, whose judgment was considered infallible, had expressed disapproval and astonishment on hearing that one of my patients had already been undergoing psychoanalytic treatment at my hands for 5 years. The introductory sentences of the dream allude, in a transparently disguised manner, to the fact that this colleague had for a time taken over the duties which my father could no longer perform: statement of expenses, accommodation in the hospital. And when our friendly relations began to alter for the worse, I was thrown into the same emotional conflict as that which arises in the case of a misunderstanding between father and son, by reason of the part played by the father and his earlier functions. The dream thoughts now bitterly resent the reproach that I am not making better progress, which extends itself from the treatment of this patient to other things. Does my colleague know anyone who can get on any faster? Does he not know that conditions of this sort are usually incurable and last for life? What are 4 or 5 years in comparison to a whole lifetime, especially when life has been made so much easier for the patient during the treatment? The impression of absurdity in this dream is brought about largely by the fact that sentences from different divisions of the dream thoughts are strung together without any reconciling transition. Thus the sentence, "I go to him in the adjoining room," etc., leaves the subject from which the preceding sentences are taken, and faithfully reproduces the circumstances under which I told my father that I was engaged to be married. Thus the dream is trying to remind me of the noble disinterestedness which the old man showed at that time, and to contrast this with the conduct of another newly introduced person. I now perceive that the dream is allowed to make fun of my father, because in the dream thoughts, in the full recognition of his merits, he is held up as an example to others. It is in the nature of every censorship that one is permitted to tell untruths about forbidden things rather than the truth. The next sentence, to the effect that my father remembers that he was once drunk, and was locked up in consequence, contains nothing that really relates to my father any more. The person who is screened by him is here a no less important personage than the great Meinert, in whose footsteps I followed with such veneration, and whose attitude towards me, after a short period of favoritism, changed into one of undisguised hostility. The dream recalls to me his own statement that in his youth he had at one time formed the habit of intoxicating himself with chloroform, with the result that he had to enter a sanatorium, and also my second experience with him shortly before his death. I had an embittered literary controversy with him in reference to masculine hysteria, the existence of which he denied; and when I visited him during his last illness and asked him how he felt, he described his condition at some length, and concluded with the words, "You know, I have always been one of the prettiest cases of masculine hysteria." Thus, to my satisfaction and to my astonishment, he admitted what he so long and so stubbornly denied. but the fact that in this scene of my dream I can use my father to screen Meinert is explained not by any discovered analogy between the two persons, but by the fact that it is the brief yet perfectly adequate representation of a conditional sentence in the dream thoughts, which, if fully expanded, would read as follows: Of course, if I belonged to the second generation, if I were the son of a professor or a privy councillor, I should have progressed more rapidly. In my dream I make my father a professor and a privy councillor. The most obvious and most annoying absurdity of the dream lies in the treatment of the date 1851, which seems to me to be indistinguishable from 1856, as though a difference of 5 years meant nothing whatever. But it is just this one of the dream thoughts that requires expression. 4 or 5 years, that is precisely the length of time during which I enjoyed the support of the colleague mentioned at the outset. But it is also the duration of time I kept my fiancée waiting before I married her; and, by a coincidence that is eagerly exploited by the dream thoughts, it is also the time I have kept my oldest patient waiting for a complete cure. What are 5 years? Ask the dream thoughts. That is no time at all to me, that isn't worth consideration. I have time enough ahead of me, and just as what you wouldn't believe came true at last, so I shall accomplish this also. Moreover, the number 51, when considered apart from the number of the century, is determined in yet another manner and in an opposite sense, for which reason it occurs several times over in the dream. It is the age at which man seems particularly exposed to danger, the age at which I have seen colleagues die suddenly, among them one who had been appointed a few days earlier to a professorship for which he had long been waiting. 5. Another absurd dream which plays with figures. An acquaintance of mine, Herr M., has been attacked in an essay by no less a person than Goethe, and, as we all think, with unjustifiable vehemence. Herr M. is of course crushed by this attack. He complains of it bitterly at a dinner party. But his veneration for Goethe has not suffered as a result of this personal experience. I try to elucidate the temporal relations a little, as they seem improbable to me. Goethe died in 1832. Since his attack upon M. must, of course, have taken place earlier, M. was at the time quite a young man. It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old, but I do not know exactly what the date of the present year is, and so the whole calculation lapses into obscurity. The attack, by the way, is contained in Goethe's well-known essay on Nature. We shall soon find the means of justifying the nonsense of this dream. Herr M., with whom I became acquainted at a dinner party, had recently asked me to examine his brother, who showed signs of general paralysis. The conjecture was right. The painful thing about this visit was that the patient gave his brother away by alluding to his youthful pranks, though our conversation gave him no occasion to do so. I had asked the patient to tell me the year of his birth, and had repeatedly got him to make trifling calculations in order to show the weakness of his memory, which tests, by the way, he passed quite well. Now I can see that I behave like a paralytic in the dream. I do not know exactly what the date of the present year is. other material of the dream is drawn from another recent source. The editor of a medical periodical, a friend of mine, had accepted for his paper a very unfavorable, crushing review of the last book of my Berlin friend, F.L., the critic being a very youthful reviewer who was not very competent to pass judgment. I thought I had a right to interfere, and called the editor to account. He greatly regretted his acceptance of the review, but he would not promise any redress. I thereupon broke off my relations with the periodical, and in my letter of resignation I expressed the hope that our personal relations would not suffer as a result of the incident. The third source of this dream is an account given by a female patient, it was fresh in my memory at the time, of the psychosis of her brother, who had fallen into a frenzy crying, "Nature, nature." The physicians in attendance thought that the cry was derived from a reading of Goethe's beautiful essay, and that it pointed to the patient's overwork in the study of natural philosophy. I thought rather of the sexual meaning in which even our less cultured people use the word nature, and the fact that the unfortunate man afterwards mutilated his genitals seems to show that I was not far wrong. 18 years was the age of this patient at the time of this access of frenzy. If I add further that the book of my so severely criticized friend, one asks oneself whether the author or oneself is crazy, had been the opinion of another critic, treats of the temporal conditions of life, and refers the duration of Goethe's life to the multiple of a number significant from the biological point of view, it will readily be admitted that in my dream I am putting myself in my friend's place. I try to elucidate the temporal relations a little. But I behave like a paretic, and the dream revels in absurdity. This means that the dream thoughts say, ironically, naturally he is the fool, the lunatic, and you are the clever people who know better. Perhaps, however, it is the other way about? Now, the other way about is abundantly represented in my dream, inasmuch as Goethe has attacked the young man, which is absurd, while it is perfectly possible, even to-day, for a young fellow to attack the immortal Goethe; and inasmuch as I reckon from the year of Goethe's death, while I made the paretic reckon from the year of his birth. But I have further promised to show that no dream is inspired by other than egoistical motives. Accordingly, I must account for the fact that in this dream I make my friend's cause my own, and put myself in his place. My critical conviction in waking life would not justify my doing so. Now, the story of the 18-year-old patient, and the divergent interpretations of his cry, "Nature," allude to the fact that I have put myself into opposition to the majority of physicians by claiming a sexual etiology for the psychoneuroses. I may say to myself, you will meet with the same kind of criticism as your friend. Indeed, you have already done so to some extent. So that I may now replace the he in the dream thoughts by we. Yes, you are right, we too are the fools. That mea res agitur is clearly shown by the mention of the short, incomparably beautiful essay of Goethe's, for it was a popular lecture on this essay which induced me to study the natural sciences when I left the gymnasium, and was still undecided as to my future. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 35. Absurd Dreams. Intellectual Performances in Dreams. Part 2. I have to show that yet another dream in which my ego does not appear is nonetheless egoistic. In Chapter 5d, I referred to a short dream in which Professor M says, "My son, the myopic," and I stated that this was only a preliminary dream preceding another in which I play a part. Here is the main dream, previously omitted, which challenges us to explain its absurd and unintelligible word formation. On account of something or other that is happening in Rome, it is necessary for the children to flee, and this they do. The scene is then laid before a gate, a double gate in the ancient style, the Porta Romana in Siena, as I realize while I am dreaming. I am sitting on the edge of a well, and I am greatly depressed. I am almost weeping. A woman, a nurse, a nun, brings out the two boys and hands them over to their father, who is not myself. The elder is distinctly my eldest son, but I do not see the face of the other boy. The woman asks the eldest boy for a parting kiss. She is remarkable for a red nose. The boy refuses her the kiss, but says to her, extending her his hand in parting, "Auf Geseres," and to both of us, or to one of us, "Auf Ungeseres." I have the idea that this indicates a preference. This dream is built upon a tangle of thoughts induced by a play I saw at the theatre, called Das Neue Ghetto, the New Ghetto. The Jewish question, anxiety as to the future of my children who cannot be given a fatherland, anxiety as to educating them so that they may enjoy the privileges of citizens, all these features may easily be recognized in the accompanying dream thoughts. By the waters of Babylon we sat down and wept. Siena, like Rome, is famous for its beautiful fountains. In the dream I have to find some sort of substitute for Rome. Confer Chapter 5b. From among localities which are known to me. Near the Porta Romana of Siena we saw a large, brightly lit building, which we learned was the manicomio, the insane asylum. Shortly before the dream I had heard that a co-religionist had been forced to resign a position which he had secured with great effort in a state asylum. Our interest is aroused by the speech "Auf Geseres," where one might expect, from the situation continued throughout the dream, "Auf Wiedersehen," au revoir, and by its quite meaningless antithesis, "Auf Ungeseres." Un is a prefix meaning not. According to information received from Hebrew scholars, Geseres is a genuine Hebrew word derived from the verb goiser, and may best be rendered by ordained sufferings, fated disaster. From its employment in the Jewish jargon one would take it to mean wailing and lamentation. Ungeseres is a coinage of my own, and is the first to attract my attention, but for the present it baffles me. The little observation at the end of the dream that ungeseris indicates an advantage over geseris, opens the way to the associations, and therewith to understanding. This relation holds good in the case of caviar. The unsalted kind is more highly prized than the salted. Caviar to the general, noble passions. Herein lies concealed a jesting allusion to a member of my household, of whom I hope, for she is younger than I, that she will watch over the future of my children. This, too, agrees with the fact that another member of my household, our worthy nurse, is clearly indicated by the nurse, or nun, of the dream. But a connecting link is wanting between the pair, salted, unsalted, and geseris, ungeseris. This is to be found in gesaut and ungesaut, leavened and unleavened. In their flight or exodus from Egypt, the children of Israel had not time to allow their dough to become leavened, and in commemoration of this event they eat unleavened bread at Passover to this day. Here, too, I can find room for the sudden association which occurred to me in this part of the analysis. I remembered how we, my friend from Berlin and myself, had strolled about the streets of Breslau, a city which was strange to us, during the last days of Easter. A little girl asked me the way to a certain street. I had to tell her that I did not know it. I then remarked to my friend, I hope that later on in life the child will show more perspicacity in selecting the persons whom she allows to direct her. Shortly afterwards a sign caught my eye, Dr. Herod, consulting hours. I said to myself, I hope this colleague does not happen to be a children's specialist. Meanwhile, my friend had been developing his views on the biological significance of bilateral symmetry, and had begun a sentence with the words, "If we had only one eye in the middle of the forehead, like Cyclops." This leads us to the speech of the professor in the preliminary dream, my son the myopic. And now I have been led to the chief source for geseris. Many years ago, when this son of Professor M's, who is today an independent thinker, was still sitting on his school bench, he contracted an affection of the eye which, according to the doctor, gave some cause for anxiety. He expressed the opinion that so long as it was confined to one eye, it was of no great significance, but that if it should extend to the other eye, it would be serious. The affection subsided in the one eye without leaving any ill effects. Shortly afterwards, however, the same symptoms did actually appear in the other eye. The boy's terrified mother immediately summoned the physician to her distant home in the country. But the doctor was now of a different opinion, took the other side. "What sort of geseris is this you are making?" he asked the mother impatiently. "If one side got well, the other will too." And so it turned out. And now as to the connection between this and myself and my family. The school bench upon which Professor M's son learned his first lessons has become the property of my eldest son. It was given to him by the boy's mother, and it is into his mouth that I put the words of farewell in the dream. One of the wishes that may be connected with this transference may now be readily guessed. This school bench is intended by its construction to guard the child from becoming short-sighted and one-sided. Hence myopia, and behind it the Cyclops, and the discussion about bilateralism. The fear of one-sidedness has a twofold significance. It might mean not only physical one-sidedness, but intellectual one-sidedness also. Does it not seem as though the scene in the dream, with all its craziness, were contradicting precisely this anxiety. When on the one hand the boy has spoken his words of farewell, on the other hand he calls out the very opposite, as though to establish an equilibrium. He is acting, as it were, in obedience to bilateral symmetry. Thus a dream frequently has the profoundest meaning in the places where it seems most absurd. In all ages, those who have had something to say and have been unable to say it without danger to themselves have gladly donned the cap and bells. He for whom the forbidden saying was intended was more likely to tolerate it if he was able to laugh at it, and to flatter himself with the comment that what he disliked was obviously absurd. Dreams behave in real life as does the prince in the play who is obliged to pretend to be a madman, and hence we may say of dreams what Hamlet said of himself, substituting an unintelligible jest for the actual truth. I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. This dream furnishes a good example in support of the universally valid doctrine that dreams of the same night, even though they are separated in the memory, spring from the same thought material. The dream situation in which I am rescuing my children from the city of Rome, moreover, is distorted by a reference back to an episode of my childhood. The meaning is that I envy certain relatives who years ago had occasion to transplant their children to the soil of another country. Thus my solution of the problem of absurdity in dreams is that the dream thoughts are never absurd, at least not those of the dreams of sane persons, and that the dream work produces absurd dreams, and dreams with individually absurd elements, when the dream thoughts contain criticism, ridicule, and derision, which have to be given expression. My next concern is to show that the dream work is exhausted by the cooperation of the three factors enumerated, and of a fourth which has still to be mentioned, that it does no more than translate the dream thoughts, observing the four conditions prescribed, and that the question whether the mind goes to work in dreams with all its intellectual faculties, or with only part of them, is wrongly stated, and does not meet the actual state of affairs. But since there are plenty of dreams in which judgments are passed, criticisms made, and facts recognized, in which astonishment at some individual element of the dream appears, and explanations are attempted, and arguments adduced, I must meet the objections deriving from these occurrences by the citation of selected examples. My answer is as follows. Everything in dreams which occurs as the apparent functioning of the critical faculty is to be regarded not as the intellectual performance of the dream work, but as belonging to the substance of the dream thoughts, and it has found its way from these, as a completed structure, into the manifest dream content. I may go even farther than this. I may even say that the judgments which are passed upon the dream as it is remembered after waking, and the feelings which are aroused by the reproduction of the dream, belong largely to the latent dream content, and must be fitted into place in the interpretation of the dream. 1. One striking example of this has already been given. A female patient does not wish to relate her dream because it was too vague. She saw a person in the dream, and does not know whether it was her husband or her father. Then follows a second dream fragment, in which there occurs a manure pail, with which the following reminiscence is associated. As a young housewife, she once declared jestingly, in the presence of a young male relative who frequented the house, that her next business would be to procure a new manure pail. Next morning one was sent to her, but it was filled with lilies of the valley. This part of the dream served to represent the phrase, "not grown on my own manure." If we complete the analysis, we find in the dream thoughts the after effect of a story heard in youth, namely, that a girl had given birth to a child, and that it was not clear who was the father. The dream representation here overlaps into the waking thought, and allows one of the elements of the dream thoughts to be represented by a judgment, formed in the waking state, of the whole dream. 2. A similar case. One of my patients has a dream which strikes him as being an interesting one, for he says to himself, immediately after waking, "I must tell that to the doctor." The dream is analyzed, and shows the most distinct allusion to an affair in which he had become involved during the treatment, and of which he had decided to tell me nothing. 3. Here is a third example from my own experience. I go to the hospital with P, through a neighborhood in which there are houses and gardens. Thereupon I have an idea that I have already seen this locality several times in my dreams. I do not know my way very well. P shows me a way which leads round a corner to a restaurant, indoor. Here I ask for Frau Doni, and I hear that she is living at the back of the house in a small room with 3 children. I go there, and on the way I meet an undefined person with my 2 little girls. After I have been with them for a while, I take them with me, a sort of reproach against my wife for having left them there. On waking, I am conscious of a great satisfaction, whose motive seems to be the fact that I shall now learn from the analysis what is meant by "I have already dreamed of this." But the analysis of the dream tells me nothing about this. It shows me only that the satisfaction belongs to the latent dream content, and not to a judgment of the dream. It is satisfaction concerning the fact that I have had children by my marriage. P's path through life and my own ran parallel for a time. Now he has outstripped me both socially and financially, but his marriage has remained childless. Of this the 2 occasions of the dream give proof on complete analysis. On the previous day I had read in the newspaper the obituary notice of a certain Frau Donna A. Y, which I turn into Doni, who had died in childbirth. I was told by my wife that the dead woman had been nursed by the same midwife whom she herself had employed at the birth of our 2 youngest boys. The name Donna had caught my attention, for I had recently met with it for the first time in an English novel. The other occasion for the dream may be found in the date on which it was dreamed. This was the night before the birthday of my eldest boy, who, it seems, is poetically gifted. 4. The same satisfaction remained with me after waking from the absurd dream that my father, after his death, had played a political role among the Magyars. It is motivated by the persistence of the feeling which accompanied the last sentence of the dream. I remember that on his deathbed he looked so like Garibaldi, and I am glad that it has really come true, followed by a forgotten continuation. I can now supply from the analysis what should fill this gap. It is the mention of my second boy, to whom I have given the baptismal name of an eminent historical personage who attracted me greatly during my boyhood, especially during my stay in England. I had to wait for a year before I could fulfill my intention of using this name if the next child should be a son, and with great satisfaction I greeted him by this name as soon as he was born. It is easy to see how the father's suppressed desire for greatness is, in his thoughts, transferred to his children. One is inclined to believe that this is one of the ways by which the suppression of this desire, which becomes necessary in the course of life, is effected. The little fellow won his right to inclusion in the text of this dream by virtue of the fact that the same accident, that of soiling his clothes, quite pardonable in either a child or in a dying person, had occurred to him. Compare with this the allusion Stuhlrichter, presiding judge, and the wish of the dream, to stand before one's children great and undefiled. 5. If I should now have to look for examples of judgments or expressions of opinion which remain in the dream itself, and are not continued in, or transferred to, our waking thoughts, my task would be greatly facilitated were I to take my examples from dreams which have already been cited for other purposes. The dream of Goethe's attack on Herr M. appears to contain quite a number of acts of judgment. I try to elucidate the temporal relations a little, as they seem improbable to me. Does not this look like a critical impulse directed against the nonsensical idea that Goethe should have made a literary attack upon a young man of my acquaintance? It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old. That sounds quite like the result of a calculation, though a silly one, and the "I do not know exactly what is the date of the present year" would be an example of uncertainty or doubt in dreams. But I know from analysis that these acts of judgment, which seem to have been performed in the dream for the first time, admit of a different construction, in the light of which they become indispensable for interpreting the dream, while at the same time all absurdity is avoided. With the sentence, I try to elucidate the temporal relations a little. I put myself in the place of my friend, who is actually trying to elucidate the temporal relations of life. The sentence then loses its significance as a judgment which objects to the nonsense of the previous sentences. The interposition, which seems improbable to me, belongs to the following: "It seems plausible to me." With almost these identical words I replied to the lady who told me of her brother's illness. It seems improbable to me that the cry of "Nature, nature" was in any way connected with Goethe. It seems much more plausible to me that it has the sexual significance which is known to you. In this case, it is true, a judgment was expressed, but in reality, not in a dream, and on an occasion which is remembered and utilized by the dream thoughts. The dream content appropriates this judgment like any other fragment of the dream thoughts. The number 18, with which the judgment in the dream is meaninglessly connected, still retains a trace of the context from which the real judgment was taken. Lastly, the "I do not know exactly what is the date of the present year" is intended for no other purpose than that of my identification with the paralytic, in examining whom this particular fact was established. In the solution of these apparent acts of judgment in dreams, it will be well to keep in mind the above-mentioned rule of interpretation, which tells us that we must disregard the coherence which is established in the dream between its constituent parts as an unessential phenomenon, and that every dream element must be taken separately and traced back to its source. The dream is a compound, which for the purposes of investigation must be broken up into its elements. On the other hand, we become alive to the fact that there is a psychic force which expresses itself in our dreams and establishes this apparent coherence. That is, the material obtained by the dream work undergoes a secondary elaboration. Here we have the manifestations of that psychic force, which we shall presently take into consideration as the fourth of the factors which cooperate in dream formation. 6. Let us now look for other examples of acts of judgment in the dreams which have already been cited. In the absurd dream about the communication from the town council, I ask the question, "You married soon after?" I reckon that I was born in 1856, which seems to me to be directly afterwards. This certainly takes the form of an inference. My father married shortly after his attack, in the year 1851. I am the eldest son, born in 1856, so this is correct. We know that this inference has in fact been falsified by the wish fulfillment, and that the sentence which dominates the dream thoughts is as follows: 4 or 5 years, that is no time at all, that need not be counted. But every part of this chain of reasoning may be seen to be otherwise determined from the dream thoughts, as regards both its content and its form. It is the patient of whose patience my colleague complains, who intends to marry immediately the treatment is ended. The manner in which I converse with my father in this dream reminds me of an examination or cross-examination, and thus of a university professor who was in the habit of compiling a complete docket of personal data when entering his pupils' names. You were born when? 1856. Patre? Then the applicant gave the Latin form of the baptismal name of the father, and we students assumed that the Hofrat drew inferences from the father's name which the baptismal name of the candidate would not always have justified. Hence the drawing of inferences in the dream would be merely the repetition of the drawing of inferences which appears as a scrap of material in the dream thoughts. From this we learn something new. If an inference occurs in the dream content, it assuredly comes from the dream thoughts, but it may be contained in these as a fragment of remembered material, or it may serve as the logical connective of a series of dream thoughts. In any case, an inference in the dream represents an inference taken from the dream thoughts. It will be well to continue the analysis of this dream at this point. With the inquisition of the professor is associated the recollection of an index, in my time published in Latin, of the university students, and further the recollection of my own course of study. The 5 years allowed for the study of medicine were, as usual, too little for me. I worked unconcernedly for some years longer. My acquaintances regarded me as a loafer, and doubted whether I should get through. Then suddenly I decided to take my examinations, and I got through in spite of the postponement. A fresh confirmation of the dream thoughts with which I defiantly meet my critics. Even though you won't believe it because I am taking my time, I shall reach the conclusion. German, Schluss equals end, conclusion, inference. It has often happened like that. In its introductory portion, this dream contains several sentences which, we can hardly deny, are of the nature of an argument, and this argument is not at all absurd. It might just as well occur in my waking thoughts. In my dream, I make fun of the communication from the town council, for in the first place I was not yet born in 1851, and in the second place, my father, to whom it might refer, is already dead. Not only is each of these statements perfectly correct in itself, but they are the very arguments that I should employ if I received such a communication. We know from the foregoing analysis that this dream has sprung from the soil of deeply embittered and scornful dream thoughts; and if we may also assume that the motive of the censorship is a very powerful one, we shall understand that the dream thought has every occasion to create a flawless refutation of an unreasonable demand, in accordance with the pattern contained in the dream thoughts. But the analysis shows that in this case the dream work has not been required to make a free imitation, but that material taken from the dream thoughts had to be employed for the purpose. It is as though in an algebraic equation there should occur, besides the figures, plus and minus signs, and symbols of powers and of roots, and as though some one, in copying this equation without understanding it, should copy both the symbols and the figures, and mix them all up together. The two arguments may be traced to the following material. It is painful to me to think that many of the hypotheses upon which I base my psychological solution of the psychoneuroses, which will arouse skepticism and ridicule when they first become known. For instance, I shall have to assert that impressions of the second year of life, and even the first, leave an enduring trace upon the emotional life of subsequent neuropaths, and that these impressions, although greatly distorted and exaggerated by the memory, may furnish the earliest and profoundest basis of a hysterical symptom. Patients to whom I explain this at a suitable moment are wont to parody my explanation by offering to search for reminiscences of the period when they were not yet born. My disclosure of the unsuspected part played by the father in the earliest sexual impulses of female patients may well have a similar reception. Confer the discussion in Chapter 5, D. Nevertheless, it is my well-founded conviction that both doctrines are true. In confirmation of this, I recall certain examples in which the death of the father occurred when the child was very young, and subsequent incidents, otherwise inexplicable, proved that the child had unconsciously reserved recollections of the person who had so early gone out of its life. I know that both my assertions are based upon inferences whose validity will be attacked. It is the doing of the wish fulfillment that precisely the material of those inferences, which I fear will be contested, should be utilized by the dream work for establishing incontestable conclusions. 7. In one dream, which I have hitherto only touched upon, astonishment at the subject emerging is distinctly expressed at the outset. The elder Brücke must have set me some task or other. Strangely enough, it relates to the preparation of the lower part of my own body, the pelvis and legs, which I see before me as though in the dissecting room, but without feeling the absence of part of my body, and without a trace of horror. Louisa N. is standing beside me, and helps me in the work. The pelvis is eviscerated, now the upper, now the lower aspect is visible, and the two aspects are commingled. Large, fleshy red tubercles are visible, which, even in the dream, make me think of hemorrhoids. Also, something lying over them had to be carefully picked off. It looked like crumpled tinfoil. Then I was once more in possession of my legs, and I made a journey through the city, but I took a cab, as I was tired. To my astonishment, the cab drove into the front door of a house, which opened and allowed it to pass into a corridor, which was broken off at the end and eventually led on into the open. Finally, I wandered through changing landscapes with an Alpine guide who carried my things. He carried me for some distance, out of consideration for my tired legs. The ground was swampy. We went along the edge. People were sitting on the ground like Red Indians or gypsies, among them a girl. Until then I had made my way along on the slippery ground, in constant astonishment that I was so well able to do so after making the preparation. At last we came to a small wooden house with an open window at one end. Here the guide set me down, and laid 2 planks, which stood in readiness, on the window sill, so as to bridge the chasm which had to be crossed from the window. Now I grew really alarmed about my legs. Instead of the expected crossing, I saw 2 grown-up men lying upon wooden benches which were fixed on the walls of the hut, and something like 2 sleeping children next to them, as though not the planks but the children were intended to make the crossing possible. I awoke with terrified thoughts. Any one who has been duly impressed by the extensive nature of dream condensation will readily imagine what a number of pages the exhaustive analysis of this dream would fill. Fortunately for the context, I shall make this dream only the one example of astonishment in dreams, which makes its appearance in the parenthetical remark, strangely enough. Let us consider the occasion of the dream. It is a visit of this lady, Louisa N., who helps me with my work in the dream. She says, "Lend me something to read." I offer her She, by Rider Haggard. A strange book, but full of hidden meaning, I try to explain, the eternal feminine, the immortality of our emotions. Here she interrupts me. "I know that book already. Haven't you something of your own?" "No, my own immortal works are still unwritten." "Well, when are you going to publish your so-called latest revelations, which you promised us even we should be able to read?" she asks rather sarcastically. I now perceive that she is a mouthpiece for someone else, and I am silent. I think of the effort it cost me to make public even my work on dreams, in which I had to surrender so much of my own intimate nature. The best that you know, you can't tell the boys. The preparation of my own body which I am ordered to make in my dream is thus the self-analysis involved in the communication of my dreams. The elder Brücke very properly finds a place here. In the first years of my scientific work, it so happened that I neglected the publication of a certain discovery until his insistence forced me to publish it. But the further trains of thought proceeding from my conversation with Louisa N. go too deep to become conscious. They are sidetracked by way of the material which has been incidentally awakened in me by the mention of Rider Haggard's She. The comment, strangely enough, applies to this book, and to another by the same author, The Heart of the World, and numerous elements of the dream are taken from these 2 fantastic romances. The swampy ground over which the dreamer is carried, the chasm which has to be crossed by means of planks, come from She; the Red Indians, the girl, and the wooden house from The Heart of the World. In both novels a woman is the leader, and both treat of perilous wanderings. She has to do with an adventurous journey to an undiscovered country, a place almost untrodden by the foot of man. According to a note which I find in my record of the dream, the fatigue in my legs was a real sensation from those days. Probably a weary mood corresponded with this fatigue, and the doubting question, how much farther will my legs carry me? In She, the end of the adventure is that the heroine meets her death in the mysterious central fire, instead of winning immortality for herself and for others. Some related anxiety has mistakably arisen in the dream thoughts. The wooden house is assuredly also a coffin, that is, the grave. But in representing this most unwished for of all thoughts by means of a wish fulfillment, the dream work has achieved its masterpiece. I was once in a grave, but it was an empty Etruscan grave near Orvieto, a narrow chamber with 2 stone benches on the walls, upon which were lying the skeletons of 2 adults. The interior of the wooden house in the dream looks exactly like this grave, except that stone has been replaced by wood. The dream seems to say, if you must already sojourn in your grave, let it be this Etruscan grave. And by means of this interpolation it transforms the most mournful expectation into one that is really to be desired. Unfortunately, as we shall learn, the dream is able to change into its opposite only the idea accompanying an affect, but not always the affect itself. Hence I awake with thoughts of terror, even after the idea that perhaps my children will achieve what has been denied to their father has forced its way to representation. A fresh allusion to the strange romance in which the identity of a character is preserved through a series of generations covering 2000 years. 8. In the context of another dream, there is a similar expression of astonishment at what is experienced in the dream. This, however, is connected with such a striking, far-fetched, and almost intellectual attempt at explanation, that if only on this account I should have to subject the whole dream to analysis, even if it did not possess 2 other interesting features. On the night of the 18th of July, I was travelling on the Southern Railway, and in my sleep I heard someone call out, "Holtorn, 10 minutes." I immediately think of Holoturia, of a natural history museum, that here is a place where valiant men have vainly resisted the domination of their overlord. Yes, the counter-reformation in Austria, as though it were a place in Styria or the Tyrol. Now I see indistinctly a small museum, in which the relics of the acquisitions of these men are preserved. I should like to leave the train, but I hesitate to do so. There are women with fruit on the platform. They squat on the ground, and in that position invitingly hold up their baskets. I hesitated, in doubt as to whether we have time, but here we are still stationary. I am suddenly in another compartment, in which the leather and the seats are so narrow that one's spine directly touches the back. I am surprised at this, but I may have changed carriages while asleep. Several people, among them an English brother and sister, a row of books plainly on a shelf on the wall. I see The Wealth of Nations and Matter and Motion by Maxwell, thick books bound in brown linen. The man asks his sister about a book of Schiller's, whether she has forgotten it. These books seem to belong now to me, now to them. At this point I wish to join in the conversation in order to confirm or support what is being said. I wake sweating all over because all the windows are shut. The train stops at Marburg. While writing down the dream, a part of it occurs to me which my memory wished to pass over. I tell the brother and sister, in English, referring to a certain book, it is from, but I correct myself, it is by. The man remarks to his sister, he said it correctly. The dream begins with the name of a station which seems to have almost waked me. For this name, which was Marburg, I substitute Holtorn. The fact that I heard Marburg the first or perhaps the second time it was called out is proved by the mention of Schiller in the dream. He was born in Marburg, though not the Styrian Marburg. Now on this occasion, although I was travelling first class, I was doing so under very disagreeable circumstances. The train was overcrowded. In my compartment I had come upon a lady and gentleman who seemed very fine people, and had not the good breeding, or did not think it worth while, to conceal their displeasure at my intrusion. My polite greeting was not returned, and although they were sitting side by side, with their backs to the engine, the woman before my eyes hastened to preempt the seat opposite her and next to the window, with her umbrella. The door was immediately closed, and pointed remarks about the opening of windows were exchanged. Probably I was quickly recognized as a person hungry for fresh air. It was a hot night, and the atmosphere of the compartment, closed on both sides, was almost suffocating. My experience as a traveller leads me to believe that such inconsiderate and overbearing conduct marks people who have paid for their tickets only partly, or not at all. When the conductor came round, and I presented my dearly bought ticket, the lady exclaimed, haughtily and almost threateningly, "My husband has a pass." She was an imposing looking person, with a discontented expression, in age not far removed from the autumn of feminine beauty. The man had no chance to say anything. He sat there motionless. I tried to sleep. In my dream I take a terrible revenge on my disagreeable travelling companions. No one would suspect what insults and humiliations are concealed behind the disjointed fragments of the first half of the dream. After this need has been satisfied, the second wish, to exchange my compartment for another, makes itself felt. The dream changes its scene so often, and without making the slightest objection to such changes, that it would not have seemed at all remarkable had I at once, from my memories, replaced my travelling companions by more agreeable persons. But here was a case where something or other opposes the change of scene, and finds it necessary to explain it. How did I suddenly get into another compartment? I could not positively remember having changed carriages. So there was only one explanation. I must have left the carriage while asleep. An unusual occurrence, examples of which, however, are known to neuropathologists. We know of persons who undertake railway journeys in a crepuscular state, without betraying their abnormal condition by any sign whatever, until at some stage of their journey they come to themselves, and are surprised by the gap in their memory. Thus, while I am still dreaming, I declare my own case to be such a case of automatisme ambulatoire. Analysis permits of another solution. The attempt at explanation, which so surprises me if I am to attribute it to the dream work, is not original, but is copied from the neurosis of one of my patients. I have already spoken in another chapter of a highly cultured and kindly man who began, shortly after the death of his parents, to accuse himself of murderous tendencies, and who was distressed by the precautionary measures which he had to take to secure himself against these tendencies. His was a case of severe obsessional ideas with full insight. To begin with, it was painful to him to walk through the streets, as he was obsessed by the necessity of accounting for all the persons he met. He had to know whither they had disappeared. If one of them suddenly eluded his pursuing glance, he was left with a feeling of distress and the idea that he might possibly have made away with the man. Behind this obsessive idea was concealed, among other things, a Cain fantasy, for all men are brothers. Owing to the impossibility of accomplishing this task, he gave up going for walks, and spent his life imprisoned within his four walls. But reports of murders which had been committed in the world outside were constantly reaching his room by way of the newspapers, and his conscience tormented him with the doubt that he might be the murderer for whom the police were looking. The certainty that he had not left the house for weeks protected him for a time against these accusations, until one day there dawned upon him the possibility that he might have left his house while in an unconscious state, and might thus have committed the murder without knowing anything about it. From that time onwards he locked his front door, and gave the key to his old housekeeper, strictly forbidding her to give it into his hands, even if he demanded it. This, then, is the origin of the attempted explanation that I may have changed carriages while in an unconscious state. It has been taken into the dream ready-made from the material of the dream thoughts, and is evidently intended to identify me with the person of my patient. My memory of this patient was awakened by natural association. My last night journey had been made a few weeks earlier in his company. He was cured, and we were going into the country together to his relatives, who had sent for me. As we had a compartment to ourselves, we left all the windows open throughout the night, and for as long as I remained awake, we had a most interesting conversation. I knew that hostile impulses towards his father in childhood, in a sexual connection, had been at the root of his illness. By identifying myself with him, I wanted to make an analogous confession to myself. The second scene of the dream really resolves itself into a wanton fantasy to the effect that my two elderly travelling companions had acted so uncivilly towards me because my arrival on the scene had prevented them from exchanging kisses and embraces during the night, as they had intended. This fantasy, however, goes back to an early incident of my childhood, when, probably impelled by sexual curiosity, I had intruded into my parents' bedroom, and was driven thence by my father's emphatic command. I think it would be superfluous to multiply such examples. They would all confirm what we have learned from those already cited, namely, that an act of judgment in a dream is merely the repetition of an original act of judgment in the dream thoughts. In most cases it is an unsuitable repetition, fitted into an inappropriate context. Occasionally, however, as in our last example, it is so artfully applied that it may almost give one the impression of independent intellectual activity in the dream. At this point we might turn our attention to that psychic activity which, though it does not appear to cooperate constantly in the formation of dreams, yet endeavours to fuse the dream elements of different origin into a flawless and significant whole. We consider it necessary, however, first of all to consider the expressions of affect which appear in dreams, and to compare these with the affects which analysis discovers in the dream thoughts. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 36. The Affects in Dreams. Part 1. A shrewd remark of Stricker's called our attention to the fact that the expression of affects in dreams cannot be disposed of in the contemptuous fashion in which we are wont to shake off the dream content after we have waked. If I am afraid of robbers in my dreams, the robbers, to be sure, are imaginary, but the fear of them is real. And the same thing is true if I rejoice in my dream. According to the testimony of our feelings, an affect experienced in a dream is in no way inferior to one of like intensity experienced in waking life, and the dream presses its claims to be accepted as a part of our real psychic experiences by virtue of its affective rather than its ideational content. In the waking state, we do not put the one before the other, since we do not know how to evaluate an affect psychically except in connection with an ideational content. If an affect and an idea are ill matched as regards their nature or their intensity, our waking judgment becomes confused. The fact that in dreams the ideational content does not always produce the affective result which in our waking thoughts we should expect as its necessary consequence has always been a cause of astonishment. Strumpel declared that ideas in dreams are stripped of their psychic values. But there is no lack of instances in which the reverse is true. When an intensive manifestation of affect appears in a content which seems to offer no occasion for it. In my dream, I may be in a horrible, dangerous, or disgusting situation, and yet I may feel no fear or aversion. On the other hand, I am sometimes terrified by harmless things, and sometimes delighted by childish things. This enigma disappeared more suddenly and more completely than perhaps any other dream problem if we pass from the manifest to the latent content. We shall then no longer have to explain it, for it will no longer exist. Analysis tells us that the ideational contents have undergone displacements and substitutions, while the affects have remained unchanged. No wonder, then, that the ideational content, which has been altered by dream distortion, no longer fits the affect which has remained intact, and no cause for wonder when analysis has put the correct content into its original place. The night before its father was to return to the front, the child cried out, sobbing violently, "Papa, Papa, baby." That may mean, let Papa and baby still be together. While the weeping takes cognizance of the imminent departure, the child was at the time very well able to express the concept of separation. Fort, away replaced by a peculiarly accented long drawn out ooh, has been his first word, and for many months before this first dream, he had played at away with all his toys, which went back to his early self conquest in allowing his mother to go away. In a psychic complex which has been subjected to the influence of the resisting censorship, the affects are unyielding constituent, which alone can guide us to the correct completion. This state of affairs is revealed in the psychoneurosis even more distinctly than in dreams. Here the affects is always in the right, at least as regards its quality. Its intensity may, of course, be increased by displacement of neurotic attention. When the hysterical patient wonders that he should be so afraid of a trifle, or when the sufferer from the obsessions is astonished that he should reproach himself so bitterly for a mere nothing, they are both in error, inasmuch as they regard long conceptual content, the trifle, the mere nothing, as the essential thing, and they defend themselves in vain, because they make this conceptual content the starting point of their thought work. Psychoanalysis, however, puts them on the right path, inasmuch as it recognizes that, on the contrary, it is the affect that is justified, and looks for the concept which pertains to it, and which has been repressed by a substitution. All that we need to assume is that the liberation of affect and conceptual content do not constitute the indissoluble organic unity as which we are wont to regard them, but that the two parts may be welded together, so that analysis will separate them. Dream interpretation shows that this is actually the case. I will first of all give an example in which analysis explains the apparent absence of affect in a conceptual content, which ought to compel a liberation of affect. 1. The dreamer sees three lions in a desert, one of which is laughing, but she is not afraid of them. Then, however, she must have fled from them, for she is trying to climb a tree. But she finds that her cousin, the French teacher, is already up in the tree, etc. The analysis yields the following material. The indifferent occasion of the dream was a sentence in the dreamer's English exercise. The lion's greatest adornment is his mane. Her father used to wear a beard which encircled his face like a mane. The name for her English teacher is Miss Lyon. An acquaintance of hers sent her the ballads of Louvet. Louvet means lion. These then are the three lions. Why should she be afraid of them? She has read a story in which a negro, who has incited his fellows to revolt, is hunted with bloodhounds, and climbs a tree to save himself. Then follow fragmentary recollections in the merriest mood, such as the following directions for catching lions. From Die fliegende Blatter. Take a desert and put it through a sieve, the lions will be left behind. Also a very amusing but not very proper anecdote about an official who is asked why he does not take greater pains to win the favour of his chief, and who replies that he has not been trying to creep into favour, but that his immediate superior was already up there. The whole matter becomes intelligible as soon as one learns that on the dream day the lady had received a visit from her husband's superior. He was very polite to her and kissed her hand, and she was not at all afraid of him, although he is a big bug. Grosses Tier means big animal, and plays the part of a social lion in the capital of her country. This lion is, therefore, like the lion in A Midsummer's Night Dream, who is unmasked as the Snug the joiner. And of such stuff are all the dream lions of which one is not afraid. 2. As my second example, I will cite the dream of a girl who saw her sister's little son lying as a corpse in his coffin, but who, it may be added, was conscious of no pain or sorrow. Why she was unmoved, we know from the analysis. The dream only disguised her wish to see once more the man she loved. The affect had to be attuned to the wish, and not to its disguisement. There was thus no occasion for sorrow. In a number of dreams the affect does at least remain connected with the conceptual content, which has replaced the content really belonging to it. In others the dissolution of the complex is carried farther. The affect is entirely separated from the idea belonging to it, and finds itself accommodated elsewhere in the dream, where it fits into the new arrangement of the dream elements. We have seen that the same thing happens to acts of judgments in dreams. If an important inference occurs in the dream thoughts, there is one in the dream also, but the inference in the dream may be displaced by the entirely different material. Not infrequently this displacement is effected in accordance with the principles of antithesis. I will illustrate the latter possibility by the following dream, which I have subjected to the most exhaustive analysis. 3. A castle by the sea. Afterwards it lies directly not on the coast, but on the narrow canal leading to the sea. A certain Herr P is the governor of the castle. I stand with him in a large salon with three windows, in front of which rise the projections of a wall, like battlements of a fortress. I belong to the garrison, perhaps as a volunteer naval officer. We fear the arrival of enemy warships, for we are in a state of war. Herr P intends to leave the castle. He gives me instructions as to what must be done if what we fear should come to pass. His sick wife and his children are in the threatened castle. As soon as the bombardment begins, the large hall is to be cleared. He breathes heavily, and tries to get away. I detain him and ask him how I am to send him news in case of need. He says something further, and immediately afterwards he sinks into the floor dead. I have probably taxed him unnecessarily with my presence. after his death which causes no further impression upon me, I consider whether the window is to remain in the castle, whether I should give notice of the death to the higher command, whether I should take over the control of the castle as the next in command. I now stand at the window and scrutinize the ships as they pass. They are cargo steamers, and they rush by over the dark water, several with more than one funnel, others with bulging decks. These are very like the railway stations in the preliminary dream which has not been related. Then my brother is standing beside me, and we both look out of the window onto the canal. At the sight of one ship, we are alarmed and call out, "Here comes the warship!" It turns out, however, that they are only the ships which I have already seen returning. Now comes a small ship, comically truncated, so that it ends amidships. On the deck, one sees curious things like cups or little boxes. We call out as with one voice, "This is the breakfast ship." The rapid motion of the ships, the deep blue of the water, the brown smoke of the funnels, all these together produce an intense and gloomy impression. The localities in this dream are compiled from several journeys to the Adriatic, Miramare, Duino, Venice, Aquileia, a short but enjoyable Easter trip to Aquileia with my brother, a few weeks before the dream, was still fresh in my memory. Also the naval war between America and Spain, and associated with this my anxiety as to the fate of my relatives in America, play a part in the dream. Manifestations of affect appear at two places in the dream. In one place, an affect that would be expected is lacking. It expressly emphasized that the death of the governor makes no impression upon me. At another point, when I see warships, I am frightened, and experience all the sensations of fright in my sleep. The distribution of affects in this well constructed dream has been effected in such a way that any obvious contradiction is avoided. For there is no reason why I should be frightened at governor's death, and it is fitting that, as the commander of the castle, I should be alarmed by the sight of the warship. Now analysis shows that Herr P is nothing but a substitute for my own ego. In the dream I am a substitute. I am the governor who suddenly dies. The dream thoughts deal with the future of my family after my premature death. No other disagreeable thought is to be found among the dream thoughts. The alarm which goes off with the sight of the warship must be transferred from it to this disagreeable thought. Inversely, the analysis shows that the region of the dream thoughts from which the warship comes is laden with most cheerful reminiscence. In Venice, a year before the dream, one magically beautiful day, we stood at the window of our room on the Riva Schiavoni and looked out over the blue lagoon, on which there was more traffic to be seen than usual. Some English ships were expected. They were to be given a festive reception, and suddenly my wife cried, happy as a child, "Here comes the English warship!" In the dream I am frightened by the very same words. Once more, we see that the speeches in dreams have their origin in speeches in real life. I shall presently show that even the element English in the speech has not been lost for the dream work. Here, then, between the dream thoughts and the dream content, I turn joy into fright, and I need only point to the fact that by means of this transformation I give expression to the fact of the latent dream content. The example shows, however, that the dream work is at liberty to detach the occasion of an affect from its connection in the dream thoughts, and to insert it at any other place it chooses in the dream content. I will take the opportunity which is here incidentally offered of subjecting to a closer analysis the breakfast ship, whose appearance in the dream so absurdly concludes a situation that has been rationally adhered to. If I look more closely at this dream object, I am impressed after the event by the fact that it was black, and that by reason of its truncation at its widest beam it achieved, at the truncated end, a considerable resemblance to an object which had aroused our interest in the Museum of Etruscan Studies. This object was a rectangular cup of black clay with two handles, upon which stood things like coffee cups or tea cups, very similar to our modern service for the breakfast table. Upon inquiry, we learned that this was the toilette set of an Etruscan lady, with little boxes of rouge and powder, and we told one another jestingly that it would not be a bad idea to take things like that home to the lady of the house. The dream object, therefore, signifies a black toilette. Toilette means dress, or mourning, and refers directly to a death. The other end of the dream object reminds us of a boat. German Naken, from the Greek root nekos, as a philological friend informs me, upon which corpses were laid in prehistoric times and were left to be buried by the sea. This is associated with the return of the ships in the dream. Silently on this rescued boat the old man drifts into harbour. It is the return voyage after the shipwreck. German Schiffbruch, meaning shipbreaking. The breakfast ship looks as though it were broken off amidships. But whence comes the name breakfast ship? This is where the English comes in, which we left over from the warships. Breakfast, a breaking of the fast. Breaking again belongs to the shipwreck, Schiffbruch, and fasting is associated with the black, mourning. But the only thing about this breakfast ship which has been newly created by the dream is its name. The thing existed in reality, and recalls to me one of the merriest moments of my last journey. As we discussed the fare in Aquileia, we took some food with us from Gueres, and bought a bottle of excellent Istrian wine in Aquileia. And while the little mail steamer slowly travelled through the canal, Delme, and into the lonely expanse of a lagoon in the direction of Grado, we had breakfast on the deck in the highest spirits. We were the only passengers, and it tasted to us as few breakfasts have ever tasted. This, then, was the breakfast ship, and it is behind this very recollection of the gayest joie de vivre that the dream hides the saddest thoughts of an unknown and mysterious future. The detachment of affects from the groups of ideas which have occasioned their liberations is the most striking thing that happens to them in dream formation, but is neither the only nor even the most essential change which they undergo on the way from the dream thoughts to the manifest dream. If the affects in the dream thoughts are compared with those in the dream, one thing at once becomes clear. Wherever there is an affect in the dream, it is to be found also in the dream thoughts. The converse, however, is not true. In general, a dream is less rich in affects than the psychic material from which it is elaborated. When I have reconstructed the dream thoughts, I see that the most intense psychic impulses are constantly striving in them for self assertion, usually in conflict with others which are sharply opposed to them. Now, if I turn back to the dream, I often find it colorless and devoid of any very intensive affective tone. Not only the content, but also the affective tone of my thoughts is often reduced by the dream work to the level of the indifferent. I might say that the suppression of affects has been accomplished by dream work. Take, for example, the dream of a botanical monograph. It corresponds to a passionate plea for my freedom to act as I am acting, to arrange my life as it seems right to me, and to me alone. The dream which results from this sounds indifferent. I have written a monograph, it is lying before me, it is provided with color plates, and the dried plants are to be found in each copy. It is like the peace of a deserted battlefield. No trace is left of the tumult of the battle. But things may turn out quite differently. Vivid expressions of affect may enter into the dream itself, but we will first of all consider the unquestioned fact that so many dreams appear indifferent, whereas it is never possible to go deeply into the dream thoughts without deep emotion. The complete theoretical explanation of the suppression of affects during the dream work cannot be given here. It would require a most careful investigation of the theory of affects and of the mechanism of repression. Here I can put forward only two suggestions. I am forced, for other reasons, to conceive the liberation of affects as a centrifugal process directed towards the interior of the body, analogous to the process of motor and secretory innervation. Just as in the sleeping state the emission of motor impulses towards the outer world seems to be suspended, so the centrifugal awakening of affects by unconscious thinking during sleep may be rendered more difficult. The affective impulses which occur during the course of the dream thoughts may thus in themselves be feeble, so that those that find their way into the dream are no stronger. According to this line of thought, the suppression of affects would not be a consequence of the dream work at all, but a consequence of the state of sleep. This may be so, but it cannot possibly be all the truth. We must remember that all more complex dreams have revealed themselves as the result of compromise between conflicting psychic forces. On the one hand, the wish forming thoughts have to oppose the contradiction of a censorship. On the other hand, as we have often seen, even in unconscious thinking, every train of thought is harnessed to its contradictory counterpart. Since all these train of thoughts are capable of arousing affects, we shall, broadly speaking, hardly go astray if we conceive the suppression of affects as the result of inhibition, which contrasts impose upon one another, and the censorship upon the urges which it has suppressed. The inhibition of affects would accordingly be the second consequence of the dream censorship, just as the dream distortion as the first consequence. I will here insert an example of a dream in which the indifferent emotional tone of the dream content may be explained by the antagonism of the dream thoughts. I must relate the following short dream, which every reader will read with disgust. 4. Rising ground, and on it something like an open air latrine, a very long bench, at the end of which is a wide aperture. The whole of the back edge is thickly covered with little heaps of excrement of all sizes and degrees of freshness. A thicket behind the bench. I urinate upon the bench. A long stream of urine rinses everything clean. The patches of excrement come off easily and fall into the opening. Nevertheless, it seems as though something remained at the end. Why did I experience no disgust in this dream? Because, as the analysis shows, the most pleasant and gratifying thoughts have cooperated in the formation of this dream. Upon analyzing it, I immediately think of Eugen's stables, which are cleansed by Hercules. I am this Hercules. The rising ground and the thicket belong to Ozzy, where my children are now staying. I have discovered the infantile etiology of the neurosis, and have thus guarded my own children from falling ill. The bench, omitting the aperture of course, is the faithful copy of a piece of furniture of which an affectionate female patient has made me a present. This reminds me how my patients honor me. Even the museum of human excrement is susceptible of gratifying interpretation. However much it disgusts me, it is a souvenir of the beautiful land of Italy, where in the small cities, as everyone knows, the privies are not equipped in any other way. The stream of urine that washes everything clean is an unmistakable allusion to greatness. It is in this manner that Gulliver extinguishes the great fire in Lilliput. To be sure, he thereby incurs the displeasure of the tiniest of queens. In this way too, Garantua, the superman of Master Rabelais, takes vengeance upon the Parisians. Styling Notre Dame. Only yesterday I was turning over the leaves of Garnier's illustration of Rabelais before I went to bed, and strangely enough, here is another proof that I am the superman. The platform of Notre Dame was my favorite nook in Paris. Every free afternoon I used to go up into the towers of the cathedral, and there clamber about between the monsters and the gargoyles. The circumstance that all the excrement vanishes so rapidly before the stream of urine corresponds to the motto, Afflevit et dissipati sunt, which I shall some day make the title of a chapter on the therapeutics of hysteria. And now as to the affective occasion of the dream. It had been a hot summer afternoon. In the evening, I had given my lecture on the connection between hysteria and perversions, and everything which I had to say displeased me thoroughly and seemed utterly valueless. I was tired. I took not the least pleasure in my difficult work, and longed to get away from this rummaging in human filth, first to see my children, and then to revisit the beauties of Italy. In this mood I went from the lecture hall to a cafe to get some little refreshment in the open air, for my appetite had forsaken me. But a member of my audience went with me. He begged for permission to sit with me, while I drank my coffee and gulped down my roll, and began to say flattering things to me. He told me how much he had learned from me, that he now saw everything through different eyes, that had cleansed the organ tables of error and prejudice which encumbered the theory of neurosis. In short, that I was a very great man. My mood was ill suited to this hymn of praise. I struggled with my disgust, and went home earlier in order to get rid of him. And before I went to sleep, I turned over the leaves of Rabelais, and read a short story by C.F. Mayer entitled Die Leiden eines Knaben, The Sorrows of a Boy. The dream had originated from this material, and Mayer's novel had supplied the recollections of scenes of childhood. The day's mood of annoyance and disgust is continued in the dream, inasmuch as it is permitted to furnish nearly all the material for the dream content. But during the night, the opposite mood of vigorous, even more immoderate self assertion, awakened and dissipated the earlier mood. The dream had to assume such a form as would accommodate both the expressions of self depreciation and exaggerated self glorification in the same material. The compromise formation resulted in an ambiguous dream content, but owing to the mutual inhibition of opposites, in an indifferent emotional tone. According to the theory of wish fulfillment, this dream would not have been possible had it not opposed and indeed suppressed yet pleasure emphasized megalomaniac train of thought been added to the thoughts of disgust. For nothing painful is intended to be represented in dreams. The painful element of our daily thoughts are able to force their way into our dreams only if at the same time they are able to disguise a wish fulfillment. The dream work is able to dispose of the effects of dream thoughts in yet another way than by admiring them or reducing them to zero. It can transform them into their opposites. We are acquainted with the rule that for the purposes of the interpretation every element of the dream may represent its opposite as well as itself. One can never tell beforehand which is to be posited. Only the context can decide this point. A suspicion of this state of affairs has evidently found its way into the popular consciousness. The dream books, in their interpretations, often proceed according to the principle of contraries. This transformation into the contrary is made possible by the intimate associate ties which in our thoughts connect the idea of a thing with that of its opposite. Like every other displacement, this serves the purpose of the censorship. But it is often the work of wish fulfillment, for wish fulfillment consists in nothing more than the substitution of an unwelcome thing by its opposite. Just as concrete images may be transformed into their contraries in our dreams, so also may the effects of the dream thoughts. And it is probable that this inversion of effects is usually brought about by the dream censorship. The suppression and inversion of affects is useful even in social life, as is shown in the familiar analogy of the dream censorship, and above all, hypocrisy. If I am conversing with a person to whom I must show consideration, while I should like to address him as an enemy, it is almost more important that I should conceal the expression of my affect from him than that I should modify the verbal expressions of my thoughts. If I address him with courteous terms, but accompany them by looks and gestures of hatred and disdain, the effect which I produce upon him is not very different from which it would have been had I cast my unmitigated contempt into his face. Above all, then the censorship bids me suppress my affects, and if I am a master of the art of dissimulation, I can hypocritically display the opposite effect, smiling where I should like to be angry, and pretending affection where I should like to destroy. We have already had an excellent example of such an inversion of affect in the service of the dream censorship. In the dream of my uncle's beard, I feel great affection for my friend R, while, and because, the dream thoughts berate him as a simpleton. From this example of the inversion of affects, we derived our first proof of the existence of the censorship. Even here, it is not necessary to assume that the dream work creates a counter effect of this kind that is altogether new. It usually finds it lying ready in the material of the dream thoughts, and merely intensifies it with psychic force of defense motives until it is able to predominate in the dream formation. In the dream of my uncle, the affectionate counter effect probably has its origin in an infantile source, as the continuation of the dream would suggest. For owing to the peculiar nature of my earliest childhood experiences, the relation of uncle and nephew has become the source of all my friendships and hatreds. An excellent example of such reversal of effect is found in a dream recorded by Ferenczi. An elderly gentleman was awakened at night by his wife, who was frightened because he laughed so loudly and uncontrollably in his sleep. The man afterwards related that he had had the following dream. I lay in my bed. A gentleman known to me came in. I wanted to turn on the light, but I could not. I attempted to do so repeatedly, but in vain. Thereupon my wife got out of the bed in order to help me, but she, too, was unable to manage it. Being ashamed of her negligee in the presence of the gentleman, she finally gave it up and went back to her bed. All this was so comical that I had to laugh terribly. My wife said, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" But I continued to laugh until I woke. The following day the man was extremely depressed and suffered from headache. From too much laughter, which shook me up, he thought. Analytically considered, the dream looks less comical. In the latent dream thoughts, the gentleman known to him is the image of death as the great unknown, which has awakened in his mind on the previous day. The old gentleman who suffers from arteriosclerosis had good reason to think of death on the day before the dream. The uncontrollable laughter takes the place of weeping and sobbing at the idea that he has to die. It is the light of the life that he is no longer able to turn on. This mournful thought may be associated itself with failure to effect sexual intercourse, which he had attempted shortly before this, and which the assistance of his wife, or negligee, was of no avail. He realized that he was already on the decline. The dream work knew how to transform the sad idea of impotence and death into a comic scene and the sobbing into laughter. There is one class of dreams which has a special claim to be hypocritical, and which severely tests the theory of wish fulfillment. My attention was called to them when Frau Dr. M. Elferding proposed for discussion by the Psychoanalytic Society of Vienna a dream recorded by Roseger, which is here reprinted. In Wahlheimat, volume 11, Roseger writes as follows in his story Fremdgemacht. I usually enjoy healthful sleep, yet I have gone into repose on many a night. In addition to my modest existence as a student and literary man, I have for long years dragged out the shadow of veritable tailor's life, like a ghost from which I could not become divorced. It is not true that I have occupied myself very often or very intensely with the thoughts of my past during the day. A stormer of heaven and earth, who has escaped from the hide of Philistine, has other things to think about, and as a gay young fellow, I hardly gave a thought to my nocturnal dreams. Only later, when I formed the habit of thinking about everything, or when the Philistine within me began to assert itself a little, did it strike me that when I dreamed at all, I was always a journeyman tailor, and that in that capacity I had already worked in my master's shop for a long time without any pay. As I sat there beside him and sewed and pressed, I was perfectly well aware that I no longer belonged there, and that as a burgess of the town I had other things to attend to, but I was always on a holiday, or away in the country, or so I sat beside my master and helped him. I often felt far from comfortable about it, and regretted the waste of time which I might have employed for better and more useful purposes. If anything was not quite correct in measure and cut, I had to put up with scolding from my master. Of wages there was never a question. Often, as I sat with my bent back in the dark workshop, I decided to give notice and take myself scarce. Once I actually did so, but the master took no notice of me, and next time I was sitting beside him again and sewing. How happy I was when I woke up after such weary hours! And then I resolved that, if this intrusive dream should ever occur again, I would energetically throw it off, and would cry aloud, "It is only a delusion! I am lying in my bed, and I want to sleep." And the next night I would be sitting in the tailor's shop again. So it went on for years with dismal regularity. Once, when the master and I were working at Appelhofer's, at the house of the peasant with whom I began my apprenticeship, it happened that my master was particularly dissatisfied with my work. "I should like to know where in the world your thoughts are," he cried, and looked at me sullenly. I thought the most sensible thing to do would be to get up and explain to the master that I was working with him only as a favour, and then take my leave. But I did not do this. I even submitted when the master engaged an apprentice, and ordered me to make room for him on the bench. I moved into the corner, and kept on sewing. On the same day another journeyman was engaged, a bigoted fellow. He was a Bohemian, who had worked for us 19 years earlier, and then had fallen into the lake on his way home from the public house. When he tried to sit down there was no room for him. I looked at the master inquiringly, and he said to me, "You have no talent for tailoring. You may go, you are a stranger henceforth." My fright on that occasion was so overpowering that I woke. The grey of morning glimmered through the clear windows of my familiar home. Objects to art surrounded me. In the tasteful bookcase stood the eternal Homer, the gigantic Dante, the incomparable Shakespeare, the glorious Goethe, all radiant and immortal. From the adjoining room resounded the clear little voices of the children, who were waking up and prattling to their mother. I felt as though I had rediscovered that idyllically sweet, peaceful, poetical, and spiritualized life in which I have often, and so deeply, been conscious of contemplative human happiness. And yet I was vexed that I had not given my master notice first, but had been dismissed by him. And how remarkable this seems to me, since that night when my master made a stranger of me, I have enjoyed restful sleep. I no longer dream of my tailoring days, which now lie in the remote past, which in their unpretentious simplicity were really so cheerful, but which, none the less, have cast a long shadow over the later years of my life. In this series of dreams of a poet who, in his younger years, had been a journeyman tailor, it is hard to recognize the domination of the wish fulfillment. All the delightful things occurred in his waking life, while the dream seemed to drag along with it the ghost like shadow of an unhappy existence which had long been forgotten. Dreams of my own of a similar character enable me to give some explanation of such dreams. As a young doctor, I worked for a long time in the Chemical Institute without being able to accomplish anything in that exacting science, so that in the waking state I never think about the unfruitful and actually somewhat humiliating period of my student days. On the other hand, I have a recurring dream to the effect that I am working in the laboratory, making analysis and experiments, and so forth. These dreams, like the examination dreams, are disagreeable, but they are never very distinct. During the analysis of one of these dreams, my attention was directed to the word analysis, which gave me the key to an understanding of them. Since then, I have become an analyst. I make analyses which are greatly praised. Psychoanalysis, of course. Now I understand. When I feel proud of these analyses in my waking life and feel inclined to boast of my achievements, my dreams hold up to me at night those other unsuccessful analyses of which I have no reason to be proud. They are the punitive dreams of the upstart, like those of the journeyman tailor who became a celebrated poet. But how is it possible for a dream to place itself at the service of self criticism in its conflict with parvenu pride, and to take as its content a rational warning instead of a prohibited wish fulfillment? I have already hinted that the answer to this question presents many difficulties. We may conclude that the foundation of dream consisted at first in arrogant fantasy of ambition, but that in its stead only its suppression and abasement has reached the dream content. One must remember that there are masochistic tendencies in mental life to which such an inversion might be attributed. I see no objection to regarding such dreams as punishment dreams, as distinguished from wish fulfilling dreams. I should not see in this any limitation of the theory of dreams hitherto as presented, but merely a verbal concession to the point of view to which the convergence of contraries seems strange. But a more thorough investigation of individual dreams of this class allows us to recognize yet another element. In an indistinct subordinate portion of one of my laboratory dreams, I was just at the age which placed me in the most gloomy and most unsuccessful year of my professional career. I still had no position and no idea how I was going to support myself, when I suddenly found that I had the choice of several women whom I might marry. I was therefore young again, and, what is more, she was young again, the woman who has shared with me all these difficult years. In this way, one of the wishes which constantly gnaws at the heart of the aging man was revealed as the unconscious dream instigator. The conflict raging in other psychic strata between vanity and self criticism had certainly determined the dream content, but the more deeply rooted wish for youth had alone made it possible as a dream. One often says to oneself, even in the waking state, "To be sure, things are going well with you today, and once you found life very hard. But after all, life was sweet in those days, when you were still so young." Another group of dreams which I have often myself experienced, and which I have recognized to be hypocritical, have as their content a reconciliation with persons with whom one has long ceased to have friendly relations. The analysis constantly discovers an occasion which might well induce me to cast aside the last remnants of consideration for these former friends, and to treat them as strangers or enemies. But the dream chooses to depict the contrary relation. In considering dreams recorded by a novelist or poet, we may often enough assume that he has excluded from record those details which he felt to be disturbing and regarded as unessential. His dreams thus set us a problem which could be readily solved if we had exact reproduction of the dream content. O. Rank has called my attention to the fact that in the Grimm's fairy tale of the valiant little tailor, or the seven at one stroke, there is related a very similar dream of an upstart. The tailor, who has become a hero and has married the king's daughter, dreams one night while lying beside the princess, his wife, about his trade. Having become suspicious, on the following night she places armed guards where they can listen to what is said by the dreamer and arrest him. But the little tailor is warned and is able to correct his dream. The complicated process of removal, diminution, and inversion, by which the effects of the dream thoughts finally become the effects of the dream, may be very well survived in the suitable synthesis of completely analyzed dreams. I shall here discuss a few examples of affective manifestations in dreams, which will, I think, prove this conclusively in some of the cases cited. End of section 36. Recording by Lambda. Section 37 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 37. The Effects in Dreams, Part 2. In the dream about the odd task which the elder Brooke sets me that of preparing my own pelvis, I am aware in the dream itself of not feeling appropriate horror. Now this is a wish fulfillment in more senses than one. The preparation signifies the self-analysis which I perform, as it were, by publishing my book on dreams, which I actually find so painful that I postponed the printing of the completed manuscript for more than a year. The wish now arises that I may disregard this feeling of aversion, and for that reason I feel no horror, groven, which also means to grow grey, in the dream. I should much like to escape groven in the other senses too, for I am already growing quite grey, and the grey in my hair wants me to delay no longer. For we know that at the end of the dream this thought secures representation. I shall have to leave my children to reach the goal of their difficult journey without my help. In the two dreams that transfer the expression of satisfaction to the moments immediately after waking, this satisfaction is the one case motivated by the expectation that I am now going to learn what is meant by I have already dreamed of this, and refers in reality to the birth of my first child, and in other case it is motivated by the conviction that that which has been announced by a premonitory sign is now going to happen, and the satisfaction is that which I have felt on the arrival of my second son. Here the same affects that dominated in the dream thoughts have remained in the dream, but the process is not quite so simple as this in any dream. If the two analyses are examined a little more closely, it will be seen that this satisfaction, which does not succumb to censorship, receives reinforcement from a source which must fear the censorship, and whose effect would certainly have aroused opposition if it had not screened itself by a similar and readily admitted effect of satisfaction from the permitted source, and had, so to speak, sneaked in behind it. I am unfortunately unable to show this is the case of the actual dream, but an example from another situation will make my meaning intelligible. I will put the following case. Let there be a person near me whom I hate so strongly that I have a lively impulse to rejoice should anything happen to him. But the moral side of my nature does not give way to this impulse. I do not dare to express this sinister wish, and when something does happen to him, which he does not deserve, I suppress my satisfaction, and force myself to thoughts and expressions of regret. Everyone will at some time have found himself in such a position. But now, let it happen that the hated person, through some transgression of his own, draws upon himself a well-deserved calamity. I shall now be allowed to give free rein to my satisfaction at his being visited by a just punishment, and I shall be expressing an opinion which coincides with that of the other impartial persons. But I observe that my satisfaction proves to be more intense than that of the others, for it has received reinforcement from another source from my hatred, which has hitherto prevented by inner censorship from furnishing the effect, but which, under the altered circumstances, it is no longer prevented from doing so. This case generally occurs in social life when antipathetic persons or the adherents of an unpopular minority have been guilty of some offence. Their punishment is then usually commensurate not with their guilt, but with their guilt plus the ill will against them that has hitherto not been put into effect. Those who punish them doubtless commit an injustice, but they are prevented from becoming aware of it by satisfaction arising from the release within themselves of a suppression of long standing. In such cases the quality of affect is justified, but not its degree, and self-criticism, that has been appeased in respect of the first point, is only too ready to neglect to scrutinize the second point. Once you have opened the doors, more people enter than it was your original intention to admit. A striking feature of neurotic character, namely, that in it causes capable of evoking affect, produces results which are qualitatively justified but quantitatively excessive, is to be explained on these lines, in so far as it admits of a psychological explanation at all. But the excess of affect proceeds from unconscious and hitherto suppressed affective sources, which are capable to establish an associative connection with the actual occasion, and for whose liberation of affect the unprotested and permitted source of affects opens up the desired path. Our attention is thus called to the fact that the relation from mutual inhibition must not be regarded as the only relation obtaining between the suppressed and the suppressing psychic institution. The cases in which the two institutions bring about a pathological result of cooperation and mutual reinforcement deserve just as much attention. These hints regarding the psychic mechanism will contribute to our understanding of the expression of affects in dreams. A gratification which makes its appearance in a dream, and which of course may readily be found in its proper place in the dream thoughts, may not always be fully explained by means of this reference, As a rule, it is necessary to search for a second source in the dream thoughts, upon which the pressure of censorship rests, and which, under this pressure, would have yielded not gratification but the contrary effect, had it not been enabled by the presence of the first dream source to free its gratification effect from repression, and reinforce the gratification springing from the other source. Hence, affects which appear in dream appear to be formed by a confluence of several tributaries, and are overdetermined in respect of the material of the dream thoughts. Sources of affect which are able to furnish the same affect combine in the dream work in order to produce it. Some insight into these invoked relations is gained from the analysis of admirable dream in which the non-fixed continues the central point. In this dream, expressions of affect of different qualities are concentrated at 2 points in the manifest content: hostile and painful impulses. In the dream itself, we have the phrase overcome by strange emotions, overlap one another at point where I destroy my antagonistic friend with a couple of words. At the end of the dream, I am greatly pleased, and am quite ready to believe in a possibility which I recognize as absurd when I am awake, namely, that there are revenants who can be swept away by a mere wish. I have not yet mentioned the occasion of this dream. It is an important one, and leads us far down into the meaning of the dream. From my friend in Berlin, whom I have designated as Eiffel, I had received the news that he was about to undergo an operation, and that the relatives of his living in Vienna would inform me as to his condition. The first few messages after the operation were not very reassuring, and caused me great anxiety. I should have liked to go to him myself, but at that time I was afflicted with a painful complaint which made my movement a torment. I now learned from the dream thoughts that I feared for this dear friend's life. I knew that his only sister, with whom I had never been acquainted, had died young, after a brief illness. In the dream Eiffel tells me about his sister and says, in 3/4 of an hour she was dead. I must have imagined that his constitution was not much stronger, and that I should soon be travelling in spite of my health, in response to far worse news, that I should arrive too late, for which I should eternally reproach myself. This reproach, that I should arrive too late, has become the central point of the dream, but it has been represented in a scene in which the revered teacher of my student years, Brücke, reproaches me of the same thing with a terrible look from his blue eyes. What brought about this alteration of the scene will soon become apparent. The dream cannot reproduce the scene itself as I experienced it. To be sure, it leaves the blue eyes to the other man, but it gives me the part of the annihilator and inversion, which is obviously the work of wish fulfillment. My concern for the life of my friend, my self reproach for not having gone to him, my shame he had come to me in Vienna unobtrusively, my desire to consider myself excused on account of my illness, all this build up an emotional tempest which is distinctly felt in my sleep, and which rages in that region of my dream thoughts. But there was another thing in the occasion of the dream which had quite the opposite effect. With the unfavourable news during the first days of the operation, I received an injunction to speak to no one about the whole affair, which hurt my feelings, for it betrayed an unnecessary trust of my discretion. I knew, of course, that this request did not proceed from my friend, but that it was due to clumsiness or excessive timidity on the part of the messenger. Yet the concealed reproach affected me very disagreeably, because it was not altogether unjustified. As we know, only reproaches, which have something in them, have the power to hurt. Years ago, when I was younger than I am now, I knew two men who were friends, and who honoured me with their friendship, and I quite superfluously told one of them what the other had said of him. This incident, of course, had nothing to do with the affairs of my friend Eiffel, but I have never forgotten the reproaches to which I had to listen on that occasion. One of the two friends between whom I had trouble was Professor Fleschel. The other one I will call by his baptismal name, Joseph, a name which was borne also by my friend and antagonist P, who appears in this dream. In the dream the element unobtrusively points to reproach that I cannot keep anything to myself, and so does the question of I felt as to how much of his affairs I have told to P. But it is the intervention of that old memory which transposes the reproach for arriving too late from the present to the time when I was working in Brooke's laboratory, and by replacing the second person in the annihilation scene of the dream by a Joseph, I enable this scene to represent not only the first reproach, that I have arrived too late, but also that the other reproach, more strongly affected by the repression, to the effect that I had not kept secrets. The work of condensation and displacement in this dream, as well as the motives for it, are now obvious. My present trivial annoyance at this injunction not to divulge secrets draws reinforcement from the springs that flow far beneath the surface, and so swells to a stream of hostile impulses towards persons who are in reality dear to me. The source which furnishes the reinforcement is to be found in my childhood. I have already said that my warm friendships, as well as my enmities with persons of my own age, go back to childish relations to my nephew, who was a year older than I. In these he had the upper hand, and I early learned how to defend myself. We lived together, were inseparable, and loved one another. But at times, as the statements of old persons testify, we used to squabble and accuse one another. In a certain sense, all my friends are incarnations of this first figure. They are all revenants. My nephew himself returned when a young man, and then we were like Caesar and Brutus. An intimate friend and a hated enemy have always been indispensable to my emotional life. I have always been able to create them anew, and not infrequently my childish ideal has been so closely approached that friend and enemy have coincided in the same person, but not simultaneously, of course, not in constant alternation, as was the case in my early childhood. How, when such associations exist, a recent occasion of emotion may cast back to the infantile occasion and substitute this as a cause of the effect, I shall not consider now. Such an investigation would properly belong to the psychology of unconscious thought or psychological explanation of the neurosis. Let us assume, for the purposes of dream interpretation, that the childish recollection presents itself, or is created by the fantasy with, more or less, the following content. We two children quarrel on account of some object, just what we shall leave undecided, although the memory, or illusion of memory, has a very definite object in view, and each claims that he got there first, and therefore has the first right to it. We come to blows. Might comes before right. According to the indications of the dream, I must have known that I was in the wrong, noticing the error myself. But this time I am the stronger, and take possession of the battlefield. The defeated combatant hurries to my father, his grandfather, and accuses me. I defend myself with the words which I have heard from my father. I hate him because he hit me. Thus, this recollection, or more probably fantasy, which forces itself upon my attention in the course of the analysis without further evidence, I myself do not know how, become a central item of the dream thoughts, which collects the affective impulses prevailing in the dream thoughts, as the bowl of a fountain collects the water that flows into it. From this point of dream thoughts flow along the following channels. It serves you right that you have had to make way for me. Why did you try to push me off? I don't need you. I will soon find someone else to play with, etc. Then the channels are opened through which these thoughts flow back again into the dream representation. For such an Otetua ke jimimete, I once had to reproach my deceased friend Joseph. He was next to me in the line of promotion in Brooke's laboratory, but advancement there was very slow. Neither of the two assistants budged from his place, and youth became impatient. My friend, who knew that his days were numbered, and was bound to no intimate relation to his superior, sometimes gave free expression to his impatience. As this superior was a man seriously ill, the wish to see him removed by promotion was susceptible of an obnoxious secondary interpretation. Several years earlier, to be sure, I myself had cherished, even more intensely, the same wish to obtain a post which had fallen vacant. Wherever there are gradations of rank and promotions, the way is opened for suppression of covetous wishes. Shakespeare's Prince Hal cannot rid himself of the temptation to see how the crown fits even at the bedside of a sick father. But as may readily be understood, the dream inflicts this inconsiderate wish not upon me, but upon my friend. It is particularly easy for me to hide my ego in my dreams behind persons of this name, since Joseph was the name of the dream interpreter in the Bible. As he was ambitious, I slew him. As he would not expect that the other man would make way for him, the man himself has been put out of the way. I harbour these thoughts immediately after attending the unveiling of the memorial of the other man at the university. Part of the satisfaction which I feel in the dream may therefore be interpreted a just punishment. It serves you right. At a funeral of this friend, a young man made the following remark, which seemed rather out of place. The preacher talked as though the world could no longer exist without this one human being. Here was a stirring of revolt in the heart of a sincere man whose grief had been disturbed by exaggeration. But with this speech are connected the dream thoughts. No one is really irreplaceable. How many men have already escorted to the grave? But I am still alive. I have survived them all. I claim the field. Such a thought at the moment when I fear that if I make a journey to see him, I shall find my friend no longer among the living, permits only the further development that I am glad once more to have survived someone. That it is not I who have died, but he, that I am master of the field, as once I was in the imagined scene of my childhood. This satisfaction, infantile in origin, at the fact that I am master of the field, covers the greater part of the effect which appears in the dream. I am glad that I am the survivor. I express this sentiment with the naive egoism of the husband who says to his wife, "If one of us dies, I shall move to Paris." My expectation takes it as a matter of course that I am not the one to die. It cannot be denied that great self control is needed to interpret one's dreams and to report them. One has to reveal oneself as the sole villain among all the noble souls with whom one shares the breath of life. Thus I find it quite comprehensible that the revenants should exist only as long as one wants them, and that they can be obliterated by a wish. It was for this reason that my friend Joseph was punished. But the revenants are the successive incarnations of the friend of my childhood. I am also gratified at having replaced this person for myself over and over again, and a substitute will doubtless soon be found even for the friend whom I am now on the point of losing. No one is irreplaceable. But what was the dream censorship doing in the meantime? Why does it not raise the most emphatic objection to a train of thoughts characterized by such brutal selfishness, and transform the satisfaction inherent therein into extreme discomfort? I think it is because other objectionable train of thoughts referring to the same person result also in satisfaction, and with their effect cover the proceeding from the forbidden infantile sources. In another stratum of thought, I said to myself at a ceremony of unveiling the memorial, I have lost so many dear friends, some through death, some through the dissolution of friendship. Is it not good that substitutes have presented themselves? That I have gained a friend who means more to me than the others could, and whom I shall now always retain at an age when it is not easy to form new friendships. The gratification of having found this substitute for my lost friend can be taken over into dream without interference. But behind it there are sneaks in the hostile feeling of malicious gratification from the infantile source. Childish affection undoubtedly helps to reinforce the rational affection of today, but childish hatred has also found its way into representation. But besides this, there is in the dream a distinct reference to another train of thoughts which may result in gratification. Some time before this, after long waiting, a little daughter was born to my friend. I knew how he had grieved for the sister whom he had lost at an early age, and I wrote to him that I felt that he would transfer to this child the love he had felt for her. that this little girl would at last make him forget his irreparable loss. Thus, this train also connects up with intermediary thoughts of latent dream content from which paths radiate into most contrary directions. No one is irreplaceable. See, here are only revenants. All those whom one has lost return. And now the bonds of association between contradictory components of the dream thoughts are more tightly drawn by accidental circumstance that my friend's little daughter bears the same name as the girl playmate of my own youth, who was just my own age and the sister of my oldest friend and antagonist. I heard the name Pauline with satisfaction, and in order to allude to this coincidence, I replaced one Joseph in the dream by another Joseph, and found it impossible to suppress the identical initials in the same Flechel and Eiffel. From this point, a train of thought runs to the naming of my own children. I insisted that the names should not be chosen according to the fashion of the day, but should be determined by regard for the memory of those dear to us. The children's names makes them revenants. And finally, is not the procreation of children for all men the only way to access to immortality? I shall add only a few observations as to the effects of dreams considered from another point of view. In the psyche of the sleeper, an affective tendency, which can be called a mood, may be contained as its dominant element, and may induce a corresponding mood in the dream. This mood may be the result of experiences and thoughts of the day, or it may be of somatic origin. In either case, it will be accompanied by a corresponding train of thought. That this ideational content of dream thoughts should at one time determine the affective tendency primarily, while another time it is awakened in a secondary manner by somatically determined emotional disposition, is indifferent for the purposes of dream formation. This is always subject to restriction that it can represent only a wish fulfillment, and that it may lend its psychic energy to the wish alone. The mood actually present will receive the same treatment as a sensation which actually emerges during sleep, which is either neglected or reinterpreted in the sense of wish fulfillment. Painful moods during sleep become the motive of the dream, inasmuch as they awake energetic wishes which dream has to fulfill. The material in which they inhere is elaborated until it is serviceable for the expression of the wish fulfillment. The more intense and more dominating the element of the painful mood in the dream thoughts, the more surely will the most strongly suppressed wish impulses take advantage of opportunity to secure representation. For thanks to actual existence of discomfort, which otherwise they would have to create, they find that the more difficult part of work necessary to ensure representation has already been accomplished. And with these observations, we touch once more upon the problem of anxiety dreams, which will prove to be the boundary case of dream activity. End of section 37. Recording by Lambda.
Section 38 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 38. The Secondary Elaboration. We will at last turn our attention to the fourth of the factors participating in dream formation. If we continue our investigation of the dream content on the lines already laid down, that is, by examining the origin in the dream thoughts of conspicuous occurrences, we come upon elements that can be explained only by making an entirely new assumption. I have in mind cases where one manifests astonishment, anger, or resistance in a dream, and that too in respect of part of the dream content itself. Most of these impulses of criticism in dreams are not directed against the dream content, but prove to be part of the dream material, taken over and fittingly applied, as I have already shown, by suitable examples. There are, however, criticisms of this sort which are not so derived. Their correlatives cannot be found in the dream material. What, for instance, is meant by the criticism not infrequent in dreams, "After all, it's only a dream"? This is a genuine criticism of the dream, such as I might make if I were awake. Not infrequently it is only the prelude to waking. Even oftener it is preceded by a painful feeling, which subsides when the actuality of the dream state has been affirmed. The thought, "After all, it's only a dream," in the dream itself, has the same intention as it has on the stage on the lips of Offenbach's Belle Helene. It seeks to minimize what has just been experienced, and to secure indulgence for what is to follow. It serves to lull to sleep a certain mental agency which at the given moment has every occasion to rouse itself and forbid the continuation of the dream or the scene. But it is more convenient to go on sleeping and to tolerate the dream, because, after all, it's only a dream. I imagine that the disparaging criticism, "After all, it's only a dream," appears in the dream at the moment when the censorship, which is never quite asleep, feels that it has been surprised by the already admitted dream. It is too late to suppress the dream, and the agency therefore meets with this remark the anxiety or painful emotion which rises into the dream. It is an expression of the esprit d'escalier on the part of the psychic censorship. In this example we have incontestable proof that everything which the dream contains does not come from the dream thoughts, but that a psychic function, which cannot be differentiated from our waking thoughts, may make contributions to the dream content. The question arises, does this occur only in exceptional cases, or does the psychic agency, which is otherwise active only as the censorship, play a constant part in dream formation? One must decide unhesitatingly for the latter view. It is indisputable that the censoring agency, whose influence we have so far recognized only in the restrictions of and omissions in the dream content, is likewise responsible for interpolations in and amplifications of this content. Often these interpolations are readily recognized. They are introduced with hesitation, prefaced by an "as if." They have no special vitality of their own, and are constantly inserted at points where they may serve to connect two portions of the dream content or create a continuity between two sections of the dream. They manifest less ability to adhere in the memory than do the genuine products of the dream material. If the dream is forgotten, they are forgotten first, and I strongly suspect that our frequent complaint that although we have dreamed so much we have forgotten most of the dream, and have remembered only fragments, is explained by the immediate falling away of just these cementing thoughts. In a complete analysis, these interpolations are often betrayed by the fact that no material is to be found for them in the dream thoughts. But after careful examination I must describe this case as the less usual one. In most cases the interpolated thoughts can be traced to material in the dream thoughts, which can claim a place in the dream neither by its own merits nor by way of overdetermination. Only in the most extreme cases does the psychic function in dream formation which we are now considering rise to original creation. Whenever possible, it makes use of anything appropriate that it can find in the dream material. What distinguishes this part of the dream work, and also betrays it, is its tendency. This function proceeds in a manner which the poet maliciously attributes to the philosopher. With its rags and tatters it stops up the breaches in the structure of the dream. The result of its efforts is that the dream loses the appearance of absurdity and incoherence, and approaches the pattern of an intelligible experience. But the effort is not always crowned with complete success. Thus dreams occur which may, upon superficial examination, seem faultlessly logical and correct. They start from a possible situation, continue it by means of consistent changes, and bring it, although this is rare, to a not unnatural conclusion. These dreams have been subjected to the most searching elaboration by a psychic function similar to our waking thought. They seem to have a meaning, but this meaning is very far removed from the real meaning of the dream. If we analyze them, we are convinced that the secondary elaboration has handled the material with the greatest freedom, and has retained as little as possible of its proper relations. These are the dreams which have, so to speak, already been once interpreted before we subject them to waking interpretation. In other dreams, this tendentious elaboration has succeeded only up to a point. Up to this point, consistency seems to prevail, but then the dream becomes nonsensical or confused. But perhaps before it concludes, it may once more rise to a semblance of rationality. In yet other dreams, the elaboration has failed completely. We find ourselves helpless, confronted with a senseless mass of fragmentary contents. I do not wish to deny to this fourth dream-forming power, which will soon become familiar to us. It is in reality the only one of the four dream-creating factors which is familiar to us in other connections. I do not wish to deny to this fourth factor the faculty of creatively making new contributions to our dreams. But its influence is certainly exerted, like that of the other factors, mainly in the preference and selection of psychic material already formed in the dream thoughts. Now there is a case where it is to a great extent spared the work of building, as it were, a facade to the dream, by the fact that such a structure, only waiting to be used, already exists in the material of the dream thoughts. I am accustomed to describe the element of the dream thoughts which I have in mind as fantasy. I shall perhaps avoid misunderstanding if I at once point to the daydream as an analogy in waking life. The part played by this element in our psychic life has not yet been fully recognized and revealed by psychiatrists, though Monsieur Benedict has, it seems to me, made a highly promising beginning. Yet the significance of the daydream has not escaped the unerring insight of the poets. We are all familiar with the description of the daydreams of one of his subordinate characters, which Alphonse Daudet has given us in his Nabab. The study of the psychoneuroses discloses the astonishing fact that these fantasies or daydreams are the immediate predecessors of symptoms of hysteria, at least of a great many of them. For hysterical symptoms are dependent not upon actual memories, but upon the fantasies built up on a basis of memories. The frequent occurrence of conscious day fantasies brings these formations to our ken. But while some of these fantasies are conscious, there is a superabundance of unconscious fantasies, which must perforce remain unconscious on account of their content and their origin in repressed material. A more thorough examination of the character of these day fantasies shows with what good reason the same name has been given to these formations as to the products of nocturnal thought dreams. They have essential features in common with nocturnal dreams. Indeed, the investigation of daydreams might really have afforded the shortest and best approach to the understanding of nocturnal dreams. Like dreams, they are wish fulfillments. Like dreams, they are largely based upon the impressions of childish experiences. Like dreams, they obtain a certain indulgence from the censorship in respect of their creations. If we trace their formation, we become aware how the wish motive, which has been operative in their production, has taken the material of which they are built, mixed it together, rearranged it, and fitted it together into a new whole. They bear very much the same relation to the childish memories to which they refer, as many of the Baroque palaces of Rome bear to the ancient ruins. Those hewn stones and columns have furnished the material for the structures built in the modern style. In the secondary elaboration of the dream content, which we have ascribed to our fourth dream-forming factor, we find once more the very same activity which is allowed to manifest itself uninhibited by other influences in the creation of daydreams. We may say, without further preliminaries, that this fourth factor of ours seeks to construct something like a daydream from the material which offers itself. But where such a daydream has already been constructed in the context of the dream thoughts, this factor of the dream work will prefer to take possession of it and contrive that it gets into the dream content. There are dreams that consist merely of the repetition of a day fantasy, which has perhaps remained unconscious, as, for instance, the boy's dream that he is riding in a war chariot with the heroes of the Trojan War. In my autodidactica dream, the second part of the dream at least is the faithful repetition of a day fantasy, harmless in itself, of my dealings with Professor N. The fact that the exciting fantasy forms only a part of the dream, or that only a part of it finds its way into the dream content, is due to the complexity of the conditions which the dream must satisfy at its genesis. On the whole, the fantasy is treated like any other component of the latent material, but it is often still recognizable as a whole in the dream. In my dreams there are often parts which are brought into prominence by their producing a different impression from that produced by the other parts. They seem to me to be in a state of flux, to be more coherent, and at the same time more transient than other portions of the same dream. I know that these are unconscious fantasies which find their way into the context of the dream, but I have never yet succeeded in registering such a fantasy. For the rest, these fantasies, like all the other component parts of the dream thoughts, are jumbled together, condensed, superimposed, and so on, but we find all the transitional stages, from the case in which they may constitute the dream content, or at least the dream facade, unaltered, to the most contrary case in which they are represented in the dream content by only one of their elements, or by a remote allusion to such an element. The fate of the fantasies in the dream thoughts is obviously determined by the advantages they can offer us against the claims of the censorship and the pressure of condensation. In my choice of examples for dream interpretation, I have, as far as possible, avoided those dreams in which the unconscious fantasies play a considerable part, because the introduction of this psychic element would have necessitated an extensive discussion of the psychology of unconscious thought. But even in this connection I cannot entirely avoid the fantasy, because it often finds its way into the dream complete, and still more often perceptibly glimmers through it. I might mention yet one more dream, which seems to be composed of two distinct and opposed fantasies, overlapping here and there, of which the first is superficial, while the second becomes, as it were, the interpretation of the first. Footnote. I have analyzed an excellent example of a dream of this kind, having its origin in the stratification of several fantasies, in the Fragment of an Analysis of a Case of Hysteria, Collected Papers, Volume 3. I undervalued the significance of such fantasies for dream formation as long as I was working principally on my own dreams, which were rarely based upon daydreams, but most frequently upon discussions and mental conflicts. With other persons it is often much easier to prove the complete analogy between the nocturnal dream and the daydream. In hysterical patients an attack may often be replaced by a dream. It is then obvious that the daydream fantasy is the first step for both these psychic formations. The dream, it is the only one of which I possess no careful notes, is roughly to this effect. The dreamer, a young unmarried man, is sitting in his favourite inn, which is seen correctly. Several persons come to fetch him, among them someone who wants to arrest him. He says to his table companions, "I will pay later, I am coming back." But they cry, smiling scornfully, "We know all about that. That's what everybody says." One guest calls after him, "There goes another one." He is then led to a small place where he finds a woman with a child in her arms. One of his escorts says, "This is Herr Müller." A commissioner or some other official is running through a bundle of tickets or papers, repeating, "Müller, Müller, Müller." At last the commissioner asks him a question which he answers with a yes. He then takes a look at the woman and notices that she has grown a large beard. The two component parts are here easily separable. What is superficial is the fantasy of being arrested. This seems to be newly created by the dream work. But behind it the fantasy of marriage is visible, and this material, on the other hand, has been slightly modified by the dream work, and the features which may be common to the two fantasies appear with special distinctness, as in Galton's composite photographs. The promise of the young man, who is at present a bachelor, to return to his place at his accustomed table, the scepticism of his drinking companions, made wise by their many experiences, their calling after him, "There goes," marries, another one, are all features easily susceptible of the other interpretation, as is the affirmative answer given to the official. Running through a bundle of papers and repeating the same name corresponds to a subordinate but easily recognized feature of the marriage ceremony, the reading aloud of the congratulatory telegrams which have arrived at irregular intervals, and which, of course, are all addressed to the same name. In the personal appearance of the bride in this dream, the marriage fantasy has even got the better of the arrest fantasy which screens it. The fact that this bride finally wears a beard I can explain from information received. I had no opportunity of making an analysis. The dreamer had, on the previous day, been crossing the street with a friend who was just as hostile to marriage as himself, and had recalled his friend's attention to a beautiful brunette who was coming toward them. The friend had remarked, "Yes, if only these women wouldn't get beards as they grow older like their fathers." Of course, even in this dream there is no lack of elements with which the dream distortion has done deep work. Thus the speech, "I will pay later," may have reference to the behaviour feared on the part of the father-in-law in the matter of a dowry. Obviously, all sorts of misgivings are preventing the dreamer from surrendering himself with pleasure to the fantasy of marriage. One of these misgivings, that with marriage he might lose his freedom, has embodied itself in the transformation of a scene of arrest. If we once more return to the thesis that the dream work prefers to make use of a ready-made fantasy instead of first creating one from the material of the dream thoughts, we shall perhaps be able to solve one of the most interesting problems of the dream. I have related the dream of Marie, who was struck on the back of the neck by a small board, and wakes after a long dream, a complete romance of the period of the French Revolution. Since the dream is produced in a coherent form, and completely fits the explanation of the waking stimulus, of whose occurrence the sleeper could have had no foreboding, only one assumption seems possible, namely, that the whole richly elaborated dream must have been composed and dreamed in the short interval of time between the falling of the board on cervical vertebrae and the waking induced by the blow. We should not venture to ascribe such rapidity to the mental operations of the waking state, so that we have to admit that the dream work has the privilege of a remarkable acceleration of its issue. To this conclusion, which rapidly became popular, more recent authors, Lilloraine, Heger, and others, have opposed emphatic objections. Some of them doubt the correctness of Marie's record of the dream. Some seek to show that the rapidity of our mental operations in waking life is by no means inferior to that which we can without reservation ascribe to the mental operations in dreams. The discussion raises fundamental questions which I do not think are at all near solution. But I must confess that Heger's objections, for example, to Marie's dream of the guillotine, do not impress me as convincing. I would suggest the following explanation of this dream. Is it so very improbable that Marie's dream may have represented a fantasy which had been preserved for years in his memory in a completed state, and which was awakened, I should like to say, alluded to, at the moment when he became aware of the waking stimulus? The whole difficulty of composing so long a story with all its details, in the exceedingly short space of time which is here at the dreamer's disposal, then disappears. The story was already composed. If the board had struck Marie's neck when he was awake, there would perhaps have been time for the thought, "Why, that's just like being guillotined." But as he is struck by the board while asleep, the dream work quickly utilizes the incoming stimulus for the construction of a wish fulfillment, as if it thought, this is to be taken quite figuratively, "Here is a good opportunity to realize the wish fantasy which I formed at such and such a time while I was reading." It seems to me undeniable that this dream romance is just such a one as a young man is wont to construct under the influence of exciting impressions. Who has not been fascinated, above all a Frenchman and a student of the history of civilization, by descriptions of the Reign of Terror, in which the aristocracy, men and women, the flower of the nation, show that it was possible to die with a light heart, and preserve their ready wit and the refinement of their manners up to the moment of the last fateful summons? How tempting to fancy oneself in the midst of all this as one of these young men who take leave of their ladies with a kiss of the hand, and fearlessly ascend the scaffold! Or perhaps ambition was the ruling motive of the fantasy, the ambition to put oneself in the place of one of those powerful personalities who, by their sheer force of intellect and their fiery eloquence, ruled the city in which the heart of mankind was then beating so convulsively, who were impelled by their convictions to send thousands of human beings to their death, and were paving the way for the transformation of Europe, who in the meantime were not sure of their own heads, and might one day lay them under the knife of the guillotine, perhaps in the rôle of a Girondist, or the hero, Danton. The detail preserved in the memory of the dream, accompanied by an enormous crowd, seems to show that Maury's fantasy was an ambitious one of just this character. But the fantasy prepared so long ago need not be experienced again in sleep. It is enough that it should be, so to speak, touched off. What I mean is this. If a few notes are struck, and someone says, as in Don Juan, "That is from the Marriage of Figaro by Mozart," memories suddenly surge up within me, none of which I can recall to consciousness a moment later. The phrase serves as a point of eruption from which a complete whole is simultaneously put into a condition of stimulation. It may well be the same in unconscious thinking. Through the waking stimulus, the psychic station is excited, which gives access to the whole guillotine fantasy. This fantasy, however, is not run through in sleep, but only in the memory of the awakened sleeper. Upon waking, the sleeper remembers in detail the fantasy which was transferred as a whole into the dream. At the same time, he has no means of assuring himself that he is really remembering something which was dreamed. The same explanation, namely that one is dealing with finished fantasies which have been evoked as wholes by the waking stimulus, may be applied to other dreams which are adapted to the waking stimulus, for example, to Napoleon's dream of a battle before the explosion of a bomb. Among the dreams collected by Justine Tobowulska in her dissertation on the apparent duration of time in dreams, I think the most corroborative is that related by Macario, 1857, as having been dreamed by a playwright, Casimir Bonjour. Bonjour intended one evening to witness the first performance of one of his own plays, but he was so tired that he dozed off in his chair behind the scenes just as the curtain was rising. In his sleep, he went through all the 5 acts of his play and observed all the various signs of emotion which were manifested by the audience during each individual scene. At the close of the performance, to his great satisfaction, he heard his name called out amidst the most lively manifestations of applause. Suddenly he woke. He could hardly believe his eyes or his ears. The performance had not gone beyond the first lines of the first scene. He could not have been asleep for more than 2 minutes. As for the dream, the running through the 5 acts of the play and the observing the attitude of the public toward each individual scene need not, we may venture to assert, have been something new, produced while the dreamer was asleep. It may have been a repetition of an already completed work of the fantasy. Tobowulska and other authors have emphasized a common characteristic of dreams that show an accelerated flow of ideas, namely that they seem to be especially coherent and not at all like other dreams, and that the dreamer's memory of them is summary rather than detailed. But these are precisely the characteristics which would necessarily be exhibited by ready-made fantasies touched off by the dream work, a conclusion which is not, of course, drawn by these authors. I do not mean to assert that all dreams due to a waking stimulus admit of this explanation, or that the problem of the accelerated flux of ideas in dreams is entirely disposed of in this manner. And here we are forced to consider the relation of this secondary elaboration of the dream content to the other factors of the dream work. May not the procedure perhaps be as follows? The dream-forming factors, the efforts at condensation, the necessity of evading the censorship, and the regard for representability by the psychic means of the dream first of all create from the dream material a provisional dream content, which is subsequently modified until it satisfies as far as possible the exactions of a secondary agency. No, this is hardly probable. We must rather assume that the requirements of this agency constitute from the very first one of the conditions which the dream must satisfy, and that this condition, as well as the conditions of condensation, the opposing censorship, and representability, simultaneously influence in an inductive and selective manner the whole mass of material in the dream thoughts. But of the 4 conditions necessary for dream formation, the last recognized is that whose exactions appear to be least binding upon the dream. The following consideration makes it seem very probable that this psychic function, which undertakes the so-called secondary elaboration of the dream content, is identical with the work of our waking thought. Our waking preconscious thought behaves towards any given perceptual material precisely as the function in question behaves towards the dream content. It is natural to our waking thought to create order in such material, to construct relations, and to subject it to the requirements of an intelligible coherence. Indeed, we go rather too far in this respect. The tricks of conjurers befool us by taking advantage of this intellectual habit of ours. In the effort to combine, in an intelligible manner, the sensory impressions which present themselves, we often commit the most curious mistakes, and even distort the truth of the material before us. The proofs of this fact are so familiar that we need not give them further consideration here. We overlook errors which make nonsense of a printed page because we imagine the proper words. The editor of a widely read French journal is said to have made a bet that he could print the words from in front or from behind in every sentence of a long article without any of his readers noticing it. He won his bet. Years ago I came across a comical example of false association in a newspaper. After the session of the French Chamber, in which Dupuy quelled the panic caused by the explosion of a bomb thrown by an anarchist, with the courageous words, "The meeting will continue." The visitors in the gallery were asked to testify as to their impressions of the outrage. Among them were two provincials. One of these said that immediately after the end of a speech he had heard a detonation, but that he had thought that it was the parliamentary custom to fire a shot whenever a speaker had finished. The other, who had apparently already listened to several speakers, had got hold of the same idea, but with this variation, that he supposed the shooting to be a sign of appreciation following a specially successful speech. Thus the psychic agency which approaches the dream content with the demand that it must be intelligible, which subjects it to a first interpretation, and in doing so leads to the complete misunderstanding of it, is none other than our normal thought. In our interpretation, the rule will be, in every case, to disregard the apparent coherence of the dream as being of suspicious origin, and, whether the elements are confused or clear, to follow the same regressive path to the dream material. At the same time, we note those factors upon which the above-mentioned, Chapter 6c, Scale of Quality in Dreams, from confusion to clearness, is essentially independent. Those parts of the dream seem to us clear in which the secondary elaboration has been able to accomplish something. Those seem confused where the powers of this performance have failed. Since the confused parts of the dream are often likewise those which are less vividly presented, we may conclude that the secondary dream work is responsible also for a contribution to the plastic intensity of the individual dream structures. If I seek an object of comparison for the definitive formulation of the dream as it manifests itself with the assistance of normal thinking, I can think of none better than those mysterious inscriptions with which Die Fliegende Blätter has so long amused its readers. In a certain sentence which, for the sake of contrast, is in dialect, and whose significance is as scurrilous as possible, the reader is led to expect a Latin inscription. For this purpose the letters of the words are taken out of their syllabic groupings and are rearranged. Here and there a genuine Latin word results. At other points, on the assumption that letters have been obliterated by weathering, or omitted, we allow ourselves to be deluded about the significance of certain isolated and meaningless letters. If we do not wish to be fooled, we must give up looking for an inscription, must take the letters as they stand, and combine them, disregarding their arrangement, into words of our mother tongue. The secondary elaboration is that factor of the dream work which has been observed by most of the writers on dreams, and whose importance has been duly appreciated. Havelock Ellis gives an amusing allegorical description of its performances. Quote, "As a matter of fact, we might even imagine the sleeping consciousness as saying to itself, 'Here comes our master, waking consciousness, who attaches such mighty importance to reason and logic and so forth. Quick, gather things up, Put them in order, any order will do, before he enters to take possession." End quote. The identity of this mode of operation with that of waking thought is very clearly stated by Delacroix in his Sur la structure logique du rêve, page 526. Quote, "This function of interpretation is not particular to the dream. It is the same work of logical coordination that we use on our sensations when awake." End quote. J. Sully is of the same opinion, and so is Tobolska. Quote, "With these series of incoherent hallucinations, the mind must do the same work of logical coordination that it does with the sensations when awake. With a bond of imagination, it reunites all the disconnected images and fills in the gaps found which are too great." End quote. Some authors maintain that this ordering and interpreting activity begins even in the dream, and is continued in the waking state. Thus Poulin, page 547, quote, "However, I have often thought that there might be a certain deformation, or rather reformation, of the dream when it is recalled. The systematizing tendency of the imagination can well finish, after waking, the sketch begun in sleep. In that way, the real speed of thought will be augmented in appearance by improvements due to the wakened imagination." End quote. Leroy and Tobolska, page 504, quote, "In the dream, on the contrary, the interpretation and coordination are made not only with the aid of what is given by the dream, but also with what is given by the wakened mind. It was, therefore, inevitable that this one recognized factor of dream formation should be overestimated, so that the whole process of creating the dream was attributed to it. This creative work was supposed to be accomplished at the moment of waking, as was assumed by Goblet, and with deeper conviction by Foucault, who attributed to waking thought the faculty of creating the dream out of the thoughts which emerged in sleep." End quote. In respect to this conception, Leroy and Tobolska expressed themselves as follows. Quote, "It was thought that the dream could be placed at the moment of waking, and they attributed to the waking thoughts the function of constructing the dream from the images present in the sleeping thoughts." Unquote. To this estimate of the secondary elaboration, I will add the one fresh contribution to the dream work which has been indicated by the sensitive observations of H. Silberer. Silberer has caught the transformation of thoughts into images in flagranti, by forcing himself to accomplish intellectual work while in a state of fatigue and somnolence. The elaborated thought vanished, and in its place there appeared a vision which proved to be a substitute for usually abstract thoughts. In these experiments, it so happened that the emerging image, which may be regarded as a dream element, represented something other than the thoughts which were waiting for elaboration, namely the exhaustion itself, the difficulty or distress involved in this work, that is, the subjective state and the manner of functioning of the person exerting himself rather than the object of his exertions. Silberer called this case, which in him occurred quite often, the functional phenomenon, in contradistinction to the material phenomenon which he expected. Quote, "For example, one afternoon I am lying extremely sleepy on my sofa, but I nevertheless force myself to consider a philosophical problem. I endeavor to compare the views of Kant and Schopenhauer concerning time. Owing to my somnolence, I do not succeed in holding on to both trains of thought, which would have been necessary for the purposes of comparison. After several vain efforts, I once more exert all my willpower to formulate for myself the Kantian deduction in order to apply it to Schopenhauer's statement of the problem. Thereupon I directed my attention to the latter, but when I tried to return to Kant, I found that he had again escaped me, and I tried in vain to fetch him back. And now this fruitless endeavor to rediscover the Kantian documents mislaid somewhere in my head suddenly presented itself, my eyes being closed, as in a dream image, in the form of a visible plastic symbol. I demand information of a grumpy secretary who, bent over a desk, does not allow my urgency to disturb him. Half straightening himself, he gives me a look of angry refusal." End quote. Other examples which relate to the fluctuation between sleep and waking. Quote, "Example number 2. Conditions, morning while awaking, while to a certain extent asleep, crepuscular state, thinking over a previous dream, In a way, repeating and finishing it, I feel myself drawing nearer to the waking state, yet I wish to remain in the crepuscular state. Seen, I am stepping with one foot over a stream, but I at once pull it back again and resolve to remain on this side." Example number 6. Conditions the same as in example number 4. He wishes to remain in bed a little longer without oversleeping. "I wish to indulge in a little longer sleep." Seen, I am saying good-bye to somebody, and I agree to meet him or her again before long. I will now proceed to summarize this long disquisition on the dream work. We were confronted by the question whether in dream formation the psyche exerts all its faculties to their full extent, without inhibition, or only a fraction of them, which are restricted in their action. Our investigations led us to reject such a statement of the problem as wholly inadequate in the circumstances. But if, in our answer, we are to remain on the ground upon which the question forces us, we must assert to the two conceptions which are apparently opposed and mutually exclusive. The psychic activity in dream formation resolves itself into two achievements: the production of the dream thoughts and the transformation of these into the dream content. The dream thoughts are perfectly accurate, and are formed with all the psychic profusion of which we are capable. They belong to the thoughts which have not become conscious, from which our conscious thoughts also result by means of a certain transposition. There is doubtless much in them that is worth knowing, and also mysterious, but these problems have no particular relation to our dreams, and cannot claim to be treated under the head of dream problems. On the other hand, we have the process which changes the unconscious thoughts into the dream content, which is peculiar to the dream life and characteristic of it. Now this peculiar dream work is much farther removed from the pattern of waking thought than has been supposed by even the most decided depreciators of the psychic activity in dream formation. It is not so much that it is more negligent, more incorrect, more forgetful, more incomplete than waking thought. It is something altogether different, qualitatively, from waking thought, and cannot therefore be compared with it. It does not think, calculate, or judge at all, but limits itself to the work of transformation. It may be exhaustively described if we do not lose sight of the conditions which its product must satisfy. This product, the dream, has above all to be withdrawn from the censorship, and to this end the dream work makes use of the displacement of psychic intensities, even to the transvaluation of all psychic values. Thoughts must be exclusively or predominantly reproduced in the material of visual and acoustic memory traces, and from this requirement there proceeds the regard of the dream work for representability which it satisfies by fresh displacements. Greater intensities have, probably, to be produced than are at the disposal of the night dream thoughts, and this purpose is served by the extensive condensation to which the constituents of the dream thoughts are subjected. Little attention is paid to the logical relations of the thought material. They ultimately find a veiled representation in the formal peculiarities of the dream. The effects of the dream thoughts undergo slighter alterations than their conceptual content. As a rule, they are suppressed. Where they are preserved, they are freed from the concepts and combined in accordance with their similarity. Only one part of the dream work, the revision, variable in amount, which is affected by the partially wakened conscious thought, is at all consistent with the conception which the writers on the subject have endeavored to extend to the whole performance of dream formation. End of section 38. Recording by John Trevithick.
Section 39 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 39. The Forgetting of Dreams, Part 1. Among the dreams which have been communicated to me by others, there is one which is at this point especially worthy of our attention. It was told me by a female patient who had heard it related in a lecture on dreams. Its original source is unknown to me. This dream evidently made a deep impression upon the lady, since she went so far as to imitate it. That is, to repeat the elements of this dream in a dream of her own, in order by this transference to express her agreement with a certain point in the dream. The preliminary conditions of this typical dream were as follows. A father had been watching day and night beside the sick bed of his child. After the child died, he retired to rest in an adjoining room, but left the door ajar so that he could look from his room into the next, where the child's body lay surrounded by tall candles. An old man, who had been installed as a watcher, sat beside the body murmuring prayers. After sleeping for a few hours, the father dreamed that the child was standing by his bed, clasping his arm and crying reproachfully, "Father, don't you see that I am burning?" The father woke up and noticed a bright light coming from the adjoining room. Rushing in, he found that the old man had fallen asleep, and the sheets and one arm of the beloved body were burnt by a fallen candle. The meaning of this affecting dream is simple enough, and the explanation given by the lecturer, as my patient reported it, was correct. The bright light shining through the open door onto the sleeper's eyes gave him the impression which he would have received had he been awake, namely, that a fire had been started near the corpse by a falling candle. It is quite possible that he had taken into his sleep his anxiety lest the aged watcher should not be equal to his task. We can find nothing to change in this interpretation. We can only add that the content of the dream must be overdetermined, and that the speech of the child must have consisted of phrases which it had uttered while still alive, and which were associated with important events for the father. Perhaps the complaint, "I am burning," was associated with the fever from which the child died, and "Father, don't you see?" to some other affective occurrence unknown to us. Now, when we have come to recognize that the dream has meaning, and can be fitted into the context of psychic events, it may be surprising that a dream should have occurred in circumstances which called for such an immediate waking. We shall then note that even this dream is not lacking in a wish fulfillment. The dead child behaves as though alive. He warns his father himself. He comes to his father's bed and clasps his arm, as he probably did in the recollection from which the dream obtained the first part of the child's speech. It was for the sake of this wish fulfillment that the father slept a moment longer. The dream was given precedence over waking reflection because it was able to show the child is still living. If the father had waked first, and had then drawn the conclusion which led him into the adjoining room, he would have shortened the child's life by this one moment. There can be no doubt about the peculiar features in this brief dream which engage our particular interest. So far we have endeavored mainly to ascertain wherein the secret meaning of the dream consists, how it is to be discovered, and what means the dream work uses to conceal it. In other words, our greatest interest has hitherto been centered on the problems of interpretation. Now, however, we encounter a dream which is easily explained, and the meaning of which is without disguise. We note that, nevertheless, this dream preserves the essential characteristics which conspicuously differentiate a dream from our waking thoughts, and this difference demands an explanation. It is only when we have disposed of all the problems of interpretation that we feel how incomplete is our psychology of dreams. But before we turn our attention to this new path of investigation, let us stop and look back, and consider whether we have not overlooked something important on our way hither. For we must understand that the easy and comfortable part of our journey lies behind us. Hitherto all the paths that we have followed have led, if I mistake not, to light, to explanation, and to full understanding. But from the moment when we seek to penetrate more deeply into the psychic processes in dreaming, all paths lead into darkness. It is quite impossible to explain the dream as a psychic process, for to explain means to trace back to the known, and as yet we have no psychological knowledge to which we can refer such explanatory fundamentals as may be inferred from the psychological investigation of dreams. On the contrary, we shall be compelled to advance a number of new assumptions, which do little more than conjecture the structure of the psychic apparatus and the play of the energies active in it, and we shall have to be careful not to go too far beyond the simplest logical construction, since otherwise its value will be doubtful. And even if we should be unerring in our inferences, and take cognizance of all the logical possibilities, we should still be in danger of arriving at a completely mistaken result, owing to the probable incompleteness of the preliminary statement of our elementary data. We shall not be able to arrive at any conclusions as to the structure and function of the psychic instrument from even the more careful investigation of dreams or of any other isolated activity, or, at all events, we shall not be able to confirm our conclusions. To do this, we shall have to collate such phenomena as the comparative study of a whole series of psychic activities proves to be reliably constant. So that the psychological assumptions which we base on the analysis of the dream processes will have to mark time, as it were, until they can join up with the results of other investigations which, proceeding from another starting point, will seek to penetrate to the heart of the same problem. A. The forgetting of dreams. I propose, then, that we shall first of all turn our attention to a subject which brings us to a hitherto disregarded objection, which threatens to undermine the very foundation of our efforts at dream interpretation. The objection has been made from more than one quarter that the dream which we wish to interpret is really unknown to us, or, to be more precise, that we have no guarantee that we know it as it really occurred. What we recollect of the dream, and what we subject to our methods of interpretation, is, in the first place, mutilated by the unfaithfulness of our memory, which seems quite peculiarly incapable of retaining dreams, and which may have omitted precisely the most significant parts of their content. For when we try to consider our dreams attentively, we often have reason to complain that we have dreamed much than we remember, that unfortunately we know nothing more than this one fragment, and that our recollection of even this fragment seems to us strangely uncertain. Moreover, everything goes to prove that our memory reproduces the dream not only incompletely, but also untruthfully, in a falsifying manner. As on the one hand we may doubt whether what we dreamed was really as disconnected as it is in our recollections, so on the other hand we may doubt whether a dream was really as coherent as our account of it, whether in our attempted reproduction we have not filled in the gaps which really existed, or those which are due to forgetfulness, with new and arbitrarily chosen material, whether we have not embellished the dream, rounded it off and corrected it, so that any conclusion as to its real content becomes impossible. Indeed, one writer, Spita, surmises that all that is orderly and coherent is really first put into the dream during the attempt to recall it. Thus we are in danger of being deprived of the very object whose value we have undertaken to determine. In all our dream interpretations we have hitherto ignored these warnings. On the contrary, indeed, we have found that the smallest, most insignificant, and most uncertain components of the dream content invited interpretations no less emphatically than those which were distinctly and certainly contained in the dream. In the dream of Irma's injection we read, "I quickly called in Dr. M," and we assumed that even this small addendum would not have got into the dream if it had not been susceptible of a special deprivation. In this way we arrive at the history of that unfortunate patient to whose bedside I quickly called my older colleague. In the seemingly absurd dream which treated the difference between 51 and 56 as a quantity negligible, the number 51 was mentioned repeatedly. Instead of regarding this as a matter of course, or a detail of indifferent value, we proceeded from this to a second train of thought in the latent dream content, which led to the number 51, and by following up this clue we arrived at the fears which proposed 51 years as the term of life, in the sharpest opposition to a dominant train of thought which was boastfully lavish of the years. In the dream non vixit I found as an insignificant interpolation that I had at first overlooked the sentence, "As P does not understand him, FL asks me," etc. The interpretation then coming to a standstill, I went back to these words, and I found through them the way to the infantile fantasy which appeared in the dream thoughts as an intermediate point of junction. This came about by means of the poet's verses: "Seldom have you understood me, seldom have I understood you, but when we found ourselves in the mire, we at once understood each other." Every analysis will afford evidence of the fact that the most insignificant features of the dream are indispensable to interpretation, and will show how the completion of the task is delayed if we postpone our examination of them. We have given equal attention, in the interpretation of dreams, to every nuance of verbal expression found in them. Indeed, whenever we are confronted by a senseless or insufficient wording, as though we had failed to translate the dream into the proper version, we have respected even these defects of expression. In brief, what other writers have regarded as arbitrary improvisations concocted hastily to avoid confusion, we have treated like a sacred text. This contradiction calls for explanation. It would appear, without doing any injustice to the writers in question, that the explanation is in our favor. From the standpoint of our newly acquired insight into the origin of dreams, all contradictions are completely reconciled. It is true that we distort the dream in our attempt to reproduce it. We once more find therein what we have called the secondary and often misunderstanding elaboration of the dream by the agency of normal thinking. But this distortion is itself no more than a part of the elaboration to which the dream thoughts are constantly subjected as a result of the dream censorship. Other writers have here suspected or observed that part of the dream distortion whose work is manifest, but for us this is of little consequence, as we know that a far more extensive work of distortion, not so easily apprehended, has already taken the dream for its object from among the hidden dream thoughts. The only mistake of these writers consists in believing the modification effected in the dream by its recollection and verbal expression to be arbitrary, incapable of further solution, and consequently liable to lead us astray in our cognition of the dream. They underestimate the determination of the dream in the psyche. Here there is nothing arbitrary. It can be shown that in all cases a second train of thought immediately takes over the determination of the elements which have been left undetermined by the first. For example, I wish quite arbitrarily to think of a number, but this is not possible. The number that occurs to me is definitely and necessarily determined by thoughts within me which may be quite foreign to my momentary purpose. The modifications which the dream undergoes in its revision by the waking mind are just as little arbitrary. They preserve an associative connection with the content, whose place they take, and serve to show us the way to this content which may itself be a substitute for yet another content. In analyzing the dreams of patients, I impose the following test of this assertion, and never without success. If the first report of a dream seems not very comprehensible, I request the dreamer to repeat it. This he rarely does in the same words, but the passages in which the expression is modified are thereby made known to me as the weak points of the dream's disguise. They are what the embroidered emblem on Siegfried's raiment was to Hagen. These are the points from which the analysis may start. The narrator has been admonished by my announcement that I intend to take special pains to solve the dream, and immediately, obedient to the urge of resistance, he protects the weak points of the dream's disguise, replacing a treacherous expression by a less relevant one. He thus calls my attention to the expressions which he has discarded. From the efforts made to guard against the solution of the dream, I can also draw conclusions about the care with which the raiment of the dream has been woven. The writers whom I have mentioned are, however, less justified when they attribute so much importance to the doubt with which our judgment approaches the relation of the dream. For this doubt is not intellectually warranted. Our memory can give no guarantees, but nevertheless we are compelled to credit its statements far more frequently than is objectively justifiable. Doubt concerning the accurate reproduction of the dream or of individual data of the dream is only another offshoot of the dream censorship, that is, of resistance to the emergence of the dream thoughts into consciousness. This resistance has not yet exhausted itself by the displacements and substitutions which it has effected, so that it still clings in the form of doubt to what has been allowed to emerge. We can recognize this doubt all the more readily in that it is careful never to attack the intensive elements of the dream, but only the weak and indistinct ones. But we already know what a transvaluation of all the psychic values has taken place between the dream thoughts and the dream. The distortion has been made possible only by devaluation. It constantly manifests itself in this way, and sometimes contents itself therewith. If doubt is added to the indistinctness of an element of the dream content, we may, following this indication, recognize in this element a direct offshoot of one of the outlawed dream thoughts. The state of affairs is like that obtaining after a great revolution in one of the republics of antiquity or the Renaissance. The once powerful ruling families of the nobility are now banished, all high posts are filled by upstarts. In the city itself only the poorer and more powerless citizens, or the remoter followers of the vanquished party, are tolerated. Even the latter do not enjoy the full rights of citizenship. They are watched with suspicion. In our case, instead of suspicion, we have doubt. I must insist, therefore, that in the analysis of a dream one must emancipate oneself from the whole scale of standards of reliability, and if there is the slightest possibility that this or that may have occurred in the dream, it should be treated as an absolute certainty. Until one has decided to reject all respect for appearances in tracing the dream elements, the analysis will remain at a standstill. Disregard of the element concerned has the psychic effect, in the person analyzed, that is nothing in connection with the unwished ideas behind this element will occur to him. This effect is really not self-evident, it would be quite reasonable to say. Whether this or that was contained in the dream, I do not know for certain, but the following ideas happen to occur to me. But no one ever does say so. It is precisely the disturbing effect of doubt in the analysis that permits it to be unmasked as an offshoot and instrument of the psychic resistance. Psychoanalysis is justifiably suspicious. One of its rules runs, whatever disturbs the progress of the work is a resistance. The peremptory statement, whatever disturbs the progress of the work is a resistance, might easily be misunderstood. It has, of course, the significance merely of a technical rule, a warning for the analyst. It is not denied that during an analysis events may occur which cannot be ascribed to the intention of the person analyzed. The patient's father may die in other ways than by being murdered by the patient, or a war may break out and interrupt the analysis. But despite the obvious exaggeration of the above statement, there is still something new and useful in it. Even if the disturbing event is real and independent of the patient, the extent of the disturbing influence does not depend only on him, and the resistance reveals itself unmistakably in the ready and immoderate exploitation of such an opportunity. The forgetting of dreams, too, remains inexplicable, until we seek to explain it by the power of the psychic censorship. The feeling that one has dreamed a great deal during the night, and has retained only a little of it, may have yet another meaning in a number of cases. It may perhaps mean that the dream work has continued in a perceptible manner throughout the night, but has left behind it only one brief dream. There is, however, no possible doubt that a dream is progressively forgotten on waking. One often forgets it in spite of a painful effort to recover it. I believe, however, that just as one generally overestimates the extent of this forgetting, so also one overestimates the lacunae in our knowledge of the dream due to the gaps occurring in it. All the dream content that has been lost by forgetting can often be recovered by analysis. In a number of cases, at all events, it is possible to discover from a single remaining fragment, not the dream, of course, which after all is of no importance, but the whole of the dream thoughts. It requires a greater expenditure of attention and self-suppression in the analysis, that is all, but it shows that the forgetting of the dream is not innocent of hostile intention. A convincing proof of the tendentious nature of dream forgetting, of the fact that it serves the resistance, is obtained on analysis by investigating a preliminary stage of forgetting. It often happens that, in the midst of an interpretation, an omitted fragment of the dream suddenly emerges, which is described as having been previously forgotten. This part of the dream that has been wrested from forgetfulness is always the most important part. It lies on the shortest path to the solution of the dream, and for that very reason it was most exposed to the resistance. Among the examples of dreams that I have included in the text of this treatise, it once happened that I had subsequently to interpolate a fragment of dream content. The dream is a dream of travel, which revenges itself on two unamiable travelling companions. I have left it almost entirely uninterpreted, as part of its content is obscene. The part omitted reads, I said, referring to a book of Schiller's, it is from, but corrected myself as I realized my mistake. It is by. Whereupon the man remarked to his sister, yes, he said it correctly. Such corrections in the use of foreign languages are not rare in dreams, but they are usually attributed to foreigners. Maury, while he was studying English, once dreamed that he informed someone that he had called on him the day before in the following words, I called for you yesterday. The other answered correctly, you mean I called on you yesterday. Self-correction in dreams, which to some writers seems so wonderful, does not really call for consideration. But I will draw from my own memory an instance typical of verbal errors in dreams. I was 19 years of age when I visited England for the first time, and I spent a day on the shore of the Irish Sea. Naturally enough, I amused myself by picking up the marine animals left on the beach by the tide, and I was just examining a starfish. The dream begins with Holtern, Holoturian, when a pretty little girl came up to me and asked me, "Is it a starfish? Is it alive?" I replied, "Yes, he is alive," but then felt ashamed of my mistake, and repeated the sentence correctly. For the grammatical mistake which I then made, the dream substitutes another which is quite common among German people. Das Buch ist von Schiller is not to be translated by the book is from, but by the book is by. That the dream work accomplishes this substitution, because the word from, according to its consonance with the German adjective fromm, pious, devout, makes a remarkable condensation possible, should no longer surprise us, after all that we have heard of the intentions of the dream work and its unscrupulous selection of means. But what relation has this harmless recollection of the seashore to my dream? It explains, by means of a very innocent example, that I have used the word denoting gender, or sex, or the sexual, he, in the wrong place. This is surely one of the keys to the solution of the dream. Those who have heard of the derivation of the book title Matter and Motion, Molière, in Le Malade Imaginaire, La matière est-elle laudable, a motion of the bowels, will readily be able to supply the missing parts. Moreover, I can prove conclusively, by a demonstratio ad oculos, that the forgetting of the dream is in a large measure the work of the resistance. A patient tells me that he has dreamed, but that the dream has vanished without leaving a trace, as if nothing had happened. We set to work. However, I come upon a resistance which I explain to the patient, encouraging and urging him. I help him to become reconciled to some disagreeable thought, and I have hardly succeeded in doing so, when he exclaims, "Now I can recall what I dreamed." The same resistance which that day disturbed him in the work of interpretation caused him also to forget the dream. By overcoming this resistance, I have brought back the dream to his memory. In the same way, the patient, having reached a certain part of the work, may recall a dream which occurred 3, 4, or more days ago, and which has hitherto remained in oblivion. Psychoanalytical experience has furnished us with yet another proof of the fact that the forgetting of dreams depends far more on the resistance than on the mutually alien character of the waking and sleeping states, as some writers have believed it to depend. It often happens to me, as well as to other analysts and to patients under treatment, that we are waked from sleep by a dream, as we say, and that immediately thereafter, while in full possession of our mental faculties, we begin to interpret the dream. Often in such cases I have not rested until I have achieved a full understanding of the dream, and yet it has happened that after waking I have forgotten the interpretation work as completely as I have forgotten the dream content itself, though I have been aware that I have dreamed and that I have interpreted the dream. The dream has far more frequently taken the result of the interpretation with it into forgetfulness than the intellectual faculty has succeeded in retaining the dream in the memory. But between this work of interpretation and the waking thoughts there is not that psychic abyss by which other writers have sought to explain the forgetting of dreams. When Morton Prince objects to my explanation of the forgetting of dreams on the ground that it is only a special case of the amnesia of dissociated psychic states, and that the impossibility of applying my explanation of this special amnesia to other types of amnesia makes it valueless even for its immediate purpose, he reminds the reader that in all his descriptions of such dissociated states he has never attempted to discover the dynamic explanation underlying these phenomena. For had he done so, he would surely have discovered that repression, and the resistance produced thereby, is the cause not of these dissociations merely, but also of the amnesia of their psychic content. The dreams are as little forgotten as other psychic acts. That even in their power of impressing themselves on the memory they may fairly be compared with the other psychic performances, was proved to me by an experiment which I was able to make while preparing the manuscript of this book. I had preserved in my notes a great many dreams of my own, which for one reason or another I could not interpret, or at the time of dreaming them could interpret only very imperfectly. In order to maintain the material to illustrate my assertion, I attempted to interpret some of them a year or two later. In this attempt I was invariably successful. Indeed, I may say that the interpretation was effected more easily after all this time than when the dreams were of recent occurrence. As a possible explanation of this fact, I would suggest that I had overcome many of the internal resistances which had disturbed me at the time of dreaming. In such subsequent interpretations, I have compared the odd yield of dream thoughts with the present result, which has usually been more abundant, and I have invariably found the old dream thoughts unaltered among the present ones. However, I soon recovered from my surprise when I reflected that I had long been accustomed to interpret dreams of former years that had occasionally been related to me by my patients as though they had been dreams of the night before, by the same method and with the same success. In the section on anxiety dreams I shall include two examples of such delayed dream interpretations. When I made this experiment for the first time, I expected, not unreasonably, that dreams would behave in this connection merely like neurotic symptoms. For when I treat a psychoneurotic, for instance, an hysterical patient, by psychoanalysis, I am compelled to find explanations for the first symptoms of the malady, which have long since disappeared, as well as for those still existing symptoms which have brought the patient to me. And I find the former problem easier to solve than the more exigent one of to-day. In the Studies in Hysteria, published as early as 1895, I was able to give the explanation of a first hysterical attack which the patient, a woman over 40 years of age, had experienced in her 15th year. Dreams which have occurred during the first years of childhood, and which have sometimes been retained in the memory for decades with perfect sensorial freshness, are almost always of great importance for the understanding of the development and the neurosis of the dreamer. The analysis of them protects the physician from errors and uncertainties which might confuse him, even theoretically. End of section 39. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 40 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 40. The Forgetting of Dreams, Part 2. I will now make a few rather unsystematic remarks relating to the interpretations of dreams, which will perhaps serve as a guide to the reader who wishes to test my assertions by the analysis of his own dreams. He must not expect that it will be a simple and easy matter to interpret his own dreams. Even the observations of endoptic phenomena and other sensations which are commonly immune from attention call for practice, although this group of observations is not opposed by any psychic motive. It is very much more difficult to get hold of the unwished ideas. He who seeks to do so must fulfill the requirements laid down in this treatise, and while following the rules here given, he must endeavor to restrain all criticism, all preconceptions, and all effective or intellectual bias in himself during the work of analysis. He must be ever mindful of the precept which Claude Bernard held up to the experimenter in the physiological laboratory: travailler comme une bête, that is, he must be as enduring as an animal, and also as disinterested in the results of his work. He who will follow this advice will no longer find the task a difficult one. The interpretation of a dream cannot always be accomplished in one session. After following up a chain of associations, you will often feel that your working capacity is exhausted. The dream will not tell you anything more than day. It is best to break off, and to resume the work the following day. Another portion of the dream content then solicits your attention, and you thus obtain access to a fresh stratum of the dream thoughts. One might call this the fractional interpretation of dreams. It is most difficult to induce the beginner in dream interpretation to recognize the fact that his task is not finished when he is in possession of a complete interpretation of the dream which is both ingenious and coherent, and which gives particulars of all the elements of the dream content. Besides this, another interpretation and over-interpretation of the same dream, one which has escaped him, may be possible. It is really not easy to form an idea of the wealth of trains of unconscious thought striving for expression in our minds, or to credit the adroitness displayed by the dream work in killing, so to speak, 7 flies at one stroke, like the journeyman tailor in the fairy tale, by means of its ambiguous modes of expression. The reader will constantly be inclined to reproach the author for a superfluous display of ingenuity, but any one who has had a personal experience of dream interpretation will know better than to do so. On the other hand, one cannot accept the opinion, first expressed by H. Silberer, that every dream, or even that many dreams and certain groups of dreams, calls for 2 different interpretations, between which there is even supposed to be a fixed relation. One of these, which Silberer calls the psychoanalytic interpretation, attributes to the dream any meaning you please, but in the main an infantile, sexual one. The other, the more important interpretation, which he calls the anagogic interpretation, reveals the more serious and often profound thoughts which the dream work has used as its material. Silberer does not prove this assertion by citing a number of dreams which he has analyzed in these 2 directions. I am obliged to object to this opinion on the ground that it is contrary to facts. The majority of dreams require no over-interpretation, and are especially insusceptible of an anagogic interpretation. The influence of a tendency which seeks to veil the fundamental conditions of dream formation and divert our interest from its instinctual roots is as evident in Silberer's theory as in other theoretical efforts of the last few years. In a number of cases I can confirm Silberer's assertions, but in these the analysis shows me that the dream work was confronted with the task of transforming a series of highly abstract thoughts incapable of direct representation from waking life into a dream. The dream work attempted to accomplish this task by seizing upon another thought material which stood in loose and often allegorical relation to the abstract thoughts, and thereby diminished the difficulty of representing them. The abstract interpretation of a dream originating in this manner will be given by the dreamer immediately, but the correct interpretation of the substituted material can be obtained only by means of a familiar technique. The question of whether every dream can be interpreted is to be answered in the negative. One should not forget that in the work of interpretation one is opposed by the psychic forces that are responsible for the distortion of the dream. Whether one can master the inner resistances by one's intellectual interest, one's capacity for self-control, one's psychological knowledge, and one's experience in dream interpretation depends on the relative strength of the opposing forces. It is always possible to make some progress. One can at all events go far enough to become convinced that a dream has meaning, and generally far enough to gain some idea of its meaning. It very often happens that a second dream enables us to confirm and continue the interpretation assumed for the first. A whole series of dreams, continuing for weeks or months, may have a common basis, and should therefore be interpreted as a continuity. In dreams that follow one another, we often observe that one dream takes as its central point something that is only alluded to in the periphery of the next dream, and conversely, so that even in their interpretations the 2 supplement each other. The different dreams of the same rite are always to be treated in the work of interpretation as a whole. I have already shown by examples in the best interpreted dreams we often have to leave one passage in obscurity, because we observe during the interpretation that we have here a tangle of dream thoughts which cannot be unravelled, and which furnishes no fresh contribution to the dream content. This, then, is the keystone of the dream, the point at which it ascends into the unknown. For the dream thoughts which we encounter during the interpretation commonly have no termination, but run in all directions into the net-like entanglement of our intellectual world. It is from some denser part of this fabric that the dream wish then arises, like the mushroom from its mycelium. Let us now return to the facts of dream forgetting. So far, of course, we have failed to draw any important conclusion from them. When our waking life shows an unmistakable intention to forget the dream which has been formed during the night, either as a whole, immediately after waking, or little by little in the course of the day, and when we recognize as the chief factor in this process of forgetting the psychic resistance against the dream which has already done its best to oppose the dream at night, the question then arises: what actually has made the dream formation possible against this resistance? Let us consider the most striking case in which the waking life has thrust the dream aside as though it had never happened. If we take into consideration the play of the psychic forces, we are compelled to assert that the dream would never have come into existence had the resistance prevailed at night as it did by day. We conclude, then, that the resistance loses some part of its force during the night. We know that it has not been discontinued, as we have demonstrated its share in the formation of dreams, namely, the work of distortion. We have therefore to consider the possibility that at night the resistance is merely diminished, and that dream formation becomes possible because of this slackening of the resistance, and we shall readily understand that as it regains its full power on waking, it immediately thrusts aside what it was forced to admit while it was feeble. Descriptive psychology teaches us that the chief determinant of dream formation is the dormant state of the psyche, and we may now add the following explanation. The state of sleep makes dream formation possible by reducing the endopsychic censorship. We are certainly tempted to look upon this as the only possible conclusion to be drawn from the facts of dream forgetting, and to develop from this conclusion further deductions as to the comparative energy operative in the sleeping and waking states. We shall stop here for the present. When we have penetrated a little farther into the psychology of dreams, we shall find that the origin of dream formation may be differently conceived. The resistance which tends to prevent the dream thoughts from becoming conscious may perhaps be evaded without suffering reduction. It is also plausible that both the factors which favor dream formation, the reduction as well as the evasion of the resistance, may be simultaneously made possible by the sleeping state. But we shall pause here and resume the subject a little later. We must now consider another series of objections against our procedure in dream interpretation. For we proceed by dropping all the directing ideas which at other times control reflection, directing our attention to a single element of the dream, noting the involuntary thoughts that associate themselves with this element. We then take up the next component of the dream content and repeat the operation with this, and, regardless of the direction taken by the thoughts, we allow ourselves to be led onwards by them, rambling from one subject to another. At the same time, we harbor the confident hope that we may in the end, and without intervention on our part, come upon the dream thoughts from which the dream originated. To this the critic may make the following objection. That we arrived somewhere if we start from a single element of the dream is not remarkable. Something can be associatively connected with every idea. The only thing that is remarkable is that one should succeed in hitting upon the dream thoughts in this arbitrary and aimless excursion. It is probably a self-deception. The investigator follows the chain of associations from the one element which is taken up until he finds the chain breaking off, whereupon he takes up a second element. It is thus only natural that the originally unconfined associations should now become narrowed down. He has the former chain of associations still in mind, and will therefore, in the analysis of the second dream idea, hit all the more readily upon single associations which have something in common with the associations of the first chain. He then imagines that he has found a thought which represents a point of junction between two of the dream elements. As he allows himself all possible freedom of thought connection, excepting only the transitions from one idea to another which occur in normal thinking, it is not difficult for him finally to concoct out of a series of intermediary thoughts something which he calls the dream thoughts, and without any guarantee, since they are otherwise unknown, he palms these off as the psychic equivalent of the dream. But all this is a purely arbitrary procedure, an ingenious-looking exploitation of chance, and any one who will go to this useless trouble can in this way work out any desired interpretation for any dream whatever. If such objections are really advanced against us, we may in defense refer to the impression produced by our dream interpretations, the surprising connections with other dream elements which appear while we are following up the individual ideas, and the improbability that anything which so perfectly covers and explains the dream as do our dream interpretations could be achieved otherwise than by following previously established psychic connections. We might also point to the fact that the procedure in dream interpretation is identical with the procedure followed in the resolution of hysterical symptoms, where the correctness of the dream is attested by the emergence and disappearance of the symptoms, that is, where the interpretation of the text is confirmed by the interpolated illustrations. We have no reason to avoid this problem, namely, how one can arrive at a pre-existent aim by following an arbitrarily and aimlessly maundering chain of thoughts. since we shall be able not to solve the problem, it is true, but to get rid of it entirely. For it is demonstrably incorrect to state that we abandon ourselves to an aimless excursion of thought when, as in the interpretation of dreams, we renounce reflection and allow the involuntary ideas to come to the surface. It can be shown that we are able to reject only those directing ideas which are known to us, and that with the cessation of these the unknown, or as we inexactly say, unconscious directing ideas immediately exert their influence, and henceforth determine the flow of the involuntary ideas. Thinking without directing ideas cannot be ensured by any influence we ourselves exert on our own psychic life. Neither do I know of any state of psychic derangement in which such a mode of thought establishes itself. The psychiatrists have here far too prematurely relinquished the idea of the solidity of the psychic structure. I know that an unregulated stream of thoughts, devoid of directing ideas, can occur as little in the realm of hysteria and paranoia as in the formation or solution of dreams. Perhaps it does not occur at all in the endogenous psychic affections, and, according to the ingenious hypothesis of Loret, even the deliria observed in confused psychic states have meaning, and are incomprehensible to us only because of omissions. I have had the same conviction whenever I have had an opportunity of observing such states. The deliria are the work of a censorship which no longer makes any effort to conceal its sway, which, instead of lending its support to a revision that is no longer obnoxious to it, cancels regardlessly anything to which it objects, thus causing the remnant to appear disconnected. This censorship proceeds like the Russian censorship on the frontier, which allows only those foreign journals which have had certain passages blacked out to fall into the bands of the readers to be protected. Eduard von Hartmann clearly enunciated the law of association of ideas, which is directed by unconscious directing ideas, without however realizing the scope of this law. With him it was a question of demonstrating that every combination of a sensuous idea, when it is not left entirely to chance, but is directed to a definite end, is in need of help from the unconscious, and that the conscious interest in any particular thought association is a stimulus for the unconscious to discover from among the numberless possible ideas the one which corresponds to the directing idea. It is the unconscious that selects, and appropriately, in accordance with the aims of the interest, and this holds true for the associations in abstract thinking, as sensible representations and artistic combinations, as well as for flashes of wit. Hence, a limiting of the association of ideas to ideas that evoke and are evoked in the sense of pure association psychology is untenable. Such a restriction would be justified only if there were states in human life in which man was free not only from any conscious purpose, but also from the domination or cooperation of any unconscious interest, any passing mood. But such a state hardly ever comes to pass. For even if one leaves one's train of thought seemingly altogether to chance, or if one surrenders oneself entirely to the involuntary dreams of fantasy, yet always other leading interests, dominant feelings, and moods prevail at one time rather than another, and these will always exert an influence on the association of ideas. In semi-conscious dreams there always appear only such ideas as correspond to the unconscious momentary main interest. By rendering prominent the feelings and moods over the free thought series, the methodical procedure of psychoanalysis is thoroughly justified even from the standpoint of Hartmann's psychology. Brill concludes from the fact that a name which we vainly try to recall suddenly occurs to the mind that there is an unconscious but none the less purposeful thinking, whose result then appears in consciousness. The free play of ideas following any chain of associations may perhaps occur in cases of destructive organic affections of the brain. What, however, is taken to be such in the psychoneuroses may always be explained as the influence of the censorship on a series of thoughts which have been pushed into the foreground by the concealed directing ideas. It has been considered an unmistakable sign of free association unencumbered by directing ideas if emerging ideas or images appear to be connected by means of the so-called superficial associations, that is, by assonance, verbal ambiguity, and temporal coincidence, without inner relationship of meaning. In other words, if they are all connected by all those associations which we allow ourselves to exploit in wit, and playing upon words. This distinguishing mark holds good with associations which lead us from the elements of the dream content to the intermediary thoughts, and from these to the dream thoughts proper. In many analyses of dreams we have found surprising examples of this. In these no connection was too loose and no witticism too objectionable to serve as a bridge from one thought to another. But the correct understanding of such surprising tolerance is not far to seek. Whenever one psychic element is connected with another by an obnoxious and superficial association, there exists also a correct and more profound connection between the two, which succumbs to the resistance of the censorship. The correct explanation for the predominance of the superficial associations is the pressure of the censorship, and not the suppression of the directing ideas. Whenever the censorship renders the normal connective paths impossible, the superficial associations will replace the deeper ones in the representation. It is as though in a mountainous region a general interruption of traffic, for example an inundation, should render the broad highways impossible. Traffic would then have to be maintained by steep and inconvenient tracks, used at other times only by the hunter. We can here distinguish two cases, which, however, are essentially one. In the first case, the censorship is directed only against the connection of two thoughts, which, being detached from one another, escape its opposition. The two thoughts then enter successively into consciousness. Their connection remains concealed. But in its place there occurs to us a superficial connection between the two which would not otherwise have occurred to us, and which as a rule connects with another angle of the conceptual complex, instead of that from which the suppressed but essential connection proceeds. Or, in the second case, both thoughts, owing to their content, succumb to the censorship. Both then appear not in their correct form, but in a modified, substituted form, and both substituted thoughts are so selected as to represent by a superficial association the essential relation which existed between those that they have replaced. Under the pressure of the censorship, the displacement of a normal and vital association by one superficial and apparently absurd has thus occurred in both cases. Because we know of these displacements, we unhesitatingly rely upon even the superficial associations which occur in the course of dream interpretation. The psychoanalysis of neurotics makes abundant use of the two principles: that with the abandonment of the conscious directing ideas, the control over the flow of ideas is transferred to the concealed directing ideas, and that superficial associations are only a displacement substitute for suppressed and more profound ones. Indeed, psychoanalysis makes these two principles the foundation stones of its techniques. When I request a patient to dismiss all reflection, and to report to me whatever comes into his mind, I firmly cling to the assumption that he will not be able to drop the directing idea of the treatment, and I feel justified in concluding that what he reports, even though it may seem to be quite ingenuous and arbitrary, has some connection with his morbid state. Another directing idea of which the patient has no suspicion is my own personality. The full appreciation, as well as the detailed proof of both these explanations, belongs to the description of the psychoanalytic technique as a therapeutic method. We have here reached one of the junctions, so to speak, at which we purposely drop the subject of dream interpretation. Of all the objections raised, only one is justified and still remains to be met, namely, that we ought not to ascribe all the associations of the interpretation work to the nocturnal dream work. By interpretation in the waking state, we are actually opening a path running back from the dream elements to the dream thoughts. The dream work has followed the contrary direction, and it is not at all probable that these paths are equally possible in opposite directions. On the contrary, it appears that during the day, by means of new thought connections, we sink shafts that strike the intermediary thoughts and the dream thoughts now in this place, now in that. We can see how the recent thought material of the day forces its way into the interpretation series, and how the additional resistance which has appeared since the night probably compels it to make new and further detours. But the number and form of the collaterals which we thus contrive during the day are, psychologically speaking, indifferent, so long as they point the way to the dream thoughts we are seeking. End of section 40. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 41 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Regression. Now that we have defended ourselves against the objections raised, or have at least indicated our weapons of defense, we must no longer delay entering upon the psychological investigations for which we have so long been preparing. Let us summarize the main results of our recent investigations. The dream is a psychic act full of import. Its motive power is invariably a wish craving fulfillment. The fact that it is unrecognizable as a wish, and its many peculiarities and absurdities, are due to the influence of the psychic censorship to which it has been subjected during its formation. Besides the necessity of evading the censorship, the following factors have played a part in its formation. First, a need for condensing the psychic material. Second, regarding for representability in sensory images. And third, though not constantly, regard for a rational and intelligible exterior of the dream structure. From each of these propositions a path leads onwards to psychological postulates and assumptions. Thus the reciprocal relation of the wish motives and the four conditions, as well as the mutual relations of these conditions, must now be investigated. The dream must be inserted in the context of the psychic life. At the beginning of this section we cited a certain dream in order that it might remind us of the problems that are still unsolved. The interpretation of this dream of the burning child presented no difficulties, although in the analytical sense it was not given in full. We asked ourselves why, after all, it was necessary that the father should dream instead of waking, and we recognized the wish to represent the child as living as a motive of the dream. That there was yet another wish operative in the dream we shall be able to show after further discussion. For the present, however, we may say that for the sake of the wish fulfillment, the thought process of sleep was transformed into a dream. If the wish fulfillment is cancelled out, only one characteristic remains which distinguishes the two kinds of psychic events. The dream thought would have been, I see a glimmer coming from the room in which the body is lying. Perhaps a candle has fallen over, and the child is burning. The dream reproduces the result of this reflection unchanged, but represents it in a situation which exists in the present and is perceptible by the senses like an experience of the waking state. This, however, is the most common and the most striking psychological characteristic of the dream. A thought, usually the one wished for, is objectified in the dream and represented as a scene, or, as we think, experienced. But how are we now to explain this characteristic peculiarity of the dream work? Or, to put it more modestly, how are we to bring it into relation with the psychic processes? On closer examination, it is plainly evident that the manifest form of the dream is marked by two characteristics which are almost independent of each other. One is its representation as a present situation, with the omission of perhaps. The other is the translation of the thought into visual images and speech. The transformation to which the dream thoughts are subjected, because the expectation is put into the present tense, is, perhaps, in this particular dream not so very striking. This is probably due to the special and really subsidiary role of the wish fulfillment in this dream. Let us take another dream, in which the dream wish does not break away from the continuation of the waking thoughts in sleep. For example, the dream of Irma's injection. Here the dream thought achieving representation is in the conditional. If only Otto could be blamed for Irma's illness. The dream suppresses the conditional and replaces it by a simple present tense. Yes, Otto is to blame for Irma's illness. This, then, is the first of the transformations which even the undistorted dream imposes on the dream thoughts. But we will not linger over the first peculiarity of the dream. We dispose of it by a reference to the conscious fantasy, the daydream, which behaves in a similar fashion with its conceptual content. When Daudet's Monsieur Joyeuse wanders unemployed through the streets of Paris, while his daughter is led to believe that he has a post and is sitting in his office, he dreams in the present tense of circumstances that might help him to obtain a recommendation and employment. The dream then employs the present tense in the same manner, and with the same right as the daydream. The present is the tense in which the wish is represented as fulfilled. The second quality peculiar to the dream alone, as distinguished from the daydream, is that the conceptual content is not thought, but is transformed into visual images to which we give credence, and which we believe that we experience. Let us add, however, that not all dreams show this transformation of ideas into visual images. There are dreams which consist solely of thoughts, but we cannot on that account deny that they are substantially dreams. My dream Autodidaska, the day fantasy about Professor N, is of this character. It is almost as free of visual elements as though I have thought its content during the day. Moreover, every long dream contains elements which have not undergone this transformation into the visual, and which are simply thought or known as we are wont to think or know in our waking state. And we must here reflect that this transformation of ideas into visual images does not occur in dreams alone, but also in hallucinations and visions, which may appear spontaneously in health or as symptoms in the psychoneuroses. In brief, the relation which we are here investigating is by no means an exclusive one. The fact remains, however, that this characteristic of the dream, whenever it occurs, seems to be its most noteworthy characteristic, so that we cannot think of the dream life without it. To understand it, however, requires a very exhaustive discussion. Among all the observations relating to the theory of dreams is to be found in the literature of the subject. I should like to lay stress upon one as being particularly worthy of mention. The famous G.T.H. Fechner makes the conjecture, in a discussion as to the nature of the dreams, that the dream is staged elsewhere than in the waking ideation. No other assumption enables us to comprehend the special peculiarities of the dream life. The idea which is thus put before us is one of psychic locality. We shall wholly ignore the fact that the psychic apparatus concerned is known to us only as an anatomical preparation, and we shall carefully avoid the temptation to determine the psychic locality in any anatomical sense. We shall remain on psychological ground, and we shall do no more than accept the invitation to think of the instrument which serves the psychic activities, much as we think of a compound microscope, a photographic camera, or other apparatus. The psychic locality, then, corresponds to a place within such an apparatus in which one of the preliminary phases of the image comes into existence. As is well known, there are in the microscope and the telescope such ideal localities or planes in which no tangible portion of the apparatus is located. I think it superfluous to apologize for the imperfections of this and all similar figures. These comparisons are designed only to assist us in our attempt to make intelligible the complication of the psychic performance by dissecting it and referring the individual performances to the individual components of the apparatus. So far as I am aware, no attempt has yet been made to divine the construction of the psychic instrument by means of such dissection. I see no harm in such an attempt. I think that we should give free rein to our conjectures, provided we keep our heads and do not mistake the scaffolding for the building. Since for the first approach to any unknown subject we need the help only of auxiliary ideas, we shall prefer the crudest and most tangible hypothesis to all others. Accordingly, we conceive the psychic apparatus as a compound instrument, the component parts of which we shall call instances, or, for the sake of clearness, systems. We shall then anticipate that these systems may perhaps maintain a constant spatial orientation to one another, very much as do the different and successive systems of lenses of a telescope. Strictly speaking, there is no need to assume an actual spatial arrangement of the psychic system. It will be enough for our purpose if a definite sequence is established, so that in certain psychic events the system will be traversed by the excitation in a definite temporal order. This order may be different in the case of other processes. Such a possibility is left open. For the sake of brevity, we shall henceforth speak of the component parts of the apparatus as psi systems. The first thing that strikes us is the fact that the apparatus composed of psi systems has a direction. All our psychic activities proceed from inner or outer stimuli and terminate in innervations. We thus ascribe to the apparatus a sensory and a motor end. At the sensory end we find a system which receives the perceptions, and at the motor end another which opens the sluices of motility. The psychic process generally runs from the perceptive end to the motor end, but this is only in compliance with the requirement, long familiar to us, that the psychic apparatus must be constructed like a reflex apparatus. The reflex act remains the type of every psychic activity as well. We now have reason to admit a first differentiation at the sensory end. The percepts that come to us leave in our psychic apparatus a trace, which we may call a memory trace. The function related to this memory trace we call the memory. If we hold seriously to our resolution to connect the psychic processes into systems, the memory trace can consist only of lasting charges in the elements of the systems. But, as has already been shown elsewhere, obvious difficulties arise when one and the same system is faithfully to preserve changes in its elements and still to remain fresh and receptive in respect of new occasions of change. In accordance with the principle which is directing our attempt, we shall therefore ascribe these two functions to two different systems. We assume that an initial system of this apparatus receives the stimuli of perception, but retains nothing of them, that is, it has no memory, and that behind this there lies a second system, which transforms the momentary excitation of the first into lasting traces. The following would then be the diagram of our psychic apparatus. We know that of the percepts which act upon the P system, we retain permanently something else as well as the content itself. Our percepts prove also to be connected with one another in the memory, and this is especially so if they originally occurred simultaneously. We call this the fact of association. It is now clear that, if the P system is entirely lacking in memory, it certainly cannot preserve traces for the associations. The individual P elements would be intolerably hindered in their functioning if a residue of a former connection should make its influence felt against a new perception. Hence we must rather assume that the memory system is the basis of association. The fact of association then consists in this, that in consequence of a lessening of resistance and a smoothing of the ways from one of the mem elements, the excitation transmits itself to a second rather than to a third mem element. On further investigation, we find it necessary to assume not one, but many such mem systems, in which the same excitation transmitted by the P elements undergoes a diversified fixation. The first of these mem systems will in any case contain the fixation of the association through simultaneity, while those in lying farther away the same material of excitation will be arranged according to other forms of combination, so that relationships of similarity, etc., might perhaps be represented by these later systems. It would, of course, be idle to attempt to express in words the psychic significance of such a system. Its characteristic would lie in the intimacy of its relations to elements of raw material of memory, that is, if we wish to hint at a more comprehensive theory, in the gradations of the conductive resistance on the way to these elements. An observation of a general nature, which may possibly point to something of importance, may here be interpolated. The P system, which possesses no capacity for preserving changes, and hence no memory, furnishes to consciousness the complexity and variety of the sensory qualities. Our memories, on the other hand, are unconscious in themselves. Those that are most deeply impressed form no exception. They can be made conscious, but there is no doubt that they unfold all their activities in the unconscious state. What we term our character is based indeed on the memory traces of our impressions, and it is precisely those impressions that have affected us most strongly, those of our early youth, which hardly ever became conscious. But when memories become conscious again, they show no sensory quality, or a very negligible one in comparison with the perceptions. If now it can be confirmed that for consciousness memory and quality are mutually exclusive in the psi systems, we have gained a most promising insight into the determinations of the neuron excitations. What we have so far assumed concerning the composition of the psychic apparatus at the sensible end has been assumed regardless of dreams and of the psychological explanations which we have hitherto derived from them. Dreams, however, will serve as a source of evidence for our knowledge of another part of the apparatus. We have seen that it was possible to explain dream formation unless we ventured to assume two psychic instances, one of which subjected the activities of the other to criticism, the result of which was exclusion from consciousness. We have concluded that the criticizing instance maintains closer relations with the consciousness than the instance criticized. It stands between the latter and the consciousness like a screen. Further, we have found that there is a reason to identify the criticizing instance with that which directs our waking life and determines our voluntary conscious activities. If, in accordance with our assumptions, we now replace these instances by systems, the criticizing system will therefore be moved to the motor end. We now enter both the systems in our diagram, expressing, by the names given them, their relation to consciousness. The last of the systems at the motor end we call the preconscious species, to denote that the exciting processes in this system can reach consciousness without any further detention, provided certain other conditions are fulfilled. For example, the attainment of a definite degree of intensity, a certain apportionment of that function which we must call attention, etc. This is at the same time the system which holds the keys of voluntary motility. The system behind it we call the unconscious (uses), because it has no access to consciousness except through the preconscious, in the passage through which the excitation process must submit to certain changes. In which of these systems, then, do we localize the impetus to dream formation? For the sake of simplicity, let us say in the system uses. We shall find, it is true, in subsequent discussions, that this is not altogether correct, that dream formation is obliged to make connection with dream thoughts which belong to the system of the preconscious. But we shall learn elsewhere, when we come to deal with the dream wish, that the motive power of the dream is furnished by the uses, and on account of this factor we shall assume the unconscious system as the starting point for dream formation. The dream excitation, like all other thought structures, will now strive to continue itself in the pieces, and thence to gain admission to the consciousness. Experience teaches us that the path leading through the preconscious to consciousness is closed to the dream thoughts during the day by the resisting censorship. At night they gain admission to consciousness. The question arises, in what way and because of what changes? If this admission were rendered possible to the dream thoughts by the weakening, during the night, of the resistance watching on the boundary between the unconscious and the preconscious, we should then have dreams in the material of our ideas, which would not display the hallucinatory character that interests us at present. The weakening of the censorship between the two systems, uses and pieces, can explain to us only such dreams as the autodidaska dream, but not dreams like that of the burning child, which, as will be remembered, we stated as a problem at the outset of our present investigations. What takes place in the hallucinatory dream we can describe in no other way than by saying that the excitation follows a retrogressive course. It communicates itself not to the motor end of the apparatus, but to the sensory end, and finally reaches the system of perception. If we call the direction which the psychic process follows from the unconscious into the waking state progressive, we may then speak of the dream as having a regressive character. This regression is therefore assuredly one of the most important psychological peculiarities of the dream process. But we must not forget that it is not characteristic of the dream alone. Intentional recollection and other component processes of our normal thinking likewise necessitate a retrogression in the psychic apparatus from some complex act of ideation to the raw material of the memory traces which underlie it. But during the waking state this turning backwards does not reach beyond the memory images. It is incapable of producing the hallucinatory revival of the perceptual images. Why is it otherwise in dreams? When we spoke of the condensation work of the dream, we could not avoid the assumption that by the dream work the intensities adhering to the ideas are completely transferred from one to another. It is probably this modification of the usual psychic process which makes possible the cathexis of the system of P to its full sensory vividness in the reverse direction to thinking. I hope that we are not deluding ourselves as regards the importance of this present discussion. We have nothing more than give a name to an inexplicable phenomenon. We call it regression if the idea in the dream is changed back into the visual image from which it once originated. But even this step requires justification. Why this definition if it does not teach us anything new? Well, I believe that the word regression is of service to us, inasmuch as it connects a fact familiar to us with the scheme of the psychic apparatus endowed with direction. At this point, and for the first time, we shall profit by the fact that we have constructed such a scheme. For, with the help of this scheme, we shall perceive, without further reflection, another peculiarity of dream formation. If we look upon the dream as a process of regression within the hypothetical psychic apparatus, we have at once an explanation of the empirically proven fact that all thought relations of the dream thoughts are either lost in the dream work or have difficulty in achieving expression. According to our scheme, these thought relations are contained not in the first mem systems, but in those lying farther to the front, and in the regression to the perceptual images they must forfeit expression. In regression, the structure of the dream thoughts break up into its raw material. But what change renders possible this regression which is impossible during the day? Let us here be content with an assumption. There must evidently be charges in the cathexis of the individual systems, causing the latter to become more accessible or inaccessible to the discharge of the excitation. But in any such apparatus, the same effect upon the course of the excitation might be produced by more than one kind of change. We naturally think of the sleeping state, and of the many cathetic changes which this evokes at the sensory end of the apparatus. During the day, there is a continuous stream flowing from the psi system of the P toward the motility end. This current ceases at night, and can no longer block the flow of the current of excitation in the opposite direction. This would appear to be that seclusion from the outer world which, according to the theory of some writers, is supposed to explain the psychological character of the dream. In the explanation of the regression of the dream, we shall, however, have to take into account those other regressions which occur during morbid waking states. In these other forms of regression, the explanation just given plainly leaves us in the lurch. Regression occurs in spite of the uninterrupted sensory current in a progressive direction. The hallucinations of hysteria and paranoia, as well as the visions of mentally normal persons, I would explain as corresponding, in fact, to regressions, that is, to thoughts transformed into images, and would assert that only such thoughts undergo this transformation as are in intimate connection with suppressed memories, or with memories which have remained unconscious. As an example, I will cite the case of one of my youngest hysterical patients, a boy of 12, who was prevented from falling asleep by green faces with red eyes, which terrified him. The source of this manifestation was the suppressed but once conscious memory of a boy whom he had often seen 4 years earlier, and who offered a warning example of many bad habits, including masturbation, for which he was now reproaching himself. At that time his mother had noticed that the complexion of this ill-mannered boy was greenish, and that he had red, that is, red-rimmed eyes. Hence this terrifying vision, which merely determined his recollection of another saying of his mother's to the effect that such boys become demented, are unable to learn anything at school, and are doomed to an early death. A part of this prediction came true in the case of my little patient. He could not get on at school, and as appeared from his involuntary associations, he was in terrible dread of the remainder of the prophecy. However, after a brief period of successful treatment, his sleep was restored, his anxiety removed, and he finished his scholastic year with an excellent record. Here I may add the interpretation of a vision described to me by an hysterical woman of 40 as having occurred when she was in normal health. One morning she opened her eyes and saw her brother in the room, although she knew him to be confined in an insane asylum. Her little son was asleep by her side. Lest the child should be frightened on seeing his uncle and fall into convulsions, she pulled the sheet over his face. This done, the phantom disappeared. This apparition was the revision of one of her childish memories, which, although conscious, was most intimately connected with all the unconscious material in her mind. Her nursery maid had told her that her mother, who had died young (my patient was then only 18 months old), had suffered from epileptic or hysterical convulsions, which dated back to a fright caused by her brother, the patient's uncle, who appeared to her disguised as a spectre with a sheet over his head. The vision contains the same elements as the reminiscences, viz., the appearance of the brother, the sheet, the fright, and its effect. These elements, however, are arranged in a fresh context and are transferred to other persons. The obvious motive of the vision, and the thought which it replaced, were her solicitude lest her little son, who bore a striking resemblance to his uncle, should share the latter's fate. Both examples here cited are not entirely unrelated to the state of sleep, and may for that reason be unfitted to afford the evidence for the sake of which I have cited them. I will therefore refer to my analysis of an hallucinatory paranoid woman patient, and to the results of my hitherto unpublished studies on the psychology of the psychoneuroses, in order to emphasize the fact that in these cases of regressive thought transformation one must not overlook the influence of a suppressed memory, or one that has remained unconscious, this being usually of an infantile character. This memory draws into the regression, as it were, the thoughts with which it is connected, and which are kept from expression by the censorship, that is, into that form of representation in which the memory itself is psychically existent. And here I may add, as a result of my studies of hysteria, that if one succeeds in bringing to consciousness infantile scenes, whether they are recollections or fantasies, they appear as hallucinations, and are divested of this character only when they are communicated. It is known also that even in persons whose memories are not otherwise visual, the earliest infantile memories remain vividly visual until late in life. If now we bear in mind the part played in the dream thoughts by the infantile experiences, or by the fantasies based upon them, and recollect how often fragments of these re-emerge in the dream content, and how even the dream wishes often proceed from them, we cannot deny the probability that in dreams, too, the transformation of thoughts into visual images may be the result of the attraction exercised by the visually represented memory striving for resuscitation, upon the thoughts severed from the consciousness and struggling for expression. Pursuing this conception, we may further describe the dream as a substitute for the infantile scene modified by transference to recent material. The infantile scene cannot enforce its own revival, and must therefore be satisfied to return as a dream. This reference to the significance of the infantile scenes, or of their fantastic repetitions, as in a certain degree furnishing the pattern for the dream content, renders superfluous the assumption made by Schorner and his pupils concerning inner sources of stimuli. Schorner assumes a state of visual excitation, of internal excitation in the organ of sight, when the dreams manifest a special vividness or an extraordinary abundance of visual elements. We need raise no objection to this assumption. We may perhaps content ourselves with assuming such a state of excitation only for the psychic perceptive system of the organ of vision. We shall, however, insist that this state of excitation is a reanimation by the memory of a former actual visual excitation. I cannot from my own experience give a good example showing such an influence of an infantile memory. My own dreams are altogether less rich in perceptual elements than I imagine those of others to be, but in my most beautiful and most vivid dream of late years I can easily trace the hallucinatory distinctness of the dream contents to the visual qualities of recently received impressions. In chapter 6 H I mentioned a dream in which the dark blue of the water, the brown of the smoke issuing from the ship's funnels, and the somber brown and red of the buildings which I saw made a profound and lasting impression upon my mind. This dream, if any, must be attributed to visual excitation. But what was it that had brought my organ of vision into this excitable state? It was a recent impression which has joined itself to a series of former impressions. The colors I beheld were in the first place those of the toy blocks with which my children had erected a magnificent building for my admiration on the day preceding the dream. There was the sombre red on the large blocks, the blue and brown on the small ones. Joined to these were the color impressions of my last journey in Italy, the beautiful blue of the Isonzo and the lagoons, the brown hues of the Alps. The beautiful colors seen in the dream were but a repetition of those seen in memory. Let us summarize what we have learned about this peculiarity of dreams, their power of recasting their idea content in visual images. We may not have explained this character of the dream work by referring it to the known laws of psychology, but we have singled it out as pointing to unknown relations and have given it the name of the regressive character. Wherever such regression has occurred, we have regarded it as an effect of the resistance which opposes the progress of thought on its normal way to consciousness, and of the simultaneous attraction exerted upon it by vivid memories. The regression in dreams is perhaps facilitated by the cessation of the progressive stream flowing from the sense organs during the day, for which auxiliary factor there must be some compensation, in other forms of regression, by the strengthening of the other regressive motives. We must also bear in mind that in pathological cases of regression, just as in dreams, the process of energy transference must be different from that occurring in the regressions of normal psychic life, since it renders possible a full hallucinatory cathexis of the perceptive system. What we have described in the analysis of the dream work as regard for representability may be referred to the selective attraction of visually remembered scenes touched by the dream thoughts. As to the regression, we may further observe that it plays a no less important part in the theory of neurotic symptom formation than in the theory of dreams. We may therefore distinguish a threefold species of regression: a topical one, in the sense of the scheme of the psi systems here expounded; b. a temporal one, in so far as it is a regression to older psychic formations; and c. a formal one, when primitive modes of expression and representation take the place of the customary modes. These three forms of regression are, however, basically one, and in the majority of cases they coincide, for that which is older in point of time is at the same time formally primitive, and in the psychic topography nearer to the perception end. We cannot leave the theme of regression in dreams without giving utterance to an impression which has already and repeatedly forced itself upon us, and which will return to us reinforced after a deeper study of the psychoneuroses, namely, that dreaming is on the whole an act of regression to the earliest relationships of the dreamer, a resuscitation of his childhood, of the impulses which were then dominant and the modes of expression which were then available. Behind this childhood of the individual, we are then promised an insight into the phylogenetic childhood, into the evolution of the human race, of which the development of the individual is only an abridged repetition influenced by the fortuitous circumstances of life. We begin to suspect that Friedrich Nietzsche was right when he said that in a dream there persists a primordial part of humanity, which we can no longer reach by a direct path, and we are encouraged to expect from the analysis of dreams a knowledge of the archaic inheritance of man, a knowledge of psychical things in him that are innate. It would seem that dreams and neuroses have preserved for us more of the psychical antiquities than we suspected, so that psychoanalysis may claim a high rank among those sciences which endeavor to reconstruct the oldest and darkest phases of the beginnings of mankind. It is quite possible that we shall not find this part of our psychological evaluation of dreams particularly satisfying. We must, however, console ourselves with the thought that we are, after all, compelled to build out into the dark. If we have not gone altogether astray, we shall surely reach approximately the same place from another starting point, and then perhaps we shall be better able to find our bearings. End of section 41. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 42 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 42. The Wish Fulfillment. Part 1. The dream of the burning child cited above affords us a welcome opportunity for appreciating the difficulties confronting the theory of wish fulfillment. That a dream should be nothing but a wish fulfillment must undoubtedly seem strange to us all, and not only because of the contradiction offered by the anxiety dream. Once our first analyses had given us the enlightenment that meaning and psychic value are concealed behind our dreams, we could hardly have expected so unitary a determination of this meaning. According to the correct but summary definition of Aristotle, the dream is a continuation of thinking in sleep. Now, if during the day our thoughts perform such a diversity of psychic acts, judgments, conclusions, to answering of objections, expectations, intentions, etc., why should they be forced at night to confine themselves to the production of wishes only? Are there not, on the contrary, many dreams that present an altogether different psychic act in dream form, for example, anxious care, and is not the father's unusually transparent dream of the burning child such a dream? From the gleam of light that falls upon his eyes while he is asleep, the father draws the apprehensive conclusion that a candle has fallen over and may be burning the body. He transforms this conclusion into a dream by embodying it in an obvious situation enacted in the present tense. What part is played in this dream by the wish fulfillment? And how can we possibly mistake the predominance of the thought continued from the waking state or evoked by the new sensory impression? All these considerations are justified, and force us to look more closely into the role of the wish fulfillment in dreams, and the significance of the waking thoughts continued in sleep. It is precisely the wish fulfillment that has already caused us to divide all dreams into two groups. We have found dreams that were plainly wish fulfillments, and others in which the wish fulfillment was unrecognizable and was often concealed by every available means. In this latter class of dreams we recognize the influence of the dream censorship. The undisguised wish dreams were found chiefly in children. Short, frank wish dreams seemed, I purposely emphasize this word, to occur also in adults. We may now ask whence in each case does the wish that is realized in the dream originate. But to what opposition or to what diversity do we relate this whence? I think to the opposition between conscious daily life and an unconscious psychic activity which is able to make itself perceptible only at night. I thus find a threefold possibility for the origin of a wish. Firstly, it may have been excited during the day, and owing to external circumstances may have remained unsatisfied. There is thus left for the night an acknowledged and unsatisfied wish. Secondly, it may have emerged during the day, only to be rejected. There is thus left for the night an unsatisfied but suppressed wish. Thirdly, it may have no relation to daily life, but may belong to those wishes which awake only at night out of the suppressed material in us. If we turn to our scheme of the psychic apparatus, we can localize a wish of the first order in the system PCs. We may assume that a wish of the second order has been forced back from the PC's system into the UC's system, where alone, if anywhere, can it maintain itself. As for the wish impulse of the third order, we believe that it is wholly incapable of leaving the UC's system. Now have the wishes arisen from these different sources the same value for the dream, the same power to incite a dream? On surveying the dreams at our disposal with a view to answering this question, we are at once moved to add as a fourth source of the dream wish the actual wish impetus which arises during the night, for example, the stimulus of thirst and sexual desire. It then seems to us probable that the source of the dream wish does not affect its capacity to incite a dream. I have in mind the dream of the child who continued the voyage that had been interrupted during the day, and the other children's dreams cited in the same chapter. They are explained by an unfulfilled but unsuppressed wish of the daytime. That wishes suppressed during the day assert themselves in dreams is shown by a great many examples. I will mention a very simple dream of this kind. A rather sarcastic lady, whose younger friend had become engaged to be married, is asked in the daytime by her acquaintance whether she knows her friend's fiancé and what she thinks of him. She replies with unqualified praise, imposing silence on her own judgment, although she would have liked to tell the truth, namely, that he is a commonplace fellow, one meets such by the dozen. Dutzendmensch. The following night she dreams that the same question is put to her, and that she replies with a formula. In case of subsequent orders, it will suffice to mention the reference number. Finally, as a result of numerous analyses, we find that the wish in all dreams that have been subject to a distortion has its origin in the unconscious and could not become perceptible by day. At first sight, then, it seems that in respect of dream formation all wishes are of equal value and equal power. I cannot prove here that it is not really the true state of affairs, but I am strongly inclined to assume a stricter determination of the dream wish. Children's dreams leave us in no doubt that a wish unfulfilled during the day may instigate a dream. But we must not forget that this is, after all, the wish of a child, that it is a wish impulse of the strength peculiar to childhood. I very much doubt whether a wish unfulfilled in the daytime would suffice to create a dream in an adult. It would rather seem that, as we learn to control our instinctual life by intellection, we more and more renounce as unprofitable the formation or retention of such intense wishes as are natural to childhood. In this, indeed, there may be individual variations. Some retain the infantile type of the psychic processes longer than others, just as we find such differences in the gradual decline of the originally vivid visual imagination. In general, however, I am of the opinion that unfulfilled wishes of the day are insufficient to produce a dream in adults. I will readily admit that the wish impulses originating in consciousness contribute to the instigation of dreams, but they probably do no more. The dream would not occur if the preconscious wish were not reinforced from another source. That source is the unconscious. I believe that the conscious wish becomes effective in exciting a dream only when it succeeds in arousing a similar unconscious wish which reinforces it. From the indications obtained in the psychoanalysis of the neuroses, I believe that these unconscious wishes are always active and ready to express themselves whenever they find an opportunity of allying themselves with an impulse from consciousness and transferring their own great intensity to the lesser intensity of the latter. It must, therefore, seem that the conscious wish alone has been realized in the dream, but a slight peculiarity in the form of the dream will put us on the track of the powerful ally from the unconscious. These ever active and, as it were, immortal wishes of our unconscious recall the legendary Titans, who, from time immemorial, have been buried under the mountains which were once hurled upon them by the victorious gods, and even now quiver from time to time at the convulsions of their mighty limbs. These wishes, existing in repression, are themselves of infantile origin, as we learn from the psychological investigation of the neuroses. Let me, therefore, set aside the view previously expressed, that it matters little whence the dream wish originates, and replace it by another, namely, the wish manifested in the dream must be an infantile wish. In the adult it originates in the uses, while in the child, in whom no division and censorship exist as yet between the pcs and ucs, or in whom these are only in process of formation, it is an unfulfilled and unrepressed wish from the waking state. I am aware that this conception cannot be generally demonstrated, but I maintain that it can often be demonstrated even where one would have not suspected it, and that it cannot be generally refuted. They share this character of indestructibility with all other psychic acts that are really unconscious, that is, with psychic acts belonging solely to the system uses. These paths are opened once and for all, they never fall into disease, they conduct the excitation process to discharge as often as they are charged again with unconscious excitation. To speak metaphorically, they suffer no other form of annihilation than did the shades of the lower regions in the Odyssey, who awoke to new life the moment they drank blood. The processes depending on the preconscious system are destructible in quite another sense. The psychotherapy of the neuroses is based on this difference. In dream formation, the wish impulses that are left over from the conscious waking life are, therefore, to be relegated to the background. I cannot admit that they play any part except that attributed to the material of actual sensations during sleep in relation to the dream content. If I now take into account those other psychic instigations left over from the waking life of the day, which are not wishes, I shall merely be adhering to the course mapped out for me by this line of thought. We may succeed in provisionally disposing of the energetic cathexis of our waking thoughts by deciding to go to sleep. He is a good sleeper who can do this. Napoleon I is reputed to have been a model of this kind, but we do not always succeed in doing it, or in doing it completely. Unsolved problems, harassing cares, overwhelming impressions continue the activity of our thought even during sleep, maintaining psychic processes in the system which we have termed the preconscious. The thought impulses continued into sleep may be divided into the following groups. 1. Those which have not been completed during the day, owing to some accidental cause. 2. Those which have been left uncompleted because our mental parts have failed us, that is, unsolved problems. 3. Those which have been turned back and suppressed during the day. This is reinforced by a powerful fourth group. Those which have been excited in our UCs during the day by the working of the PCs. And, finally, we may add a fifth consisting of 5. The indifferent impressions of the day, which have therefore been left unsettled. We do not underrate the psychic intensities introduced into sleep by these residues of the day's waking life, especially those emanating from the group of the unsolved issues. It is certain that these excitations continue to strive for expression during the day, and we may assume with equal certainty that the state of sleep renders impossible the usual continuance of the process of excitation in the preconscious and its termination in becoming conscious. In so far as we have become conscious of our mental processes in the ordinary way, even during the night, to the extent we are simply not asleep. I cannot say what change is produced in the PC system by the state of sleep, but there is no doubt that the psychological characteristics of sleep are to be sought mainly in the cathetic changes occurring just in this system which dominates, moreover, the approach to motility paralyzed during sleep. On the other hand, I have found nothing in the psychology of dreams to warrant the assumption that sleep produces any but secondary changes in the conditions of the UC system. Hence, for the nocturnal excitations in the PCs, there remains no other path than that taken by the wish excitations from the UCs. They must seek reinforcement from the uses, and follow the detours of the unconscious excitations. But what is the relation of the preconscious day residues to the dream? There is no doubt that they penetrate abundantly into the dream, that they utilize the dream content to obtrude themselves upon consciousness even during the night. Indeed, they sometimes even dominate the dream content and impel it to continue the work of the day. It is also certain that the day residues may just as well have any other character as that of wishes, but it is highly instructive, and for the theory of wish fulfillment, of quite decisive importance to see what conditions they must comply with in order to be received into the dream. Let us pick out one of the dreams cited above. For example, the dream in which my friend Otto seems to show the symptoms of Basedow's disease. Chapter 5d. Otto's appearance gave me some concern during the day, and this worry, like everything else relating to him, greatly affected me. I may assume that this concern followed me into sleep. I was probably bent on finding out what was the matter with him. During the night my concern found expression in the dream which I have recorded. Not only was its content senseless, but it failed to show any wish fulfillment. But I began to search for the source of this incongruous expression of the solicitude felt during the day, and analysis revealed a connection. I identified my friend Otto with a certain Baron L., and myself with a Professor R. There was only one explanation of my being impelled to select just this substitute for the day thought. I must always have been ready in the uses to identify myself with Professor R., as this meant the realization of one of the immortal infantile wishes, viz., the wish to become great. Repulsive ideas respecting my friend, ideas that would certainly have been repudiated in waking state, took advantage of the opportunity to creep into the dream. But the worry of the day had likewise found some sort of expression by means of a substitute in the dream content. The day thought, which was in itself not a wish, but on the contrary a worry, had in some way to find a connection with some infantile wish, now unconscious and suppressed, which then allowed it, duly dressed up, to arise for consciousness. The more domineering the worry, the more forced could be the connection to be established. Between the content of the wish and that of the worry there need be no connection, nor was there one in our example. It would perhaps be appropriate, in dealing with this problem, to inquire how a dream behaves when material is offered to it in the dream thoughts which flatly opposes a wish fulfillment, such as justified worries, painful reflections, and distressing realizations. The many possible results may be classified as follows. A. The dream work succeeds in replacing all painful ideas by contrary ideas, and suppressing the painful effect belonging to them. This then results in a pure and simple satisfaction dream, a palpable wish fulfillment, concerning which there is nothing more to be said. B. The painful ideas find their way into the manifest dream content, more or less modified, but nevertheless quite recognizable. This is the case which raises doubts about the wish theory of dreams, and thus calls for further investigation. Such dreams with a painful content may either be indifferent in feeling, or they may convey the whole painful effect which the ideas contained in them seem to justify, or they may even lead to the development of anxiety to the point of waking. Analysis then shows that even these painful dreams are wish fulfillments. An unconscious and repressed wish, whose fulfillment could not be felt as painful by the dreamer's ego, has seized the opportunity offered by the continued cathexis of painful day residues, has lent them its support, and has thus made them capable of being dreamed. But whereas in case A, the unconscious wish coincided with the conscious one, in case B, the discord between the unconscious and the conscious, the repressed material and the ego, is revealed, and the situation in the fairy tale of the three wishes which the fairy offers to the married couple is realized, the gratification in respect of the fulfillment of the repressed wish may prove to be so great that it balances the painful effects adhering to the day residues. The dream is then indifferent in its affective tone, although it is on the one hand the fulfillment of a wish, and on the other the fulfillment of a fear. Or it may happen that the sleeper's ego plays an even more extensive part in the dream formation, that it reacts with violent resentment to the accomplished satisfaction of the repressed wish, and even goes so far as to make an end of the dream by means of anxiety. It is thus not difficult to recognize that dreams of pain and anxiety are, in accordance with our theory, just as much wish fulfillments as are the straightforward dreams of gratification. Painful dreams may also be punishment dreams. It must be admitted that the recognition of these dreams adds something that is, in a certain sense, new to the theory of dreams. What is fulfilled by them is once more an unconscious wish, the wish for the punishment of the dreamer for a repressed, prohibited wish impulse. To this extent these dreams comply with the requirements here laid down, that the motive power behind the dream formation must be furnished by a wish belonging to the unconscious. But a finer psychological dissection allows us to recognize the difference between this and the other wish dreams. In the dreams of the group B, the unconscious dream-forming wish belonged to the repressed material. In the punishment dreams, it is likewise an unconscious wish, but one which we must attribute not to the repressed material, but to the ego. Punishment dreams point, therefore, to the possibility of a still more extensive participation of the ego in dream formation. The mechanism of dream formation becomes, indeed, in every way more transparent if in place of the antithesis conscious and unconscious we put the antithesis ego and repressed. This, however, cannot be done without taking into account what happens in the psychoneuroses, and for this reason it has not been done in this book. Here I need only remark that the occurrence of punishment dreams is not generally subject to the presence of painful day residues. They originate, indeed, more readily if the contrary is true, if the thoughts which are day residues are of a gratifying nature, but express illicit gratifications. Of these thoughts nothing, then, finds its way into the manifest dream except their contrary, just as was the case in the dreams of Group A. Thus it would be the essential characteristic of punishment dreams that in them it is not the unconscious wish from the repressed material, from the system usees, that is responsible for dream formation, but the punitive wish reacting against it, a wish pertaining to the ego, even though it is unconscious, that is, preconscious. I will elucidate some of the foregoing observations by means of a dream of my own, and above all, I will try to show how the dream work deals with a day residue involving painful expectation. Indistinct beginning. I tell my wife that I have some news for her, something very special. She becomes frightened and does not wish to hear it. I assure her that, on the contrary, it is something which will please her greatly, and I begin to tell her that our son's officers' corps has sent a sum of money, 5,000, something about honorable mention, distribution. At the same time I have gone with her into a sitting room, like a storeroom, in order to fetch something from it. Suddenly I see my son appear. He is not in uniform, but rather in a tight-fitting sports suit, like a seal, with a small cap. He climbs onto a basket which stands to one side near a chest, in order to put something on this chest. I address him. No answer. It seems to me that his face or forehead is bandaged. He arranges something in his mouth, pushing something into it. Also his hair shows a glint of grey. I reflect. Can he be so exhausted? And has he false teeth? Before I can address him again, I awake without anxiety, but with palpitations. My clock points to 2:30 a.m. To give a full analysis is once more impossible. I shall therefore confine myself to emphasizing some decisive points. Painful expectations of the day had given occasion for this dream. Once again, there had been no news for over a week from my son, who was fighting at the front. It is easy to see that in the dream content, the conviction that he has been killed or wounded finds expression. At the beginning of the dream one can observe an energetic effort to replace the painful thoughts by their contrary. I have to impart something very pleasing, something about sending money, honorable mention, and distribution. The sum of money originates in a gratifying incident of my medical practice. It is therefore trying to lead the dream away altogether from its theme. But this effort fails. The boy's mother has a presentiment of something terrible, and does not wish to listen. The disguises are too thin. The reference to the material to be suppressed shows through everywhere. If my son is killed, then his comrades will send back his property. I shall have to distribute whatever he has left among his sisters, brothers, and other people. Honorable mention is frequently awarded to an officer after he has died the hero's death. The dream thus strives to give direct expression to what it at first wished to deny, whilst at the same time the wish-fulfilling tendency reveals itself by distortion. The change of locality in the dream is no doubt to be understood as threshold symbolism, in line with Silberer's view. We have indeed no idea what lends it the requisite motive power, but my son does not appear as failing on the field of battle, but climbing. He was in fact a daring mountaineer. He is not in uniform, but in a sports suit. That is, the place of the fatality now dreaded has been taken by an accident which happened to him at one time when he was ski running, when he fell and fractured his thigh. But the nature of his costume, which makes him look like a seal, recalls immediately a younger person, our comical little grandson. The grey hair recalls his father, our son-in-law, who has had a bad time in the war. What does this signify? But let us leave this. The locality, a pantry, the chest from which he wants to take something, in the dream to put something on it, are unmistakable allusions to an accident of my own, brought upon myself when I was between 2 and 3 years of age. I climbed on a footstool in the pantry in order to get something nice which was on a chest or table. The footstool tumbled over, and its edge struck me behind the lower jaw. I might very well have knocked all my teeth out. At this point an admonition presents itself. It serves you right, like a hostile impulse against the valiant warrior. A profounder analysis enables me to detect the hidden impulse which would be able to find satisfaction in the dreaded mishap to my son. It is the envy of youth which the elderly man believes that he has thoroughly stifled in actual life. There is no mistaking the fact that it was the very intensity of the painful apprehension lest such a misfortune should really happen that searched out for its alleviation such a repressed wish-fulfillment. I can now clearly define what the unconscious wish means for the dream. I will admit that there is a whole class of dreams in which the incitement originates mainly or even exclusively from the residues of the day, and returning to the dream about my friend Otto, I believe that even my desire to become at last a professor extraordinarius would have allowed me to sleep in peace that night, had not the day's concern for my friend's health continued active. But this worry alone would not have produced a dream. The motive power needed by the dream had to be contributed by a wish, and it was the business of my concern to find such a wish for itself as the motive power of the dream. To put it figuratively, it is quite possible that a day thought plays the part of the entrepreneur in the dream, but the entrepreneur, who, as we say, has the idea and feels impelled to realize it, can do nothing without capital. He needs a capitalist who will defray the expense, and this capitalist, who contributes the psychic expenditure for the dream, is invariably and indisputably, whatever the nature of the waking thoughts, a wish from the unconscious. In other cases the capitalist himself is the entrepreneur. This, indeed, seems to be the more usual case. An unconscious wish is excited by the day's work, and this now creates the dream. And the dream processes provide a parallel for all the other possibilities of the economic relationship here used as an illustration. Thus the entrepreneur may himself contribute a little of the capital, or several entrepreneurs may seek the aid of the same capitalist, or several capitalists may jointly supply the capital required by the entrepreneurs. Thus there are dreams sustained by more than one dream wish, and many similar variations, which may be readily imagined, and which are of no further interest to us. What is still lacking to our discussion of the dream wish we shall only be able to complete later on. The tertium comparationis in the analogies here employed, the quantitative element of which an allotted amount is placed at the free disposal of the dream, admits of a still closer application to the elucidation of the dream structure. As shown in chapter 6b, we can recognize in most dreams a center supplied with a special sensory intensity. This is, as a rule, the direct representation of the wish fulfillment. For, if we reverse the displacements of the dream work, we find that the psychic intensity of the elements in the dream thoughts is replaced by the sensory intensity of the elements in the dream content. The elements in the neighborhood of the wish fulfillment have often nothing to do with its meaning, but prove to be the offshoots of painful thoughts which are opposed to the wish. But owing to their connection with the central element, often artificially established, they secure so large a share of its intensity as to become capable of representation. Thus the representative energy of the wish fulfillment diffuses itself over a certain sphere of association within which all elements are raised to representation, including even those that are in themselves without resources. In dreams containing several dynamic wishes, we can easily separate and delimit the spheres of the individual wish fulfillments, and we shall find that the gaps in the dream are often of the nature of boundary zones. Although the foregoing remarks have restricted the significance of the day residues for the dream, they are none the less deserving of some further attention, for they must be a necessary ingredient in dream formation, inasmuch as experience reveals the surprising fact that every dream shows in its content a connection with a recent waking impression, often of the most indifferent kind. So far we have failed to understand the necessity for this addition to the dream mixture, chapter 5a. This necessity becomes apparent only when we bear in mind the part played by the unconscious wish and seek further information in the psychology of the neuroses. We shall then learn that an unconscious idea, as such, is quite incapable of entering into the preconscious, and that it can exert an influence there only by establishing touch with a harmless idea already belonging to the preconscious, to which it transfers its intensity and by which it allows itself to be screened. This is the fact of transference which furnishes the explanation of so many surprising occurrences in the psychic life of neurotics. The transference may leave the idea from the preconscious unaltered, though the latter will thus acquire an unmerited intensity, or it may force upon this some modification derived from the content of the transferred idea. I trust the reader will pardon my fondness for comparisons with daily life, but I feel tempted to say that the situation for the repressed idea is like that of the American dentist in Austria, who may not carry on his practice unless he can get a duly installed doctor of medicine to serve him as a signboard and legal cover. Further, just as it is not exactly the busiest physician who forms such alliances with dental practitioners, so in the psychic life the choice as regards covers for the repressed ideas does not fall upon such preconscious or conscious ideas as have themselves attracted enough of the attention active in the preconscious. The unconscious prefers to entangle with its connections either those impressions and ideas of the preconscious which have remained unnoticed as being indifferent, or those which have immediately had attention withdrawn from them again by rejection. It is a well-known proposition of the theory of associations, confirmed by all experience, that ideas which have formed a very intimate connection in one direction assume a negative type of attitude towards whole groups of new connections. I have even attempted at one time to base a theory of hysterical paralysis on this principle. If we assume that the same need of transference on the part of the repressed ideas, of which we have become aware through the analysis of neurosis, makes itself felt in the dreams also, we can at once explain two of the problems of the dream, namely, that every dream analysis reveals an interweaving of a recent impression, and that this recent element is often of the most indifferent character. We may add what we have already learned elsewhere, that the dream why these recent and indifferent elements so frequently find their way into the dream content as substitutes for the very oldest elements of the dream thoughts is that they have the least to fear from the resisting censorship. But while this freedom from censorship remains only the preference shown to the trivial elements, the constant presence of recent elements points to the necessity for transference. Both groups of impressions satisfy the demand of the repressed ideas for material still free from associations, the indifferent ones because they have offered no occasion for extensive associations, and the recent ones because they have not had sufficient time to form such associations. We thus see that the day residues, among which we may now include the indifferent impressions, not only borrow something from the UCs when they secure a share in dream formation, namely the motive power at the disposal of the repressed wish, but they also offer to the unconscious something that is indispensable to it, namely the points of attachment necessary for transference. If we wish to penetrate more deeply into the psychic processes, we should have to throw a clearer light on the play of excitations between the preconscious and the unconscious, and indeed the study of the psychoneuroses would impel us to do so. But dreams, as it happens, give us no help in this respect. Just one further remark as to the day residues. There is no doubt that it is really these that disturb our sleep, and not our dreams, which, on the contrary, strive to guard our sleep. But we shall return to this point later. End of section 42. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 43 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 43. The Wish Fulfillment, Part 2. So far we have discussed the dream wish. We have traced it back to the sphere of the UCs, and have analyzed its relation to the day residues, which, in their turn, may be either wishes or psychic impulses of any other kind, or simply recent impressions. We have thus found room for the claims that can be made for the dream-forming significance of our waking mental activity in all its multifariousness. It might even prove possible to explain, on the basis of our train of thought, these extreme cases in which the dream, continuing the work of the day, brings to a happy issue an unsolved problem of waking life. We merely lack a suitable example to analyze in order to uncover the infantile or repressed source of wishes, the tapping of which has so successfully reinforced the efforts of the preconscious activity. But we are not a step nearer to answering the question. Why is it that the unconscious can furnish in sleep nothing more than the motive power for a wish fulfillment? The answer to this question must elucidate the psychic nature of the state of wishing, and it will be given with the aid of the notion of the psychic apparatus. We do not doubt that this apparatus, too, has only arrived at its present perfection by a long process of evolution. Let us attempt to restore it as it existed in an earlier stage of capacity. From postulates to be confirmed in other ways, we know that at first the apparatus strove to keep itself as free from stimulation as possible, and therefore, in its early structure, adopted the arrangement of a reflex apparatus, which enabled it promptly to discharge by the motor parts any sensory excitation reaching it from without. But this simple function was disturbed by the exigences of life, to which the apparatus owes the impetus toward further development. The exigences of life first confronted it in the form of the great physical needs. The excitation aroused by the inner need seeks an outlet in motility, which we may describe as internal change or expression of the emotions. The hungry child cries or struggles helplessly, but its situation remains unchanged, for the excitation proceeding from the inner need has not the character of a momentary impact, but of a continuing pressure. A change can occur only if, in some way, in the case of the child by external assistance, there is an experience of satisfaction which puts an end to the internal excitation. An essential constituent of this experience is the appearance of a certain percept of food in our example, the memory image of which is henceforth associated with the memory trace of the excitation arising from the need. Thanks to the established connection, there results, at the next occurrence of this need, a psychic impulse which seeks to revive the memory image of the former percept, and to re-evoke the former percept itself, that is, it actually seeks to re-establish the situation of the first satisfaction. Such an impulse is what we call a wish. The reappearance of the perception constitutes the wish fulfillment, and the full cathexis of the perception by the excitation springing from the need constitutes the shortest path to the wish fulfillment. We may assume a primitive state of the psychic apparatus in which this path is actually followed, that is, in which the wish ends in hallucination. This first psychic activity therefore aims at an identity of perception, that is, at a repetition of that perception which is connected with the satisfaction of the need. The primitive mental activity must have been modified by bitter practical experience into a secondary and more appropriate activity. The establishment of identity of perception by the short regressive path within the apparatus does not produce the same result in another respect as follows upon cathexis of the same perception coming from without. The satisfaction does not occur, and the need continues. In order to make the internal cathexis equivalent to the external one, the former would have to be continuously sustained, just as actually happens in the hallucinatory psychosis and in hunger fantasies, which exhaust their performance in maintaining their hold on the object desired. In order to attain to more appropriate use of the psychic energy, it becomes necessary to suspend the full regression so that it does not proceed beyond the memory image, and thence can seek other paths, leading ultimately to the production of the desired identity from the side of the outer world. This inhibition, as well as the subsequent deflection of the excitation, becomes the task of a second system, which controls voluntary motility, that is, a system whose activity first leads on to the use of motility for purposes remembered in advance. But all this complicated mental activity, which works its way from the memory image to the production of identity of perception via the outer world, merely represents a roundabout way to wish fulfillment made necessary by experience. Thinking is indeed nothing but a substitute for the hallucinatory wish, and if the dream is called a wish fulfillment, this becomes something self-evident, since nothing but a wish can impel our psychic apparatus to activity. The dream, which fulfills its wishes by following the short regressive path, has thereby simply preserved for us a specimen of the primary method of operation of the psychic apparatus, which has been abandoned as inappropriate. What once prevailed in the waking state, when our psychic life was still young and inefficient, seems to have been banished into our nocturnal life, just as we still find in the nursery those discarded primitive weapons of adult humanity, the bow and arrow. Dreaming is a fragment of the superseded psychic life of the child. In the psychoses, these modes of operation of the psychic apparatus, which are normally suppressed in the waking state, reassert themselves, and thereupon betray their inability to satisfy our demands in the outer world. The unconscious wish impulses evidently strive to assert themselves even during the day, and the fact of transference, as well as the psychoses, tells us that they endeavor to force their way through the preconscious system to consciousness and the command of motility. Thus, in the censorship between the UCs and PCs, which the dream forces us to assume, we must recognize and respect the guardian of our psychic health. But it is not carelessness on the part of this guardian to diminish his vigilance at night, and to allow the suppressed impulses of the UCs to achieve expression, thus again making possible the process of hallucinatory regression. I think not, for when the critical guardian goes to rest, and we have proof that his slumber is not profound, he takes care to close the gate to motility. No matter what impulses from the usually inhibited UCs may bustle about the stage, there is no need to interfere with them. They remain harmless, because they are not in a position to set in motion the motor apparatus which alone can operate to produce any change in the outer world. Sleep guarantees the security of the fortress which has to be guarded. The state of affairs is less harmless when a displacement of energies is produced, not by the decline at night in the energy put forth by the critical censorship, but by the pathological enfeeblement of the latter, or the pathological reinforcement of the unconscious excitations, and this while the preconscious is cathected and the gates of motility are open. The guardian is then overpowered. The unconscious excitations subdue the PCs, and from the PCs they dominate our speech and action, or they force hallucinatory regressions, thus directing an apparatus not designed for them by virtue of the attraction exerted by perceptions on the distribution of our psychic energy. We call this condition psychosis. We now find ourselves in the most favorable position for continuing the construction of our psychological scaffolding, which we left after inserting the two systems, UCs and PCs. However, we still have reason to give further consideration to the wish as the sole psychic motive power in the dream. We have accepted the explanation that the reason why the dream is in every case a wish fulfillment is that it is a function of the system UCs, which knows no other aim than wish fulfillment, and which has at its disposal no forces other than the wish impulses. Now, if we want to continue for a single moment longer to maintain our right to develop such far-reaching psychological speculations from the facts of dream interpretation, we are in duty bound to show that they insert the dream into a context which can also embrace other psychic structures. If there exists a system of the UCs or something sufficiently analogous for the purposes of our discussion, the dream cannot be its sole manifestation. Every dream may be a wish fulfillment, but there must be other forms of abnormal wish fulfillment as well as dreams. And in fact, the theory of all psychoneurotic systems culminates in the one proposition that they, too, must be conceived as wish fulfillments of the unconscious. Our explanation makes the dream only the first member of a series of the greatest importance for the psychiatrist, the understanding of which means the solution of the purely psychological part of the psychiatric problem. But in other members of this group of wish fulfillments, for example, in the hysterical symptoms, I know of one essential characteristic which I have so far failed to find in the dream. Thus, from the investigations often alluded to in this treatise, I know that the formation of an hysterical symptom needs a junction of both the currents of our psychic life. The symptom is not merely the expression of a realized unconscious wish, the latter must be joined by another wish from the preconscious, which is fulfilled by the same symptom, so that the symptom is at least doubly determined once by each of the conflicting systems. Just as in dreams, there is no limit to further over-determination. The determination which does not derive from the UCs is, as far as I can see, invariably a thought stream of reaction against the unconscious wish, for example, a self-punishment. Hence I can say, quite generally, that an hysterical symptom originates only when two contrary wish fulfillments, having their source in different psychic systems, are able to meet in a single expression. Examples would help us but little here, as nothing but a complete unveiling of the complications in question can carry conviction. I will therefore content myself with the bare assertion, and will cite one example, not because it proves anything, but simply as an illustration. The hysterical vomiting of a female patient proved, on the one hand, to be the fulfillment of an unconscious fantasy from the years of puberty, namely, the wish that she might be continually pregnant, and have a multitude of children, and this was subsequently supplemented by the wish that she might have them by as many fathers as possible. Against this immoderate wish there arose a powerful defensive reaction. But as by the vomiting the patient might have spoiled her figure and her beauty, so that she would no longer find favor in any man's eyes, the symptom was also in keeping with the punitive trend of thought, and so, being admissible on both sides, it was allowed to become a reality. This is the same way of acceding to a wish fulfillment as the queen of the Parthians was pleased to adopt in the case of the triumvir Crassus. Believing that he had undertaken his campaign out of greed for gold, she caused molten gold to be poured into the throat of the corpse. Here thou hast what thou hast longed for. Of the dream we know as yet only that it expresses a wish fulfillment of the unconscious, and apparently the dominant preconscious system permits this fulfillment when it has compelled the wish to undergo certain distortions. We are, moreover, not in fact in a position to demonstrate regularly the presence of a train of thought opposed to the dream wish, which is realized in the dream as well as its antagonist. Only now and then have we found in the dream analyses signs of reaction products, as, for instance, my affection for my friend R in the dream of my uncle. But the contribution from the preconscious which is missing here may be found in another place. The dream can provide expression for a wish from the uses by means of all sorts of distortions. Once the dominant system has withdrawn itself into the wish to sleep, and has realized this wish by producing the changes of cathexis within the psychic apparatus which are within its power, thereupon holding on to the wish in question for the whole duration of sleep. Now, this persistent wish to sleep on the part of the preconscious has a quite general facilitating effect on the formation of dreams. Let us recall the dream of the father, who, by the gleam of light from the death chamber, was led to conclude that his child's body might have caught fire. We have shown that one of the psychic forces decisive in causing the father to draw this conclusion in the dream, instead of allowing himself to be awakened by the gleam of the light, was the wish to prolong the life of the child seen in the dream by 1 moment. Other wishes originating in the repressed have probably escaped us, for we are unable to analyze this dream. But as a second source of motive power in this dream, we may add the father's desire to sleep. For, like the life of the child, the father's sleep is prolonged for a moment by the dream. The underlying motive is, let the dream go on, or I must wake up. As in the dream, so in all others, the wish to sleep lends its support to the unconscious wish. In Chapter 3, we cited dreams which were manifestly dreams of convenience. But in truth, all dreams may claim this designation. The efficacy of the wish to go on sleeping is most easily recognized in the awakening dreams, which so elaborate the external sensory stimulus that it becomes compatible with the continuance of sleep. They weave it into a dream in order to rob it of any claims it might make as a reminder of the outer world. But this wish to go on sleeping must also play its part in permitting all other dreams, which can only act as disturbers of the state of sleep from within. Don't worry, sleep on, it's only a dream, is in many cases the suggestion of the PCs to consciousness where the dream gets too bad, and this describes in a quite general way the attitude of our dominant psychic activity towards dreaming, even though the thought remains unuttered. I must draw the conclusion that throughout the whole of our sleep we are just as certain that we are dreaming as we are certain that we are sleeping. It is imperative to disregard the objection that our consciousness is never directed to the latter knowledge, and that it is directed to the former knowledge only on special occasions, when the censorship feels as it were taken by surprise. On the contrary, there are persons in whom the retention at night of the knowledge that they are sleeping and dreaming becomes quite manifest, and who are thus apparently endowed with the conscious faculty of guiding their dream life. Such a dreamer, for example, is dissatisfied with a turn taken by a dream. He breaks it off without waking and begins it afresh in order to continue it along different lines, just like a popular author who, upon request, gives a happier ending to his play. Or on another occasion, when the dream places him in a sexually exciting situation, he thinks in his sleep, I don't want to continue this dream and exhaust myself by an emission. I would rather save it for a real situation. The Marquis Hervé Bachide declared that he had gained such power over his dreams that he could accelerate their course at will, and turn them in any direction he wished. It seems that in him the wish to sleep had accorded a place to another, a preconscious wish, the wish to observe his dreams and to derive pleasure from them. Sleep is just as compatible with such a wish, resolve, as it is with some proviso as a condition of waking up, wet nurses sleep. We know, too, that in all persons an interest in dreams greatly increases the number of dreams remembered after waking. Concerning other observations as to the guidance of dreams, Ferenczi states, "The dream takes the thought that happens to occupy our psychic life at the moment, and elaborates it from all sides. It lets any given dream picture drop when there is a danger that the wish fulfillment will miscarry, and attempts a new kind of solution, until it finally succeeds in creating a wish fulfillment that satisfies in one compromise both instances of the psychic life." End of section 43. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 44 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 44. Waking caused by dreams. The function of dreams. The anxiety dream. Now that we know that throughout the night the preconscious is oriented to the wish to sleep, we can follow the dream process with proper understanding. But let us first summarize what we already know about this process. We have seen that day residues are left over from the waking activity of the mind, residues from which it has not been possible to withdraw all cathexis. Either one of the unconscious wishes has been aroused through the waking activity during the day, or it so happens that the two coincide. We have already discussed the multifarious possibilities. Either already during the day, or only on the establishment of the state of sleep, the unconscious wish has made its way to the day residues, and has effected a transference to them. Thus there arises a wish transferred to recent material, or the suppressed recent wish is revived by a reinforcement from the unconscious. This wish now endeavors to make its way to consciousness along the normal path of the thought processes, through the preconscious, to which indeed it belongs by virtue of one of its constituent elements. It is, however, confronted by the censorship which still subsists, and to whose influence it soon succumbs. It now takes on the distortion for which the way has already been paved by the transference to recent material. So far it is on the way to becoming something resembling an obsession, a delusion, or the like. That is, a thought reinforced by a transference, and distorted in expression owing to the censorship. But its further progress is now checked by the state of sleep of the preconscious. This system has presumably protected itself against invasion by diminishing its excitations. The dream process, therefore, takes the regressive course, which is just opened up by the peculiarity of the sleeping state, and in doing so follows the attraction exerted on it by memory groups, which are, in part only, themselves present as visual cathexis, not as translations into the symbols of the later systems. On its way to regression it acquires representability. The subject of compression will be discussed later. The dream process has by this time covered the second part of its contorted course. The first part threads its way progressively from the unconscious scenes or fantasies to the preconscious, while the second part struggles back from the boundary of the censorship to the tract of the perceptions. But when the dream process becomes a perception content, it has, so to speak, eluded the obstacles set up in the PCs by the censorship and the sleeping state. It succeeds in drawing attention to itself, and in being remarked by consciousness. For consciousness, which for us means a sense organ for the apprehension of psychic qualities, can be excited in waking life from two sources. Firstly, from the periphery of the whole apparatus, the perceptive system, and secondly, from the excitations of pleasure and pain, which emerge as the sole psychic qualities yielded by the transpositions of energy in the interior of the apparatus. All other processes in the psi systems, even those in the preconscious, are devoid of all psychic quality, and are therefore not objects of consciousness, inasmuch as they do not provide either pleasure or pain for its perception. We shall have to assume that these releases of pleasure and pain automatically regulate the course of the cathectic processes. But in order to make possible more delicate performances, it subsequently proved necessary to render the flow of ideas more independent of pain signals. To accomplish this, the PC's system needed qualities of its own which could attract consciousness, and most probably received them through the connection of the preconscious processes with the memory system of speech symbols, which was not devoid of quality. Through the qualities of this system, consciousness, hitherto only a sense organ for perceptions, now becomes also a sense organ for a part of our thought processes. There are now, as it were, two sensory surfaces, one turned toward perception and the other toward the preconscious thought processes. I must assume that the sensory surface of consciousness which is turned to the preconscious is rendered far more unexcitable by sleep than the surface turned toward the P system. The giving up of interest in the nocturnal thought process is, of course, an appropriate procedure. Nothing is to happen in thought. The preconscious wants to sleep, but once the dream becomes perception, it is capable of exciting consciousness through the qualities now gained. The sensory excitation performs what is in fact its function, namely, it directs a part of the cathectic energy available in the PCs to the exciting cause in the form of attention. We must therefore admit that the dream always has a waking effect, that is, it calls into activity part of the quiescent energy of the PCs. Under the influence of this energy, it now undergoes the process which we have described as secondary elaboration with a view to coherence and comprehensibility. This means that the dream is treated by this energy like any other perception content. It is subjected to the same anticipatory ideas as far at least as the material allows. As far as this third part of the dream process has any direction, this is once more progressive. To avoid misunderstanding, it will not be amiss to say a few words as to the temporal characteristics of these dream processes. In a very interesting discussion, evidently suggested by Maury's puzzling guillotine dream, Goblet tries to demonstrate that a dream takes up no other time than the transition period between sleeping and waking. The process of waking up requires time. During this time the dream occurs. It is supposed that the final picture of the dream is so vivid that it forces the dreamer to wake. In reality, it is so vivid only because when it appears the dreamer is already very near waking. Un rêve, c'est un réveil qui commence. A dream is the beginning of wakening. It has already been pointed out by Dugas that Goblet, in order to generalize his theory, was forced to ignore a great many facts. There are also dreams from which we do not awaken. For example, many dreams in which we dream that we dream. From our knowledge of the dream work, we can by no means admit that it extends only over the period of waking. On the contrary, we must consider it probable that the first part of the dream work is already begun during the day, when we are still under the domination of the preconscious. The second phase of the dream work, viz., the alteration by the censorship, the attraction exercised by unconscious scenes, and the penetration to perception, continues probably all through the night, and accordingly we may always be correct when we report a feeling that we have been dreaming all night, even although we cannot say what we have dreamed. I do not, however, think that it is necessary to assume that, up to the time of becoming conscious, the dream processes really follow the temporal sequence which we have described, viz., that there is first the transferred dream wish, then the process of distortion due to the censorship, and then the change of direction to regression, etc. We were obliged to construct such a sequence for the sake of description. In reality, however, it is probably rather a question of simultaneously trying this path and that, and of the excitation fluctuating to and fro, until finally, because it has attained the most apposite concentration, one particular grouping remains in the field. Certain personal experiences even incline me to believe that the dream work often requires more than one day and one night to produce its result, in which case the extraordinary art manifested in the construction of the dream is shorn of its miraculous character. In my opinion, even the regard for the comprehensibility of the dream as a perceptual event may exert its influence before the dream attracts consciousness to itself. From this point, however, the process is accelerated, since the dream is henceforth subjected to the same treatment as any other perception. It is like fireworks, which require hours for their preparation and then flare up in a moment. Through the dream work, the dream process now either gains sufficient intensity to attract consciousness to itself and to arouse the preconscious, quite independently of the time or profundity of sleep, or its intensity is insufficient, and it must wait in readiness until Aten becomes more alert immediately before waking meets it halfway. More dreams seem to operate with relatively slight psychic intensities, for they wait for the process of waking. This then explains the fact that as a rule we perceive something dreamed if we are suddenly roused from a deep sleep. Here, as well as in spontaneous waking, our first glance lights upon the perception content created by the dream work, while the next falls on that provided by the outer world. But of greater theoretical interest are those dreams which are capable of waking us in the midst of our sleep. We may bear in mind the purposefulness which can be demonstrated in all other cases, and ask ourselves why the dream, that is, the unconscious wish, is granted the power to disturb our sleep, that is, the fulfillment of the preconscious wish. The explanation is probably to be found in certain relations of energy which we do not yet understand. If we did so, we should probably find that the freedom given to the dream and the expenditure upon it of a certain detached attention representing a saving of energy, as against the alternative case of the unconscious having to be held in check at night just as it is during the day. As experience shows, dreaming, even if it interrupts our sleep several times a night, still remains compatible with sleep. We wake up for a moment and immediately fall asleep again. It is like driving off a fly in our sleep. We awake ad hoc. When we fall asleep again, we have removed the cause of disturbance. The familiar examples of the sleep of wet nurses, etc., show that the fulfillment of the wish to sleep is quite compatible with the maintenance of a certain amount of attention in a given direction. But we must here take note of an objection which is based on a greater knowledge of the unconscious processes. We have ourselves described the unconscious wishes as always active, whilst nevertheless asserting that in the daytime they are not strong enough to make themselves perceptible. But when the state of sleep supervenes, and the unconscious wish has shown its power to form a dream, and with it to awaken the preconscious, why does this power lapse after cognizance has been taken off the dream? Would it not seem more probable that the dream should continually renew itself, like the disturbing fly which, when driven away, takes pleasure in returning again and again? What justification have we for our assertion that the dream removes the disturbance to sleep? It is quite true that the unconscious wishes are always active. They represent paths which are always practicable, whether a quantum of excitation makes use of them. It is indeed an outstanding peculiarity of the unconscious processes that they are indestructible. Nothing can be brought to an end in the unconscious, nothing is past or forgotten. This is impressed upon us emphatically in the study of the neuroses, and especially of hysteria. The unconscious path of thought which leads to the discharge through an attack is forthwith possible again when there is a sufficient accumulation of excitation. The mortification suffered 30 years ago operates, after having gained access to the unconscious sources of affect during all these 30 years, as though it were a recent experience. Whenever its memory is touched, it revives and shows itself to be cathected with excitation, which procures a motor discharge for itself in an attack. It is precisely here that psychotherapy must intervene, its task being to ensure that the unconscious processes are settled and forgotten. Indeed, the fading of memories and the weak effect of impressions which are no longer recent, which we are apt to take as self-evident and to explain as a primary effect of our time on our psychic memory residues, are in reality secondary changes brought about by laborious work. It is the preconscious that accomplishes this work, and the only course which psychotherapy can pursue is to bring the uses under the dominion of the PCs. There are, therefore, two possible issues for any single unconscious excitation process. Either it is left to itself, in which case it ultimately breaks through somewhere and secures, on this one occasion, a discharge for its excitation into motility, or it succumbs to the influence of the preconscious, and through this its excitation becomes bound instead of being discharged. It is the latter case that occurs in the dream process. The cathexis from the PCs which goes to meet the dream once this is attained to perception, because it has been drawn thither by the excitation of consciousness, binds the unconscious excitation of the dream and renders it harmless as a disturber of sleep. When the dreamer wakes up for a moment, he has really chased away the fly that threatened to disturb his sleep. We may now begin to suspect that it is really more expedient and economical to give way to the unconscious wish, to leave clear its path to regression, so that it may form a dream, and then to bind and dispose of this dream by means of a small outlay of preconscious work, than to hold the unconscious in check throughout the whole period of sleep. It was, indeed, to be expected that the dream, even if originally it was not a purposeful process, would have seized upon some definite function in the play of forces of the psychic life. We now see what this function is. The dream has taken over the task of bringing the excitation of the uses, which has been left free, back under the domination of the preconscious. It thus discharges the excitation of the uses, acts as a safety valve for the latter, and at the same time, by a slight outlay of waking activity, secures the sleep of the preconscious. Thus, like the other psychic formations of its group, the dream offers itself as a compromise, serving both systems simultaneously by fulfilling the wishes of both in so far as they are mutually compatible. A glance at Roberts' elimination theory will show that we must agree with this author on his main point, namely, the determination of the function of dreams, though we differ from him in our general presuppositions and in our estimation of the dream process. Is this the only function which we can attribute to dreams? I know of no other. A. Maeder, to be sure, has endeavored to claim for the dream yet other secondary functions. He started from the just observation that many dreams contain attempts to provide solutions of conflicts which are afterwards actually carried through. They thus behave like preparatory practice for waking activities. He therefore drew a parallel between dreaming and the play of animals and children, which is to be conceived as a training of the inherited instincts, and a preparation for their later serious activity, thus setting up a fonction ludique for the dream. A little while before Maeder, Alfred Adler likewise emphasized the function of thinking ahead in the dream. But an obvious reflection must show that this secondary function of the dream has no claim to recognition within the framework of any dream interpretation. Thinking ahead, making resolutions, sketching out attempted solutions which can then perhaps be realized in waking life, these and many more performances are functions of the unconscious and preconscious activities of the mind which continue as day residues in the sleeping state and can then combine with an unconscious wish to form a dream. Chapter 7 C. The function of thinking ahead in the dream is thus rather a function of preconscious waking thought, the result of which may be disclosed to us by the analysis of dreams or other phenomena. After the dream has so long been fused with its manifest content, one must now guard against confusing it with the latent dream thoughts. The above qualification, in so far as the two wishes are mutually compatible, contains a suggestion that there may be cases in which the function of the dream fails. The dream process is, to begin with, admitted as a wish fulfillment of the unconscious. But if this attempted wish fulfillment disturbs the preconscious so profoundly that the latter can no longer maintain its state of rest, the dream has broken the compromise and has failed to perform the second part of its task. It is then at once broken off and replaced by complete awakening. But even here it is not really the fault of the dream, if, though at other times the guardian, it has now to appear as the disturber of sleep, nor need this prejudice us against its avowed purposive character. This is not the only instance in the organism in which a contrivance that is usually to the purpose becomes inappropriate and disturbing so soon as something is altered in the conditions which engender it. The disturbance then at all events serves the new purpose of indicating the change, and of bringing into play against it the means of adjustment of the organism. Here, of course, I am thinking of the anxiety dream, and lest it should seem that I try to evade this witness against the theory of wish fulfillment whenever I encounter it, I will at least give some indications as to the explanation of the anxiety dream. That a psychic process which develops anxiety may still be a wish fulfillment has long ceased to imply any contradiction for us. We may explain this occurrence by the fact that the wish belongs to one system, the UCs, whereas the other system, the PCs, has rejected and suppressed it. The subjection of the UCs by the PCs is not thoroughgoing even in perfect psychic health. The extent of this suppression indicates the degree of our psychic normality. Neurotic symptoms indicate to us that the two systems are in mutual conflict. The symptoms are the result of a compromise in this conflict, and they temporarily put an end to it. On the other hand, they afford the UCs a way out for the discharge of its excitation. They serve it as a kind of sally gate, while, on the other hand, they give the PCs the possibility of dominating the UCs in some degree. It is instructive to consider, for example, the significance of a hysterical phobia or of agoraphobia. A neurotic is said to be incapable of crossing the street alone, and this we should rightly call a symptom. Let someone now remove this symptom by constraining him to this action which he deems himself incapable of performing. The result will be an attack of anxiety, just as an attack of anxiety in the street has often been the exciting cause of the establishment of an agoraphobia. We thus learn that the symptom has been constituted in order to prevent the anxiety from breaking out. The phobia is thrown up before the anxiety like a frontier fortress. We cannot enlarge further on this subject unless we examine the role of the effects in these processes, which can only be done here imperfectly. We will therefore affirm the proposition that the principal reason why the suppression of the UCs becomes necessary is that, If the movement of ideas in the uses were allowed to run its course, it would develop an effect which originally had the character of pleasure, but which, since the process of repression bears the character of pain. The aim as well as the result of the suppression is to prevent the development of this pain. The suppression extends to the idea content of the uses, because the liberation of pain might emanate from this idea content. We here take as our basis a quite definite assumption as to the nature of the development of affect. This is regarded as a motor or secretory function, the key to the innervation of which is to be found in the ideas of the uses. Through the domination of the PCs, these ideas are as it were strangled, that is, inhibited from sending out the impulse that we could develop the affect. The danger which arises if cathexis by the PC ceases thus consists in the fact that the unconscious excitations would liberate an effect that, in consequence of the repression that has previously occurred, could only be felt as pain or anxiety. This danger is released if the dream process is allowed to have its own way. The conditions for its realization are that repressions shall have occurred, and that the suppressed wish impulses can become sufficiently strong. They, therefore, fall entirely outside the psychological framework of dream formation. Were it not for the fact that our theme is connected by just one factor with the theme of the development of anxiety, namely by the setting free of the uses during sleep, I could refrain from the discussion of the anxiety dream altogether, and thus avoid all the obscurities involved in it. The theory of the anxiety dreams belongs, as I have already repeatedly stated, to the psychology of the neuroses. I might further add that anxiety in dreams is an anxiety problem and not a dream problem. Having once exhibited the point of contact of the psychology of the neuroses with the theme of the dream process, we have nothing further to do with it. There is only one thing left which I can do. Since I have asserted that neurotic anxiety has its origin in sexual sources, I can subject anxiety dreams to analysis in order to demonstrate the sexual material in their dream thoughts. For good reasons, I refrain from citing any of the examples so abundantly placed at my disposal by neurotic patients, and prefer to give some anxiety dreams of children. Personally, I have had no real anxiety dream for decades, but I do recall one from my 7th or 8th year, which I subjected to interpretation some 30 years later. The dream was very vivid, and showed me my beloved mother, with a peculiarly calm, sleeping countenance, carried into the room and laid on the bed by 2 or 3 persons with birds' beaks. I awoke crying and screaming, and disturbed my parents' sleep. The peculiarly draped, excessively tall figures with beaks I had taken from the illustrations of Philipson's Bible. I believe they represented deities with the heads of sparrowhawks from an Egyptian tomb relief. The analysis yielded, however, also the recollection of a house porter's boy who used to play with us children on the meadow in front of the house. I might add that his name was Philip. It seemed to me then that I first heard from this boy the vulgar word signifying sexual intercourse, which is replaced among educated persons by the Latin word coitus, but which the dream plainly enough indicates by the choice of the birds' heads. I must have guessed the sexual significance of the word from the look of my worldly wise teacher. My mother's expression in the dream was copied from the countenance of my grandfather, whom I had seen a few days before his death snoring in a state of coma. The interpretation of the secondary elaboration in the dream must therefore have been that my mother was dying. The tomb relief, too, agrees with this. I awoke with this anxiety, and could not calm myself until I had waked my parents. I remember that I suddenly became calm when I saw my mother. It was as though I had needed the assurance. Then she was not dead. But this secondary interpretation of the dream had only taken place when the influence of the developed anxiety was already at work. I was not in a state of anxiety because I had dreamt that my mother was dying. I interpreted the dream in this manner in the preconscious elaboration because I was already under the domination of the anxiety. The latter, however, could be traced back through the repression to a dark, plainly sexual craving, which had found appropriate expression in the visual content of the dream. A man 27 years of age, who had been seriously ill for a year, had repeatedly dreamed, between the ages of 11 and 13, dreams attended with great anxiety, to the effect that a man with a hatchet was running after him. He wanted to run away, but seemed to be paralyzed and could not move from the spot. This may be taken as a good and typical example of a very common anxiety dream, free from any suspicion of a sexual meaning. In the analysis, The dreamer first thought of a story told him by his uncle chronologically later than the dream, viz., that he was attacked at night in the street by a suspicious-looking individual, and he concluded from this association that he might have heard of a similar episode at the time of the dream. In association with the hatchet, he recalled that during this period of his life he once hurt his hand with a hatchet while chopping wood. This immediately reminded him of his relations with his younger brother, whom he used to maltreat and knock down. He recalled in particular one occasion when he hit his brother's head with his boot and made it bleed, and his mother said, "I'm afraid he will kill him one day." While he seemed to be thus held by the theme of violence, a memory from his 9th year suddenly emerged. His parents had come home late and had gone to bed, whilst he was pretending to be asleep. He soon heard panting, and other sounds that seemed to him mysterious, and he could also guess the position of his parents in bed. His further thoughts showed that he had established an analogy between his relation between his parents and his own relation to his younger brother. He subsumed what was happening between his parents under the notion of an act of violence and a fight. The fact that he had frequently noticed blood in his mother's bed corroborated this conception. That the sexual intercourse of adults appears strange and alarming to children who observe it and arouses anxiety in them is, I may say, a fact established by everyday experience. I have explained this anxiety on the ground that we have here a sexual excitation which is not mastered by the child's understanding, and which probably also encounters repulsion because their parents are involved, and is therefore transformed into anxiety. At a still earlier period of life, the sexual impulse toward the parents of opposite sex does not yet suffer repression, but as we have seen, Chapter 5d expresses itself freely. For the night terrors with hallucinations, pavor nocturnus, so frequent in children, I should without hesitation offer the same explanation. These two can only be due to misunderstood and rejected sexual impulses, which, if recorded, would probably show a temporal periodicity, since an intensification of sexual libido may equally be produced by accidentally exciting impressions and by spontaneous periodic processes of development. I have not the necessary observational material for the full demonstration of this explanation. On the other hand, pediatrists seem to lack the point of view which alone makes intelligible the whole series of phenomena, both from the somatic and from the psychic side. To illustrate by a comical example how closely, if one is made blind by the blinkers of medical mythology, one may pass by the understanding of such cases. I will cite a case which I found in a thesis on pavor nocturnus, de Backer, 1881, page 66. A boy of 13 in delicate health began to be anxious and dreamy. His sleep became uneasy, and once almost every week it was interrupted by an acute attack of anxiety with hallucinations. The memory of these dreams was always very distinct. Thus he was able to relate that the devil had shouted at him, "Now we have you, now we have you," and then there was a smell of pitch and brimstone, and the fire burned his skin. From this dream he awoke in terror. At first he could not cry out, then his voice came back to him, and he was distinctly heard to say, "No, no, not me, I haven't done anything," or "Please don't, I will never do it again." At other times he said, "Albert has never done that." Later he avoided undressing because the fire attacked him only when he was undressed. In the midst of these evil dreams, which were endangering his health, he was sent into the country, where he recovered in the course of 18 months. At the age of 15 he confessed one day, "I did not dare admit it, but I continually felt tinglings and overexcitements of the parts. At the end it wearied me so much that several times I thought to throw myself from the dormitory window." It is of course not difficult to guess: 1. That the boy had practiced masturbation in former years, that he had probably denied it, and was threatened with severe punishment for his bad habit. His confession, "I will not do it again," his denial, "Albert never did that," that, under the advancing pressure of puberty, the temptation to masturbate was reawakened through the titillation of the genitals. 3. That now, however, there arose within him a struggle for repression, which suppressed the libido and transformed it into anxiety, and that this anxiety now gathered up the punishments with which he was originally threatened. Let us, on the other hand, see what conclusions were drawn by the author, page 69. 1. It is clear from this observation that the influence of puberty may produce in a boy of delicate health a condition of extreme weakness, and that this may lead to a very marked cerebral anemia. 2. This cerebral anemia produces an alteration of character. demonomaniacal hallucinations, and very violent nocturnal, and perhaps also diurnal, states of anxiety. 3. The demonomania and the self-reproaches of the boy can be traced to the influences of a religious education which had acted upon him as a child. 4. All manifestations disappeared as a result of a lengthy sojourn in the country, bodily exercise, and the return of physical strength after the termination of puberty. 5. Possibly an influence predisposing to the development of the boy's cerebral state may be attributed to heredity and to the father's former syphilis. Then finally come to the concluding remarks. We put this case in the file of apyretic delirias of inanition, for it is to cerebral anemia that we attach this particular state. End of section 44. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 45 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 45. The primary and secondary processes. Repression. In attempting to penetrate more profoundly into the psychology of the dream processes, I have undertaken a difficult task, to which, indeed, my powers of exposition are hardly adequate. To reproduce the simultaneity of so complicated a scheme in terms of a successive description, and at the same time to make each part appear free from all assumption, goes fairly beyond my powers. I have now to atone for the fact that in my exposition of the psychology of dreams I have been unable to follow the historic development of my own insight. The lines of approach to the comprehension of the dream were laid down for me by previous investigations into the psychology of the neuroses, to which I should not refer here, although I am constantly obliged to do so. Whereas I should like to work in the opposite direction, starting from the dream and then proceeding to establish its junction with the psychology of the neuroses. I am conscious of all the difficulties which this involves for the reader, but I know of no way to avoid them. Since I am dissatisfied with this state of affairs, I am glad to dwell upon another point of view, which would seem to enhance the value of my efforts. As was shown in the introductory section, I found myself confronted with a theme which had been marked by the sharpest contradictions on the part of those who had written on it. In the course of our treatment of the problems of the dream, room has been found for most of these contradictory views. We have been compelled to take decided exception to two only of the views expressed, namely, that the dream is a meaningless process, and that it is a somatic process. Apart from these, we have been able to find a place for the truth of all the contradictory opinions at one point or another of the complicated tissue of the facts, and we have been able to show that each expressed something genuine and correct. That our dreams continue the impulses and interests of waking life have been generally confirmed by the discovery of the hidden dream thoughts. These concern themselves only with things that seem to us important and of great interest. Dreams never occupy themselves with trifles. But we have accepted also the opposite view, namely, that the dream gathers up the indifferent residues of the day, and cannot seize upon any important interest of the day until it has in some measure withdrawn itself from waking activity. We have found that this holds true of the dream content, which by means of distortion gives the dream thought an altered expression. We have said that the dream process, owing to the nature of the mechanism of association, finds it easier to obtain possession of recent or indifferent material, which has not yet been put under an embargo by our waking mental activity, and that, on account of the censorship, it transfers the psychic intensity of the significant, but also objectionable material to the indifferent. The hypermnesia of the dream and its ability to dispose of infantile material have become the main foundation of our doctrine. In our theory of dreams, we have assigned to a wish of infantile origin the part of the indispensable motive power of dream formation. It has not, of course, occurred to us to doubt the experimentally demonstrated significance of external sensory stimuli during sleep, but we have placed this material in the same relation to the dream wish as the thought residues left over from our waking activity. We need not dispute the fact that the dream interprets objective sensory stimuli after the manner of an illusion, but we have supplied the motive for this interpretation, which has been left indeterminate by other writers. The interpretation proceeds in such a way that the perceived object is rendered harmless as a source of disturbance of sleep, whilst it is made usable for the wish fulfillment. Though we do not admit as a special source of dreams the subjective state of excitation of the sensory organs during sleep, which seems to have been demonstrated by Trumbull Ladd, we are nevertheless able to explain this state of excitation by the regressive revival of the memories active behind the dream. As to the internal organic sensations, which are wont to be taken as the cardinal point of the explanation of dreams, these, too, find a place in our conception, though indeed a more modest one. These sensations, the sensations of falling, of soaring, or of being inhibited, represent an ever-ready material, which the dream work can employ to express the dream thought as often as need arises. That the dream process is a rapid and momentary one is, we believe, true as regards the perception by consciousness of the preformed dream content, but we have found that the preceding portions of the dream process probably follow a slow, fluctuating course. As for the riddle of the superabundant dream content compressed into the briefest moment of time, we have been able to contribute the explanation that the dream seizes upon ready-made formations of the psychic life. We have found that it is true that dreams are distorted and mutilated by the memory, but that this fact presents no difficulties, as it is only the last manifest portion of a process of distortion which has been going on from the very beginning of the dream work. In the embittered controversy which has seemed irreconcilable, whether the psychic life is asleep at night, or can make the same use of all its faculties as during the day, we have been able to conclude that both sides are right, but that neither is entirely so. In the dream thoughts we found evidence of a highly complicated intellectual activity, operating with almost all the resources of the psychic apparatus. Yet it cannot be denied that these dream thoughts have originated during the day, and it is indispensable to assume that there is a sleeping state of the psychic life. Thus even the doctrine of partial sleep received its due, but we have found the characteristic feature of the sleeping state not in the disintegration of the psychic system of connections, but in the special attitude adopted by the psychic system which is dominant during the day, the attitude of the wish to sleep. The deflection from the outer world retains its significance for our view, too. Though not the only factor at work, it helps to make possible the regressive course of the dream representation. The abandonment of voluntary guidance of the flow of ideas is incontestable, but psychic life does not thereby become aimless, for we have seen that upon relinquishment of the voluntary directing ideas, involuntary ones take charge. On the other hand, we have not only recognized the loose associative connection of the dream, but have brought a far greater area within the scope of this kind of connection than could have been suspected. We have, however, found it merely an enforced substitute for another, a correct and significant type of association. To be sure, we too have called the dream absurd, but examples have shown us how wise the dream is when it simulates absurdity. As regards the functions that have been attributed to the dream, we are able to accept them all, that the dream relieves the mind like a safety valve, and that, as Robert has put it, all kinds of harmful material are rendered harmless by representation in the dream, not only coincides exactly with our own theory of the twofold wish fulfillment in the dream, but in its very wording becomes more intelligible for us than it is for Robert himself. The free indulgence of the psyche in the play of its faculties is reproduced in our theory as the non-interference of the preconscious activity with the dream. The return of the embryonal standpoint of psychic life in the dream, and Havelock Ellis's remark that the dream is an archaic world of vast emotions and imperfect thoughts, appear to us as happy anticipations of our own exposition, which asserts that primitive modes of operations that we suppress during the day play a part in the formation of dreams. We can fully identify ourselves with Sully's statement that our dreams bring back again our earlier and successively developed personalities, our old ways of regarding things, with impulses and modes of reaction which ruled us long ago. And for us, as for Delage, the suppressed material becomes the mainspring of the dream. We have fully accepted the role that Schörner ascribes to the dream fantasy, and his own interpretations, but we have been obliged to transpose them, as it were, to another part of the problem. It is not the dream that creates the fantasy, but the activity of unconscious fantasy that plays the leading part in the formation of the dream thoughts. We remain indebted to Schörner for directing us to the source of the dream thoughts, but almost everything that he ascribes to the dream works is attributable to the activity of the unconscious during the day, which instigates dreams no less than neurotic symptoms. The dream work we had to separate from this activity as something quite different and far more closely controlled. Finally,
We have by no means renounced the relation of the dream to psychic disturbances, but have given it, on new ground, a more solid foundation. Held together by the new features in our theory, as by a superior unity, we find the most varied and most contradictory conclusions of other writers fitting into our structure. Many of them are given a different turn, but only a few of them are wholly rejected. But our own structure is still unfinished, for apart from the many obscure questions in which we have involved ourselves by our advance into the dark regions of psychology, we are now, it would seem, embarrassed by a new contradiction. On the one hand, we have made it appear that the dream thoughts proceed from perfectly normal psychic activities, but on the other hand, we have found among the dream thoughts a number of entirely abnormal mental processes which extend also to the dream content, and which we reproduce in the interpretation of the dream. All that we have termed the dream work seems to depart so completely from the psychic processes which we recognize as correct and appropriate, that the severest judgments expressed by the writers mentioned as to the low level of psychic achievement of dreams must appear well-founded. Here perhaps only further investigation can provide an explanation and set us on the right path. Let me pick out for renewed attention one of the constellations which lead to dream formation. We have learned that the dream serves as a substitute for a number of thoughts derived from our daily life, and which fit together with perfect logic. We cannot therefore doubt that these thoughts have their own origin in our normal mental life. All the qualities which we value in our thought processes, and which mark them out as complicated performances of a higher order, we shall find repeated in the dream thoughts. There is, however, no need to assume that this mental work is performed during sleep. Such an assumption would badly confuse the conception of the psychic state of sleep to which we have hitherto adhered. On the contrary, these thoughts may very well have their origin in the daytime, and unremarked by our consciousness may have gone on from their first stimulus until at the onset of sleep they have reached completion. If we are to conclude anything from this state of affairs, it can only be that it proves that the most complex mental operations are possible without the cooperation of consciousness, a truth which we have had to learn anyhow from every psychoanalysis of a patient suffering from hysteria or obsessions. These dream thoughts are certainly not in themselves incapable of consciousness. If we have not become conscious of them during the day, this may have been due to various reasons. The act of becoming conscious depends upon a definite psychic function, attention being brought to bear. This seems to be available only in a determinate quantity, which may have been diverted from the train of thought in question by other aims. Another way in which such trains of thoughts may be withheld from consciousness is the following. From our conscious reflection, we know that, when applying our attention, we follow a particular course, but if that course leads us to an idea which cannot withstand criticism, we break off and allow the cathexis of attention to drop. Now, it would seem that the train of thought thus started and abandoned may continue to develop without our attention returning to it, unless at some point it attains a specially high intensity which compels attention. An initial conscious rejection by our judgment, on the ground of incorrectness or uselessness for the immediate purpose of the act of thought, may therefore be the cause of a thought process going on unnoticed by consciousness until the onset of sleep. Let us now recapitulate. We call such a train of thought a preconscious train, and we believe it to be perfectly correct, and that it may equally well be a merely neglected train, or one that has been interrupted and suppressed. Let us also state in plain terms how we visualize the movement of our thought. We believe that a certain quantity of excitation, which we call cathectic energy, is displaced from a purposive idea along the association paths selected by this directing idea. A neglected train of thought has received no such cathexis, and the cathexis has been withdrawn from one that was suppressed or rejected. Both have thus been left to their own excitations. The train of thought cathected by some aim becomes able, under certain conditions, to attract the attention of consciousness, and by the mediation of consciousness it then receives hypercathexis. We shall be obliged presently to elucidate our assumptions as to the nature and function of consciousness. A train of thought thus incited in the PCs may either disappear spontaneously, or it may continue. The former eventuality we conceive as follows. It diffuses its energy through all the association paths emanating from it, and throws the entire chain of thoughts into a state of excitation, which continues for a while, and then subsides, through the excitation which had called for a discharge being transformed into dormant cathexis. If this first eventuality occurs, the process has no further significance for dream formation, but other directing ideas are lurking in our preconscious, which have their source in our unconscious and ever active wishes. These may gain control of the excitation in the circle of thoughts thus left to itself, establish a connection between it and the unconscious wish, and transfer it to the energy inherent in the unconscious wish. Henceforth the neglected or suppressed train of thought is in a position to maintain itself, although this reinforcement gives it no claim to access to consciousness. We may say, then, that the hitherto preconscious train of thought has been drawn into the unconscious. Other constellations leading to dream formation might be as follows. The preconscious train of thought might have been connected from the beginning with the unconscious wish, and for that reason might have met with rejection by the dominating aim, cathexis. Or an unconscious wish might become active for other, possibly somatic reasons, and of its own accord seek a transference to the psychic residues not cathected by the PCs. All three cases have the same result. There is established in the preconscious a train of thought which, having been abandoned by the preconscious cathexis, has acquired cathexis from the unconscious wish. From this point onward, the train of thought is subjected to a series of transformations which we no longer recognize as normal psychic processes, and which give a result that we find strange, a psychopathological formation. Let us now emphasize and bring together these transformations. 1. The intensities of the individual ideas become capable of discharge in their entirety, and pass from one idea to another, so that individual ideas are formed which are endowed with great intensity. Through the repeated occurrence of their process, the intensity of an entire train of thought may ultimately be concentrated in a single conceptual unit. This is the fact of compression or condensation with which we become acquainted when investigating the dream work. It is condensation that is mainly responsible for the strange impression produced by dreams, for we know of nothing analogous to it in the normal psychic life that is accessible to consciousness. We get here, too, ideas which are of great psychic significance as nodal points or as end results of whole chains of thought, but this value is not expressed by any character actually manifest for our internal perception. What is represented in it is not in any way made more intensive. In the process of condensation, the whole set of psychic connections becomes transformed into the intensity of the idea content. The situation is the same as when, in the case of a book, I italicize or print in heavy type any word to which I attach outstanding value for the understanding of the text. In speech, I should pronounce the same word loudly and deliberately and with emphasis. The first simile points immediately to one of the examples which were given of the dream work triethylamine in the dream of Irma's injection. Historians of art call our attention to the fact that the most ancient sculptures known to history follow a similar principle, in expressing the rank of the persons represented by the size of the statues. The king is made 2 or 3 times as tall as his retinue or his vanquished enemies. But a work of art of the Roman period makes use of more subtle means to accomplish the same end. The figure of the emperor is placed in the center, erect and in his full height, and special care is bestowed on the modeling of this figure. His enemies are seen cowering at his feet, but he is no longer made to seem a giant among dwarfs. At the same time, in the bowing of the subordinate to his superior, even in our own day, we have an echo of this ancient principle of representation. The direction followed by the condensation of the dream is prescribed on the one hand by the true preconscious relations of the dream thoughts, and on the other hand by the attraction of the visual memories in the unconscious. The success of the condensation work produces those intensities which are required for penetration to the perception system. 2. By free transference of intensities, and in the service of the condensation, intermediary ideas, compromises, as it were, are formed. Reference the numerous examples. This also is something unheard of in the normal movement of our ideas, where what is of most importance is the selection and the retention of the right conceptual material. On the other hand, composite and compromise formations occur with extraordinary frequency when we are trying to find verbal expression for preconscious thoughts. These are considered slips of the tongue. 3. The ideas which transfer their intensities to one another are very loosely connected, and are joined together by such forms of association as are disdained by our serious thinking, and left to be exploited solely by wit. In particular, assonances and punning associations are treated as equal in value to any other associations. 4. Contradictory thoughts do not try to eliminate one another, but continue side by side, and often combine to form condensation products, as though no contradiction existed. Or they form compromises for which we should never forgive our thought, but which we frequently sanction in our action. These are some of the most conspicuous abnormal processes to which the dream thoughts which have previously been rationally formed are subjected in the course of the dream work. As the main feature of these processes, we may see that the greatest importance is attached to rendering the cathectic energy mobile and capable of discharge. The content and the intrinsic significance of the psychic elements to which these cathexes adhere become matters of secondary importance. One might perhaps assume that condensation and compromise formation are effected only in the service of regression, when the occasion arises for changing thoughts to images. But the analysis, and still more plainly the synthesis, of such dreams as show no regression towards images, for example, the dream Autodidaska, Conversation with Professor N, reveals the same processes of displacement and condensation as do the rest. We cannot therefore avoid the conclusion that two kinds of essentially different psychic processes participate in dream formation. One forms perfectly correct and fitting dream thoughts equivalent to the results of normal thinking, while the other deals with these thoughts in a most astonishing and, as it seems, incorrect way. The latter processes we have already set apart in Chapter 6 as the dream work proper. What can we say now as to the derivation of this psychic process? It would be impossible to answer this question here if we had not penetrated a considerable way into the psychology of the neuroses and especially of hysteria. From this, however, we learn that the same incorrect psychic processes, as well as others not enumerated, control the production of hysterical symptoms. In hysteria, too, we find at first a series of perfectly correct and fitting thoughts, equivalent to our conscious ones, of whose existence in this form we can, however, learn nothing, that is, which we can only subsequently reconstruct. If they have forced their way anyway to perception, we discover from the analysis of the symptom formed that these normal thoughts have been subjected to abnormal treatment, and that by means of condensation and compromise function, through superficial associations which cover up contradictions, and eventually along the path of regression, they have been conveyed into the symptom. In view of the complete identity between the peculiarities of the dream work and those of the psychic activity which issues in psychoneurotic symptoms, we shall feel justified in transferring to the dream the conclusions urged upon us by hysteria. From the theory of hysteria, we borrow the proposition that such an abnormal psychic elaboration of a normal train of thought takes place only when the latter has been used for the transference of an unconscious wish which dares from the infantile life and is in a state of repression. Complying with this proposition, we have built up the theory of the dream on the assumption that the actuating dream wish invariably originates in the unconscious, which, as we have ourselves admitted, cannot be universally demonstrated, even though it cannot be refuted. But in order to enable us to say just what repression is, after employing this term so freely, we shall be obliged to make a further addition to our psychological scaffolding. We had elaborated the fiction of a primitive psychic apparatus, the work of which is regulated by the effort to avoid accumulation of excitation and as far as possible to maintain itself free from excitation. For this reason it was constructed after the plan of a reflex apparatus. Motility, in the first place, as the path to changes within the body, was the channel of discharge at its disposal. We then discussed the psychic results of experiences of gratification, and were able at this point to introduce a second assumption, namely, that the accumulation of excitation by processes that do not concern us here is felt as pain, and sets the apparatus in operation in order to bring about again a state of gratification in which the diminution of excitation is perceived as pleasure. Such a current in the apparatus, issuing from pain and striving for pleasure, we call a wish. We have said that nothing but a wish is capable of setting the apparatus in motion, and that the course of any excitation in the apparatus is regulated automatically by the perception of pleasure and pain. The first occurrence of wishing may well have taken the form of a hallucinatory cathexis of the memory of gratification. But this hallucination, unless it could be maintained to the point of exhaustion, proved incapable of bringing about a cessation of the need, and consequently of securing the pleasure connected with gratification. Thus there was required a second activity, in our terminology the activity of a second system, which would not allow the memory cathexis to force its way to perception and thence to bind the psychic forces, but would lead the excitation emanating from the need stimulus by a detour which by means of voluntary motility would ultimately so change the outer world as to permit the real perception of the gratifying object. Thus far we have already elaborated the scheme of the psychic apparatus. These two systems are the germ of what we set up in the fully developed apparatus as the UCs and PCs. To change the outer world appropriately by means of motility requires the accumulation of a large total of experiences in the memory system, as well as a manifold consolidation of the relations which are evoked in this memory material by various directing ideas. We will now proceed further with our assumption. The activity of the second system, groping in many directions, tentatively sending forth cathexes and retracing them, needs on the one hand full command over all memory material, but on the other hand it would be a superfluous expenditure of energy were it to send along the individual thought paths large quantities of cathexes, which would then flow away to no purpose, and thus diminish the quantity needed for changing the outer world. Out of a regard for purposiveness, therefore, I postulate that the second system succeeds in maintaining the greater part of the energetic cathexis in a state of rest, and in using only a small portion for its operation of displacement. The mechanics of these processes is entirely unknown to me. Anyone who seriously wishes to follow up these ideas must address himself to the physical analogies and find some way of getting a picture of the sequence of motions which ensue on the excitation of the neurons. Here I do no more than hold fast to the idea that the activity of the first psi system aims at the free outflow of the quantities of excitation, and that the second system, by means of the cathexes emanating from it, effects an inhibition of this outflow, a transformation into dormant cathexes, probably with a rise of potential. I therefore assume that the course taken by any excitation under the control of the second system is bound to quite different mechanical conditions from those which obtain under the control of the first system. After the second system has completed its work of experimental thought, it removes the inhibition and damming up of the excitations and allows them to flow off into motility. An interesting train of thought now presents itself if we consider the relations of this inhibition of discharge by the second system to the process of regulation by the pain principle. Let us now seek out the counterpart of the primary experience of gratification, namely the objective experience of fear. Let a perception stimulus act on the primitive apparatus and be the source of a pain excitation. There will then ensue uncoordinated motor manifestations which will go on until one of these withdraws the apparatus from perception and at the same time from the pain. On the reappearance of the percept, this manifestation will immediately be repeated, perhaps as a movement of flight, until the percept has again disappeared. But in this case no tendency will remain to recathect the perception of the source of pain by hallucination or otherwise. On the contrary, there will be a tendency in the evoke, or more precisely, begin to evoke pain. This turning away from a recollection, which is merely a repetition of the former flight from perception, is also facilitated by the fact that, unlike the perception, the recollection has not enough quality to arouse consciousness and thereby to attract fresh cathexis. This effortless and regular turning away of the psychic process from the memory of anything that had once been painful gives us the prototype and the first example of psychic repression. We all know how much of this turning away from the painful, the tactics of the ostrich, may still be shown as present even in the normal psychic life of adults. In obedience to the pain principle, therefore, the first psi system is quite incapable of introducing anything unpleasant into the thought nexus. The system cannot do anything but wish. If this were to remain so, the activity of thought of the second system, which needs to have at its disposal all the memories stored up by experience, would be obstructed. But two paths are now open. Either the work of the second system frees itself completely from the pain principle and continues its course, paying no heed to the pain attached to given memories, or it contrives to cathect the memory of the pain in such a manner as to preclude the liberation of pain. We can reject the first possibility, as the pain principle also proves to act as a regulator of the cycle of excitation in the second system. We are therefore thrown back upon the second possibility, namely, that this system cathects a memory in such a manner as to inhibit any outflow of excitation from it, and hence also the outflow comparable to a motor innervation needed for the development of pain. And thus, setting out from two different starting points, that is, from regard for the pain principle and from the principle of the least expenditure of innervation, we are led to the hypothesis that cathexis through the second system is at the same time an inhibition of the discharge of excitation. Let us, however, keep a close hold on the fact, for this is the key to the theory of repression, that the second system can only cathect an idea when it is in a position to inhibit any pain emanating from this idea. Anything that withdraws itself from this inhibition would also remain inaccessible for the second system, that is, would immediately be given up by virtue of the pain principle. The inhibition of pain, however, need not be complete. It must be permitted to begin, since this indicates to the second system the nature of the memory, and possibly its lack of fitness for the purpose sought by the process of thought. The psychic process which is alone tolerated by the first system I shall now call the primary process, and that which results under the inhibiting action of the second system I shall call the secondary process. I can also show at another point for what purpose the second system is obliged to correct the primary process. The primary process strives for discharge of the excitation in order to establish with the quantity of excitation thus collected an identity of perception. The secondary process has abandoned this intention and has adopted instead the aim of an identity of thought. All thinking is merely a detour from the memory of gratification, taken as a purposive idea, to the identical cathexis of the same memory, which is to be reached once more by the path of motor experiences. Thought must concern itself with the connecting paths between ideas without allowing itself to be misled by their intensities. But it is obvious that condensation of ideas and intermediate or compromise formations are obstacles to the attainment of the identity which is aimed at. By substituting one idea for another, they swerve away from the path which would have led onward from the first idea. Such procedures are, therefore, carefully avoided in our secondary thinking. It will readily be seen, moreover, that the pain principle, although at other times it provides the thought process with its most important clues, may also put difficulties in its way in the pursuit of identity of thought. Hence, the tendency of the thinking process must always be to free itself more and more from exclusive regulation by the pain principle, and to restrict the development of effect through the work of thought to the very minimum which remains effective as a signal. This refinement in functioning is to be achieved by a fresh hypercathexis effected with the help of consciousness, but we are aware that this refinement is seldom successful even in normal psychic life, and that our thinking always remains liable to falsification by the intervention of the pain principle. This, however, is not the breach in the functional efficiency of our psychic apparatus which makes it possible for thoughts representing the result of the secondary thought work to fall into the power of the primary psychic process, by which formula we may now describe the operations resulting in dreams and the symptoms of hysteria. This inadequacy results from the converging of two factors in our development, one of which pertains solely to the psychic apparatus and has exercised a determining influence on the relation of the two systems, while the other operates fluctuatingly and introduces motive forces of organic origin into the psychic life. Both originate in the infantile life and are a precipitate of the alteration which our psychic and somatic organism has undergone since our infantile years. When I termed one of the psychic processes in the psychic apparatus the primary process, I did not do so only in consideration of its status and function, but was also able to take account of the temporal relationship actually involved. So far as we know, a psychic apparatus possessing only the primary process does not exist, and is to that extent a theoretical fiction. But this at least is a fact, that the primary processes are present in the apparatus from the beginning, while the secondary processes only take shape gradually during the course of life, inhibiting and overlaying the primary, whilst gaining complete control over them, perhaps only in the prime of life. Owing to this belated arrival of the secondary processes, the essence of our being, consisting of unconscious wish impulses, remains something which cannot be grasped or inhibited by the preconscious, and its part is once and for all restricted to indicating the most appropriate paths for the wish impulses originating in the unconscious. These unconscious wishes represent for all subsequent psychic strivings a compulsion to which they must submit themselves, although they may perhaps endeavor to divert them and to guide them to superior aims. In consequence of this retardation, an extensive region of the memory material remains in fact inaccessible to preconscious cathexis. Now, among these wish impulses originating in the infantile life, indestructible and incapable of inhibition, there are some the fulfillments of which have come to be in contradiction with the purposive ideas of our secondary thinking. The fulfillment of these wishes would no longer produce an effect of pleasure, but one of pain, and it is just this conversion of affect that constitutes the essence of what we call repression. In what manner and by what motive forces such a conversion can take place constitutes the problem of repression, which we need here only to touch upon in passing. It will suffice to note the fact that such a conversion of affect occurs in the course of development. One need only to think of the emergence of disgust, originally absent in infantile life, and that it is connected with the activity of the secondary system. The memories from which the unconscious wish evokes a liberation of affect have never been accessible to the PCs, and for that reason this liberation cannot be inhibited. It is precisely on account of this generation of affect that these ideas are not now accessible even by way of the preconscious thoughts to which they have transferred the energy of the wishes connected with them. On the contrary, the pain principle comes into play and causes the PCs to turn away from these transference thoughts. These latter are left to themselves, are repressed, and thus the existence of a store of infantile memories withdrawn from the beginning from the PCs become the preliminary condition of repression. In the most favorable case, the generation of pain terminates so soon as the cathexis is withdrawn from the transference thoughts in the PCs, and this result shows that the intervention of the pain principle is appropriate. It is otherwise, however, if the repressed unconscious wish receives an organic reinforcement which it can put at the service of its transference thoughts, and by which it can enable them to attempt to break through with their excitation, even if the cathexis of the PCs has been taken away from them. A defensive struggle then ensues, inasmuch as the PCs reinforces the opposite to the repressed thoughts, counter-cathexis, and the eventual outcome is that the transference thoughts, the carriers of the unconscious wish, break through in some form of compromise through symptom formation. But from the moment that the repressed thoughts are powerfully cathected by the unconscious wish impulse, but forsaken by the preconscious cathexis, they succumb to the primary psychic process and aim only at motor discharge, or, if the way is clear, all hallucinatory revival of the desired identity of perception. We have already found empirically that the incorrect processes described are enacted only with thoughts which are in a state of repression. We are now in a position to grasp yet another part of the total scheme of the facts. These incorrect processes are the primary processes of the psychic apparatus. They occur whenever ideas abandoned by the preconscious cathexis are left to themselves and can become filled with uninhibited energy which flows from the unconscious and strives for discharge. There are further facts which go to show that the processes described as incorrect are not really falsifications of our normal procedure or defective thinking, but the modes of operation of the psychic apparatus when freed from inhibition. Thus we see that the process of the conveyance of the preconscious excitation to motility occurs in accordance with the same procedure, and that in the linkage of preconscious ideas with words we may easily find manifested the same displacements and confusions which we ascribe to inattention. Finally, a proof of the increased work made necessary by the inhibition of these primary modes of procedure might be found in the fact that we achieve a comical effect, a surplus to be discharged through laughter, if we allow these modes of thought to come to consciousness. The theory of the psychoneuroses asserts with absolute certainty that it can only be sexual wish impulses from the infantile life which have undergone repression, affect conversion, during the developmental period of childhood, which are capable of renewal at later periods of development, whether as a result of our sexual constitution, which has of course grown out of an original bisexuality, or in consequence of unfavorable influences in our sexual life, and which therefore supply the motive power for all psychoneurotic symptom formation. It is only by the introduction of these sexual forces that the gaps still demonstrable in the theory of repression can be filled. Here I will leave it undecided whether the postulate of the sexual and infantile holds good for the theory of dreams as well. I am not completing the latter, because in assuming that the dream wish invariably originates in the unconscious, I have already gone a step beyond the demonstrable. Nor will I inquire further into the nature of the difference between the play of psychic forces in dream formation and in the formation of hysterical symptoms, since there is missing here the needed fuller knowledge of one of the two things to be compared. But there is another point which I regard as important, and I will confess at once that it was only on account of this point that I entered upon all the discussions concerning the two psychic systems, their modes of operation, and the fact of repression. It does not greatly matter whether I have conceived the psychological relations at issue with approximate correctness, or, as is easily possible in such a difficult matter, wrongly and imperfectly. However our views may change about the interpretation of the psychic censorship or the correct and the abnormal elaboration of the dream content, it remains certain that such processes are active in dream formation, and that in their essentials they reveal the closest analogy with the processes observed in the formation of hysterical symptoms. Now the dream is not a pathological phenomenon. It does not presuppose any disturbance of our psychic equilibrium, and it does not leave behind it any weakening of our efficiency or capacities. The objection that no conclusions can be drawn about the dream of healthy persons from my own dreams and from those of my neurotic patients may be rejected without comment. If, then, from the nature of the given phenomena we infer the nature of their motive forces, we find that the psychic mechanism utilized by the neuroses is not newly created by a morbid disturbance that lays hold of the psychic life, but lies in readiness in the normal structure of our psychic apparatus. The two psychic systems, the frontier censorship between them, the inhibition and overlaying of the one activity by the other, the relations of both to consciousness, or whatever may take place of these concepts on a juster interpretation of the actual relations, all these belong to the normal structure of our psychic instrument, and the dream shows us one of the paths which lead to a knowledge of this structure. If we wish to be content with a minimum of perfectly assured additions to our knowledge, we shall say that the dream affords proof that the suppressed material continues to exist even in the normal person and remains capable of psychic activity. Dreams are one of the manifestations of this suppressed material. Theoretically, this is true in all cases, and in tangible experience it has been found true in at least a great number of cases which happen to display most plainly the most striking features of the dream life. The suppressed psychic material, which in the waking state has been prevented from expression and cut off from internal perception by the mutual neutralization of contradictory attitudes, finds ways and means, under the sway of compromise formations, of obtruding itself on consciousness during the night. Flectere sinequio superos archeronta movebo. At any rate, the interpretation of dreams is via regia to a knowledge of the unconscious element in our psychic life. End of section 45. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Section 46 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 46. The Unconscious and Conscious. Reality. If we look more closely, we may observe that the psychological considerations examined in the foregoing chapter require us to assume not the existence of two systems near the motor end of the psychic apparatus, but two kinds of processes or courses taken by excitation. But this does not disturb us, for we must always be ready to drop our auxiliary ideas when we think we are in a position to replace them by something which comes closer to the unknown reality. Let us now try to correct certain views which may have taken a misconceived form as long as we regarded the two systems. in the crudest and the most obvious sense, as two localities within the psychic apparatus, views which have left a precipitate in the terms of repression and penetration. Thus, when we say that an unconscious thought strives for translation into the preconscious, in order subsequently to penetrate through to consciousness, we do not mean that a second idea has to be formed, in a new locality, like a paraphrase, as it were, whilst the original persists by its side. And similarly, when we speak of penetration into consciousness, we wish carefully to detach from this notion any idea of a change of locality. When we say that a preconscious idea is repressed and subsequently absorbed by the unconscious, we might be tempted by these images, borrowed from the idea of a struggle for a particular territory, to assume that an arrangement is really broken up in the one psychic locality and replaced by a new one in the other locality. For these comparisons we will substitute a description which would seem to correspond more closely to the real state of affairs. We will say that an energetic cathexis is shifted to or withdrawn from a certain arrangement, so that the psychic formation falls under the domination of a given instance or is withdrawn from it. Here again we replace a topographical mode of representation by a dynamic one. It is not the psychic formation that appears to us as the mobile element, but its innovation. Nevertheless, I think it expedient and justifiable to continue to use the illustrative idea of the two systems. We shall avoid any abuse of this mode of representation if we remember that ideas, thoughts, and psychic formations in general must not in any case be localized in the inorganic elements of the nervous system, but, so to speak, between them, where resistances and association tracks form the correlate corresponding to them. Everything that can become an object of internal perception is virtual, like the image in the telescope produced by the crossing of light rays. But we are justified in thinking of the systems which have nothing psychic in themselves, and which never become accessible to our psychic perception, as something similar to the lenses of the telescope which project the image. If we continue this comparison, we might say that the censorship between the two systems corresponds to the refraction of rays on passing into a new medium. Thus far, we have developed our psychology on our own responsibility. It is now time to turn and look at the doctrines prevailing in modern psychology, and to examine the relation of these to our theories. The problem of the unconscious in psychology is, according to the forcible statement of Lipps, less a psychological problem than the problem of psychology. As long as psychology disposed of this problem by the verbal explanation that the psychic is the conscious, and that unconscious psychic occurrences are an obvious contradiction, there was no possibility of a physician's observations of abnormal mental states being turned to any psychological account. The physician and the philosopher can meet only when both acknowledge that unconscious psychic processes is the appropriate and justified expression for all established fact. The physician cannot but reject, with a shrug of his shoulders, the assertion that consciousness is the indispensable quality of the psychic. If his respect for the utterances of the philosophers is still great enough, he may perhaps assume that he and they do not deal with the same thing, and do not pursue the same science. For a single intelligent observation of the psychic life of a neurotic, a single analysis of a dream, must force upon him the unshakable conviction that the most complicated and the most accurate operations of thought, to which the name of psychic occurrences can surely not be refused, may take place without arousing consciousness. 2. The physician, it is true, does not learn of these unconscious processes until they have produced an effect on consciousness which admits of communication or observation. But this effect on consciousness may show a psychic character which differs completely from the unconscious process, so that internal perception cannot possibly recognize in the first a substitute for the second. The physician must reserve himself the right to penetrate, by a process of deduction, from the effect on consciousness to the unconscious psychic process. He learns in this way that the effect on consciousness is only a remote psychic product of the unconscious process, and that the latter has not become conscious as such, and has, moreover, existed and operated without in any way betraying itself to consciousness. It is a truth which cannot be sufficiently emphasized that the concepts of consciousness and of the psyche are not co-extensive. Page 306. A return from the overestimation of the property of consciousness is the indispensable preliminary to any genuine insight into the course of psychic events. As Lipps has said, the unconscious must be accepted as the general basis of the psychic life. The unconscious is the larger circle which includes the smaller circle of the conscious. Everything conscious has a preliminary unconscious stage, whereas the unconscious can stop at this stage and yet claim to be considered a full psychic function. The unconscious is the true psychic reality. In its inner nature, it is just as much unknown to us as the reality of the external world, and it is just as imperfectly communicated to us by the data of consciousness as is the external world by the reports of our sense organs. We get rid of a series of dream problems which have claimed much attention from earlier writers on the subject when the old antithesis between conscious life and dream life is discarded, and the unconscious psychic assigned to its proper place. Thus, many of the achievements which are a matter for wonder in a dream are now no longer to be attributed to dreaming, but to unconscious thinking, which is active also during the day. If the dream seems to make play with a symbolical representation of the body, as Schörner has said, we know that this is the work of certain unconscious fantasies, which are probably under the sway of sexual impulses and find expression not only in dreams, but also in hysterical phobias and other symptoms. If the dream continues and completes mental work begun during the day, and even brings valuable new ideas to light, we have only to strip off the dream disguise from this as the contribution of the dream work and a mark of the assistance of dark powers in the depths of the psyche. that is, the devil in Tartini's sonata dream. The intellectual achievement as such belongs to the same psychic forces as are responsible for all such achievements during the day. We are probably much too inclined to overestimate the conscious character even of intellectual and artistic production. From the reports of certain writers who have been highly productive, such as Goethe and Helmholtz, we learn rather that the most essential and original part of their creations came to them in the form of inspirations, and offered itself to their awareness in an almost completed state. In other cases, where there is a concerted effort to all the psychic forces, there is nothing strange in the fact that conscious activity too lends its aid, but it is the much abused privilege of conscious activity to hide from us all other activities wherever it participates. It hardly seems worth while to take up the historical significance of dreams as a separate theme. Where, for instance, a leader has been impelled by a dream to engage in a bold undertaking, the success of which has had the effect of changing history, a new problem arises, only so long as a dream is regarded as a mysterious power and contrasted with other more familiar psychic forces. The problem disappears as soon as we regard the dream as a form of expression for impulses to which a resistance was attached during the day, whilst at night they were able to draw reinforcement from the deep-lying sources of excitation. But the great respect with which the ancient peoples regarded dreams is based on a just piece of psychological divination. It is a homage paid to the unsubdued and indestructible element in the human soul, to the demonic power which furnishes the dream wish, and which we have found again in our unconscious. Reference: The Dream, Sarturos of Alexander the Great at the Siege of Tyre. It is not without purpose that I use the expression in our unconscious, for what we so call does not coincide with the unconscious of the philosophers, nor with the unconscious of Lipps. As they use the term, it merely means the opposite of the conscious. That there exist not only conscious but also unconscious psychic processes is the opinion at issue, which is so hotly contested and so energetically defended. Lipps enunciates the more comprehensive doctrine that everything psychic exists as unconscious, but that some of it may exist also as conscious. But it is not to prove this doctrine that we have adduced the phenomena of dreams and hysterical symptom formation. The observation of normal life alone suffices to establish its correctness beyond a doubt. The novel fact that we have learned from the analysis of psychopathological formations, and indeed from the first member of the group from dreams, is that the unconscious and hence all that is psychic occurs as a function of two separate systems, and that as such it occurs even in normal psychic life. There are consequently two kinds of unconscious, which have not as yet been distinguished by psychologists. Both are unconscious in the psychological sense, but in our sense the first, which we call ucs, is likewise incapable of consciousness, whereas the second we call pcs, because its excitations, after the observance of certain rules, are capable of reaching consciousness, perhaps not before they have again undergone censorship, but nevertheless regardless of the uc system. The fact that in order to attain consciousness the excitations must pass through an unalterable series, a succession of instances as is betrayed by the changes produced in them by the censorship, has enabled us to describe them by analogy in spatial terms. We describe the relations of the two systems to each other and to consciousness by saying that the system PCs is like a screen between the system UCs and consciousness. The system PCs not only bars access to consciousness, but also controls the access to voluntary motility, and has control of the emission of a mobile cathectic energy, a portion of which is familiar to us as attention. We must also steer clear of the distinction between the superconscious and the subconscious, which has found such favor in the more recent literature on the psychoneuroses, for just such a distinction seems to emphasize the equivalence of what is psychic and what is conscious. What role is now left in our representation of things to the phenomenon of consciousness, once so all-powerful and overshadowing all else? None other than that of a sense organ for the perception of psychic qualities. According to the fundamental idea of our schematic attempt, we can regard conscious perception only as the function proper to a special system for which the abbreviated designation Cs commends itself. This system we conceive to be similar in its mechanical characteristics to the perception system P, and hence excitable by qualities, and incapable of retaining the trace of changes, that is, devoid of memory. The psychic apparatus, which, with the sense organ of the P systems, is turned to the outer world, is itself the outer world for the sense organ of Cs, whose teleological justification depends on this relationship.
We are here once more confronted with the principle of the succession of instances which seems to dominate the structure of the apparatus. The material of excitation flows to the sense organ C's from two sides. First, from the P system, whose excitation, qualitatively conditioned, probably undergoes a new elaboration until it attains conscious perception, and secondly, from the interior of the apparatus itself, whose quantitative processes are perceived as a qualitative series of pleasures and pains, once they have reached consciousness after undergoing certain changes. The philosophers who became aware that accurate and highly complicated thought structures are possible, even without the cooperation of consciousness, thus found it difficult to ascribe any function to consciousness. It appeared to them a superfluous mirroring of the completed psychic process. The analogy of our C's system with the perception systems relieves us of this embarrassment. We see that perception through our sense organs results in directing an attention cathexis to the paths along which the incoming sensory excitation diffuses itself. The qualitative excitation of the P system serves the mobile quantity in the psychic apparatus as a regulator of its discharge. We may claim the same function for the overlying sense organ of the C system. By perceiving new qualities, it furnishes a new contribution for the guidance and suitable distribution of the mobile cathexis quantities. By means of perceptions of pleasure and pain, it influences the course of the cathexes with the psychic apparatus, which otherwise operates unconsciously, and by the displacement of qualities. It is probable that the pain principle first of all regulates the displacements of cathexis automatically, but it is quite possible that consciousness contributes a second and more subtle regulation of these qualities, which may even oppose the first, and perfect the functional capacity of the apparatus by placing it in a position contrary to its original design, subjecting even that which induces pain to cathexis and to elaboration. We learn from neuropsychology that an important part in the functional activity of the apparatus is ascribed to these regulations by the qualitative excitations of the sense organs. The automatic rule of the primary pain principle, together with the limitation of functional capacity bound up with it, is broken by the sensory regulations, which are themselves again automatisms. We find that repression, which, though originally expedient, nevertheless finally brings about a harmful lack of inhibition and of psychic control, overtakes memories much more easily than it does perceptions, because in the former there is no additional cathexis from the excitation of the psychic sense organs. Whilst an idea which is to be warded off may fail to become conscious because it has succumbed to repression, it may on other occasions come to be repressed simply because it has been withdrawn from conscious perception on other grounds. These are clues which we make use of in therapy in order to undo accomplished repressions. The value of the hypercathexis which is produced by the regulating influence of the C's sense organs of the mobile quantity is demonstrated in a teleological context by nothing more clearly than by the creation of a new series of qualities, and consequently a new regulation, which constitutes the prerogative of man over animals. For the mental processes are in themselves unqualitative, except for the excitations of pleasure and pain which accompany them, which, as we know, must be kept within limits as possible disturbers of thought. In order to endow them with quality, they are associated in man with verbal memories, the qualitative residues of which suffice to draw upon them the attention of consciousness, which in turn endows thought with a new mobile cathexis. It is only on a dissection of hysterical mental processes that the manifold nature of the problems of consciousness become apparent. One then receives the impression that the transition from the preconscious to the conscious cathexis is associated with a censorship similar to that between UCs and PCs. This censorship too begins to act only when a certain quantitative limit is reached, so that thought formations which are not very intense escape it. All possible cases of detention from consciousness and of penetration into consciousness under certain restrictions are included within the range of psychoneurotic phenomena. All point to the intimate and twofold connection between the censorship and consciousness. I shall conclude these psychological considerations with a record of two such occurrences. On the occasion of a consultation a few years ago, the patient was an intelligent-looking girl with a simple, unaffected manner. She was strangely attired, for whereas a woman's dress is usually carefully thought out to the last pleat, one of her stockings was hanging down and two of the buttons of her blouse were undone. She complained of pains in one of her legs, and exposed her calf without being asked to do so. Her chief complaint, however, was as follows. She had a feeling in her body as though something was sticking into it, which moved to and fro, and shook her through and through. This sometimes seemed to make her whole body stiff. On hearing this, my colleague in consultation looked at me. The trouble was quite obvious to him. To both of us it seemed peculiar that this suggested nothing to the patient's mother, though she herself must repeatedly have been in the situation described by her child. As for the girl, she had no idea of the import of her words, or she would never have allowed them to pass her lips. Here the censorship had been hoodwinked so successfully that under the mask of an innocent complaint a fantasy was admitted to consciousness which otherwise would have remained in the preconscious. Another example. I began the psychoanalytic treatment of a boy 14 who was suffering from tic convulsive, hysterical vomiting, headache, etc., by assuring him that after closing his eyes he would see pictures, or that ideas would occur to him which he was to communicate to me. He replied by describing pictures. The last impression he had received before coming to me was revived visually in his memory. He had been playing a game of checkers with his uncle, and now he saw the checkerboard before him. He commented on various positions that were favorable or unfavorable, or moves that were not safe to make. He then saw a dagger lying on the checkerboard, an object belonging to his father, but which his fantasy laid on the checkerboard. Then a sickle was lying on the board, a scythe was added, and finally he saw the image of an old peasant mowing the grass in front of his father's house, far away. A few days later I discovered the meaning of this series of pictures. Disagreeable family circumstances had made the boy excited and nervous. Here was a case of a harsh, irascible father, who had lived unhappily with the boy's mother, and whose educational methods consisted of threats. He had divorced his gentle and delicate wife, and remarried. One day he brought home a young woman as the boy's new mother. The illness of the 14-year-old boy developed a few days later. It was a suppressed rage against his father that had combined these images into intelligible allusions. The material was furnished by a mythological reminiscence. The sickle was that with which Zeus castrated his father. The scythe and the image of the peasant represented Cronos, the violent old man who devours his children, and upon whom Zeus wreaks his vengeance in so unfilial a manner. The father's marriage gave the boy an opportunity of returning the reproaches and threats which the child had once heard his father utter because he played with his genitals, the draught board, the prohibited moves, the dagger with which one could kill. We have here long impressed memories and their unconscious derivatives which, under the guise of meaningless pictures, have slipped into consciousness by the devious paths opened to them. If I were asked what is the theoretical value of the study of dreams, I should reply that it lies in the additions to psychological knowledge and the beginnings of an understanding of the neuroses which we thereby obtain. Who can foresee the importance a thorough knowledge of the structure and function of the psychic apparatus may attain, when even our present state of knowledge permits of successful therapeutic intervention in the curable forms of psychoneuroses? But it may be asked, what of the practical value of this study in regard to a knowledge of the psyche and discovery of the hidden peculiarities of individual character? Have not the unconscious impulses revealed by dreams the value of real forces in the psychic life? Is the ethical significance of the suppressed wishes to be lightly disregarded, since, just as they now create dreams, they may some day create other things? I do not feel justified in answering these questions. I have not followed up this aspect of the problem of dreams. In any case, however, I believe that the Roman emperor was in the wrong in ordering one of his subjects to be executed because the latter had dreamt that he had killed the emperor. He should first of all have endeavored to discover the significance of the man's dreams. Most probably it was not what it seemed to be. And even if a dream of a different content had actually had this treasonable meaning, it would still have been well to recall the words of Plato, that the virtuous man contents himself with dreaming of that which the wicked man does in actual life. I am therefore of the opinion that dreams should be acquitted of evil. Whether any reality is to be attributed to the unconscious wishes, I cannot say. Reality must, of course, be denied to all transitory and intermediate thoughts. If we had before us the unconscious wishes brought to their final and truest expression, we should still do well to remember that psychic reality is a special form of existence which must not be confounded with material reality. It seems therefore unnecessary that people should refuse to accept the responsibility for the immorality of their dreams. With an appreciation of the mode of functioning of the psychic apparatus and an insight into the relations between conscious and unconscious, all that is ethically offensive in our dream life and the life of fantasy for the most part disappears. What a dream has told us of our relations to the present reality, we will then seek also in our consciousness, and we must not be surprised if we discover that the monster we saw under the magnifying glass of the analysis is a little tiny infusorian. H. Sachs. For all practical purposes in judging human character, a man's actions and conscious expression of thought are in most cases sufficient. Actions, above all, deserve to be placed in the front rank, for many impulses which penetrate into consciousness are neutralized by real forces in the psychic life before they find issue in action. Indeed, the reason why they frequently do not encounter any psychic obstacle on their path is because the unconscious is certain of their meeting with resistances later. In any case, it is highly instructive to learn something of the intensively tilled soil from which our virtues proudly emerge. For the complexity of human character, dynamically moved in all directions, very rarely accommodates itself to the arbitrament of a simple alternative, as our antiquated moral philosophy would have it. And what of the value of dreams in regard to our knowledge of the future? That, of course, is quite out of the question. One would like to substitute the words "in regard to our knowledge of the past," for in every sense a dream has its origin in the past. The ancient belief that dreams reveal the future is not indeed entirely devoid of the truth. By representing a wish as fulfilled, the dream certainly leads us into the future, but this future, which the dreamer accepts as his present, has been shaped in the likeness of the past by the indestructible wish. End of section 46. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. End of The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill.